Empires rise and empires fall. All civilizations crumble, ground to dust beneath the feet of those that follow, then scattered on the winds of time. It is the way of things. But once in a millennia, a hero will rise, one born to command, a master of strategy and coin, blessed by the gods with totally awesome micro. A colossus who stands astride the ages, immortalized by deed and cunning. Their name carved into legend as Champion of Red Bull Wololo 5. But who will claim the crown? Will it be Learie, the prodigy, the herald of a new age who defends his title? Lightning fast and relentless, can his armies once more dance their way to glory? Or will the great Lord Doubt stand in his way? Ageless, wily, he has ruled for a generation from his not-quite-finished castle, crushing those who challenge him with strategies honed through decades of contemplation. Alas, the journey to Wololo 5 is a treacherous one, with danger lurking behind every corner. For some worthy champions, like the macro master Mr. Yo, the battle will have to be watched from afar. Though from this vantage point, he'll be able to study his enemies with a ruthless eye, planning and preparing for the many battles ahead. Or perhaps a new pretender will emerge to snatch the crown, and in doing so, usher in a new age of supremacy. For at Red Bull Wololo 5, only one thing is certain. No empire lasts forever.
Welcome to the playoffs of Red Bull Wololo 5, coming to you live from Heidelberg Castle in Germany. We're here in the cellar next to one of the largest barrels that has ever been built. An all too appropriate setting, you would have thought, for one of the largest Age of Empires tournaments that has ever been put on. Just 8 players remain, all seeking their share of a $100,000 prize pool, and you get to watch it all live from this magnificent setting. Let's get underway with the first day of the playoffs here at Red Bull Wololo 5.
Live coverage of the Red Bull Wololo. The Sparks are going to fly. He's killing more crucial units. No slowing down, just pure acceleration. Mr. Yo sweeps the Viper. Absolutely fantastic. But the scouts are coming! 2 more villagers. Hera goes down. Learie wins Red Bull Wololo 2. Great pressure from Learie. And this is a great game to finish off this series. Never been seen before in this event. Don't won the championship. Hera will continue to fight on. but I can't see a chance here. There's no way. He's gonna keep fighting. And Learie taking it for the second time.
Welcome, my friends, to the War Room for the first time today as part of our coverage of the playoffs here at Red Bull Wololo 5. What a pleasure it is to have your company as we find our 8 players remaining seeking their part in this $100,000 prize pool. My name's Riley Knight, the host of this event, and joined all the way from, after a long, distant and perilous voyage. Brittany, you've joined us and it's wonderful to have you.
I finally made it here, and you know what? It was a long journey across the pond, but I've been keeping an eye on everything, watching this majestic set that we are on. And
what an incredible environment.
It seems like you've had a really fun, entertaining week. What are some of the favorite things that you've done?
It's been all right. I mean, you know, I've ridden horses, played with flamethrowers, and also been watching some of the most spectacular Age of Empires that we've seen. It really has been an absolutely monumental event, befitting of our monumental setting here.
Oh, absolutely. There's so much on the line today. You know, $100,000 prize pool, bragging rights, the castle.
No.
Well, maybe not the castle.
Maybe not the castle,
yeah.
But let's forget about that, because what the players are really playing for, Brittany, is right here in front of us. Talk about this.
I mean, look how beautiful this is.
Look at this. An actual functioning trebuchet is the prize for the player that walks out of here with the crown atop their heads. But of course, as you say, $100,000 in total prizes, $26K going to first. I want to talk to you about this trophy, however. It has been painstakingly handcrafted for this tournament, and we want to share that process with you because it is just a spectacular piece of machinery. Have a look at how this trophy was made. On the other side of it, we're going to be back and introduce the players. I tell you what, I don't think I've ever given away an actual functioning trebuchet as a trophy before. But who will it be that hoists this trophy at the end of the weekend? Let's meet our players that have made the top 8 here. Our first one, after a rocky tournament, he managed to sneak in 8th place to our top 8, a very deserving and worthy competitor who will be giving it his all during the playoffs. You can see he's ready to do battle. From Spain, it is Tato.
All right, now one of the best and most beloved players in Age of Empires and champion of Wololo 3 had a rough start to the week, but clawed his way up to the top 8. From Serbia, we have Doubt.
A veteran of the game who has returned to show that he means business and he's still got what it takes to run with the big dogs. Underestimate Capoch at your own peril, my friends, because he is here to show the world that he means business. From Argentina, the veteran, Capoch.
The embodiment of chaos himself, a loose cannon and never a bore to watch, the master boar lamer himself, MBL from Norway.
A titan of the new generation of Age of Empires players. You know him, you love him, and he is here to claim the glory that he could so rightfully deserve with his masterful skill and execution across the next 2 days of competition. From Canada, it is Hera.
Taking a break never slowed this one down. One of the strongholds here today, playing it safe, calculated, and confident. Jordan from Germany. Look at that smile.
And now, the greatest player of Age of Empires the world has ever seen. Here to finally seek to claim the one trophy that has eluded him. The greatest of all time. Can he do it here in Heidelberg? It is the Viper.
Defending champion, he's already made room on his desk for this new trophy and undefeated this week. Surely looking to add another trophy to his collection, we have Learie from Austria.
So those are our players that will do battle across 2 days of playoffs here. And we can have a look now at the bracket that these matches will be played out in. Of course, single elimination. Age of Empires played across the entire 2 days of competition this weekend. It is a cutthroat business. And we can't wait to see how things pan out, Brittany.
All right, Hera, your first match today is against MBL. What has your strategy changed to be able to defeat him today and move on to the finals tomorrow?
It was kind of hiding some strategies in the group stage, so I have some good preparation for this one. And I went over the Civ draft and map draft, so I know exactly what I want to pick and play versus him.
Wow, the confidence, so calm and collected. Back to you, Riley.
And I'm here with Jordan as well. I mean, talk about confidence. This bloke has been full of swagger all week long, my friend. You've made it to the playoffs, and I reckon you're feeling pretty easy breezy, huh?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I mean, the group stage was very nice, and I think I have good reasons to be very confident for the playoffs. So, yeah, all good, all good.
All right, well, we'll see how you go. Best of luck to you, Jordan, my friend. If you've just joined us for the first time today here at Red Bull Wololo 5, welcome. By all means, welcome. It's so good to have your company, of course. But if you've missed the last 4 days of action, don't worry. I mean, you missed some of the best Age of Empires you're likely to see outside of this weekend. We've got a quick recap here to bring you across all the highlights from day 4. On the other side of this, we're going to get ready to get stuck into the action. Clear? All right. Great job. Good luck, everyone,
Who
today.
will be left behind as we make our cut to top 8 at the end of today?
Oh, Dawn. Thanks. Good luck, man. Good luck, dude. Good luck today, man. Good luck, Dan. Good luck, buddy. Well done. Great job. Good there.
Game, this is the game, this is the game.
Like, look at Paul's face, he's like, I don't even know it. Look at Nico!
Oof.
Oh, wow, that's so close. Like, what happens?
He's calling the GG, probably.
And Slam is in a very commanding position. Once he gets up to the Imperial Age, he will be able to get trebuchets out for both of those castles.
He's doing cavalry now, Turgal. He's gonna add the light cat probably.
Armigo, it kills the Stoning right through the middle of his face.
Slam to Dogawa. Oh, they die instantly, man. So many. It's really so many, and I wouldn't be surprised to see. Oh,
And Doubt is defending again.
he's taking all. He's gonna take a lot.
This looks like Dote's game at this
It looks
point.
good.
Game, and you see it right there. Tato wondering what happened. And
both players are losing eco, losing position. It's just who's going to lose their base faster. They're mining gold. And he's getting the gold mining upgrade.
For great sets that he gave us in Red Bull Wololo 5, but this is his last set.
Yeah, and guys, you can't blame him for playing on here.
Craziest micro there with the Monk. Dodged like 3 volleys of those CA, and
If you wouldn't have tried to dock Capoch, you would be ahead in builds right now.
the farms, not
I'll
the
take
farms.
that farm, I'll take that farm, I'll
And
take that
it's a
farm.
house. He needs a house.
He's worried. Deny the castle. He could deny the castle. They were so close. Even just denying the castle would be important, but obviously he wants down. It's 70 population for MBL or 1 for 2. So there's risks that players try and take.
Oh, no, the monsters.
Oh man. Wait, I think those only have monks in there. I don't think the relics are in there.
Good job by MBL for sure.
But the monks will die.
What do you think about potentially adding more elite skirmishers against Crusables, or do you need to get to him?
Archers, these camel archers are being pumped out of 2 castles right now.
With pressure.
Yep, and bracers in. I agree. He's not taking any unnecessary risks. He could go in for the kill. He does not need to. He's just going to shore up his defenses.
Welcome to the Analyst Chamber for the first time today, my friends. My name's Riley Knight. Once again, good to have you here as part of our coverage of Red Bull Wololo 5. Our first game is just moments away, but before we get there, let's have a talk about how the tournament format is going to work across our next 2 days of competition. Of course, we began things with a Swiss tournament that set us up for a top 8 here. This Swiss tournament saw players paired based on record. So if you were 1-0, 2-0, you would play against someone of a similar or ideally identical win and loss record. And as a result of that, we were able to make a relatively clean cut to top 8. We only had 1 player undefeated. That was, of course, Learie. And then a couple of 3-1s, Viper, Jordan, Hera, MBL, Capoch, Doubt, and Tato, all on 2-2s using those tie breaks you saw there to determine who finally made their way into the weekend. But now that the dust has settled on the Swiss portion of the tournament, you can see here we have made our cut and are ready for single elimination. Age of Empires. Those are the quarterfinals, the playoff stage here. It is best of 5 today before we move into the semi-finals. Also best of 5, and then ultimately our final match, the grand final, where we will crown a champion, a $26,000 purse going to them of our $100,000 prize pool across a best of 7 grand final. So the sparks will fly, my friends. That is for certain, and we certainly hope to have your company across the entire 2 days of playoff competition, because it is going to be spectacular. So much to get across. Before we do that, of course, I want to offer a quick shout out to Parza, who put together these incredible cartoons that we've seen at the opening of every day. They've really added a lot of flair and pizzazz to this event. Not that it needed a whole lot more flair and pizzazz, but I tell you what, we're very grateful to Parza for an incredible job there. And 2 people who have also been doing an incredible job, my stalwart colleagues here, it's Mem and Nilly. Hello, boys. Good to have you along here at the Analyst Chamber. We've got so much to get across today. I want to jump straight in now and talk about the Swiss standings and the bracket. Mem, at the end of the Swiss portion, we saw 1 player really clearly rise to the top in Learie, and broadly speaking, this bracket, or sorry, this standings ended up with some of the best players rising to the top.
Yeah, well, we can see the players that did it also was so close, as you can see right now. Learie has been playing amazing. Tato made the cut, but Villes, Slam also almost there with the same. So the level in this tournament is being just unbelievable.
It's been incredible. It would have been very, very hard to put together a top 8 that wasn't absolutely world class. Nilly, we turn our attention now to the bracket and how these games are going to pan out. I know you've taken a very long look at the bracket and what it involves. I want you to talk us through some of the things that we should look out for as this bracket continues in terms of player matchups and how we may end up seeding our grand final.
Well, we have 4 players from the Team Gamer Legion still in there, and we have 3 at the bottom part of the bracket. AM is still standing 3 players at the top end of the bracket, and mixed in there still Capoch. So it will be quite interesting. Lots of people are predicting that it could end in a AM player versus Gamer Legion player final.
But I mean, any way you slice it, of course, we're going to have an absolute superstar, an absolute hero raising the trophy here. It's difficult to make the prediction. I mean, Mem, Learie probably the favourite at this point, you would think, but I think any of these 8 blokes wouldn't be surprised to see them win it out.
Yeah, I mean, Learie has been proven that he's really, really on top of his gameplay. But if he win, Hera win, well, Hera only lost with the Viper and then in an incredible series. I don't think that, wouldn't be surprised that there is an upset in the tournament.
Well, we'll find out. A very important part of this tournament is, of course, the draft process, and we very quickly want to bring you up to speed with drafting. You're probably familiar, if you're a rusted-on fan of Age of Empires, as to exactly how the drafting works. But if you're not, we'll talk you through the process as it happens with an important observation, Mem, something very different happening at this tournament when it comes to drafting.
Yeah, well, if you join for the first time in the tournament, the draft is being live, completely live, face-to-face. That, well, maybe it's going to make some difference to make people nervous, but the biggest difference is that today there's no global bans. There's no bans. What it means that we're going to see probably the strongest civilizations being played, only going to be one snipe, and that makes a really, really big difference.
It really does, and it'll be something that, of course, we'll have to keep a close eye on, these different playoff drafting strategies, because they'll really mix things up after the heavily banned civs that we saw throughout the week. We are, of course, playing Empire Wars here at Red Bull Wololo 5. It's a fast-paced and aggressive format. It's Age of Empires like you haven't seen before, because it is, players come out of the blocks very, very quickly indeed. If you're new to the broadcast, or perhaps need a refresher as to the rules of Empire Wars, we've got a quick video here to show you and bring you up to speed, and then after that, we'll get some thoughts as to what to look out for again and how things may be different throughout our playoff series here. So let's get underway, have a look at the rules for Empire Wars, and we'll be back to have a chat about it after this.
What an amazing performance here.
That is Empire Wars in a nutshell, but I want to ask you, Nelly, exactly some of the things that old fans and new fans alike should keep an eye out with Empire Wars, because it really is a different kettle of fish.
Just here, and also we're starting in feudal age, right? So you instantly can build some military buildings, but your scout will take some time to actually see what your opponent is going for. So we see some blind counters, and that's something you probably want to take a look at. Are they opening with a stable? Are they opening with an archer range, or maybe multiple buildings if we go for humans, for example?
We jump straight into the action with Empire Wars. There really is no mucking about, and of course, as we say, fast-paced, aggressive. This format really does bring a lot of excitement to Age of Empires. We can't wait to bring you the action. And here is what today's action looks like. Let's have a look at the schedule, the matches that we're going to be seeing today. We're going to open things up with Jordan playing off against Capoch. Jordan finishing 3-1 in third place. Capoch getting in on breakers at 2-2. The German up against the Argentinian here. Hera and MBL coming up after that, of course. Learie playing off against Tato. And then finally, the fan favourites themselves. Look at them going at it there. The Viper and Doubt. You are not going to want to miss that, of course. All of these times that we've put on the screen are the best estimates that we can give. You'll have to stay tuned to make sure that all of these matches come in at the times that they do. But we can't wait to get underway. Mem, it's going to be huge. Let's talk about our opening match, Capoch versus Jordan. Capoch surprising some people with some of the tricks he's pulled out of the bag here, finishing with a reasonably strong 2-2. But Jordan has looked incredible. He's only lost going to Learie.
Yeah, it's really, really sharp. Capoch is a surprise for many people, but Jordan is playing so good. But you know what? I'm thinking that if maybe there is an upset today, maybe it can be this series. And I'm going to tell you something. I got the feeling that Capoch didn't play his full potential because he was feeling, well, he was qualified pretty much when he did that. And he was probably thinking more in these quarterfinals. I don't know what they think about this.
Well, I think we already counted him out going into the tournament, right? Just look at the standings, how people rated him, how we saw him, and upset game day 1, upset day 2, looked pretty solid in the other days, is now in the top 8. I'm not counting it out anymore.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, Jordan's looked in great touch, but again, anything can happen. You know, he loves to play this very centered orthodox game, and maybe Capoch can throw a spanner in the works. We'll find out. Nearly, I want to ask you about our second match because this is the one that I've really got my eye on. Hera and MBL. We know that Hera is one of the most surgical, technical, and lightning fast players on the face of the earth. But MBL, he is a cat amongst the pigeons, and anything can happen when this bloke takes to the stage.
He's just crazy, right? He can surprise you with so many different things. The strategies are different, his play style is different. You even said he's kind of your favorite player now because he's just so incredibly entertaining.
Yep.
The question is though, are you winning games by being entertaining, or is it Hera's dominance that will come through?
Look, no matter what, we're getting our money's worth because we're going to have a good show, win, lose, or draw when it comes to MBL. I love watching that bloke play. You blokes will be at the desk here with me for those first 2 matches, but I'll be joined later on while you two are casting by Dave and T90, who are standing by in our caster booth, ready to go. Boys, I imagine that you are champing at the bit, can't get underway, can't wait to get underway. You'll be joining me in the analyst chamber for our back half of the day, the back 2 matches. Learie versus Tato opening those up. T90, your impressions here on particularly our defending champion Learie, who will be looking to claim his 3rd title this weekend.
It's very difficult to ever vote against Learie, especially after 4-0 so far this tournament. However, the way I was looking at it was that Tato almost beat him in the best of 3, and Tato's definitely going to have some more tricks up his sleeve. So Learie goes in there as the favorite, but Tato, one of the most creative players, is probably the most dangerous 8th seed we've ever seen in a Red Bull Wololo. Dave, what do you think about the set after that?
Well, I mean, Viper Doubt, right? We were talking about Doubt versus Tato. They're like brothers. Viper and Doubt are like brothers too.
Yep.
They're all part of that GL team. They get along so well. They share strategies. I looked it up, the lifetime series between them, 22-4 in favor of Viper. And the individual wins is somewhere in the hundreds. And that's just on Liquipedia. That's not even stuff that maybe hasn't been recorded there. So Viper, the clear favorite coming in here, but we saw it in Red Bull Wololo 3. We saw it against Tato. Doubt is a wild card. He's unpredictable, basically.
It's something that we're really drawing a fair few common elements throughout our entire quarterfinal series here. We've got Hera versus MBL. We've got, you know, the legend versus the wild card, the loose cannon. Learie versus Tato. We're expecting perhaps an upset from Tato potentially. Viper versus Doubt. Then again, a clear favourite, but someone who is known to be able to surprise people. So again, Dave, we really could see anything happen.
Yeah, I mean, the sets going in, they feel like they're predictable, but every single Empire Wars tournament we've had so far has felt predictable, and then there's been ridiculous surprises. Just remember Red Bull 3, and that's when Doubt won. It was craziness. That Saturday into the Sunday was 2 of the best Age of Empires days I've ever watched in my entire life, and we might be in for a repeat.
I wouldn't be surprised. Thanks very much, boys. I'll let you get ready and prepared for our first match. Of course, Capoch and Jordan coming up. And thanks to Tristan and Dave there standing by. They'll be bringing you the call for match number 1, I should say. Before we get underway, I want to remind you, of course, that it's not just the players that may walk away as winners this weekend. It's also you at home. That's right. We've got our prediction contest brought to you by AMD and Aegon by AOC here. This is a couple of incredible pieces of gaming hardware that could be yours. All you need to do is go to win.gs, that's wings, WAN.gs/RBW play. All the details are there. If you correctly predict the greatest number of matches across the entire series that we're seeing here, you could go home a winner. This could be a huge prize that could come your way. So get across at win.gs and slash RBW play, I should say. And you could be the lucky winner who snags that stuff there. I want to talk about the Red Bull Stats website as well. That's something that has been set up specially for this weekend. If you scan the QR code that's on the screen right now, that's going to take you to an incredible bevy of just pure, unadulterated data that has been hand harvested, the most succulent data for your enjoyment, my friends. It's going to bring you up to speed with all of the action that we've seen across Wololo so far. And if you want to dig deep into the stats and figure out the mathematical advantage that this player has on this map or this Civ has here or that, if you love numbers, can I tell you this? If you love numbers, we got numbers for you, my friends. Don't even worry about that. But that is that, my friends. We're going to get underway with our match here. Final thought from both of you as we head into Capoch versus Jordan. We know Jordan perhaps has his schnoz out in front here. Capoch may be the wild card member. As we head into this match, what are your final thoughts?
I mean, I say that maybe he can do the job. I still think that the favorite here is Jordan. Has been playing so great. He has been training with Neely and teammates during that week in Germany. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because in a best of 5, even the upset are more complicated.
Yeah, especially with this, like you're not going into any bands. It will get a bit wild. A quick fun fact that I want to say. Red Bull Wololo 5 quarterfinals actually look pretty similar to Red Bull Wololo 1 quarterfinals. 3 same quarterfinals, and the only different match is Capoch and Tato that didn't play there.
Oh, wow. There you go. History repeats itself. How about that? There we go. Yep. Well, my friends, we are just about ready to get stuck into our first series here as part of the quarterfinals at Red Bull Wololo 5. $100,000 on the line in a tournament that has been played in an actual, literal castle. It doesn't get much better than this, my friends. We're going to get stuck in here. Capoch versus Jordan coming up, and the two stalwart casters standing by, ready to bring you the call. Let's throw it over now to T90 and Dave.
All right, good to be here. Riley has used the word succulent.
Dude,
so
I was going to
many
bring that
times.
up too. Like succulent numbers.
I don't know if succulent and numbers.
He's wiggling his tongue at me now, and this is weird. So
Very
the players are going to be walking on here. The first set of the day is going to be a really interesting one as we see Capoch coming in. He's got a smile on his face, and I think he's ready. I was talking to him before, and he's feeling good going into this. He has some hidden strategies, that's for sure.
He was very much aware that regardless of win or lose in his 4th set in the Swiss stage that he was going to be through. He was going to be up against a hard opponent. And there is a look at that hard opponent. You have Jordan loving the limelight here. And man, Jordan is just such a player of preparation. Earlier I had someone with his headbuds in, listening to some peaceful music in the corner. I mean, he's going to be ready to go. And I'm ready to cast this one.
He's got like such natural energy. It's like animal magnetism with him, you know?
Yeah.
Like the smile, anyway, we won't talk about
how
amazing it gets a little weird after a while. Yeah, we're in the 5th day here and we're still talking about how amazing Jordan is. But Capoch is pretty amazing as well. I mentioned to him the other day that his draft may be a little bit predictable against Hera.
Okay.
And he just he looked at me and he's like, "Thank you, I know."
Smart.
So I think he might have something up his sleeve that he's been hiding from the players. We also asked him about preparation, practice. You know, how many games are you getting in? And he said, 2 or 3 a day. You don't want to burn out.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's true. I mean, especially he's mid-30s, so he can't just play 10 hours a day anymore. We're going to move on to the draft now. That this draft process is very different. This draft process is even more important. But if you've been following along, there were a lot of bans and whatnot. There's not going to be quite so many bans today, Dave. We will start off with the maps here first. Players are going to have their notebooks, but I expect to see the players' best strategies. No longer can you run from certain situations.
Why hide? Why hide in the quarterfinals? That's such a risk. Maybe if you're the favorite and you feel like a heavy favorite, then you hide some strategies. But if you're the underdog, that's not possible. And we see the first pick here from Jordan, and that's enclosed. Very interesting map. And then, winged, one of my very favorite Red Bull Wololo maps.
Now, this is going to come in pretty quick, so I think you're going to have to pay close attention to these graphics here, viewers. But we see enclosed, we see winged. See aftermath band, you can see the order of everything. Everything's gonna be a little bit different, so just pay attention to the spots, and you can also see the percentage of times picked and banned there. And these guys are ready, man. They're just picking right away.
Yeah. Okay, so Jordan goes for Acclivity. We saw him lose Acclivity against Learie.
Yeah.
With that amazing micro by Learie in that game. That was unreal. Land Madness now picked for Capoch. I did ask Learie, I said like, with that micro, when do you decide to move your crossbows if you know he has ballistics?
Yeah.
Now, the players are running on like 0 ping here because they're right beside each other. He said, when I hear the sound of the crossbows firing.
Okay.
You know how little time that is? It's like, and he's so close. He's not at max range either.
Yeah.
They're like 5 tiles away.
Ridiculous.
It's so fast, that guy.
Look at
Just
this.
nuts.
Both going down to write out the maps. Typically what happens, granted, everyone's going to have their own system, but typically what happens is you write down all the maps, and then you make a top 3, top 4 type list of civilizations good on those maps. And if you can actually get a situation where your top 4 for one map fits another map that's good, because there will be a snipe at the very end, you might want to double up on those types of civs. But we have a very big mix. We have Winged, which will have some water. We have Land Madness, which is pure land, very open. Enclosed, which is pure land, very closed. And then Acclivity is a little wonky. And then Runestones is game 1. So let's go back to something we just looked at prior to this, Dave. We looked at the previous times that these players have played each other.
Yeah, the matchup.
And there was only, exactly. And they've only played each other one single time.
Yeah.
It was not an Empire Wars.
They missed each other completely.
Yeah.
Like Jordan was a pro when Capoch was taking a break, and then they both came back at the same time. So we see Magyars for Jordan here, Aztecs for Capoch. We're going to see a lot of those really, really highly rated civs being played here in the next few days because we don't have all those bans that we had in the first few days. So Vikings coming in, very predictable civilizations.
Yep, both players will be bringing their best Age of Empires potential with the best civs, and only one civ will be sniped after this. And this process is even more important here. Of course, the stakes are higher. They're, of course, happy to be in the top 8, but I think both players will be shooting to go deeper. Capoch is he's no stranger to being seen as the underdog. He was the underdog in many of the sets that he won.
He's been the underdog since he's come back. When has he not been the underdog if he runs deep into a tournament?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Definitely not wrong, and he is a player who's constantly try-harding to play as good as possible, to win as strongly as possible, regardless of if it's a rated game or a tourney. And of course, here he's going to need all the stops. Jordan, he did lose to Learie, so it was 3-1. Perhaps not quite as impressive in the Swiss stage, but still, he's looked so good here, Dave.
Yeah, that Learie set reminded me of the Capoch set against Hera, where Jordan went in there and didn't really want to show much in strategies. Kind of figured, you know, I'm the underdog here, so I'm going to save that for later rounds if I end up matching up against him. We see the Cumans coming in, the Bulgarians, the Britons for Capoch, so really, really strong civs. Tatars, another good civ on Acclivity.
Look at that play right there.
Yeah.
86%.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It'll be fun to see some of these civilizations in action again. Like Cumans, I feel like we saw a lot in the first day, but we didn't see too much of.
Well, because people realized how busted they are, and they started banning it. That's why. So we see the Mayans coming in. Okay, 0% sniped on the Mayans.
Wow, yeah, the players were happy to let them.
They're not scared of it
play
anymore.
with it. I mean, I feel like they should be. I've seen Mayans still dominate, but with some of my conversations with the players, certain players really just don't feel as confident with the Mayans as they did in previous tournaments. And we have
Franks have been really successful. I think they're 100% win rate.
We don't have that data there, Dave. We just have the play rate.
I think I saw it. I think I saw it earlier this morning.
Well, I mean, what did Slam say? It's so easy to play Franks.
Yeah, it's his comfort zone. Berbers, again, they've succeeded.
And they also have been played very frequently.
Yep.
Shout out to the production crew for making this happen, by the way. It's really nice to be able to see
Every
this.
day there's something new.
Oh, yeah.
They're crazy.
Yeah, making it better for us, making it better for viewers, of course, in the process. Jordan has to think now. He went for Huns. He should get a final pick here. And he's looking at his list. Notice he's not looking at the board. This is a player who's prepared. He's trying to think which civilization would work based on this, and he's just going to say it out loud. I have no clue what he said, and he goes for Sicilians.
Sicilians, that's predictable. I mean, every GL set we've seen so far, except maybe Slam,
yep.
Sicilians have come into play. Actually, no, he did pick them on Enclosed, I believe.
I forget.
Did he? I can't remember.
Yeah,
So many
just
games.
say you're right. I'll just boost your
Yeah,
confidence. Say you're right.
Okay, Saracens. Those have been sniped a lot. I want to see the snipe percentage on this.
This is where
45% snipe for Saracens, which a lot of players don't even pick that civ.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be sniped anymore because there's no global bans at the start.
Yeah.
When you were seeing Saracens sniped, it was because Aztecs, Vikings, Magyars, all those civs were already out of the picture. So
I think
now
you
have to.
snipe Vikings here if you're Jordan. You have to. They're just, he saw it against Learie. If he's playing Tatars on Acclivity, you cannot give someone Vikings unless you think you're just that much better than Capoch.
The thing is, Capoch is an all-in player. Capoch likes to go all-in Eagles, all-in Knights. He doesn't necessarily play that Archer game. So I think maybe there's a chance that Jordan does not get rid of Vikings, but then again, he just died to it the other night.
I'm really surprised Capoch didn't pick Kawasan as his other map. Usually he just gravitates towards the water, but maybe that's what he was talking about the other day as we see Capoch sniping humans, no surprise there. Maybe that was what he was talking about when I said he was predictable.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, maybe I wanted to seem like I was predictable.
Okay, think about the strength of Magyars, the +1 attack on your scouts, the cheaper scouts.
Yeah.
That right there is enough to be afraid of it. The fact that it was picked first, and then because humans are there, Capoch decides to snipe that.
Vikings,
and
Vikings gone. Yep. Vikings are too good. They're just way too good.
But humans more dangerous than Magyars.
Yes.
That's at least what Capoch thinks. It's crazy.
Yes. Who cares if you get +1 attack if you can get +1 production building? Like, for free, basically. Yeah. You can get your upgrades easier. You can get units out on the field easier.
Too
like
much savings.
It's
too much.
It's too much.
To be able to save that many resources.
Yeah.
After making a stable is just insane.
Especially
and players are taking advantage of
with
it.
a map like Winged or a map like Land Madness that Capoch picked. Like the close maps, very early aggression. Maybe on Enclosed, maybe on Acclivity, humans fall off a little bit because their mid to late game isn't so strong. But their early game is just so devastating. I think that's the right ban. But Sicilians, you never know what you're going to get with Sicilians. You could play those on Wing too.
You know, we've seen a lot of Sicilians on Enclosed and what was the other one? Haboob.
Yep.
Haboob we saw it.
Haboob, they're 100% win rate.
Yeah, mainly due to Tato, I believe.
Well, I think they're 3-0 on Haboob.
Okay, that's nice. Winged, I think, would be similarly strong. I recall Tato again playing with Sicilians. I think Tato might just have a 100% win rate with the Sicilians, to be honest. I do recall a few games where Sicilians lost. I think it was more so on Enclosed. I think Slam tried it once or twice. But anyways, players preparing themselves for the first quarterfinal. Well, let's talk about Jordan here. Jordan, there's this phrase, Jordan is back. And it happened, and then he departed again, and then he was really back. And all the Jordan fans were like, Jordan's back, Jordan's back.
I think he is back now.
I think he is, yeah, I think he is.
I think we can say he's definitely back. Look at the focus, no smile either. That's how you know.
Yeah.
He's in it.
He's ready.
Look at him looking around.
Okay, we actually had a chance for an interview with Jordan, so we're going to send it to that as the players prepare for quarterfinal number 1.
Hey, I'm Marco Bloch. I'm also known as Jordan, and I'm playing Age of Empires. We are currently here in Heidelberg at the castle for the tournament for Red Bull 5, and I'm doing pretty well because everything is going good so far. It's just, for me, one of the best experiences I've ever been able to make, especially for Age of Empires. I've been to LANs before, but it's nothing compared to what I'm experiencing here, right? The people are super friendly, and you're just welcomed here, and yeah, it's just enjoyable. Obviously, there are certain strategies which have not been revealed yet. We'll pull off something, I'm pretty sure.
How many push-ups today?
It's not in the stat graphic.
Yeah, it should be. Speed.
I was expecting it, actually, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe if he feels like he's not energized, he'll pull out the push-ups.
Look at that. What's that experience thing? What?
What?
I guess experience in Red Bull Wololo events. I guess that makes sense.
All right, but I guess that's our job to clarify that, because that was awful.
I didn't see these categories when we were rating them.
I didn't get to add that. But anyways, Jordan does have some experience against Capoch. They did play earlier on this week, but of course, if he didn't play in those earlier Red Bull Wololos, it makes sense his experience is way down.
Look at his average win rate compared to his win rate compared to the average win rate on all those popular civs. It was right there with everyone's average. It tells you he's a fairly standard player.
Yep.
He won't beat you with any real tricks up his sleeve. He'll just beat you because he's better.
Yep, I agree with you. Yeah, Jordan able to do it all. You know, the only thing that Jordan may lack compared to some of the players that you might mention, like Learie, maybe Hera, maybe Doubt, is just like a standout characteristic.
Yeah.
He doesn't necessarily have that, but
It's
he
hard to
doesn't
guess.
need it. Yeah, he's just solid all around, and it stems back to his preparation. As you see what's left of the civilizations left behind, Jordan's wonderful banner. Dave, these players have only played, since Jordan's return, they've only played one best of 5 outside of this tournament. Of course, they played a best of 3 earlier. It was 3-2 for Jordan. That was with standard RM settings and a Hidden Cup qualifier.
But
That's
that was
crazy.
a long time ago, though.
Yeah,
and
6
both
months.
of them have gotten better, but I think Jordan's gotten better faster than Capoch has.
Sure, yeah. It's crazy to me, though, that like 2 names in the top 8 have only played 1 competitive set in a previous tournament. That is unheard
And they
of.
both have a great story. You know, Capoch obviously leaving the game, what was it, 2003, 2004?
Long
Something
time ago.
like that.
Long time
Going
ago.
to other RTSs, coming back, and we're going to get right into the game here. Game number 1 of this best of 5, our first quarterfinal here at Red Bull Wololo 5, bringing the action directly to you with, I think the map is Land Madness?
Runestones.
Runestones.
Should be, unless
Is
the
it
graphic
starting?
was
Are
wrong.
we always starting on Runestones?
I believe
here?
it's Runestones.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
should be Runestones. Yeah, it looks like they're about to hop in here. I'm ready for this. I think this is going to go to 4 games at least. Jordan does go in here as the heavy favorite. Capoch, no stranger to that. And here we go. Capoch looking a little perplexed as he looks at the map here, but certainly they're going to be looking around, getting things started. Not really sure what to expect here as far as Civs go. And here we go. Game number 1, best of 5. Pay attention, ladies and gents. Capoch, nobody thought he would be here. He is, and he is Britons. We have Jordan as the Mayans.
Yeah, definitely the upset of the tournament, I think. If you were to make a prediction bracket beforehand, I don't think many people would have had Capoch making it into the top 8. And people would have had someone like Vinchester moving through. But Capoch making a case for himself as we see the walls come down immediately for Jordan playing as the Mayans. And Capoch is sending a couple archers, that early aggression that we've seen, and likely will wall up behind this.
Also, double archer range. It's very common on Runestones to not see players go for double archer ranges. They'll just go for 1. You have the scouts fighting there, and Jordan's got to make sure he spots that hole.
He will. There's no way, right?
That's one you don't assume is going to be there. You see the wood line, he's going to check. Oh, yeah, you got it, Dave. He's going to plug that.
Dude, not sending your villagers out to check for a hole is like not checking for toilet paper in a public restroom. If it's not there, it's going to be really messy.
And we've all made that mistake before. Oh, God. Well, Dave bringing the excellent commentary as usual. I'm excited for this today, Dave. And of course, the final day tomorrow will be crazy. Notice that you have fletching in for both players now, but Jordan with a much more passive start was able to kill the eagle. And look at those 4 archers. He's either going to sneak across the map or just try and clear up his wood line, excuse me.
Yeah, and this is really great timing from Jordan. Like Capoch wasn't able to do any damage. He was expecting to delay him quite a bit with those 2 archers, maybe distract him a little bit, keep the army at home. And right now, Jordan has a potential to even move out and sneak behind Capoch's base.
Oh, that archer there getting a little caught out. Yeah, that's a little tricky. Spearman won't help too much, but you know, Capoch has made a lot of skirms, and he still has a really high food count. I'm liking the pressure Capoch is putting on.
Is there a hole up against the edge of the map there on the other side?
What did you say about always checking for toilet paper?
I think there is. No way. Well, we've seen this before. A couple situations in Red Bull Wololo 5 so far where there's a hole in a player's walls, but the other player never checks. Oh, he scouted it though. He scouted it and he's sending archers, he's sending skirmishers, and Jordan has no idea that hole is there. He thinks the wood line extends to the edge of the map, but Capoch, go in! Go in!
Go up!
Okay, he's looping around.
See. Yeah, well, you know, Jordan should be checking that, Dave. Jordan's going to use the market a little bit, something he did a lot in the earlier rounds. He does not have army back there. That could do some real damage, and Jordan's going to go forward right now.
Which is the correct play if you're fully walled.
Correct.
But now Capoch is going to show up. Jordan will either have to fight with villagers, which is difficult because there's too many archers in it. Look at how many units are coming here. This could be a disaster for Jordan.
Also, Jordan doesn't even know where Capoch is. He doesn't know if Capoch is fully walled, so he's just running forward, hoping for the best here. And Capoch is going to get through here. Jordan will lose access to berries. Jordan will lose access to that woodline. Jordan could lose so many vills here. He's actually doing the right thing. On the right side, he's going to run outside the walls, but on this side, damage control time.
That's actually such a good defense here. If he gets those villagers in and manages to house wall there without losing one, that could be really, really nice. He's already lost one at the back, but I think if you were to ask him, in terms of damage control, he'll take that.
Yeah, he will take that. He will of course, want to have avoided that mistake. And that's the big thing we talked about with Jordan.
He doesn't know where he is, look. He's just now finding Capoch's base, so his army that was going forward is in the north side of the map.
Capoch has got to be confused. He's got to be like, is he have an army out here or what? And Jordan could actually, he could get in here as well. He'll definitely not be threatened by that skirmisher. There's a hole there as well, Dave. Dude, this could be crazy. Look where that gold is for Capoch.
Yep.
If he gets pushed off that gold.
And Jordan sees it. He sees it with the eagle, so now Jordan's going to show. Oh, but if you're in Jordan's position, do you wait until you get to Castle Age?
No.
You just go right in. You have five or six archers up there? You just go right in?
I think you do because you do not want Capoch to send anything more to your base.
Okay.
If you're able to stop him from doing that, I think you're going to be a little more comfortable. And here he goes.
And no reaction for Capoch yet. Oh, no.
We got one villager down. Now, the one's very weak. Jordan was unable to finish him off, but just taking the Britain player off of gold means there will not be archer production. That's insane.
That's insane, and we see a tale of two worlds here. Like, Jordan was able to limit the damage, like I was saying, damage control in his base, and able to sneak in behind Capoch's base with his archers. Maybe, you know, Capoch should have prioritized the walling a little bit more once he couldn't identify where Jordan's main army was.
I really don't like how Jordan's trying to switch Eagle right now. I don't think that was ever part of his plan. I think that if he would have got Crossbow and Bodkin, those archers would be so much more effective right now. But he is still getting some kills. The TC for Capoch will go up, though. I think Jordan's army is going to be cleared up, and Capoch still has an army working on the front. And Capoch on the back as well. Of course, he runs in, and this is what I mean. This is what I mean. He doesn't even have the Eagle Warrior upgrade. Capoch could micro this down and take game number one.
And Jordan's trying to trap the army in. Jordan is trying to trap the army in, but the problem is, can you kill it?
He can't kill the army on the backside. He can't kill these crossbows, I think, at least. You know, you just never see Eagle Scout.
Yeah, he's not doing too bad. It's doing way better than I thought. Maybe it's because there's one skirm mixed in there. We're kind of misjudging this situation, but good on Jordan to complete that gate, prevent any more reinforcements from coming in. Capoch behind this, though, he knows how much damage he's done. He's adding a third TC.
So many players would over-micro this army, but Capoch was like, you know what? I'm a little older than these kids. Let me get some kills and kind of like doubt wood, and maybe we'll see from doubt later on. He's just going to continue
he's going to take another one there?
Hit another villager, and then he's on 3 TCs. And Jordan, not the position we expected him in at the start of the series.
Yeah, fantastic picks, too, from Capoch. While Jordan was busy in his base, he still had that army at the back, and Jordan kept sending villagers to try and build, and I think Capoch killed like 2 or 3 villagers.
And that switch into Eagles just felt so weird to me. And maybe he didn't feel like he had the food, and you don't need a ton of food to make Eagles, but
I mean, he feels behind, but at the same time, Tristan, it's Eagles.
Yeah, it's true. If you're ever going to have a unit to come back with, it would be the Eagles.
And it's Mayans as well.
Yeah. Tricky stuff there, Capoch, though. Amazing eco upgrades. And look at their faces. Capoch, he actually looks like he's like, he normally has that game face, but looks like he's a little happy right now.
The game face, I've been studying him. The game face only comes out when he's winning. Or when he's making a comeback.
Well, he's winning right now.
I know, yeah, but like this is early game. It's the comeback situations the game face comes out. It's terrifying, and if you're a Capoch fan, you love to see it because it means we're in for an epic game.
Oh, I love it. Well, right now, Jordan just hoping for a miracle. 20 villagers behind. The worst possible start that could have happened for him here. Yeah. And Capoch, the best possible start. And both players did make mistakes. Both players let armies in. I just think Capoch has had better early game Castle Age play, and I also think his units, at least so far, have been the stronger units.
I just love how he's holding him into his base. Jordan now going for a second TC at the back. Capoch with a decent farming eco so far, 19 farms behind this. He's going to be able to sustain the 3 TC production. And 24 on gold, maybe needs to balance that out a little bit, but other than that, he's looking pretty good. Be very careful with this army, though. You take a bad engagement, and suddenly the Eagles are applying pressure to your base rather than you applying pressure to Jordan.
Normally, I think a switch to longswords is very difficult in
Jordan's
a
going
close
forward.
game, but I feel as though maybe there's a chance, as those eagles are roaming around for Jordan, that you could start to get more on food if you're Capoch.
Yep.
Think about the longsword upgrade, because when you're ahead by 20 vills, you just need to defend yourself pretty much.
Yeah, and you get supplies, so
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
afford it.
Yep.
There's a villager coming forward for Jordan. He's lucky that Capoch didn't see that. He's likely going to put a siege workshop and start pressuring Capoch's base. It would be funny if Jordan just goes completely around that front TC that's so far forward and just attacks Capoch's base.
I think Jordan, though, he's kind of has the wrong approach here. Getting the second TC up, I think has just wasted too much time here. It's a big investment. He needs to prioritize military. He probably doesn't realize how far behind he is right now, Dave.
I think he knows, though. Well, actually, he probably thinks Capoch was on 2 TCs for a while, not 3 TCs.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he thinks he's ahead behind by 15 vills.
I don't think he would predict 30 villagers behind.
No, I don't think so. Now, Capoch, though, taking a risk moving out with a unit that is slower than Eagles. We'll see what his micro looks like. Obviously, he'll be making a lot more behind this state, but this is the chance for Jordan. If Jordan can clear this, then maybe Jordan can drop a castle behind some pressure, but...
I think he should be able to. There's quite a few weak crossbows in there, and range units, once you pick off 1 or 2, suddenly the whole group itself becomes way less effective, and then we see it all the time, right? It goes from 20 to 18, and then suddenly it's just 1 crossbow left and no eagles are dying.
Looking pretty good for Capoch as he backs away, and then he just runs forward to chase this down again. And there's the siege workshop for Jordan, but I'm left asking, like, what is siege going to do against Britain crossbows in the first place that have 8 range? What is siege going to do against longswords that will have full armor?
Yeah, longswords are going to be the killer here for Jordan. And usually when you're fighting eagles against longswords, you have the mobility. You can just run around them, but Capoch has enough military on the field now that he can really press the issue. He's going to stone, so he wants to follow up his push, likely with a forward castle, or maybe even one defensively. But Capoch can force the fights with the eagles, with the crossbow mass he has, and with the long swords that he's about to have.
I think you'd normally make an argument for ballistics, but Capoch is so far ahead it's not necessary.
Yeah.
Let's see what damage control he can do here. He should be able to house wall this out. House wall there, good stuff. This is giving him time for the long swords, Dave, and still maintaining a 30 villager lead right now. Jordan is desperate to do damage.
Yeah, that's insane. If there's any civ, though, if there's one civ in the game.
There's a hole, and Capoch is not paying attention right there. Exactly what is happening, Capoch. Capoch surely is going to be able to notice that. The Eagles are in, Dave. This is getting a little messy right now.
Yeah, and Capoch clearly not paying attention to the front as he was trying to deal with that hole at the back. But this is what I was talking about, Tristan. He can force the fights. Eagles can usually run around the longswords, but Capoch can force the fights by pressuring that front Golden Jordan's base. And Capoch now facing some troubles of his own as the Eagles come in. Luckily, he does have long swords, but not quite enough yet to fight off this pressure.
He's hopping in and out of the town center. I think he accidentally garrisoned some long swords in the process, but long swords are really strong here. So I think with the TC having Vodkanero, with the long swords coming out, I think this is going to be a clear for Capoch. And Capoch wins game number 1.
Unexpected result, for sure.
Unexpected result, just like every single time Capoch has played in this tournament. The legend who returned to the game a year ago is back even more than Jordan so far.
Yeah, we got ourselves a series here.
Yeah, we do.
We have ourselves a set as Capoch, I mean, capitalizing on that hole at the back of Jordan's base, and Jordan with an excellent defense early, but then it got a little bit sloppy as he went for the counter raids against Capoch, and he could never pull it out. Credit to Capoch as well for adding 2 TCs behind that.
Yep.
He knew exactly how much damage he did, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, he's ahead by 30 villagers. Unbelievable.
I can imagine a few people in different time zones who maybe just got out of bed. Dave saw that and said, you know what? I don't need coffee anymore. I have my energy.
Yeah.
I have my energy. We're ready to go. I don't need coffee. I don't need Red Bull. I don't need any caffeine. These games are going to keep me going all day today, and hope you guys are ready for that. Jordan, I think I don't know, he's looking at right now. Is he watching the rec? He was looking at something. It looked like he might have been watching their recording game.
He was probably, well, he looked focused. He's probably looking at his own reflection. He just shuts the monitor off, just the reflection. He's like, yeah, you're looking good today.
Well, we don't exactly know, but I think the real important thing is, and maybe Jordan's got the mindset where it doesn't stay in his head, but I think it's important to just forget about game 1. Move on to game 2. Look at your civs. There he goes. Load up the game. Get ready and prepare for a rebound here. Still think Jordan will be in a fine spot, but that is not what you expect from Jordan, having holes in walls.
No, especially on a map like Runestones,
Yeah.
a standard map. If there's any map you would expect Capoch to be winning, it would be the hybrid maps. It would be something a little bit weirder that Jordan's not really used to. But with Runestones, like that was a really standard matchup, Mayans versus Britons.
Look at that reaction from Capoch,
I love to see it. Love to see it.
I think I want to see more of it. I want to see players jump up and down. I want to
Yeah.
see players yell as we
Yeah.
get forward. And there's nothing wrong with that. Imagine
I want to see players grab their banner and stab the other person.
Oh, man. On an unrelated note, Dave will no longer be able to cast with me for the remainder of the weekend, so I'll be casting solo. Dave, sorry, you're kicked out.
Hey, man, I don't know.
Sometimes you confuse the game in real life, you know, it's just real tricky.
Yeah, it's hard. You know, everything here is so grand. It's like we're on a movie set. I just assume that we can.
We can say that?
Do we have a special effects guy? Can we get that? Can we get that video segment?
No, I'm sure they'll be working. Capoch ready for game number 2 now. And this is going to be a long day here. Of course, they're going to want to get started when they are ready. But ladies and gents, we should be ready soon. I do not believe, granted, I'm not an admin, so I could be wrong on this, but I don't believe that they really have the freedom to just get up and walk out in between games. I think they have to stay put and get ready for that game.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the civs and I'd love to see the maps again, if we could. That should be on our fancy overlay as we see the players.
Look at that
and see
fridge.
the stage.
That's a good looking fridge.
Looks good. Is that Jordan right now or Jordan after he lost? Okay.
That doesn't answer the question,
That
Jordan.
doesn't. No, I think camera guy's
That
like,
doesn't
hey.
help us.
Camera guy's like, hey, look here, please. I think he's waiting, actually. I think that's the reaction. I think he's like, Capoch, let's go. 14, start the game already. Yeah, I think they're in the lobby right now. It's probably a good luck, have fun there. Capoch settling in. I think the first home map for Capoch was Winged, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was.
I think it's Winged.
Winged and Land Madness were his two home maps.
But we're not going to go to Capoch's home map because
Nope.
Jordan
We're going to
lost.
Jordan's home map, which was Acclivity and
Enclosed.
Enclosed, yeah.
I think he should go for Enclosed, honestly, just to maybe to have a smoother early game because Capoch was more aggressive there.
Okay, guys, we're about to go into Jordan's home map. We can see the civs and the maps. What do you pick here on Enclosed? Do you go, I think Sicilians is for Winged.
Yeah, that's
I think
tricky.
Tatars is for Acclivity. So maybe, I mean, Magyars is good on any map.
Yeah, this is tricky. Like, I think Lands Madness, you want Magyars or Huns. Winged, you want Magyars or Sicilians. Like, this is what I said about the drafting when there's not a lot of bans. I think it's important to not necessarily have your mind set up right now where you use the civs.
Yep.
But the thing about Jordan's civs is they're not all like powerhouse late game civs if it goes to Enclosed. So I think he's going to have to play it aggressive. And it is Enclosed, and we have Ethiopians versus Saracens, and they are, I have to see this again, but I think they're a lot closer together than some of the generations
very
we've
close
seen.
together. They are very, very close together. The couple other matches we saw, we've seen them on exact opposite ends of that wood line.
Yeah.
But now they're in the same third.
Look at the market use already, Dave. This is Saracens for you.
Yeah.
Make the cheap market, sell your stone, buy some food.
And this is why players don't want to play against them.
It's tricky.
Because they can get up to Castle Age so quickly with that market, or they can just go for a standard player and they're not a terrible civilization.
Capoch didn't know how close they were, and neither did Jordan until they looped the whole way around. If you look at their scouts, look at the direction
they both went the wrong way.
Yeah. But they both will know where the golds are right now, and I think this is a little worse of a map gen for Capoch just because his gold is so far forward and he depends on that, whereas Jordan's berries are the forward resource. But I mean, you've got to defend it, right, Dave? And we see archers for both.
I mean, Jordan's gold still isn't in his base. It's always spawns outside of that little path or road terrain or whatever you'll call it. But definitely Capoch's is closer to Jordan, so that might be a threat. And Jordan coming forward right away with a couple archers. He's going to see the scout, and Capoch is going to have that information. He's going to know this is heading towards his gold.
Wait a
He'll
second.
need to prepare something.
He's preparing something very different here, Dave. He's not
He's
going
not
to
going
Castle
Castle
Age.
Age. He's
He's
going
getting
scouts.
scale barding and double stable?
Double stable.
What? Oh yeah, we don't want to be too loud. It's a big castle, but apparently when we scream, they hear something. So, oh man, this is interesting. So Jordan expecting Capoch to go Castle Age because that's what's happened every other time with Saracens.
Yep.
So it's a correct prediction here.
And he sees the archers, which is just going to reinforce that idea.
Exactly, but they don't have fletching yet. That would be confusing. Actually, no, it wouldn't be confusing. I think that would be standard.
Yeah, you're still waiting for the food as you go up to the Castle Age, yeah. But Capoch is going to have scouts. He's going to have archers. Jordan is on the way to the Castle Age. Jordan does have a market of his own, so...
Oh, Jordan losing an archer, though. Ooh. If the scouts come in, I'm really surprised by this. I still feel like this is poor strategy, but if the scouts come in, this could be a problem. Wait, look at Jordan's scout for a moment, Mapu. If we could just look at Jordan's scout. Now, if he is following the scout from Capoch, I don't know if he'd normally look for it.
Do you check against Saracens?
You normally wouldn't, but if like Capoch turns around to take a fight, you might check. So maybe that's why Capoch isn't fighting it. But he's walling it up.
Stuff.
Walling it up makes me think that he checked, Dave, because he would not wall his gold against archers.
I told you Capoch would come with some prepared strategies.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know if it's good yet because he hasn't done damage with them.
If you ever take the player off that gold on the outside,
they're in big trouble.
They're in really big trouble, but look at the amount of archers Jordan has now, and he has 3 spearmen now, too.
It'll be pikemen in 25 seconds. That is a bonus of having Ethiopians
This isn't going to do anything.
I just think it's a waste.
I think this is, I think this is a complete waste from Capoch. I like the idea behind the strategy, and we'll see what happens here, but those are going to be pikemen soon, like you mentioned. The archers can consistently run away, and Jordan right now just needs to get rid of the range units from Capoch so they can't hit his villagers on the gold.
Honestly, Jordan's micro was not the greatest there.
He's still going to clear it up.
He's still going to be okay. I believe he didn't click crossbow yet, Dave. So he could take some losses here. Still, he's fighting with few late units.
He's not microing down those scouts, okay? There's 1.
This is really good for Capoch right now. Look, he's on the gold as well, so he's able to hit some
2.
villagers.
Okay, the scouts are all dead.
The problem is Capoch hasn't clicked up yet, so he's got to go all in here.
Yeah.
But can he kill enough villagers to justify it? He's killed 1. I don't know if he's going to be able to kill more than that.
Jordan's been a little bit sloppy on losing the pikemen for free.
Yeah.
He's lost, I think, 4 of the pikemen or spearmen or whatever they were earlier to the archers. And as soon as he clears up those archers, this rush basically has no threat whatsoever because he can always make more pikemen to deal with the scouts or make a quick gate like that. Really, really good stuff from Jordan to prevent those scouts from coming in. I believe there is one in his economy, but he should be able to deal with it. And now he's got a decent amount of archers as we see Capoch just sell everything.
Saracens are so stupid, man. He had 100 foot. Whoa! He's found some villagers back here. Remember, he already killed 1. Jordan can't take stone. Jordan doesn't have the best of eco upgrades. It's just that Jordan's in Castle Age.
Why is he sending the pikes to deal with the archers?
I think Jordan wants to get a counterattack in, and that could do damage, but he also could lose access to his gold.
Yeah, he could. Although once he gets 2 crossbows, I think he can deal with this. But once again, losing the pikemen, you got to keep the pikemen at home, I think, because that's the danger for the scouts.
Oh, is there a tower here for Capoch? That's the big question. I believe there is because he has 75 stones.
He's trying to rush it down.
He's trying to rush it down.
Oh, he could lose so much here.
I think he will lose villagers, but I think he's going to end up getting the tower up. And Jordan, if he moves along with the crossbows, could run into more scout. No, Jordan's good. Jordan killed 5. Well, no, on the other side, villagers went down. It's actually a very even eco KD.
Very, very even, but remember, Capoch is going to be up to the Castle Age.
Way later.
So Jordan, during that idle TC time for Capoch, Jordan will be creating villagers. We see the scouts trying to kill more villagers. That woman is going to die. No, she'll get into the TC, and Jordan now with a successful defense with pikemen. There's no more archers at his base. He still has crossbows at Capoch's base. It was a risk with the Saracens to go with a push like that.
Yep.
I don't think at the end of the day the risk is paid off.
Don't think so yet either. Of course, you need to rely heavily on gold with Saracens. I think that's the... Doink! She's dead. Nice shot from Capoch. That was the same villager from earlier. And Jordan, I think, has struggled with this pressure, Dave, but he is in the lead.
He is in the lead, and I think he'll be very happy with this.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, what do you do from this position, right? Do you boom behind? Do you keep making military? Do you go on stone in anticipation of a forward castle? Like, how do you punish Capoch for not having access to his gold and for being so late to the Castle Age?
This is going to seem weird, but I actually think it makes a lot of sense for Jordan to add a stable.
Okay.
Assuming he gets the food eco, he's still trying to hunt down these weak villagers. Look at Capoch.
Capoch has no access to gold either.
Well, he does. In the south, he's got a few villagers there.
Okay, okay.
But I think what Capoch will probably do here is go siege. So if Capoch goes siege and you have a few knights, even though Ethiopian knights are the strongest, then you're kind of ahead of the game there. Jordan just with full control, and I think he could boom as well, Dave. Just add
He's
TCs.
making a TC down there.
Capoch
is going with a TC rather than siege right away.
You know, that's actually tricky. If he goes siege defense and then goes for 2 TCs, maybe he could catch up with villagers. Jordan is not on a second TC yet. What is that yellow thing?
It's one archer.
What? And there's a villager there.
Oh.
No way, Capoch.
Does he get her?
Oh,
no.
Jordan microed them. That was such a slick play from both players. I love it.
Okay, the archers, or sorry, crossbows trying to get in. Capoch building up knights, but still no +2 upgrade there.
Still no siege. That's so weird to me.
Still only 8 on farms. I mean, you can kind of get away with it with the Saracens. We see them constantly buying and selling resources, but that only lasts for so long.
Yeah. Yeah, I really do not like the fact he didn't add a workshop. It just it seems like a good choice. And
right on it. Jordan is looking for that gold.
And chain barding, I mean, chain barding is very strong. And since Jordan has a bunch of different groups right now, the knights could actually work. But look at all the farms that are idle right now for Capoch. He is heavily relying on that market.
Jordan's searching. He knows there's probably villagers somewhere around here. He knows that can't be Capoch's only economy.
Look at that. Look at he's paranoid right now.
Yeah.
He hasn't seen Capoch come out with anything, and he's watched one too many MBL games. So he's like, is there a sneak villager here? And here come the knights. Fighting before chain barding, I don't like that.
+2. I mean,
Good micro,
it's
though.
4 seconds though.
Yeah, good
It's
micro.
4 seconds, so they're gonna get the +2. Jordan's gonna back up. Probably all of those crossbows, or most of those crossbows, will die. Unfortunately for Capoch, if he's going solo knights, Jordan gets free pikemen.
Yeah. Where's the siege? I mean, at this point, Capoch should add the siege, I believe. Scorpions would work wonders here against the knights and the pikemen. Also, are you a little surprised to see that Jordan doesn't have a second town center yet?
I think it might be the correct play, just because you're pinning him in here.
Okay.
And now that you have vision on that second TC, you can constantly idle that.
Yeah. Also, there it is. So he was just waiting for the stone. I mean, 33 military versus 6 right now, but the Vil count still tells me Capoch is in this. And the eco upgrades as well. He's actually slightly ahead there, but great job from Jordan. Just keeping the Saracen player off of gold. Probably the best thing you can do.
For Jordan. You see what he's doing on the right-hand side? Outposts everywhere.
Ooh, I like that.
He knows the key to this game is keeping Capoch in that one little area.
Yep. Yeah, this is the first time it gets a little tricky for Jordan, though, because he's got small groups split up everywhere. So these +2 knights come over here. They'll deal with these crossbows. Capoch is back on gold. And Capoch also has the siege. So I think Jordan will need something else. Only 2 TCs for Jordan, Dave. Jordan will need more than just crossbow pikemen.
Yeah, he sees the siege workshop. Got to be nervous about that a little bit. Still on stone, but only 3 villagers, so no castle in sight pretty soon, maybe in the future. Do you, in Jordan's position, do you start thinking about Imperial?
Learie would. I think Learie would go 2 TC Imp, but I think with Jordan's style, he has to go 3. Yeah, he's going to add it there.
In the back.
But dude, look at Capoch, man. He has recovered big time. And actually, I'm curious. Oh,
Look,
Jordan
he's
can't
hugging,
see that!
He's hugging the tree line there with his
Oh my
knights.
God. Can you imagine if that makes a difference here? Of course, Capoch doesn't know there's a villager making outposts, but if that TC were to be denied, Capoch is already close to gaining the Vil lead. That would even change things even more.
Yeah, and he's going to see these knights coming in. Whether he notices it, though, is a different question.
Yep.
Will he quick wall those villagers? Will he send a force over there? He does both of those things as the crossbows come over, and the knights won't be able to find any damage. Capoch building a 3rd TC of his own. The Vil count is fairly even here, but I think Jordan, just the unit composition that he has, is much more scalable than Capoch.
I agree. Yeah, early Imperial Age, it's going to be tough for Capoch to be able to deal with Arbalest. But that's why you have Castle Age. That's why you have late Castle Age, and Capoch will probably start to put his foot on the gas here. Just microing to take out the outpost there. That's kind of funny. And I'm waiting for Capoch to push forward. The thing with Jordan, he's had tons of military, but it's been split up.
Yep.
We're not seeing a real group.
That looks like a big army. There we go.
Yeah, that's solid, but what's inside the siege workshop? That's going to counter that entire army.
2 mangonels, 2 scorpions. If he pops those out at the right time, maybe a little bit too early there.
Yeah.
Anticipating Jordan heading in towards his base, and Jordan is forced to go back. He got vision on that, and he noped right out of there. This villager has made her way all the way around the map.
What's up,
Very
Samantha?
industrious villager here.
Yeah, she's off and she's scouting. A nice little fight there for Capoch. Capoch still with the knights. They're weak, but That killed that army, and oh, no way! And Jordan with the micro, he splits against one mango.
2 scorpions too.
Wow, and then he's gonna be able to push this back, I think, Dave. That was incredible from Jordan, though he does have to be careful. The Scorpion's mangonel composition is gonna counter him in many ways if they're getting shots in.
I really like that stable you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
If you're in Jordan's position.
Yep.
Just a couple knights. Or maybe even you think about monks now because he's going into knights.
Yeah, look at the value these knights are getting now. Capoch is even pulling the weak knights back to go heal them. Granted, he will have some monks now, but I'm still really surprised that Jordan has stayed on crossbow pikeman tech. That's all he's creating. He didn't even make his own seat. He's making a ram. That's got to be a misclick for him.
Barracks now?
He made a defensive ram. He clearly is misjudging the situation. I think that he believes he's further ahead than he is right now.
Yeah.
And Capoch is keeping himself in this one.
I just love that one villager.
Is her name
He's going to
Samantha?
have, dude, it's going to be playing on all visible for Jordan. He's going to have vision on every single thing that Capoch has, and Ethiopians get the extra vision on their outposts.
Do they?
I think they do.
What?
Do they not?
Byzantines do, because they get Town Watch for free and then Town Patrol, but I never heard about...
Dude, do you cast this game
No,
or no?
I gotta look at chat here. It's a bad sign if I have to fall back to Twitch chat, but that's a new one for me, Dave.
Yeah, they do.
What?
They don't. They do. +3.
Okay, whatever. I will.
Well, there's another one over here. You don't think that this looks bigger than normal for the line of sight? She's getting converted. That's terrible.
Okay, she's converted. Yep, and she's gonna die. That's even more terrible.
Look
okay,
at this.
That is
like
a lot of vision.
This is like a satellite image.
That is a lot of vision. Okay, maybe you're right. I believe you. Okay. Anyways, this is the time for Capoch to fight. His army is so much stronger. And if you make pikemen, the pikemen are going to die to the siege as well. I think Jordan's composition is truly horrible. He's going to need stellar micro, and he isn't even heavily on stone to be able to make a defensive castle.
Capoch has the stone for a forward castle, if he wants to. And this army should be moving around if you're Jordan. I think he's kind of unsure on what he wants to do right now.
He's terrified. He can see all that siege.
Yeah.
He can see the villagers coming forward. Those crossbows will get cleared most likely. Jordan's backing away, dude.
That's such an intimidating army.
And then his vision will disappear on this.
That's such an intimidating army for Capoch, and we're about to have a huge fight here. Jordan goes forward with one mangonel, trying to get some picks, gets the Scorpion, which is great, gets another Scorpion and weakens the other 2 siege units. So hero mangonel there for Jordan. He does have a ton of crossbows behind. I think it's going to be really difficult, even with all we talked about, really difficult for Capoch to take this fight.
Well, the thing is, he needed more, the Scorpions.
Great micro.
The Scorpions being out of the picture now is kind of a problem for him. He's not getting a lot of hits in on the pikes, so the Knights are disappearing, and Jordan with 50 military. Let's see if he can keep it that way. Split micros away. The pikemen did a lot of damage there, Dave.
This is terrifying. You're one or two shots away from losing your entire military.
Oh, man.
But I think the micro has been on point. He's had a couple great splits so far, and he's going to be able to clear up the Knights, and without the Knights, the siege is extremely exposed.
What did we say about how the siege would counter everything?
No, you said that.
Okay. Okay, that was a decent shot. We'll get another decent shot in here on Jordan's crossbows. Jordan's got to be careful here still. There could be more siege coming out here. Jordan with confidence, though, realizing that he has the units to lose, and we'll see 1-for-1 with the mangoes. No, we won't. Yes, we will.
Really good stuff. And that castle I think that castle should be denied.
He's throwing his crossbows.
He's attacking it, though. He misclicked the castle, Jordan!
If there's a mangonel coming out of that siege workshop, he could lose it. He could lose this position. The castle will go up for Capoch. I think Capoch will get a shot and back away. But Dave, it's 94 villagers versus 97. Jordan still has a lot of military. There's the ram. What the? The ram just came the whole way across the map. Okay,
and
anyways.
Capoch sending villagers to the right, but I mean, we talked about the things Jordan should be doing. One of the things that he's done that's excellent is the outposts. He knows exactly where Capoch is, what he's teching into, what he's planning at all times.
Also, what really sucks for Capoch is that he's playing Knights with a Civ that doesn't get Cavalier.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he could maybe go for Hussar or something, but
Jordan's up
it's going to be a little tricky. And Jordan,
this changes everything.
He actually sold a lot of resources to buy Imp, and
look, sold 100 wood for 14 gold, 14 gold, 14 gold. Capoch ruined that market.
Yeah, and Capoch is now going to buy wood. and it's very cheap to do so. And oh, those knights come in and getting value,
Raids
Dave.
are getting good value, and Capoch now ahead on villagers, 105 to 94, but Jordan is on the way to Imperial Age, and Jordan has 9 on stone, so he's thinking about a castle of his own, potentially get some trebs out, and then have the Arbalest behind with Ethiopians. That's so deadly.
I think the proper way to do this, just forget about the right side if you're Jordan. You have to give up that side because you don't have a mobile civ. So drop a castle forward on the left.
Yeah.
And then push with the arbs and the siege, like you said.
And there's a castle on the right for Capoch.
Yeah,
he's trying to lock things down.
Yeah, and I think that's how Capoch should play it. He should try and use both sides because he has more mobility as a civ.
Well, Jordan knows that.
Yeah, he does.
He sees everything.
That's a good fight there for Capoch, but Capoch now has to leave the fight. Maybe it wasn't so good, but I do like how finally we saw the knights utilize their mobility there.
Yeah, and Capoch is doing that really, really well. He's buying himself some time to get that castle down on the right. He's got the castle down on the left, so he's feeling a little bit more comfortable. Now killing the outpost with the castle. Good raids coming in here from Capoch, keeping all that army from Jordan at home.
And yeah, and it's also on the right side of home, so Jordan's got to loop everything back over here.
Okay, workshop, so he's going bombard cannon.
Did no one ever make outposts with the Ethiopians before?
No, they did.
This is like incredibly obvious.
Yeah.
I don't know how I didn't know this.
I don't know how you didn't know it either.
I'm going to blame Learie for that. He
You made me doubt myself too when
also,
you said
ram,
no, they didn't.
Well, I'm making you stronger, Dave, that's all. But that ram is still over there. It'd be kind of interesting to see Jordan use that, but we'll keep you updated on the important bits of information.
Chemistry immediately.
Skirmisher for Capoch, though.
Yeah, skirmisher for Capoch. Chemistry immediately for Jordan, so he's going into bombard cannon. We have a Mamluk over here. I think that's more just because he has the castle over in that position. But you have to wonder now, what else are you taking into? Skirmisher and what with Saracens?
I think I like Skirmisher Hussar. Ethiopians that really struggle against full trash.
And he's just going to go for the raids.
Yeah.
Which means that Jordan needs to start thinking about a castle of his own, maybe on the right-hand side once he gets the first one down. Maybe some defensive buildings, more barracks or something to defend against those raids coming in.
I think it's really important Capoch doesn't get ahead of himself here. He's making another castle, but as long as, like, that will bother me as long as, if he runs out of stone. It looks like he has 15 on stone, so he can still repair, but if you're going to hold the position, you will need to prep the stone for repairs. Bombard cannons are going to be coming in from Jordan, and Jordan has such a big ball of archers.
Look at the wood he has in the bank.
Yeah.
He has it, but even if you sell it at the market, you're selling it for like, what, 20 gold? If Capoch bought some wood?
He just sold some stone there, though. That's interesting. He sold 300 stone, if that's accurate. So maybe he feels like he's a little constricted in terms of getting the other golds right now.
I'd also love to see him sit one crossbow or arbalest on that wood line.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Capoch has already abandoned it, but just in case he wants to come back there, the knights, Capoch has done some really good damage with them.
What a set, Dave. What a set. So many people were
Look at that again!
So many people were thinking, as many have thought this week, Capoch is just going to get rolled, and Capoch is up right now. Jordan with 195 pop looking to respond. The Knights are into this gold as well. Look at the build difference right now.
He's done such a good job.
This is crazy.
With low numbers of Knights.
Yeah.
Such a good job, and you just get the feeling that, like, if on an open map where there's so many places to fight, Ethiopians really struggle.
They do.
They don't have that mobility.
Yeah, so Jordan's got to force the issue here, and here he comes to force the issue. Now, those skirmishers are going to have decent upgrades. They're not fully upgraded yet. I think there's plenty of potential for Jordan. Capoch needs to get repaired villagers to that castle.
Yep. And Jordan just needs bombard cannon numbers. I think you max out, probably you make like 5 or 6 bombard cannons, and then you tech into something else. They're just so expensive.
Capoch is really far behind in upgrades. He still doesn't have chemistry, so he can't make his own bombard cannons. He still doesn't have the 3rd armor upgrade. The 2nd armor upgrade is 5 seconds
And there's
away.
finally a castle for Jordan. Finally a castle. We've been waiting for that for how long?
This is the ultimate death ball for Jordan. This is how he needs to win the game. I think he should forget about the other side of the map. It's all about this right here. And that castle's going to help things, and he's continuing to make bombard cannons. Jordan is doing everything right, but Capoch has the potential to trade against Jordan and push back.
Yeah, he's got a huge army. He's got 46 Ethiopian arbalists, which fire faster if anyone isn't familiar with the civilization. Still, though, he's been tossing away units here or there when he's distracted. There's a castle foundation over there from Capoch. Jordan will see it with that outpost.
Yeah. I really don't like that castle. I think you should place the castle more towards where that outpost is. Like right where they are right now. I think that's a better castle, Dave.
Jordan just got so much gold. He sold a ton of food, and I guess Capoch was buying food.
Oh,
He's going to repair the bombard cannon.
That was sick. That was sick. 225 wood, 225 gold.
And deny this castle. Capoch needs to go back. He's going to fall back to his other castle position. The castle at his main gold, or what used to be his main gold, will most likely fall soon. He also has the bombard cannons to potentially counter the skirmishers, as we see some decent shots there.
Can you justify Torsen engines in this position if you're Jordan? I feel like it'd be really
I think
strong.
you can.
Yeah.
I think you can, yeah.
He doesn't really have the gold, but I think if he just stopped producing for a little bit, he could do it. Also, why are there no bombard cannons for Capoch? I think he needs bombard cannons.
Well, I think he needs food, basically, and he's been buying food from the market, and he's trying to get the Hussar as a huge shot comes in on the skirmishers.
Oh, and he didn't get the bombard cannon either. What a disaster. What a disaster. That was on like 3 HP. And at what cost, Dave? The population's high for Capoch, but his Vil count is too high.
Do you see Jordan microing this one? Okay, well, it's dead now. He was going back and forth with it, dodging the arrows.
Yeah, it was impressive. Finally, he lost one. I mean, Capoch will take that. Capoch hoping to go Hussar. I mean, if he has enough upgrades and enough Hussars, Skirm Hussar can beat Ethiopians. How much stone has he put into repairing this freaking castle, though?
Crazy amounts.
Yeah, and he still has crazy amounts in the bank.
Well, he's got 27 on stone.
Yeah. I mean, how many stables is he producing out of? Doesn't look like it. Maybe 3, not enough. He doesn't have many skirms anymore, Dave.
It's really hard with the Saracens, I think, to make a tech switch.
Jordan's got to be careful here. This is not the first time he's run into the castle. This is
oh,
Jordan!
Wow, Jordan! He's getting so aggressive, trying to kill those skirmishers.
No.
He's going to lose 2 bomber cannons.
No way!
He lost so many arbalists there. Oh, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. If there's ever a situation Capoch can come back, it's this one. If he gets the Hussars out, if he starts raiding, if Jordan doesn't take that castle down on the left, Capoch is fully committed to saving that, and Jordan is fully committed to taking it down.
Here come the Hussars' full armor upgrades. I think they're just going to try and pass, though. I don't think that's ideal. He also doesn't have an ideal number of skirmishers because he had 30 or 40 before. He's looking at 17 right now, but will Jordan be able to take that castle out? I can't help but feel like, yes, he will.
There we go.
And the Treb addition was huge there, Dave.
Yeah, the Trebs do more damage to the castle than the bombard cannons, and it attacks from a little bit farther range, so more difficult to take out. Jordan now pushing in. I think Capoch maybe had to allocate even a few more villagers to saving that castle, because he's going to have to make a new one behind to defend himself. I think your win condition for Capoch is stall as long as possible, repairing that castle, get the Hussars coming from the other side, and now Jordan locking down that right side with a castle of his own.
And Jordan, again, needs to be careful. He lost 1 bombard cannon already. He could
Going
lose
deep
another one to
again.
the tower. The tower could take out the next one. I don't know how weak it is.
Oh, that castle. It goes up and it goes down.
Not quite a doubt castle, though, so I guess that's worth it. Dave, the problem for Capoch is the overboom, and he's not able to put all those resources into his military. I'm really surprised he didn't make bombard cannons. He has the wood, he has the gold, but is it too late for him? Jordan, even though it's been a little sloppy, is going to continue to push on it.
Yeah, Jordan losing arbalist numbers, which means Capoch could surround him, but a big shot again, and almost another big shot.
Yeah, I think Capoch cannot produce military at the rate he's losing it. Yes, Jordan's taking losses, but Jordan has the resources. Jordan now has the position. You can see a castle on the right side for him. He's just going to secure that position just in case the Hussars start to flow. One villager. It'll take a while, but whatever. I think Jordan's in a good position to finish off this game, but the population does not agree with me.
I love how Jordan kept just a little bit of military on that right-hand side.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit to make Capoch respect the fact that he has some over there and can't just blindly send in Hussar raids.
Look at that KD, 220 to 220. Even the Vil KD is pretty even. But
yeah, it's been a really even game so far, especially after that early Castle Age pressure from Jordan. We thought he might take it fast.
Is there a world where you can go Hussar if you're Jordan, or do you just not tick into that because you lack the upgrades?
I'm looking at his res. I think there is a world.
Okay.
I think there is a world.
I think there's a player. Oh, wait, what is that? What is that upgrade? What is that upgrade from Jordan? This is what we wanted. Torsen engines on the way. This is going to be exciting. If Capoch wants to hold on now, and he's going to try 200 pop, he has to be careful with those Torsen engine bombard cannons.
So for anyone who's not familiar, it gives you a higher splash damage area of effect when the bombard cannons hit. So those good shots against the skirms would be even more deadly with that tech added to the bombard cannons. Jordan taking out that castle on the left-hand side. He's going to continue to push in. Capoch's response has been constantly make a castle behind, make a castle behind. Hasn't worked yet. He's making a castle now on the wood line of Jordan, which
I don't like
is,
that.
Yeah, very rangeable.
Yeah.
Jordan just needs to send one bombard cannon. He can take it down from his own base.
He can hit it from the other side of the wood line. You can't do anything from it about it, yeah. It would be nice for Capoch to just delete 30 villagers right now, but I think his real issue is the production buildings. I'm looking at his unit queue at the top left. He's not producing skirms and hustlers out of many buildings. And
here we
Dave,
go.
This could be it. This could be it. Oh! Oh my God! That's what we wanted to see. Capoch is probably really afraid of that happening again. Yes, he gets the castle up, but he's going to lose the most important castle, which is in the back of his base. His people are separated from each other right now. Jordan is killing him.
Yeah.
This is brutal.
Killing him slowly.
Slowly.
Killing him softly.
It's Ethiopians.
Yeah.
You can't kill too quickly. You kill slow, but with a bang with Ethiopians.
And I love the fact that Jordan is walling up on that side.
As
You
much as
can't
you can.
wall that road terrain, but what you can do is have a castle there, you wall, and then you keep some halberdiers in there, so they have to run through your halbs if they want to do damage. And yeah, this is the castle position that took him off the wood line. That's fine, I guess, but Jordan could just come along with the bomber cannons and take it out right away.
Hey, here come
the skirmishers. Okay, give me another one.
Boom! Okay, 3 died. That wasn't quite as exciting, but another one here.
I like these.
I think Jordan just needs to make sure his bomber cannons are hitting different areas of that group, you know?
Yep.
Like with all the splash, but it's not going to matter here. The skirms are not good enough. The hustlers are not good enough. Siege Ram will be in for Jordan.
Still 142 villagers somehow for Capoch.
And I don't know if they're bringing in the resources he needs. He's got 76 on wood.
Yep.
76 on wood. It's because he's been relocating eco, keeping those alive, but...
You know what you need to do if you're Jordan? Kill that market. Kill that market in Capoch's base. Maybe he'll forget to make another one.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been constantly buying and selling resources this whole game. Finally, bombard cannon for him, and this is a potential to kill. 2 bombard cannons from Jordan. Capoch shooting again and kills another one from Jordan, and he's going to take out the final 2, I think.
What is happening?
Oh my God, the Argentinian, the game face is back.
The game face is back. His bottom lip is gone. What in the world? If only Capoch could have skirms right now, Dave. If he had 20, 30 skirms, he'd mop up that entire army from Jordan.
That was incredible. Jordan going through that choke point. Jordan now pushing with the Arbalest, getting really, really cocky with that army. Decides to push back. Capoch still with 146 villagers, Tristan.
This is like one of those games where you start to slouch near the end and then something happens and everyone stands right up. And what are you doing, Jordan? Jordan, do you really want to do this here? He's going to lose them, Dave. Big attack round right here. And he's going to lose them. Why did he go in there?
He takes out 3 bomber cannons, maybe even another one here. Oh, not quite fast enough.
Well, I mean, he does have the reinforcements. Both populations are capped. Capoch needs to make more houses here. And he definitely needs more hussars. He needs more skirmishers. He's been so far behind in military numbers. He's capped. He hasn't realized he's pop capped. He can't produce anything.
Yeah, and there's nothing to support. Nothing to support those bombard cannons. Siege Ram now, that's a good push. That's a good push from Jordan. Finally getting into the Siege Ram. He's got halberdiers garrison in them, so it's going to be really, really difficult for Capoch to take those out. And the bomber cannons are going down. Excellent stuff from Jordan after losing that military. That might have actually helped him. Gave him the pop space he needed to make those units.
Did you see that little shake of the head from Jordan there? He's like, whoa, this has been a crazy game. I don't think the game's over. I think Capoch will continue to try here.
Yeah, there's so much red now in his base. There's red dots floating everywhere in Capoch's economy. You see he's fighting with villagers, but Jordan had wisely garrisoned with the halberdiers, so they will fend off the villagers. And now the main economy for Capoch, the wood line there that Jordan apparently doesn't realize is there.
Yep.
And the farming eco is about to be broken into.
I think it's important to note, I of course don't know what people are thinking or saying around the world right now, but I think it's important to note that this is probably the biggest moment for these guys' careers right here.
Yep.
You should continue to play if you're at 150 pop. You should continue to play if you're Capoch, but you should also recognize it is getting very, very difficult to stop this. I don't think he has an answer to Siege Ram.
And he's going to run out of stone soon, even if he kills these siege. Why are you repairing the castle if you can't kill the Siege Ram?
Yeah, well, he's also trying to do the other things on the other side, finally trying to make houses. I like the fight that Capoch has. I think a lot of players would have tapped out. but I think the
Oh,
end
he's
is
bringing
going to be there.
skirms to kill the siege rams. I see. Oh, and more hussars. Can he save this castle?
Nah, bombard cannons behind it, siege rams there, castle down. Now no stone for Capoch, very little on gold. He finally isn't at 150 villagers.
I think we're seeing the GG
I
call
think we
here.
might, at least Jordan.
What? Jordan's
No.
takes off an earbud, sits up. Capoch is still there.
What if Capoch like said something instead of GG? He was like FF, faked you out. You know?
Yeah, maybe.
That would be unsportsmanlike. So let's hope that didn't happen. But I still, despite the heavy losses that Jordan had earlier on the bombard cannons, he was able to return the favor and then some. And I just don't see how Capoch ever has a chance.
No, he's adding more TCs though. Man, this guy has some fight in him.
I would actually, so here's something that we've talked about for years. I don't think Jordan would get frustrated, but it could actually frustrate you if your opponent isn't resigning quite as quickly as you'd like. Like you could be thinking, you know, this is over, man. Like let's move on to the next game. And it can get into the person's head a little bit. And
still at 140 pops somehow.
Yeah, at least he has houses now. I mean, he's improving.
I think, I say somehow, and then Mapu goes to the woodline there that Jordan could easily raid.
Mapu communicating with us without communicating with us right there. And just in case you needed to know who he is, you see it there. But Dave, at least in my eyes, this game is over. Capoch just refuses to quit. Looks like it will be going to a 1-1 scenario.
Is Jordan like cutting it through the woodline? Like how far is he cut from his main base? Look at that. He's gonna make his way through before the game's over.
I also want to know why Jordan keeps adjusting his earbuds. He's done it like 4 times. Is he hearing so many like dying villagers that it's bothering him and
I don't know.
It's getting in his head at this point? I don't know. Capoch, my friend, you're at 115 population.
Yeah, well, once he goes below 100, usually that's if you're in a late game situation like this, it's craziness, right?
Yeah.
You're just trying to survive. You don't know what's going on in your opponent's base. You don't know what they're thinking. But now, when you fall behind or fall below 100 pop, that's usually the signal that the game is over. And the Arbalists are now into the woodline. That's going to be minus 20 population, and Capoch should be able to call it pretty soon.
Got Mamluk, some Hussars in defense against
Jordan's
House.
just taking a drink. Capoch is still playing.
No, I think they call it here.
Okay, good.
Okay,
good.
I think they called it here. Yeah, there we go. GG, and GG's in chat, man. That was a really good game, though. The score is 1-1, and Jordan did respond, Dave.
He did. And he's kind of shaking his head like, whoa, I thought I had that game.
Yeah.
And then it got really, really dicey there for a second. Capoch holding on somehow. I thought the game was over. After Jordan came in with those crossbows, and he was teching into knights as Saracens, I was thinking, this game is done. And especially after the first siege fight where Jordan took out all of that siege. But Capoch somehow able to hold on.
The thing that's tricky about that map is that there's just so many areas to expand to, right? So, anyways, we are going to, oh, hi, yes. This is what we're
nice
waiting
hat,
for.
by
Yes,
the way.
thank you. It's very warm.
Yeah,
But I can like poke you.
Okay, well, we have Brittany in the town center, and she's going to be bringing you a fantastic interview, so we are going to go over to Britt. Britt, how's it going?
Hey guys, we are in one of the most important rooms on a production set, the green room. It's not only a place where talent can relax and take a load off their feet, but also the players as well. We're sitting here, you know, playing a game of chess, drinking a Red Bull, you know, having a peaceful day. However, today it's been a little intense watching the games here. We have all the players and guests hanging out. We got Nilly the Joker, of course. You know, we gotta lighten the mood up a little bit. But let's see, this has been a really intense day so far. So let's interview one of the players. We got Hera here. I have to say, it's not really a great Joker. He's not really doing anything funny.
That was hilarious.
That was, was it? Okay, we are here with Hera, my buddy, my interview buddy. How are you doing? What's up?
Very good. Hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah, I think so. So, it's been very important to watch this first 2 matches, and it's been quite surprising as well. Do you get a lot of strategy moving forward into your matches today, or what do you get out of this?
Well, it's been a really close match between those two, and I got to see like a mixture of options that were, you know, displayed on those maps. So it's definitely interesting to watch as a fellow player.
Are you surprised by anything that's happened?
I like how aggressive Capoch went in that game and unclosed. I was surprised by that. Didn't work out too well, but it was definitely interesting.
Yeah, it's been really fun. We're on to match 3, and back to you, casters.
All right, so nice little interview there. Nice
Nilly.
I knew he was going to be somewhere.
For anyone that thinks Nilly is like contractually obliged to do that somehow.
No, it's just who he is.
That's literally on request from him.
Probably.
The outfit, everything is his request. He is he is a real jester with a serious face, which makes it even better.
Yeah. He like also looks a little sad about it, you know? When deep down inside,
dejected,
he's
I think.
very happy about it, yeah.
And I think neither of these players is going to be dejected heading into game number 3. I mean, Capoch with a good first game, Jordan with a good comeback there to even the score at 1-1, and we go into Capoch's home map, which are Winged and Land Madness.
Yes.
Which one do you want to see?
Or are we remembering things a lot more?
No,
this
we are.
Weekend as
We
well?
are.
Like I'm zoned in. Yeah. I think you go Wade. Like think about Jordan's success.
Wait, you don't have Wade.
Or not
Winged.
Wade. Winged.
The other W.
Winged Wade. Yeah,
That's
the other
right.
W. Yes. Winged is going to be incredible, I think, for Capoch. But if you want to hear about him, want to hear what he had to say here at the Heidelberg Castle, we have something for you right now.
My name is Patricio del Olmo. I'm Capoch. I'm really happy that I went through. Getting top 8 is really nice. I'm kind of expecting now to see if I can keep going. The group stage was fine. I think I did really well the first games, and then just didn't perform my best. I'm facing Jordan, I already know, so I need to focus on that. And then the rest of the guys are really good. So I don't know. It's gonna be tough for sure.
All right, and here we have a look at Capoch's
We did him dirty,
stats.
dude. We did him dirty.
We didn't know. No one knew that he would make it this far.
I didn't get that far down on the list to his name. I didn't have time. They ripped the sheet away from me. I would have given him more on macro. I would have given him more on strategy. He doesn't strike me really as a micro player.
Sure.
Speed is probably fairly accurate. He is a fast player.
To be fair, this is compared to the rest of the lineup.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that is somewhat fair compared to players like Learie, Hera, whoever you might be looking at the top. What's tricky there is you see 2 experience. This guy was a pro back in 2003, so that doesn't really
I think it has to do with
sense,
Empire Wars. I think
does,
it has
of
to do with the Wololo events. It doesn't make sense any other way.
Yeah, but anywho, Capoch, he did win the first game, and that was impressive, and he's going to go now to one of his home maps. So in theory, you should favor him. And thank you, everyone, for holding out here for game number 3. I believe it will be Winged, Dave, and Winged is very aggressive, very open compared to the previous map.
And I believe he has, Bulgarians was sniped from him, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know Jordan has Sicilians.
Okay, that could be strong there.
Which would be a really strong civ on Winged. I think Jordan also has Huns, potentially.
Could also be strong.
In terms of Capoch, if we could bring up the civ and map draft graphic again, maybe we can do some speculation as they're just kind of waiting to get into game number 3.
Is it Capoch who has Aztecs, or is that Jordan? One of them has Aztecs, I believe. I feel like it's Capoch. I think Aztecs could be really strong.
I think it might be him,
Yeah, because I think he picked Aztecs first. He picked Vikings second. That was the eventual snipe.
Yeah.
So I could actually see Aztec opening
We can
here.
figure it out just by what civs, like process of elimination.
No,
Let's count all the civs on the table.
No, we have scenes for that, Dave. And
There's
Jordan,
a scene right there.
I think these players are ready to go here. I think they're.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, we got Aztecs. Okay.
He has Bulgarians.
Yeah, sure. So, okay, Bulgarians and Aztecs both strong here. The way I see it, though, is like Aztecs you have to be a little pickier in terms of where you use them. So you're probably not going to use Aztecs on Land Madness. Some players have, but maybe you don't want Aztecs for Acclivity. So yeah, I can see Aztecs on Winged.
Yeah. I think Sicilians is a good matchup for both of those, though.
Yeah, it's true.
If you're Jordan. And then Land Madness, you're looking at probably Magyars for Jordan, and then you're looking at Tatars or Huns for Acclivity. Even Huns for Land Madness is good.
We will find out shortly. Capoch ready to go here. I just love the fact that this guy's been able to prove himself, not only just to get here, but while he's here is incredible.
I love talking to him too because he's super realistic about stuff, right? He came to this event, he's like, yeah, I know I'm gonna struggle to get a really good placement, but I'm gonna try my best. And I'm gonna formulate strategies, I'm gonna come in there really well prepared and give it my all.
I have a bold statement to make about these two players.
Okay.
If we were to make a top 5 mentality list, I believe that Capoch and Jordan could be in that top 5 of all the participants.
You could make an argument for that.
Yeah.
I think Viper is likely up there. I think someone like Hera would be up there.
Yep.
And I mean, Learie, are you on a top 5 mentality list if nothing ever bothers you?
Then,
is that a good mentality? Because I think Learie might be up there.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, certain players just express their emotions a little bit differently, but you can see the banners there. You see the top of the Red Bull fridge, and we will be in game number 3 in a moment. I'm ready for this, Dave, but I think this is going to be down to the matchup. If it is indeed winged, I actually think Aztecs is an amazing opening here.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen the Mesoamerican civs on this map.
Tricky.
It's crazy close.
Yeah.
You get into Castle Age, they have eagles, and you can just run in circles around their base.
Yep.
The wood lines are not close. They're super like clumpy, and they have holes in them, so it's really tough to wall, and eagles can do serious damage.
And the counter we've seen to Aztecs was Bulgarians, and actually Capoch has Bulgarians as an option, so he's got both of those. And of course, we could see either of those.
I think we're in the game now.
I believe so. I believe so. Yep. Yep.
I know everyone's saying 14, 14, 14, always 14.
Nah, please.
You probably sleep and dream about your chat saying 14. It's so common, dude.
Those are my nightmares. Those are my nightmares.
It's so common.
It's not a dream. Those are the nightmares. I have more Age of Empires nightmares than I have dreams, actually. It's a very scary thing. But anyways, game number 3. This is a dream for Capoch to be here and for Jordan, and we can see we're already 2 minutes into this game, and it is Magyars versus Bulgarians.
Yep, and the Magyar player, Jordan, has decided to come forward with an archer, 2 spearmen, and his starting scout. He's going to push Capoch off of that wood line at the front. You can see there's no solid wood lines. They're all spread apart, which is what makes this map so crazy. Remember, Jordan's starting with forging as the Magyar, so he's going to do extra damage with that scout and the spearman, trying to delay Capoch from putting up that archer range.
Capoch opened with this stable, which takes so long to pay off, but he hasn't lost any villagers yet. He goes into attack that one there. He does have forging as well now, Dave. It's worth pointing that out, and that's a decent fight for him. But also lots of map control, lots of game control for Jordan at the moment.
Yeah, and Jordan just needs to be wary of these scouts coming back across the map, especially if he loses this military here. That was really good from Capoch.
Yeah. Now we got the stable for Jordan. Scouts are very cheap, and I'm really liking how Magyars play out into the mid-game here. I think Bulgarians having cheaper blacksmith upgrades means that Capoch should probably take advantage of that. Maybe try and get armor, maybe try and get fletching for any archers, and ooh. Okay, Jordan with 1 archer, not too much right now.
That could be annoying,
Bloodlines on the way already? I really don't like this, because you cannot produce scouts when you're researching bloodlines. I would prefer to see Capoch using his food to make scouts, and then get armor instead.
Yeah, I'd rather see the armor come in too, and that only costs you food and no gold.
Yep.
So if you want to produce something like archers, it could be a possibility as well. Jordan has a spearman in defense near his wood line. He will get 1 hit on Capoch, which makes it more difficult for Capoch to do damage with those. Meanwhile, Jordan does have a force running near Capoch's base. He's got 2 scouts there, but Capoch finding that wall villager from Jordan, and he's going to kill this one.
I'm a little surprised to see that Jordan's walling out that far, but also surprised that Jordan didn't quick wall that villager in. Jordan knew the scouts were around there, loses the villager anyways, and I think Capoch got away with bloodlines. You'll see Jordan with bloodlines only having 4 scouts, so they will be matched in that regard, and another stable for Jordan.
Yeah, and bloodlines coming in now too, so he's going to have 2 scouts garrison. He's going to be on the wood line with bloodlines, with forging. Very strong scouts on this wood line from Capoch. There's only 2 of them, but he will manage to kill a villager and run away from those spearmen. And Capoch at the front of Jordan's base is likely going to kill another villager here. The Eco KD, 2 villager kills for Capoch, 1 villager kill for Jordan, but
doing?
Revise.
Oh, and then another one over there as well.
Well, that was beautiful, man. This is what I like to see, lots of back and forth action, but I'm very surprised that Capoch has so much food banked and isn't spending it. So it looks to me like Capoch,
he's going to Castle Age.
Who's making a second stable, so maybe he's debating, but yeah, he could be thinking about Castle Age.
Yep, I want to see if he's dropped a market yet. I don't think he has. He's just got 2 stables, no market at his base as of yet, so he can't buy his way up if he wanted to sell his stone. But Capoch doing a fantastic job with these scouts, T90.
Wow.
Look, he takes out 2 villagers there with weak scouts. Jordan just trying to defend, but his military is too slow.
Yeah, and if you're a Jordan fan, you should be upset about that, but you should be excited about what's coming, because it looks to me as Capoch is going to see that Vil just passing. I think Jordan's going to dock, and Jordan's going to be on water, which Capoch is not. And I also think that Jordan's going to have more scouts. He's been faster to the stables, and he's going to have the upgrades too. And Capoch, I think, was flirting too much with the idea of going to Castle Age for a map like this.
Look at this skirmisher. That's going to be so annoying
Wait,
on
the
that
skirm
dock
can't
villager.
hit it. The skirm's too close.
It's hitting the dock. It's in minimum range of the villager.
No.
It could be so annoying and deny that dock for quite a while, but now it's attacking the villager.
There you go.
Dock goes up, however, and she's going to be harvesting food until Jordan can take care of that. Big battle here in the middle as both players with massive amounts of scouts. And Capoch, he's not going up to the Castle Age. He invested it into scout production, so it looked like he changed his mind a little bit.
And he also has armor. Jordan does not right now. So there's potential here for a better fight for Capoch.
Yeah, I think Jordan's going to have armor by the time they take this engagement, though. Both players with a couple spearmen, both players with similar numbers of scouts.
The thing I really like about this, though, is floating gold like Capoch is important. You see a lot of players do this and buy the food to go castling. So as we see a big engagement, Capoch thinks he's taking the better fight because he thinks that Jordan doesn't have armor, but Jordan completed the armor upgrade in the middle of the fight.
Jordan's sending a couple villagers, too.
I like that.
If they want to get involved, I guess they're just going to stand around and watch. It doesn't matter at the end of the day, though. Jordan with all of those scouts, and they're all full HP.
Yeah, that was an awful fight for Capoch. Wouldn't surprise me if he is making a market at home right now.
And he has the fishing ships. Even though he lost 5 villagers, I think he's in a much better position right now.
Yeah, as long as he's able to do some counter damage, because Jordan is more in an all-in feudal age situation than Capoch
3
is.
stables. Yep.
So I think we're going to see some resources purchased. It wouldn't even be a surprise to me to see the stone. Wait, did he just buy food and invest it into scouts? I think, never mind. Yeah, Capoch is staying in feudal.
The food price is at 137 now.
Woo.
Yep.
It's expensive.
There's been a lot of food buying so far. Unusual in a full feudal war. Usually you just take the villagers off the gold.
You know what? You know what might be decent? Is maybe Capoch just falls back with the spears. Like, he's going forward with the worst army. Falls back with the spears, goes forward with the
Jordan
scouts.
split up his army.
Sneaky.
He's sending 4. He's sending 4 forward. He thinks he can defend here. It is a calculated risk. Jordan knows that Capoch will be coming forward, but I think he has enough. And I think if this army that Jordan is sending forward gets around that wood line, it could do some serious damage.
Interesting fight here for Capoch. He seems to have more confidence than Jordan. Like, Jordan is closer to his own stables. He's had a lot of army.
Or
here.
he knows about the docks, and he feels like he needs to do something.
Maybe. I mean, he is doing something, Dave. I feel like this fight has been decent, but he's got to pull out of here, I believe, and he's fighting way too close. Also, he's going to get hit by those scouts we
Jordan
talked
wins
about.
another one.
And Jordan could get his revenge right here.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah, he's focused at home, Dave, but look at the army numbers. 20 military for Jordan, 7 military for Capoch, he's taking the fights exactly where Jordan wants the fights, right in front of the stables, didn't try and use mobility at all, and it's Jordan with 4 scouts showing him what he could have done.
Yeah, we saw Capoch making a dock of his own. He saw the dock from Jordan earlier with that skirmisher, so he knows that Jordan is on the water, will probably open up with a fire ship, but look at this military from Jordan. So many spearmen coming back across the field. So many scouts, and Capoch is not up to the next stage. He's still in the feudal war.
13 spearmen. Great micro from Jordan there, by the way. Yeah, Capoch pretty much needs to wall all this out, and this is the worst possible map to do that. I did not realize Jordan was making this many spearmen. Oh my god, he can win in the north of Capoch's base. He could also just take the enemy off the gold with spearmen.
Yeah, it's crazy. And remember, those spearmen do have forging, so they will be doing better against the villagers than you would normally think. The scouts are in on the villagers on that wood line. Jordan is going to take out another couple villagers as scouts in defense for Capoch, but I don't think it's enough.
Capoch doesn't have fish. Jordan has the concept production.
And look at how Jordan saved those 2 weak ones. You see that? He pulled those right out of the fight perfectly.
Yep, he goes back in the fight with them there, Dave. And he's going to get a villager kill because of it. Jordan is just
Eco
keeping
KD
his
is
foot
now,
on the gas.
Yeah, Eco KD is now shifted.
It shouldn't be winnable for Capoch anymore. He's not in the way to Castle Age. There's nothing he can really do except make more scouts and make more spearmen of his own.
The only good thing is that it looks like he's hitting the fish right now.
Okay, yeah.
Which is a good moment for Capoch. He's going to clear up likely 4 fishing ships. I see 2 fire ships in the queue for Jordan, so he's thinking about a counter to that. But at Capoch's base, like, he can't take wood at the back.
Yeah.
He can't take wood at the front now with more coming in from Jordan. And it's only a matter of time before Jordan gets in on that gold.
And Jordan does have to be careful with the army in the back, but he knows there's going to be more military, and it's cheaper for him.
This is why I like this map.
It's a fun map.
It's
a
a
fun
great
map.
time.
Yeah, I
Great
like it.
quick walls from Capoch. Saving his villagers on the gold. That's necessary for any chance at staying in this game.
There's a chance maybe Jordan goes forward with some archers now to sit on that gold, but I think the big thing for Jordan is just keep Capoch off of wood. Keep him off of wood, then he can never get food, then he can never make scouts. Moonwalking spearmen, Mapu sees it. And yeah, look at these scouts. There's too many scouts.
Yep.
And the quick, oh my God, Capoch is keeping himself in this, Dave, but I think it's going to be too difficult. Yep.
Not anymore as the scouts get in there. His main army is chasing the other army of scouts at the top, but there's spearmen in there too. So Capoch taking a lot of damage, and look at the line here. It's like Jordan just has his gather point set in Capoch's base, and he's like, yeah, deal with it.
And at this
now
point,
he's up
he
to
cuts up
Castle
to Castle Age.
Yeah.
So Capoch, it doesn't actually look like he's as far
That
behind
economy,
as...
though. We saw that yesterday in the castle. Some idle villagers, maybe.
Yeah, maybe get some horse collar and then reseed those farms there, Jordan. But
Auto everything.
I'd say the only way that Capoch wins this, and he does have a crazy comeback in him, is with a counter attack. The problem is he's still defending, so he needs to get a proper counter in. There he goes with 2 scouts. He could do some damage there.
Yep.
But Jordan sees it with the spearman and the scout. Shouldn't be too bad.
What a response from Jordan on Capoch's home map.
Yeah.
He goes Magyars, which is arguably one of the strongest Empire War civs. That's the reason we didn't see it in the group stage.
Yep.
It's because it was banned so often. Players did not want to play against it. And now he's proving why they are so good here with the early aggression. And the 3 stable production has just paid off so much for him.
I really like how Jordan added the second barracks. That's very uncommon. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe he has 2 of them. Yeah, he added the second barracks, and it was the spearman defense that helped him. Capoch took 2 really bad fights in Feudal Age, fights that I think he felt he had to win, but it wasn't working out, and here comes Capoch. Jordan, speaking of needing to take good fights, needs to now.
I think that was well done. If he dives with the scouts there, he loses his army. Basically, he wants to delay until he gets to Castle Age.
Yeah.
You can't lose it right now, and then Capoch has all the momentum. You want him to respect the fact that you have military, so he can't just dive into your economy.
Exactly. And the numbers are going to be equal. So
or you can just send the villagers. Either or.
Yeah. Underrated move. We've seen a few times, Dave. Scout underneath the TC, nothing crazy. Jordan has iron casting now, so his scouts and spearmen benefit from this.
And I think he's in again on Capoch's economy, and he's sending those scouts forward. He knows he can make a couple knights. He knows he has enough spearmen to defend at home. He's going to be attempting to pick off villagers, and you saw one go down on the farm. Capoch going for a desperation tower on the wood line there, and he will get it up, but more villagers will die.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a tower quite that odd in Empire Wars. Jordan's eco looks messy, and it, Capoch still has the scouts around. Jordan, you have to be careful here. Where are the spearmen, Dave?
The spearmen are running around. They're trying to catch up to the scouts, and Capoch doing some decent damage here. He's going to take 1 villager. Another one goes down, probably 2 more after that, but still Jordan doing damage in the back of Capoch's base. Those light cap have +2 attack.
Yeah, you can only fit 5 villagers in each tower, so I don't think that was ever a great play.
Everything's dead.
Yeah, and there's no way for Capoch to ever get Castle Age. Jordan should be able to defend. It has not been clean by Jordan. It has not been clean.
Have you ever seen a clean match on this map?
Yes. Hera versus Capoch.
Okay. Yeah, well.
I mean, but your point stands. It's very difficult. You're expected to take losses. And we'll see if maybe there will be more losses dealt out by Capoch towards Jordan. And now there's knights at home. I mean, this is just such a tough position for Capoch.
Yeah, that's okay.
The funny thing is, if he would have lost those villagers, he wouldn't have never seen a difference in how many resources he was bringing in because they were out of gold.
They were idle.
They were idle anyways, yeah.
I mean, Capoch is desperately trying to do damage, and to his credit, He has killed 22 villagers.
Yeah, he's
but
killed a
Jordan
lot.
has killed 42 vills in a 22-minute game here. Capoch down to 38, Jordan up to 47, and remember, Capoch has 4 fishing ships.
Capoch has some fight in him, man. Like, I would have resigned a minute ago.
Yeah.
He has some real fight in him.
He does.
He's
He never
making
gives up.
sure that Jordan earns the victory.
Yeah.
And if you try this 100 times and you get a win
Oh, look,
once, it's
he's
worth
trying
it.
to wall Capoch. Can he save these final villagers? He does get the wall up, so he will have, what, 4 villagers chopping wood safely. Unfortunately for him, the rest of his economy is not safe at all. And Jordan's at the point where he can just stream knights under the TC. He
Yep.
doesn't care.
Yeah, doesn't have the final armor upgrade, but he can always just run in here, pick off a few builds, you get so
and
many
Capoch
hits.
is trying to click up to the next stage, but even if you get there, what do you make?
You make nothing. You won't have vills.
Because you can make nothing.
You won't have vills, yeah. I mean, these villagers are playing Ring Around the Rosie here.
And I think they've called it now.
Musical farms, and yeah, GG. Wow, what a game. It was
Good
so
stuff.
close, Dave.
Yep.
That's exactly what you want to see on this map as a fan, as
That's
a
what we get on
spectator.
Winged.
Yeah.
You have to focus, like, on Winged, you can't focus on the economy early.
Yeah.
You have to win the military engagements, because Capoch killed 5 villagers from Jordan running around with those scouts, but he could never win the big battles. And Jordan wins the big battles, and then it swings like crazy on Winged.
Do you think that Capoch was too aggressive? He killed 5 villagers, he should have been in the lead, but then he lost his military.
Well, that's it, right? You kill the vills, but if you're not winning the big fights, you're not winning the end game.
Yep, tricky stuff. Capoch almost was able to snowball a little Vill advantage to his lead, but Jordan also got the dock up. I also think Magyars are just better in mid-feudal. I think having the cheaper scouts is a big deal.
Definitely, definitely.
Of course, that was the very first civ pick for Jordan, and he picked that civilization for the enemy home map, which is interesting.
And now we have Land Madness.
Yeah.
Are we going to see Aztecs here for Capoch? We've seen Mesocivs before, and they've been successful, but you have to play them correctly, and especially since Jordan has Huns, which is crazy. Not having scouts in the feudal age on Land Madness just feels bad sometimes, especially if the Huns are flooding you.
You know what also feels bad? It also feels bad to draft Aztecs first and then look at your maps and say, I'm not sure if I know how to play them here.
It might have been, you know what? Drafting Aztecs first might have been essentially
like
a ban.
A ban, yeah. Get it away from Jordan.
Yeah, and you'll see players doing that all the time.
Yeah, I think I have seen Aztecs more frequently on Acclivity than Land Madness. Capoch will probably go for a similar start. Probably go for Franks, probably go for Berbers on the next map.
Yeah. Well, we've got a hell of a series here.
This is really annoying. I mean, I love it.
At least you haven't hit me in the face with the feather yet.
Yeah.
You should have seen, when he first put on the hat, he put the feather on the wrong way. It was like
a horn. And I was going to wear it like that. I thought viewers would find it was enjoyable, but they fixed it, so.
I don't know how you see the game with that.
Why does that matter? I have you here. Oh, man. Well, Jordan lost the first game. 2 games in a row now he's won. Do you think he's settled more into this quarterfinal?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You could see it at the end of the Ethiopian Saracens game when he kept adjusting his headphones. He was kind of like looking up. He just knew he had won it, and he was very comfortable. And then in that game, even losing 5 villagers, it never felt stressed for him.
Yeah.
He always had military on the field. He always had a clear objective. Just win the fights and then snowball into his base. Capoch, on the other hand, it was kind of wondering what to do at a certain point.
I've always said this about Capoch. He's very black or white. Like a lot of players are a mix of gray, where they're good at everything and they balance out. Capoch is either all in aggression and kills fast, or all in aggression, nothing happens behind it. And the reason he's successful is because of his extremes. You can't look at someone like Capoch, who's mid-30s, and say, oh, you need to change the way you are. No, clearly he's done well. And those extremes is how he's going to need to come back to beat Jordan.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of Nikov sometimes, a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, he has so much smothering pressure.
Yep.
And he likes to boom behind that sometimes,
Yeah.
but a lot of times it doesn't pay off. However, he is in the top 8, so it paid off for him in this tournament. Do you think it's going to be Huns on Land Madness for Jordan?
I think so.
And then you think Berbers for Capoch, or are you thinking Frank? Frank's got sniped, right?
I would say go Berbers.
Okay.
I would say go Berbers, because if you get to Castle H, with Berbers, it's a bit stronger, I feel, against Huns than maybe having Franks. Franks are definitely not a civilization you can say is... but Franks is definitely not a civilization that is horrible, but we'll see. Anyways, we're going to send it on to some Red Bull stats. And is that really... That looks way worse. I look like I have a mushroom on my head.
Chef Boy RT90.
Okay, all right. I'm trying my best up.
Okay, we have some stats for you guys at home.
Don't look at me. This is awkward. Please go to the stats. Go to the stats. We don't want the people to look at me anymore.
You look like you make muffins for a living.
Maybe I do. Maybe I do. You've never had one of my muffins. Stats, please. Stats.
He just wants out. He wants out of this scene. Please.
There we go.
Fantastic.
Thank you. We were told we had to send it there a minute ago, but they were enjoying it too much. Okay, so we saw this earlier. It just shows kind of the win rates and some of the statistics stats with Jordan. But like we mentioned earlier, he's pretty much par for the course. He's pretty comparable to the rest of the players in the field.
Yeah, I mean, there's no surprises here. And the experience dot, just the one dot, like, it's getting to me. Maybe in the next set, we'll see some extra experience added there.
I have the same amount of experience wearing costumes in front of camera.
Yep.
Yeah, 1 out of 10.
Same.
But that experience relates to Empire Wars, and then you got Capoch with 2.
Yeah, and look at this. Look at his... it's Wololo experience only, we're being told. So that's what we assume. Capoch, same story as Jordan, like solid everywhere, just 1 tick lower.
Also, look at that win rate. That clearly has not been updated with Bulgarians. He does not have a 100% win rate anymore. But
Not anymore.
Of course, he did, and it shows how good Jordan was there.
I found it funny that the average win rate with Bulgarians across all the players is like 40%. I would have thought it's better. They seem like a really, really strong civ, but maybe it's because a lot of the times, if there's a map that suits it, it's getting sniped.
Yeah.
Because it's such like a winged or Haboob kind of civilization.
I think it's a really good counter civ.
Yeah.
It's a very good spiky civ, but players survive against it. You see what happens.
It's also an anti-Aztec civ, so.
Yeah. Aztec's something Capoch has, so didn't work out for him there. But Dave, I'm just thinking, I think Aztecs has to be for acclivity long-term for Capoch. And then it's just a decision between Franks or Berbers. The reason I would make an argument for the Franks is they probably have the better eco, and it's.
But if you're getting the problem I see with the Franks is you're getting into a late feudal war.
Yeah.
Your scouts are better early, but they're worse at the end of feudal once your opponent has bloodlines.
Yeah, and I think that if he picks Franks, he probably doesn't go all in feudal then.
Yeah.
So he just what civ he picks, I think, tells us what he wants to do.
Yeah.
If he picks Berbers, then maybe he goes bloodline scouts.
They're both good farm civs too. Franks get the upgrades for free, and Berbers get the faster villagers.
And Sicilians could be potentially good here for Jordan. I know that these Gamer Legion players really like the Archer range opening.
Yeah.
We saw Tato and Dauko Archer range opening yesterday in their set, and Tato's always done that. And Gamer Legion players have been dominating with Sicilians.
I wonder if we'll see the Bohemians again on Land Madness. That game was absolutely nuts. I've never quite seen a game like it with Hera, showing what you can do with the Bohemian farmers. Once they get up to light speed, like the food comes in so quickly, man.
And maybe. I mean, we're going to have some, probably some strategies we haven't even seen yet later on today.
Yep.
Of course, seeing that one is like not necessarily a sign that we're going to see more of it, but we'll find out soon as players are getting ready. They had a bit of time here to relax and rest and prepare, and I believe we will be in Game 4 in a moment.
Yeah, long breaks between the games here.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
They're
it's
just
like a lot
taking
more camera
mental
time for the
resets.
casters.
Yeah. Really? More camera time?
Well, they've done well the last minute. Yeah. It's funny. Doubt actually looked at me and said, "Getting better and better every day" when he saw my costume. So I'll take that as a compliment. I don't know if Doubt is really the guy.
Wardrobe advice guy. I don't know.
Honestly, all the players, they always wear sweatpants and a black T-shirt. Like it's like everyone in the back room is wearing the same outfit anyways. So. Not sure if I can take input from the players here, but it's been fun. It's been unique. It's been a memory either way you look at it.
It's been an experience, man.
Definitely.
Once in a lifetime experience for a lot of us.
I don't know what the viewers feel like, but I feel like I'm teased right now. I'm ready to get into this next game. This is such a tease. I don't know how to deal with my emotions. And Jordan just kind of was like, I think confused there looking at his computer. So I have not heard what exactly is going on except for showing off the wonderful castle we have
What's the
here.
worst Civ in Empire Wars? We're
Poles.
never going to see it drafted.
Well, too late. Poles was
I
already
don't think
picked.
it's Poles.
The worst Goths?
I was thinking Goths. Without water maps, maybe Italians are pretty bad.
Ah, no, Italians are underrated.
Okay.
The thing is, I would probably say Goths overall, but Goths would have been better against Berbers than Poles yesterday. Like, poor Vinchester's in the back room. I keep bringing that one up, but like the guy who's notorious for picking Goths would have actually been better off with Goths, I think. Tricky, tricky. Someone said Persians. I'm not so sure.
Persians are still pretty good, though.
I think they're a solid average.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a solid average. Same with Turks.
You tell me you can't douche someone on Empire Wars?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. With the houses there, that would be tricky. But no, I think their faster working TC, starting in Feudal Age, puts them far from the bottom, and then having strong
And if you have a water map, if you have a hybrid map, they get really good.
Some people saying Lithuanians, maybe Mongols.
Lithuanians, Mongols are good because you have the CA option. Yeah. Any Civ that can go into CA is quite good.
Yeah. But, you know, these are a lot of civilizations we probably won't see until more civilizations need to be picked. And of course with lower draft process or less complicated draft process.
We're having some problems here.
Apparently. Jordan seems frustrated.
I wonder if they can.
Computer.
I wonder if they have a camera angle on some of the. Oh man.
Some of the what?
Some of the pictures that we have here. We have some amazing depictions.
That's for content.
Is that for content
later?
later?
Can't spoil it.
Anyway, I'm gonna tease it a little bit. We have some amazing pictures of past Age of Empires Wololo moments.
We do.
Custom made.
Custom made.
Yeah.
Dave.
Oh. We have word that Doubt and Jordan took a little horse ride yesterday, and yeah, we're gonna catch up with those two, I guess, as they ride horses around Heidelberg.
So, my lord, we are finally here in a great green area. How are you doing?
I enjoy this area quite a bit, especially my good friend Viper here.
I heard that the recent competition in pony racing, you were able to succeed with Viper. Tell me, how did you do that? Is there a special nutrition you have for him?
That's Viper's and mine connection, special connection that follows through the years.
So tell me, how long have you been practicing with him? At least 5 years, right?
At least 5 years, maybe even longer. He is quite loyal to me.
What do you like most about him?
This is not the interview about the Viper and the horse. Switch to the Age of Empires. So Jordan, I heard Age of Empires 4 is coming out. Why do you think it will be changing the competitive scene of Age of Empires 2 or not?
I'm pretty sure it will, right? There are so many people who are looking forward to Age of Empires 4, and I think Microsoft will do another time a great job in developing a game here. And I heard a few things already and obviously played it myself, so there are definitely new things to try out. I'm especially looking forward to finding the Romans being back in the Age of Empires 4. We had them in Age of Empires 1, so it's gonna be very interesting.
We are all looking forward to the game. Like, they are finally connecting Roman Empire to the Age of Empires 2, and it will be super exciting to play them again.
I would be relaxed if you wouldn't do this.
I think a lot of the players will start slowly moving to Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, I think so as well. Especially the beginning, right? Trying out the game and see how it feels and see how the tournaments are going. It's going to be definitely a great new area for us.
Quite exciting timing in front of our Jordan and the Viper.
Exactly. So, my lord, tell me, we spent 1 week before the tournament in Heidelberg. We prepared 1 week in Berlin, in the gaming house. How did you feel about it?
That was an amazing experience, obviously. We prepared every day and created some high rated strategies, which we still didn't show. So, weekend is a good place to find out what we prepared, right?
Oh yes, the playoffs are going to be stacked.
All right, so welcome back. That was a fun little tidbit. You know, it is funny that Doubt named his house the Viper because, I said house.
His horse.
I meant to say horse. Anyways, he named his horse the Viper because I heard he was terrified of it.
His horse was like comically small. Or he's just
He's also comically
huge.
big.
I love how it was like, it was stamping the ground like, please.
Get him off me, yeah.
This man is huge. Oh boy, so we have technical issues with Jordan's PC. We're getting it sorted out. I've been notified that it should be resolved pretty quickly. And he's actually creating the lobby as we speak, so they're gonna be inside of that and going with game number 4 pretty soon here. And yeah, I'm stoked to get into it because it's been a good set so far. We can see our amazing war room. Every time we bring someone, like someone new arrives on set and they enter this room, they're just like, especially if they're an Age of Empires fan, they see all the civs and the banners and everything. It's crazy. This room is just so well done from our amazing set design and production team we have here. Lighting changes colors based on people's moods and like when the game's starting. It's just insane what they've set up.
Well, game number 4 will be coming up shortly. One small side note, I have to hand it to whoever's involved with Microsoft's promotion team. They have Poles and Bohemians twice the height.
Yeah.
Just to let everyone know they're there. And then they put Doubt and Jordan on a horse to promote AoE4. I mean, they've got some real
Jordan looks so
big brain
comfortable
people.
on that horse. He looked like a natural.
Well, he didn't have to wear a full-on costume. I'm pretty sure I'd
No,
be
he
awkward
didn't.
up on that thing. But thankfully, at least not yet, I have not been on a horse. I'll prefer to keep my feet on the ground. Not the first time we've seen Capoch swigging a Red Bull, so he's going to have quite a bit of energy.
He's got energy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's do or die for him now. He needs to win this game, otherwise he's out of the tournament.
Yep.
He's already made it to the top 8, $5,000 in addition to some money for the sets that he won. I believe that's what he's taking home, so it's a good prize pool, but obviously he wants more.
Oh yeah, of course. And forget about the money at this stage, right? Like you just want to win.
It's pride.
You want to win, and then while you're going home, you do the math. You're like, what? I can buy how many pounds of salmon? That's what I do, anyways.
I don't think that was a technical difficulties Jordan moment there. I think that was a Jordan moment just waiting for the game to start. I think Capoch is probably in there. We'll see though.
The lobby could be having issues. My guess is that the
Yeah,
lobby's
he's saying
having issues.
he's giving the thumbs up.
Okay, cool. Well, that's good to see. Hopefully we can get the show on the road here. Reminder, this is one of 4 quarterfinals today. Tomorrow will be the semifinals and the final.
And the game is loading now. Good, good. We had technical difficulties, 5 minutes, and it's resolved. Good, fantastic, great. This is, yes, good signs.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Knock on the wood. We only have rock here in this castle.
We
don't
have
any wood.
dude, we have a library behind us.
Shut
We literally
up.
have a wooden
They're not
bookshelf. They're too busy looking at your hat.
There's some really interesting books here as well. I can't read it.
They're in German.
I don't know if it's like an encyclopedia. Yeah, I have no clue.
Yeah.
I've learned 10 German words, Dave, but I can't say any of them.
That's usually the first words that people learn in another language. Hello, goodbye, all the swear words. Thank you.
when I arrived in Germany, I said Auf Wiedersehen. and then I was like, wait a second. I think that's wrong, and I double checked.
Is that goodbye?
I left the room.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like kind of like goodbye is what I am told. So
I think they're in the game now.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
they're definitely in the game now, and we will be heading into game number 4. Here we go. We're already a minute in here on Land Madness. Jordan has gone for the Huns, and Capoch has gone for the Franks. So let's see if we're correct in saying that Capoch doesn't want an extended feudal war.
Yep.
He wants to get to the castle age fast. He's actually opened with an archery range.
Yeah, I think not opening with a range in the previous game gave him some early problems, and so we're gonna see, the keyboard cam there. All right, keyboard cam and Villager there for Capoch. He's thinking about it, not thinking about it, and Dave, I expect this one to be crazy, and Capoch has already seen this Villager, has gone in for it. Jordan has to be careful. If Capoch blocks this, this is dead.
Yeah, good stuff from Capoch. He's gonna kill that all day.
Yoink. Nice stuff. And also, I don't think he was able to see Jordan's opening. I could be wrong on that one. The opening was on the front there. Oh, no, he saw it. Jordan just going to follow this up with a stable. Good news for Jordan. He's had 0 seconds of TC idle time, so it's not too bad for him. Capoch has had 25 seconds.
Yep.
It's actually really bad with having 300 food.
Yeah, well, there's so much you need to do at the start of an Empire Wars game, right?
Yeah.
You need to send your scout immediately to where your opponent's base is. You need to decide on your opening and whatnot. So sometimes you miss a couple clicks on that TC and the villagers aren't producing. Jordan coming across with 3 archers and 1 spearman, and he's got scouts at home. So he's going to keep them in his stable until he needs them. And
Not
Capoch,
again.
once again, this is crazy from him. But the quick wall from Jordan, he fails it. Can he do it again? Fails another one.
And it's really tough to do here because you can't wall in the stone train, so Jordan just gave up on it. And yeah, Capoch with 2 quick villager kills here in game number 4. Dave, if Capoch is able to keep the archers at home currently, he can defend his base, and then he has that amazing, sneaky little group going right to Jordan's woodline.
Yeah, and that's 2 archers and 2 spearmen, which is really, really tough for Jordan to kill. Capoch kind of still sneaking around the backside there until he gets fletching, I think. That's what he's waiting for. Jordan, though, coming in here, he's got 3 archers, a spearman, and a scout. He's going to get this villager. No! Capoch saves her and kills the scout from Jordan, but 3 scouts behind
this is going to be crazy. One could say this is about to be mad, Dave, because check this out. Jordan has to react here. He's already lost villagers, but then Capoch has to defend his base. So trying to micro on the front, defend at home is not easy here for both players.
Yeah,
and you
but
could
Jordan
easily lose your spearmen or your archers to the town
Jordan
center.
pulls back in time. He's going to wall there on the wood line, but Jordan needs some defense, maybe some skirmishers or something coming back to deal with those archers, or even potentially villagers. Now he's sending 3 archers of his own, and he's kind of bounced off Capoch's economy. So 2 eco KD for Capoch and 0 for Jordan.
I really like how Capoch is being so patient. And he also has the confidence to move forward with scouts. Jordan would have never expected the scouts here. This will be a 3rd villager down for the German. And Capoch micros away with both armies.
And meanwhile, it looks kind of like Capoch is thinking about walling up that front side.
He doesn't have anything here. Capoch is sending too much forward.
Oh my goodness, this is a flood from Jordan. He's got so many scouts there, only 3 archers in defense from Capoch. He takes down another villager. Looks like he's going to clear up an archer, and he's going to wait in front of that TC and clear up villagers as they come. But Capoch hitting him again in the gold as Jordan desperately tries to get a defensive tower down.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Look at the villagers going down on either side at the moment. And it's like both players have nothing to defend right now because all their military is forward, Dave. Jordan has the scouts, Jordan has the archers, and Capoch is going back to work.
Yeah, it's a base trade situation here. Capoch didn't realize those villagers were going up through the army from Jordan, but Jordan losing 2 more villagers on his wood line. This is nuts. The players are ignoring the armies in their base and opting to go for all-out pressure. Capoch going once again back to that goal with the villagers, but the scouts are still there from Jordan.
This is so crazy. It's just so much going on right now. This is where we're probably going to see their game faces. And it still looks like it could go either way. Like Jordan's army, look at that. Jordan lost 2 more vills, but he took out that army at least. I think Jordan's army could stick around a while longer.
Lots of idle time. Lots of idle time from Capoch. We saw the game face briefly making its way in there as he's really focusing on the defense now, still attacking with his scouts, but running into the TC fire from Jordan. It's so difficult in a map like this when you have to look on both sides of the map. And Capoch losing those 3 scouts to the TC, so now no forward pressure over at Jordan's base.
And Jordan, though, able to get some good upgrades here. I think he's still liking his spot, fighting on the hill, fighting with forging soon coming in.
And the archers behind, too.
Yeah, Jordan could still win
Capoch
this game.
went back out to the gold, dude.
He needs to tower that.
He needs to put something there.
Tower doesn't necessarily help against the scouts, but I still think a tower would help to hop inside.
That was a good pick by Jordan to kill that spearman. It was kind of hidden there, but he killed it with the archers, getting good hits with the scouts.
Jordan's not fighting with all of his scouts, and he could lose this fight now. Capoch with 43 villagers, only 35
he's on the gold
for
again.
Jordan.
He's on the gold again with 1 scout. Jordan does have bloodlines, he does have the armor, and he does have forging. He manages to pick off 1 villager. Eco KD is now 12-4 in favor of Capoch, which is so
You know what's tricky?
strange.
You know what's tricky? It's Capoch has a lot on wood right now. So he either needs to use the market to utilize that, or he needs to pull villagers off of wood, and he needs to go to food because his additional villagers are collecting excess wood. It should be on other resources. Jordan, his eco, as Capoch is sorting his out, is actually not horrible considering the bill difference.
How, with all that pressure on the gold area, with Capoch running back and forth to the TC, did Jordan only get 4 villagers?
I think he did a really poor job with the scouts, Dave.
Yeah.
Like, he was focusing on defending, which obviously didn't work out, and he had, he should have killed at least 5 more.
I mean, it's a ton of idle time, but look at all this. All these villagers go back to farms. You don't need to get the upgrade. It's just automatic with Franks. And suddenly Capoch's eco is looking amazing right now.
And the only thing Capoch needs to do is just make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed by scout numbers, and I think he'll do okay with that. And there he goes. And look at the micro from Capoch. He's dodging the tower, moving around, gets another little doink
This
there.
is insane, man.
This is crazy.
I wasn't counting the villagers going down. I fully expected it to be the other way around.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. ridiculous game here, Dave. There might be an overtop at Capoch's base. Let's see. I know he's got farming eco there now.
No, Capoch has scouts in defense, too. I mean, there's a ton of weak villagers because Jordan was doing the damage, so there's potential to do stuff, but Capoch with a really, really good start as the Franks.
Well, he did have to pull 6 or 7 villagers away from his farms there. Jordan's farms are still working. And also Jordan has bloodlines, so I think Jordan can take the better feudal age fights, but it just doesn't feel like his numbers are high enough, Dave. Jordan is sending more forward, but Jordan, oh, he's getting out micro there. Oh my God, Capoch brings the scouts to the TC, Dave. Gets some easy kills there.
Yep. More scouts on the way from Jordan. Capoch is selling resources now, selling wood to get more gold in the bank. If he idles for a little bit with 25 farmers, he should be up to the castle age fairly soon.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, his eco's looking pretty good, but Jordan does have Huns. So his stables produce faster. It's 8 military versus 8 military.
And even if Capoch wants to go up, he has to make sure he's still producing military. Because that's the place that you can lose. If you get overwhelmed by that Hun production in feudal age, and we see red dots constantly making their way across the map, that's the reinforcements for Jordan. He's not letting up. He's going to continue to prowl around Capoch's base looking for damage, but look, he's gone out to the berries here.
This guy's so confident.
He's so exposed, and Capoch is going to find it. He's going to kill at least probably 2 more villagers.
Ooh.
Jordan attempting the quick walls.
Jordan, what's happening? Dave, no forging for Capoch, or at least he hasn't had forging, but he's going to get it. He'll get the tower up. He's killing more villagers at Jordan's base, and Jordan is falling apart here.
Jordan just doesn't seem to know what to do. I guess he thought he did more damage earlier. He was expecting to kill more villagers, but Capoch with the good defense from that gold position, now he's got a tower there, and now it feels really bad if you're Jordan. Where do you hit the economy from the Argentinian?
This is so epic, man. Capoch was underestimated all week. He was seen as the underdog in a lot of his sets in the Swiss stage. Was able to make it through here, and then he was seen as the underdog here. And look at this, he's about to tie it up if he continues like this. He's on his way to Castle Age, where he'll be able to get knights, and Jordan is stuck in feudal age, doesn't even have an army advantage.
Yeah.
Man, this is amazing.
This is really
play
impressive.
Capoch.
This
Yeah.
is really,
This is
really
sick.
impressive. Not what we expected coming into this set, and we've been saying that all week basically about Capoch. Such a good player. Jordan now with a couple spearmen on the berries, so it's going to be tough for Capoch to take that fight. But right now, Capoch is just holding him in his base, doesn't want that army to come back across the field. He wants to get to Castle Age, get the knights on the field, and he will be very, very happy indeed.
Feels to me like Jordan needs a big engagement over the next 30 to 40 seconds.
30, yep, that's
And
his time window.
I don't know if he's going to have the time for that. Nice farm there for Jordan. He's a fan. But, like, that is just going to be tough.
And he can't stop production either.
Yeah, he has to keep producing, but he's going to be making worse units, and he's well behind in eco.
Yeah. At some point, you have to go in here, but it feels really bad that 4 of those scouts are almost dead.
Yeah, exactly.
They have no HP, one of them going down to a stray arrow from the TC. He's going to take the engagement against the scouts, but once again, Capoch playing this perfectly.
His spears there.
He keeps the military back. He doesn't want to lose his entire army in one fight. He wants Jordan to respect the fact that if he goes in, Capoch will have a force to counter him.
Yeah, so the knights are going to come in. You're going to see the upgrades.
Click up, actually.
Let's see what
he
Jordan
went from
can do.
100 to 800 food really quick.
He also went from 2 spearmen to 8 spearmen really quick.
Yeah,
so
he knows the knights are coming in right away.
He's gonna try and hold off with spearmen.
Yeah. And he has the tower there so he can garrison a few villagers. He will be safe-ish for the time being, but Capoch is ahead of him by 2.5 minutes.
Like, the problem is spearmen are so slow, and here comes Capoch with these scouts. He's gonna go in after the berries as well.
Kills another villager, gonna kill another villager, gonna kill another villager.
Well, I think that guy survives, actually.
Yeah.
But now the knights are going to be coming out. Jordan needs to buy himself 2 minutes. A second TC? Capoch is going to boom behind this? That's
I like
incredible.
that. I like that. You know you're going to be more or less even in terms of farming eco, in terms of momentum as Jordan is with the military
look
production.
at that. Go back to those scouts for a second. Look where the spearmen went. Do you see what Capoch just did?
Yeah,
he
lured
lured
it
the
away.
spearmen over there. That was sick. He's on knights now. How is he paying attention to scouts with this intensity?
He's going to kill 2 more villagers
That's
here.
unbelievable.
That's such a good play
Well,
to
he
lure that
actually-
spearman around.
Oh, he'll get it. What?
Yeah.
How? And now he's got the knights everywhere. Dude, this guy, what is he, mid-30s? This is incredible. I mean, he is showing everyone why he deserves to be here.
Hey, I'm 31. Watch your mouth.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying what other people have said. You know, Doubt himself has said, oh, when I was younger, you know. Not my best Doubt impression, but 3 TCs for Capoch. He's got a 20 villager lead. Jordan's about to make it to Castle Age, but
Game face is out now. That's how you know. That's how you know you're in trouble.
Oh yes, dude. And this is also a confidence booster. I know Jordan looks confident. He's got that big smile that everyone likes to see.
He looks kind of worried right now.
Yeah, he's like, what is this?
And a 3rd TC for Capoch, and he's not letting up with the raids.
This is over.
He's not letting up. There's knights coming everywhere, and he's just raiding him to death.
This is
Look at the Eco KD, 28-4 right now.
This is absolutely humiliating if you're Jordan. You're getting wrecked in every single aspect. You're getting out microed. You're
running into the spearman here,
and then your counterattack
and through
does
the
not run into
spearman.
the
Okay.
Okay. it was looking good until then. The scouts are going to get in for Jordan, which is definitely something that he needed. And Capoch hasn't reacted there, Dave, so that's a start. But 35 villagers for 64, I struggle to see how this is going to be enough.
Man, those villagers are going to go down. Only 2 villagers he got with that entire raid. Great defense from Capoch, and once again, Jordan's doing damage in his base, but Capoch is constantly doing damage at the German's base, and he's killing a few more villagers there. Eco KD now 30-6. Finally, Jordan gets in with some knights onto that gold. This is gonna hurt Capoch.
Yeah, tower won't do anything here. You could send 5 villagers inside, but Capoch
hasn't noticed
is microing. Yeah, he's microing on the front, Dave.
He hasn't noticed.
He hasn't reacted to this at all.
This is potential for Jordan to come back.
Well, it's 37 builds for 63, but yeah, it's step 1 of 4. Step 1 of 4 to come back here.
Capoch hasn't noticed at all.
Hasn't reacted.
He could lose half his eco if he doesn't pay attention.
Hello, Earth to Capoch. I don't want to scream too loud here in the castle. Apparently my voice echoes, that's what I was told. Okay, now Jordan's
losing villagers.
Did react and Capoch reacted. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah,
okay, more villagers continuing to go down now. Eco KD, I think Jordan just got, what, 12 villager kills, something like that?
Yep, also he's going to force reactions from Capoch for the first time in a while.
Yep. Capoch has to take his focus off Jordan's base. I see a big fight at the front of Jordan's base. We see him defending with Spearman. Suddenly, the narrative that we've had all game of Capoch constantly raiding Jordan. Jordan is safe at home. He's in on the wood line with the scouts. Jordan is trying to claw his way back into this game.
Talk about, that confidence I brought up moments ago. Suddenly, Jordan's starting to feel some confidence. Even if he loses this game, I think he'll be like, okay, I should have died. I held on.
Yep.
And that will be happy for him. And look at the attention to detail for Jordan. Looking at both the wood lines with the scouts and knights.
Yeah.
22 military versus 17, though, Dave. Still a lot more knights for
If you're in Jordan's position here, as he gets more knights into the wood line, that's so good for Jordan. If you're in his position right here, you go 1 TC all in, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You have to.
Yeah.
You can't catch up with villagers unless you kill another 30 or 40.
Yeah. I really think what he needs, and he might not have the eco for this.
Dude, he's still killing vills.
I think he needs knights. Knights to heal up. Or, sorry, not knights. Sorry, monks.
I'm like,
He's got some knights. I mean, knights help as well, don't get me wrong. But what I meant to say was monks. Capoch is already doing it.
Look at Capoch.
Healing up the weak knights.
Yeah, he's pulling them away at the last second. All these little things that he's doing. Jordan, once again, sitting under the TC. Capoch still doesn't notice that Eco KD is almost even now.
What?
After he's ahead by about 30 villagers killed. Only 20 villager difference in total. The spearmen there are at home in defense for Jordan, but the knight pressure is so hard to deal with this on this map.
And Jordan giving himself a chance, but just feel like Capoch got so far ahead early, it's going to be tough ask for him. He can't even afford the
This is a crazy game, and Jordan's going to kill that spearman. He's in on the wood line again, Tristan.
What is happening? And Capoch, at this point, I think he's going to be so rattled, so frustrated. He's frantic. He's looking to the bottom corner or wherever he's got his mini-map, and he just needs to pay more attention to that, Dave, because he's probably getting so many attack signals that it doesn't even matter at this point. His whole game is a constant attack signal. So don't use your ears too much. Use your eyes, look at the mini-map, and look for those red dots.
Okay, now he's clawed his way back up. The 3 TCs is so tough to deal with when you're looking at villager comparisons. He's now 30 villagers ahead, so Capoch kind of stabilizing. Jordan looked to have a moment there where the momentum could kind of shift, but I think Capoch defended well enough. And he's probably going to carry this game home. We'll see if Jordan has an argument to that. That's just a huge knight army.
Yeah.
It's a massive knight army, and it feels like Jordan doesn't have an answer.
He can use the monks in defense, and he can just use the knights offensively. Jordan will lose everything to this. There's just no way Jordan can hold. He's got 1 monk. 4 knights, 3
This is why we
spearmen.
love this map.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a crazy, crazy map.
And there was potential there, but I think as Capoch with the fist, whatever he said, I don't know. But
We're going to a game 5
We're going to game 5, Dave.
in this set?
We're going to game 5, yeah. And you know what? I don't know what Capoch said. I probably shouldn't say it on stream, but he was probably like, screw the haters.
Everyone at home, please stand up for game number 5.
Yes.
For Jordan, for Capoch. It's been a hell of a set, and we're going on to, what's the final map? Acclivity.
Acclivity.
Woo!
Woo! Yeah, man. I mean, Jordan, look at that. He's thinking about this. Like,
He seems stunned.
He seems stunned, and he should seem stunned. I think everyone's stunned that Capoch, the true ranking 14 player, is here in the quarters, 1 win away from making it.
Did you see him close that notebook? He closed it and then he like slammed it on the thing.
Game plan set.
Look at his face, man. He's ready.
This is sick. Dave, there's something to be said about being the underdog all the time.
Yeah.
To continuously prove people wrong is probably so motivating.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's come this far now. He's going to want to close it out.
I'm excited.
I'm very
stoked,
excited.
dude.
I'm giddy right now.
I'm stoked, man. And we said earlier, you know, on paper, these sets are pretty predictable, but you can never predict in Empire Wars.
Yeah.
And actually, we have Britt over in our town center, and she's standing by with the Viper.
I don't think any of us realized this was going to go to Game 5. However, we have, as you can see, everyone sitting here today watching it. The intensity is real. Sorry, Hera, not today. I am going to interview Viper. Hi. So what do you think of the games that you've seen so far?
It's been very close for sure. I mean, Capoch is playing super aggressive. He was the underdog going into this, so Jordan probably not too happy with his play. And I talked to him a little bit after the 3rd game. He wasn't too happy with how he played, and now we have a very dangerous next match coming up for him.
Yes, this is going to be very, very real for everyone who's watching to, strategize for their games ahead. However, who do you think will come out on top?
I have to say my boy Jordan.
All right, that golden boy smile. I hope it's still shining after this match. Back to you guys.
All right, we're back. We're back, and we were ready. Game 5, Dave.
Game 5?
That's probably like the one few time where people are like, get the Viper off screen.
Yeah,
we don't want to see Viper. Why are we going to Viper?
We want to see Jordan. We want to see Capoch.
Yeah,
come on,
thank
come on. Good Viper, yeah.
We like you, Viper, by the way, back in the back room. Sorry, don't hurt me.
So game 5 Acclivity, Jordan has Tatars, and Capoch has Berbers.
I believe they both have 2 sips. I believe it's Berbers and Aztecs available for Capoch.
Yeah.
And then for Jordan,
It's
you mentioned
Tatars
and
Sicilians.
Ooh, Sicilians.
So do we see a quadruple mind game here of Capoch going Aztecs, where Jordan thinks he's going Berbers, and then Jordan thinks that Capoch might go Aztecs because he thinks that Jordan thinks that he might go Berbers, so then Jordan goes Sicilians because he thinks that Capoch thinks that he might think that he's gonna go. There's too much thinking for you, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're gonna have Tatars versus Berbers, but
I think Aztecs is an option. Aztecs is that one civ where if it gets the ball rolling, they can do it with Eagles here. Like, I know that this is predominantly an archer map, but because the Aztec production speed, I kind of like Aztecs. It's a little tricky, but I think it's tough for the Tatars to stop. Now, let's talk about Jordan's play style. Is he the type of player to pick Sicilians and go for some
I think
counter
you should just go Tatars if you believe you're the better player.
Yeah.
Tatars are one of the best civs on this map. Go Tatars, play your game, and you'll hopefully win if you're better.
I think if it was a different quarterfinal, if this was game 5 between Tato and Learie, we say, okay, Tato goes Sicilians.
Yeah.
But with Jordan, he's not really that type of player. I agree.
Yep. I don't think you need to mind game against Capoch. If you're playing at your peak, if you're Jordan, I think you can just win playing standard.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
And if you're Capoch, I think you need to make things messy.
It's worked out.
Yeah.
He should get a 1 HP Eagle and put it on Jordan's gold. GL players struggle
That
against that.
is the killer strat for him. That's the killer strat.
Oh, man. All right, maybe we can see what the players are looking at right now. See if the players are swigging some water, swigging some Red Bull maybe, getting prepped. I'm sure they're close, and here we have it. Yep, they're looking at their screens. This is so important. Actually, I'd love to hear, because I don't have it memorized, what just the prize pool jump would be.
Yeah.
From winning a quarterfinal,
I think it
losing a quarterfinal.
might be 5 to 8.
5 to 8,000.
I think so. I think the third and fourth get. Do they get 8?
I think that makes sense because the second place gets 16.
Yeah.
And the math
It's
checks
funny
out.
too because I've watched Riley explain it about 5,000 million times.
I don't listen to Riley.
I know the first number is 26. That's what I know, and I know every player I think gets 2,500 for being here. 3,000.
I think 2,500 makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, for making it through to the main event,
Not
and
bad.
then 5,000 for the quarters. It's just that semifinal number that I don't know.
Well, the score is 2-2. That we're aware of. Hopefully, the players will be able to launch here. We have Tatars, Sicilians, as we've stated, for Jordan. For Capoch, he has Berbers, Aztecs. I think if you look at the 4 potential Civ matchups, is the math correct there? Whatever. If you look at the Civ matchups we could potentially see, Dave, it's going to be close on either side.
I don't know what the math is on that. I mean, the last time I was doing the mind game thing, chat was just roasting me.
Dude, it's horrible. Like, the second we're on camera, they think we're not looking at chat. It's
Yep,
horrible.
always.
And it's like we're suddenly
Directly
gonna forget.
plugged into the back of our brains.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we know those names, too. We'll
I know.
remember them.
I'll remember
They'll say
you.
nice things and act like they're friends with us,
Yeah.
but, you know, we know the real them.
Yep. Okay, what if you go Aztecs here?
Okay, so if you go Aztecs, the scary thing is going double barrack Eagles is a little risky because
Yeah.
archers with fletching can do
And
all
you're
right
so
against
far
them.
away on
Yeah,
acclivity too.
yeah. So I think that the correct play is actually to open with a second range.
Okay.
But that doesn't fit Capoch's style. Because
Yeah.
Capoch doesn't ease his way into anything. Capoch is just like full on, whatever I'm going to make, you know.
Yeah.
So I think if Capoch goes Aztecs, which would maybe make sense because he picked it first, that he will open double barracks. We'll see something like a tower on the gold, or maybe he'll use the market. It's always a rush to Castle Age there.
Okay. Well.
Now, here's a question for you, because we know how Sicilians operate. They have, they have 50%, like, not resistance, but the enemy does 50% less bonus damage. How does that affect fights?
On the hill with the Tatar bonus?
No, like, if you pick Sicilians against Aztecs.
Oh.
Like, are there any bonuses that are really at work in that matchup? That
I guess the Aztecs go spears.
Yeah, maybe. They can't go pikemen as strongly.
Yeah.
I guess if they try and go skirms against your archers, it's
Yeah, skirms
obviously-
against archers I think is the biggest one. If you get a big ball, it's hard to defend in feudal age with just skirms.
Yeah, Sicilians, and screw the depths for this, it actually makes me use my brain.
Yeah.
I've just been a robot for the last few years. I feel like I wish I knew how much damage even the Eagles would be doing against crossbows, for example. If there's any changes there, then maybe Tatars are looking, or sorry, Sicilians are looking better than Tatars.
Yeah.
I don't know, Dave. But what I do know is that the players are having struggles getting into game number 5. Our apologies for that. Hopefully the servers are going to cooperate with us today, and players will be able to stay focused, because there's so many factors already. They have us yelling and being loud right down the hall. They have the stage. They have, you know, the knowledge that so many viewers are watching.
They can't, I've spoken to them, they can't hear specific words, and it's only when we're screaming. Because Nikov,
So every
came
word
up to
Mem
me.
says.
Nikov comes up to me this morning, he's like, you know, in my match versus Burls, you know when I was moving like 50 villagers across my thing? He's like, I heard you. And I'm like, and he's like, I was just like, God damn it, Dave. I know what's happening.
See, I was outside the castle, and I heard you and Mem screaming, so this is not
Well, when it's Mem, I mean, you have to bring the energy levels up to his standard, and then it just spirals away.
The thing is, I walked in, like, I was trying to get a snack, right? And we
Yeah.
can't eat in the castle, so I ran out, and I heard screaming. And I came in, I was like, what happened? They're like, someone just lost 2 bills.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? I was outside the castle.
Yeah.
So, anyways, it was
Your hat
surely an
is kind
energetic
of
cast.
folding in on itself.
It's like an ice cream cone slowly is melting.
Yeah.
In the hot sun.
Yeah. It's like a bun rising in the oven and then deflating.
This is horrible.
Slowly.
I mean, I've said this before, but I wonder if my mom's proud. Like, if she saw this picture.
My mom, I don't know, my mom sent me an email and said, you're doing great. I'm glad you didn't dress up in that red costume. Hi, Mom.
That's funny. Yeah. I've been trying to work towards a better outfit every day.
Yeah.
Because I just, you know, I haven't felt super comfortable. This might be it, but I gotta get, actually, the hat's not the issue. It's being graceful with the hat. That's the issue. I have to,
Being graceful in general, though.
yeah, that's tough.
That's always been not one of your strong points, maybe.
You didn't need to bring it up.
Yep.
They can already see it. It's just,
Yep.
it just hurts.
Smile for the camera. We have,
Anyways.
we have a man running around taking pictures of us for posterity's sake.
And there's people in chat probably clipping.
There's
things right
there's
now,
about 500 pictures of me getting my head dusted. By the way, chat, as we're waiting for the players to get back into the game.
Should we remind the viewers that you're standing on a platform right now?
No, this is getting bad now. This is getting bad. You can't give us 5 uninterrupted minutes in front of the camera. It's gonna get worse.
Thanks, DE.
This is how we normally are when the camera isn't on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a pleasure to see you again, though.
How long
and
has it
all
been?
of you
2
at
years?
home. It's been 2 years.
It's
It's
been
been
2
since
years.
NAC3, yeah.
Too long. And I'm sure, like, on a serious note for viewers, it's been too long since they've seen
A LAN
their
event.
event, right? Yeah, it's been really
It definitely adds something, like seeing the player reaction, seeing Capoch, like every single time he wins, he's got a fist bump. Same with Nikov the other day. That was awesome to see when he's like, yeah.
Yeah, and just like, you know, this community is so tight knit. You know,
Yeah.
we've known each other for so long, so it's like, it's work, but it's also seeing friends, being able to hang out with people and you know, just share moments face to face. So I've enjoyed it. There will be more games today. We hope this will continue.
Yeah.
But for now, we're just gonna wait.
Did you know that spamming 14 in a Twitch chat does not directly relate to the game getting started? Were you aware, Tristan?
What?
Oh my
No
goodness.
way.
A revelation.
Did you know that if you type !predict, it's gonna be very hard to find the command for the prediction contest?
Ooh.
I always love that. Like 1,000 people type predict and it'll
Yep.
only show up for one person. I just, sorry guys.
Oh. We're told that our analysts are going to make their way in a few minutes here. We're just working out the issues, guys, so we'll get the feedback on that crazy last match from Nilly. I'm sure Nilly has something to say, and I'm sure Memb has something to say as well. And
I'm sure.
I'm sure Riley has more information about the giveaway or the prediction contest that you were mentioning before.
Yeah.
Please forgive us, we're just working our way through this. And the last time we had it, it got solved within 5 minutes. So I'm hopeful.
You looked like someone that wasn't hopeful, but he is hopeful. That's his
That's my
hopeful
hopeful face.
Yeah.
I really only have one expression.
What is that expression? To the analyst desk we go, I think.
No?
No? No. Soon.
Soon.
Welcome back to the analysis chamber here, my friends. We do apologise for the delay, getting all the gremlins extricated from the back end. Joined here by Mem and Nilly here. We are having some server issues here, unfortunately, so we're going to get it sorted out. We're going to get it done, but let's get some initial impressions here. Mem, we'll start with you. How would you describe what we've seen so far? Obviously, things tied up at 2-2, a lot to get across, but in a general sense, what can you offer us?
Well, crazy series. I was mentioning that a potential upset could be, I don't know, you remember in the start, could be Capoch. We are in a decided game, and a potential fifth game, Nilly with the Aztecs.
Oh yeah, and Capoch has been looking so good with Aztecs there. So Jordan has to be scared. He still has Tatars and Sicilians there on acclivity. Not an easy choice.
I mean, so much on the line, of course. This is an elimination match. Whoever loses this one, they're out. They go home. That's it. They can pack their bags and head back. But I guess I want to know, just from a sort of feeling perspective, let's leave strategy behind. Who do you think is playing the more convincing Age of Empires? Because we've seen some messy games, right? We've seen players kind of playing some very scrappy. Who do you think has maybe got the psychological fortitude here to dial down and bring home a more surgical approach to game number 5?
Well, Nilly knows better Jordan than me, and also as a top player as well. But I really think that Capoch is bringing the games into those kind of messy games that he feel more comfortable, right? Like you mentioned, with some mistakes maybe, but he's creating those mistakes as well for his opponent. And I don't feel that Jordan is playing as smooth as other days. But why? Because his opponent is putting him all the pressure.
Well, let's talk about this, Nilly. Obviously, you're more intimately acquainted with Jordan when it comes to his deep strategy and whatever else. But I don't really want to talk about that so much. I want to talk about the fact that we said that for Capoch to have a chance at the upset here against Jordan, the games had to be played on his terms. He had to make Jordan come over to his house and play on his computer with his settings and, make this series his own. I think he's done a good job of doing that. What's Jordan's response?
I don't know what the response should be, but certainly the Land Madness game was just wild, and that's not really Jordan's comfort zone, as you said. So Capoch should just continue with that, make some wild adjustments. We know that Eagles are crazy strong, raid everywhere, and just don't really allow Jordan to play his comfort zone and build up the massive armies and one-dimensional fights.
I mean, that's the key, right? We know that Jordan, one of his strengths as a player is this rock-solid, almost orthodoxy, right? He plays the best strategies. He plays them in the best possible way. Is it fair to say, Mem, that he's not the most creative or not the most, perhaps, adventurous player? Is he risk-averse? And is that maybe challenging him a little bit as Capoch starts to push him outside of his comfort zone?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you check his corporal expression, he's usually always smiling. Obviously, today's quarterfinals, and you don't have enough feeling that he's like other days. And you know, and he lost on the day also 2-0 the last series. Of course, it's not the same because today is elimination. I really think he didn't expect Capoch to play that aggressive because I remember that enclosed map with that generation early that was so close. Even with all the stable that he did, he should have finished, in my opinion, the game a little bit earlier. And he was, I don't know, he needed too much to finish that game.
We talked about this nearly, like we talked about in once the dust had settled on game number 2, and I was saying, why did they push to Imp? Like, why did it take arbs and cannons to get there across the line? But to Mem's point, do you agree? Do you think Jordan could have done a better job of cleaning up after that the early aggression?
Oh, we have seen it multiple times from him now, right? That he just plays very methodical, continues with his boom, builds up his great armies, then bombard cannons, maybe 1-2 traps earlier could have been a thing, maybe some rams into the main base, but honestly, he just played the straightforward game, and then I think with Torsion Engine, bombard cannons, and Arbalest, he was in his comfort zone, so maybe that was the better way to win the game to a higher percentage.
Well, we'll see how Jordan wants to approach the rest of the series. Only one game remains, of course. Will he be able to remain in his comfort zone? Will Capoch bring him to task and push him into an area that is going to really challenge him? Let's remind ourselves of how we, as casters, called this one here. I believe there is only one minority report, and there it is, Mem going with Capoch. And so far, so good, Mem. This has looked really good for your prediction, the lone dissenting voice, 2-2.
Don't tell that. It's not good for me. I mean, Nelly, Jordan is close, Viper, so many. Well, I mean, I was talking with him last night, and he was telling me, well, I have something prepared, you know. And for him, this is, I mean, probably his most important games ever. I mean, he came back last year to the game after 15 years, and he might put everything. We have seen the reaction he got in the 2 wins. So I don't want to imagine if he's winning the result of the game, what is going to be that reaction.
Yeah, it'll be absolutely incredible. I mean, it's good to see both these players giving us a real show, a real contest. We're opening up this series here as part of the quarterfinals with a huge bang, and it's been fantastic. And there's so much more Age of Empires, of course, left to come. I believe that the players are in readiness. I'm waiting for final confirmation of that, and then as soon as we're ready to go, we'll head down to match number 5. We do appreciate your patience as we work through these issues. But of course, this quarterfinal between Capoch and Jordan, down to the wire, 2-2. Looks like the players are ready to go. We're going to head back over to the caster library now. We've got Dave and T90 standing by, ready to talk us through the deciding game of our first series here from Red Bull Wololo 5.
All right, we're getting there, Dave.
We've had some warm-up for this game number 5.
Yes,
We've had some tension. Imagine being a player here. You're going into game number 5, and then suddenly you can't really get into the game or anything.
I would be very upset. I don't know what their faces look like right now. Obviously, they've got to focus, but like to have to step out of your mental zone.
It might help.
After a win.
It might help Jordan, to be honest, because Capoch is coming off that game and feeling all fired up. We saw the way he slammed his notebook closed and the little fist bump and everything. So it might help Jordan. It might not. I mean, Jordan's looked a little shaky, like they said.
He has looked shaky today.
He gets the initial advantage, and then even in that enclosed game, really struggling to close it out. Kind of a pun there.
But I think with that, you're right.
Yeah.
With that, though, I think that Capoch is the one who's been negatively impacted by the wait.
Yeah.
Because just like in his games, he's constantly.
Oh my God! No more waiting.
And we are in a game. The game works, ladies and gentlemen. Barracks opening here for Capoch, and we're focused. Game 5.
And he has gone for the Aztecs, and Jordan has gone for the Tatars. Jordan's going to delay that barracks a little bit, but not enough. one hit with the scout and then makes his way out of there. They are fairly close too for Acclivity.
They are. Yeah, this can definitely give you differing map gens. I think the key here is just going to be, will Capoch take any significant damage before he gets to Castle Age?
Yeah.
Because if you're able to get to All-In Eagle, you can pretty much dominate any civilization, and Tatars are definitely included in that.
Yeah, especially with all those, the gold and the stones being on that elevated area to the back.
Yeah.
It's really hard to fully wall. You can't wall over that stone terrain. As we see Mapu showing us everything that I'm talking about currently, our excellent observer there. Both players going for the walls. Capoch wants to get to Castle Age. Jordan looks like he wants to get to Castle Age fairly quickly. He's not going for any of that crazy early pressure.
Jordan could justify selling all of his stone here because he's not going to need a tower in defense against Eagles. So I think getting to Castle Age faster for him as well could give him a head start over the Eagles. You see armor already for Capoch.
He's getting the market.
Yeah, I think Jordan should sell his stone here.
And I think it's even like double. If the Aztec player is going all in Eagle, he's probably going to use the market. So if you can ruin the prices a little bit earlier, not ruin them, I mean, they'll still be decent, but
Jordan likes to sell his wood and his food. He has not been selling stone throughout this week, so there he goes. He's selling his stone, and I think that's a good move for Jordan.
Yeah, and he's going to be up quicker. And remember, once Tatars get to the Castle Age, and Capoch is going to get that market up and then see the prices and know that Jordan is up faster.
Yep, exactly. Now, what's tricky here is all about the timing. If Jordan is able to take Capoch off of gold in early Castle Age, if Jordan is able to kill villagers in early Castle Age, I think advantage to Tatars. But if he is unable to do that, and the uptimes are similar, the Eagles suddenly become very difficult to deal with.
And look at Jordan having 2 villagers on the walls, house walling behind that. He's prioritizing getting those walls down. He doesn't want any early damage from the Eagles. He knows they're out there from Capoch, and Capoch now selling resources. He's going to be clicking up fairly soon.
Jordan has a hole to the right of the market, I'm fairly certain. If we could have a double click on the trees there, I believe, yes, I believe there's a hole there. There was a tree, but he added, thank you, Mapu. he chopped the tree, didn't pay attention to that, but then again, Capoch hasn't scouted it. So I think Jordan's going to be okay. Capoch is pressuring the goals.
Yeah, Capoch is going to assume that Jordan is fully walled there. He hasn't scouted any of that back of that base. Just going to pressure near the gold with the Eagles. Can't range the gold because he has only Eagles on the field.
Did Capoch come to the back gold as well? This is really important because he might lose the front gold. Is he on the back gold? Yes, he is. I like that move, Dave. And he sent a lot of villagers there. He knows how important that will be.
It is risky, though, because if Jordan goes into Cav Archers early in the Castle Age and decides to loop around and look for exposed villagers rather than just pushing directly at the front of Capoch's base, he could trap him in there and kill quite a few of them.
If it was crossbows and Eagle Warriors in Castle Age with these current numbers, 10 against 8, the Eagles would dominate.
Yep.
But because Jordan's going to have about a minute to be able to work with his upgrades, the crossbows can dominate. And also, Capoch doesn't see this right now. He cannot tower at all on that front gold. So I think advantage Jordan.
Jordan sees that mining camp then.
Okay.
He knows it's back there. And Capoch trying to go for the house wall behind the palisade there. Jordan showing up at exactly the right moment here with the archers. Will he be able to kill a villager?
Capoch, you got a pull there.
Yep.
That was a good idea, but losing 2 villagers is horrible for Capoch. Jordan's getting the upgrades. The Eagles for Capoch are just battering down walls, but they're not even breaking through, Dave. And Capoch is still 15 seconds away from clicking his upgrades.
Yeah, and Capoch forced to go with house walls there. And the bad thing about this is it's good that he went to the gold at the back. Yep. It's great that he went to the gold at the back. He has another option, but Jordan can see it. Jordan knows he's on that gold, and he should lose another villager here to Jordan's pressure. The early pressure in Castle Age from the Tatars has been sick. We just have to see what the Eagles can do.
Yo, we're going to see kind of another glimpse at YOLO crossbow Cav Archer numbers.
Yep.
Look at Jordan's farming eco right now.
Yeah, he's got 3.
This reminds me, okay, he's going to add 4. He's already better than Viper in that one game earlier in the week, but he does not have a lot of food eco. It's all about getting crossbows and Cav Archers out. And Dave, this is what you talked about. Jordan scouting that.
Yeah.
And Jordan scouting that's going to matter so much here. And Capoch needs to clear that or I think he's dead.
And he's just continuing with crossbow production. He's not going for Cav Archers. Crossbow production, he's got 1 knight on the field too, which will really add to this army. If you mix it in, the Eagles suddenly have to engage against that, and the crossbows can shoot from behind. Using that Tatar Hill bonus effectively does not want to lose that position on the hill.
I like that. Knight's going to get a kill, maybe even 2 kills there. Capoch struggling to chase down the crossbows, and for Jordan, This is the dream scenario for him as he
Oh,
gets
that's
into
the
one
best
tile
spot
gap.
ever.
That's so annoying. It
Yep.
is one of the most frustrating things to face up against, but it is important. It's just, will Jordan be able to get another army at Capoch's base?
And he's got 21 crossbows. This army right here is a pretty decent number. Capoch has to invest a lot to kill it. And meanwhile, Jordan's building up another army at home. If there's ever a situation where he can get 2 armies attacking on either side, could be in a really good position.
Jordan confidently moving in here. If he can get this
He can
one tile
sit
gap
right
next
in
to
this
the gold.
Yeah, sit in this area. He can take a good
No
fight against the Eagles,
way.
and he can range the gold at the same time. But I think eventually the Eagles will clear this up. Decent trade though for
Good
Jordan.
value. Yeah, good value for Jordan. Do you think staying on crossbow is the play here? I thought cav archers with their mobility could work well.
Maybe.
I think Doubt would be going cav archers. Obviously, we're not casting Doubt, but I'm surprised to still see crossbow.
Yep. And this is a lot of time that Capoch has spent running around with his Eagles at home.
Yeah.
Usually you want to punch hard in the beginning of Castle Age, because in mid Castle Age, Jordan, if he gets his economy up and rolling, he can add other options.
Yeah.
And look at all those archers, but they're not clumped together. If the Eagles find those, they can take some really good engagements. This is strange from Jordan.
Very strange from Jordan. He also doesn't have ballistics, Dave. He doesn't have his farm upgrade. He doesn't have his second wood upgrade. Granted, Capoch also has 0.
Look, he saw those crossbows. He's looking.
He doesn't know how many are there.
That's
though.
a lot, though.
He doesn't know how many are there, Dave. He's gonna have to run away from this one. And Capoch didn't realize till it was too late. Those 2 Eagles are very.
And now he's going to have to
weak.
stay at home for even longer.
Yeah.
Jordan is doing an excellent job keeping the Eagles at Capoch's base.
But like, my worry is, at what point do crossbows just suck in this matchup? Like, I feel like it gets better and better for Eagles as long as Capoch is able to have gold.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, Jordan's still adding knights.
Yeah, true.
And Capoch going for a forward siege workshop. However, he's not going to really have the army to accompany the Mangonels just yet.
Capoch needs to get this hill, Dave. He can't be running uphill against the Tars.
Nope.
He needs to be on the
And
hill.
Jordan's going to force him to. Capoch can't just send this army forward. Jordan can force it. He can go right to the gold, kill the villagers. This is good stuff. And Jordan sees the siege workshop but doesn't notice it yet. Capoch having to engage there with the Eagles, also engaging at the back of his base. This is crazy.
What a game. Capoch didn't fight with all of his Eagles, though. He's losing Eagles on the front. He saves the villagers here. Jordan microing, and it looks like the crossbows are going to go to the exact same spot that
If you can sit the crossbows there and then have the knight in front in that little one-tile gap, that could be absolutely insane, and it looks like that's what Jordan wants to do, although the knight is exposed now. It's going to go down.
And on the front.
Crossbows will likely go down. The siege workshop goes up, but more military coming across the field from Jordan. Maybe that's not enough Eagles to clear it
No
up.
way. If it's not enough to clear it up, Dave, Capoch could be in big trouble. I think it'll just be enough. And Capoch has such a big military in the middle of the map. This is the perfect game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, this is what we expected to see when we saw the Aztec pick from the Argentinian here.
Whoa, wait a second. Are all the crossbows going to die there?
If one of those survives, that is so annoying.
No, it won't. Okay. It looks
they'll
like the
die.
Eagle will kill that there.
Okay.
You got to be
Ooh,
careful
now
with
this
how
is
many knights you
difficult.
make.
Yeah,
if you're
you
Jordan.
don't want to get converted here if you're Jordan. That's a long conversion. Jordan very fortunate there to not get his knight converted. And now we're in the situation you were talking about. What point do crossbows feel bad in this matchup? I think we've reached it.
Yeah, just a little bit. Now also, Jordan's on that gold in the back. He's trying to send more vills up there. So if Capoch finds that, because he's been scouting around, that could be
Is he
huge.
trying to buy himself stone?
Gates open! The Eagles can run in there, and Jordan probably won't notice, and neither will Capoch. The Eagles are in, I think. I think they've run through at the same time. Jordan, no! He doesn't have defense here, Dave.
Yep.
He has to micro, so he's so late to reacting here, but he has a lot of crossbows.
Yeah, up on the hill too. He's taking some really good engagements against the Eagles over here. We can look at the KD. It's very, very similar. You can see how well the Eagles do once the crossbows lose numbers. And those crossbows, once again, are going to head towards that back gold from Capoch. But meanwhile, in Jordan's base, I mean, he's getting raided by the Eagles, and the gate is open. Again, Capoch comes in.
Now, this is tricky because Jordan has, I think, the army that's harder to kill.
Yep.
There's a town center, there's crossbows, and there's a knight here, or there was a knight. So the crossbows that Jordan has in the back, how much damage can he do with that? Because he's going to kill one, he could kill two, he could kill so many if he gets to that gold.
Eco KD is still only 7-5. That shows how good these players are playing in defense, especially Capoch.
He doesn't have the Eagles there, Dave. Capoch is going to lose all those vills and Eagles.
Yep.
He doesn't have the numbers.
But he does have Eagles forward.
He needs to run with the Vills, I think. I don't know why he's staying there, or at least pick them back, pull them back.
This is such a good raid from Jordan. This is so good from the German. 3 villagers going down from Capoch, and he's still firing downhill. Capoch has to push up towards those just to save his gold villagers at the back, and it's not going to work. He hasn't found an opportunity to push into the front of Jordan's base either. Jordan's still producing knights too, and he's got 30 crossbows now.
Free thumb ring, the hill bonus, ballistics. We've seen all those bonuses
Everything coming together.
Oh my God, Jordan could win the game if he takes an engagement. As Capoch kills his own Eagles.
Oh no, Capoch!
No!
Oh, the area of effect on the Mangonel attack, killing the Eagles, attacking the archer range. That is just tragic if you're in Capoch's position. You really needed the numbers there.
I think we're going to see a swoop in from the Knights right here. Check this out. There's only one monk. Here come the Knights.
If they kill the monk, they can wipe up the Mangonels. They can kill everything.
That could be the game.
Yeah.
That could be the series here, Dave. The siege will go down. The Eagles from Capoch will go down in the front. The crossbows from Jordan are still in the back of the base there, and they're microing their hearts out. This is amazing play from Jordan.
I think you were saying crossbows feel bad against Eagles. Not with micro like this.
Yeah, seriously.
Not with micro like this, up the hills constantly. And behind this, he's doing all the macro things. He's managing his economy. He's switching into knights. He's denying that push from Capoch. It's great stuff here from Jordan to stay in this game without taking much damage and dealing out a ton of damage at Capoch's base.
What I love about this from Jordan is the very first thing he focused on and hit was the gold.
Yep.
And then
he went to the other gold.
He went to the other gold
immediately.
immediately.
And then he kept forcing the fight at that gold. He knew the Eagles needed to engage uphill against that Tatar bonus, against the free thumb ring. He's just capitalizing on his advantages here, the advantages that his Civ gives him. And with 3 knights, no, 4 knights, I think this fight is pretty easy for the Tatars.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Jordan, you just let those knights fight in front and then you micro the crossbows. That's kind of what he's doing here. Aztecs always have the potential for crazy comebacks, but it's only with Eagle numbers, and there's so many weak ones in that group for Capoch. Still feels like, you know, we could see him, I mean, he should continue to play here, Dave. He still has access to gold. He still has upwards of 15
This is just constant
Eagles.
from Jordan. How many times have we seen an army chased by Eagles come this exact same direction? He's going to get up on the hill, get that extra damage bonus.
This is amazing. And he also has another army that he's making at home, so...
He can sit between the stone and the trees if he really wants to there.
This is beautiful work from Jordan. But you have to be careful if you're Jordan, because there is a siege workshop
Oh, he's back on the gold again, but he can't range it. He can't quite range those villagers. Maybe needs to move those crossbows a little bit. I think he'll wipe up this Eagle army. Should be able to, and now he's moving
amazing.
them.
Yep.
So good from Jordan.
And Jordan will kill every villager there. It's also important to note it's gold villagers as Capoch runs away. Capoch needs a raid, Dave. I think at this point he needs to start trading against military and also eco.
But there's always another army. There's always another army coming forward from Jordan. And I mean, 3 Eagles
this is amazing.
Isn't going to cut it.
This is amazing. Jordan.
Oh, on that wood line
on the wood
too.
line now.
Oh no,
Oh,
5
geez.
crossbows.
This is perfect. I think Jordan should close it out from here, Dave. His economy's looking better. His micro's looking better. His production's better. Look at the villagers go down. He's diving in for all the weak villagers. Jordan now has 20 more villagers.
Yep. Eco KD 22-5. We know that the Aztecs can make things happen.
There's Eagles though. It changed because there's Eagles. There's
Yep.
villagers dying here. There's also Eagles on Jordan's stone. So we need to see that as well. Oh,
Cav
now
archers.
we see the Cav archers.
Easy.
Okay.
Yep. And Jordan, I think, in my opinion, Tristan, one of the best players in keeping up production behind pressure.
I agree. Yep, I agree with you on that. We saw some crazy games from others, of course, throughout the first 4 days. But Dave, Cav Archer was the unit we talked about. It's mobile now, so you don't even have any issues getting to the opponent's base to counterattack. I fail to see how you can even switch into another unit if you're Capoch.
Yep.
Like, you don't have the eco for skirms. That won't work. It's got to be Eagles.
He's got 1 on gold. It's got to be Eagles, but he's got 1 on gold, Tristan.
He can't take the gold. Jordan
he's got
is
0
behind
on
his
gold.
base. Yeah.
Nothing. And Jordan knows that wood line's exposed too. He's going to see the gold. He's going to either probably do 2 things. Explore for another gold along the edge, because he thinks Capoch might be desperately taking it there, or go to this wood line.
Also, if you look at the score right now, you should know if you're Jordan, you just have to stop the Eagles from massing.
Yeah.
You know, and he's doing that right now. He's going to come to a familiar spot. He's been here 3 or 4 times this game with the crossbows.
Yep.
And that's the killer unit.
And
Cav
adding
archers.
a second TC behind it too.
Perfect.
This is clinical. Really clinical play from Jordan. He's doing exactly what he needed to do in this
He's going to win
matchup.
this fight as well.
Yeah.
Thumb ring with ballistics, no joke.
And
on these
Capoch can't
crossbows.
reinforce. He's suddenly got 10 on gold again.
Yeah.
But I think it counts the ones that are being sent back to that gold. You can see Capoch streaming more villagers, but now there's no eagles in defense.
He might clear that, maybe, but I think Jordan, he's just looked to the sky, and I think Capoch sees he's surrounded.
Oh my
and
God, Jordan,
what
what a series and what a victory there. And we were saying that the crossbows don't feel great with the Tatars, but Jordan managed them perfectly.
Capoch doesn't feel great right now, but I think everyone should be saluting him. Everyone should be applauding him, talking about him after this tournament is over. He played so good. It's sad to see him out here in the quarterfinals, but Jordan, he does make it happen. Maybe didn't have his best start, but he made it happen. He will move on to the semifinal tomorrow, and he's going to probably give a little fist bump of respect.
God,
to
Capoch, can we get some salutes for Capoch? What a competitor showing up here, defying the odds, getting into the quarterfinals, making the cut, and then taking it to a game number 5 against Jordan. Oh my goodness, Capoch is just on another level. As we see Jordan making his way, you could see that face. It was pretty tense there in that final match going up against the Aztecs, and we will be handing it off to Britt here to see what Jordan has to say.
All right, Jordan, I don't think anyone really expected that to go to game 5. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling extremely well. I mean, completely relieved, right, because it was a very tough match, and Capoch played it the best he could, I think, and it was just so tough, right? And game 5 is just always a thriller.
Yes, absolutely, and that was really fun to watch. You should have seen the back room. Everyone was really intently watching, strategizing. Game 1, Capoch won as Britons versus you as Mayans. That was a complete surprise. What happened there?
Well, I had a little slip up there because I had a hole in the top. Yeah, I was certain that there is no entry into my base, but there was, so everything was a very chaotic, so I think I took more damage than he did, right, with my archers, and therefore I think I took just too much damage to handle it.
Right, but you were able, you could see the frustration and then also just, your shining smile. So what changed after game 1 that got you back into the groove of things?
Well, I didn't feel like I was playing too well in game 2 as well. I had a good fight at the beginning, I guess. I had a good start, but Capoch made it somehow possible to bounce back, and I had a feeling that he had the better economy, so I knew I was kind of on a timer and I had to deal some damage. I was able to do that, but it was also very chaotic, and I had the feeling that I was not playing in my A game there as well.
Yeah, and then I believe it was a game 3 in map like Wings. You played Magyars. Do you think that really helped in winning that map?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Magyars is just extremely strong there. Bulgarians, I think Bulgarians and Magyars, the 2 strongest civs there. I was initially planning to use Magyars somewhere else, but I felt like my gut feeling told me I have to use it there, and luckily I was able to pull the victory as well.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure you're feeling wonderful after that. So looking forward to what your next match will be. Back to you guys, Riley.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Britt. And look at the relief on the face of this young man here, Jordan, getting himself through to the semi-final. Maybe couldn't quite believe it, boys. At the end of that, we saw the full five-game set there. Before we talk about Jordan's triumph, however, I do want to talk about Capoch, because what a competitor. I think someone who, coming in, we ranked towards the middle of the pack. We thought this is a bloke who may bow out earlier than we expected, and he really proved us wrong. He gave us such an incredible showing, and he can hold his head high after that.
For me, the surprise of the tournament. He even in those games, that could have been easily a top 5 performance as well, right? Jordan was playing really well, and this could have also been like a semi-final for me. Like Capoch, I thought he would be like struggling to make that top 8, but started really strong, and now I still have to say it, although he lost, ended strong as well.
Yeah, he really did. And look, I think all of us here are, again, saluting Capoch for the effort that he's put here. But, Mem, let's talk about Jordan now. One of the players that seemed to be in great nick. Oh, we got the, well,
Town Bell?
A competitive Age of Empires broadcast with the Town Bell, so...
We can't talk now.
We can't.
We're idle as well.
What analysis is there left for us to offer when villages are being recorded at the Town Bell and the highest level Age of Empires tournament the world has ever seen? Anyway, we move on. Let's talk about Jordan, the nick that he's in. 3-1 in the group stage, in the Swiss pairings thing. He looked untouchable. Learie knocked him down a peg, but this was not Jordan's best play. Like, we've seen better stuff from him.
Game number 5.
And game number 5, obviously, very different story, but this series, it didn't put Jordan's best on display.
I don't think so, and I'm sure that if you ask him now, he's probably not feeling happy. Because he knows that if he faces tomorrow either Viper or Doubt, he probably needs to get a better play than today. Or play like in the game number 5. I think game number 5 is the Jordan we have seen more during the tournament. He took the initiative, and honestly, Capoch with the Aztecs never felt that he got any chance to take that game earlier.
Yeah, look, I was impressed by the way that Jordan reeled it back in. I have been impressed by his mental game. We've seen him, take breaks, reset, a couple of push-ups on the stage to get him back in the zone, that sort of thing. So I'm impressed with him as a competitor, but he's going to have to bring the fire tomorrow. Nearly, I want to talk to you. There was a moment that you chose, you wanted to talk about this massive cav fight in the feudal age that we've got some vision now we can have a look at here. Nearly, you highlighted this as a piece of, as a replay, as a highlight that you want to talk about. One of the key moments throughout this match, but talk to us about the importance of this match here, of this engagement here.
So this is Magias for Jordan, and he just quickly, after finishing the last armor upgrade, took that massive fight. As we know, Magias, cheaper scouts and stronger scouts there with the extra attack, and that was probably the fight that Capoch misjudged a bit because he didn't really know about the engagement, and from here on, Jordan could just snowball and get the 2-1 for himself.
It was pretty huge. Obviously, the upgrade timing there was terrific, and seeing, I mean, how are we characterising this man? Was this Jordan taking a great fight, or Capoch walking into one that wasn't so good for him? What was the driving force behind that engagement?
I think at that point, Capoch thought that he was going to take it because he was going and he got all the upgrades, cheaper upgrades for Bulgarian, and he committed completely.
Yeah.
He was fighting, and just at the end, when he lost 80% of the army, he went back. And also in that game, I think Jordan got a much better macro. He was having constantly farming, like almost double. I recall at some point it was 26 farmers and Capoch 14 with a lot of villages on gold, selling, buying resources too much for a map like this.
Yeah, it was excellent stuff from Jordan. We know that he's able to do this sort of thing, and a couple of wobbles, I think, for Jordan. But overall, world-class competitor. Really happy to see him in the and obviously, like, the other thing is, people just love this guy for good reason. He's a great ambassador for the game. He's polite, he's humble, he's always got a smile on his face, and he's ready to put his best foot forward always. He'll bounce back from this, I'm sure, and he'll come into the semis stronger than ever before after, patching up some of the holes that emerged today in both a literal and a figurative sense, hopefully, when it comes to those palisade walls. Anyway, my friends, we move on. It's not just Age of Empires that the players have been playing here at Heidelberg Castle as they contest for their share of $100,000 this weekend. We've also had a fair bit of chess, if you'll believe it. Now, obviously, if you're used to microing hundreds of units across a map in Age of Empires, when you've got 16 game pieces to manage with, pre-allotted spots that they can and can't go, obviously it's a very easy game. Chess, we all know that, super easy, nothing compared to Age of Empires. But the players have still been very much enjoying getting stuck into a bit of chess this week, and we've had some speed chess going on as well with the full chess clock experience. We want to bring you some of the vision of what's been going on. I believe this is one of the some of our players here, Hera and MBL, getting stuck in, and it was amazing to watch these blokes go at it, not just on the battlefield of Age of Empires, but also have a look at this when it comes to a chessboard.
Ready? Good luck. Good? Yes.
I can't think, bro.
I'm already winning.
I can't say, I don't know what moves he made. Destroy your phone. Yeah, we're killing it. Bro! I can't click, man. I swear, this is bugging.
You have still win.
I don't know what moves he made, but...
I haven't looked at your side once.
Clash! I can't.
Panic under the pressure. I helped you there.
Oh!
Hey, what is that? Move!
You can't move before I click.
You're not clicking fast enough. Trading down? No, thank you.
Are we drawing? Bro, you're cheating.
Wait.
He wasn't there.
I moved him and I have to just win on time at this point.
Yeah, you do actually.
Pieces keep falling.
Yeah.
Fiesta.
Trapped. Oh god. Can I help you saying that? Wait, you made two moves. You made two moves in a row.
That was hella sus, dude. Check.
I don't know how fast I make moves. You just make
Check.
moves.
Check. Alright, I'm just gonna run. You have 3 seconds, move!
I'm moving.
Check. 2 seconds, 2 seconds. You can't move there. Okay, GG.
Man, what the hell is this?
Well, they may be masters of micro when it comes to Age of Empires, but that was some sloppy work there, I would say, when it came to managing their pieces, stuff falling out all over the place. Let's hope that these two do a little bit better when it comes to managing their troops in the next game that we're going to watch, which is, of course, Age of Empires 2. Nilly and Mem joining me here as we intro our next game, which just so happens to be, of course, between these two players we just saw. Hera and MBL will be our second quarterfinal. Mem, I'm going to start with you. Set the scene for us. Hera, world-class player, absolute superstar, surgical, excellent at everything he does. MBL, a wild card, loose cannon, a master of chaos. Talk us through this matchup.
I asked him, MBL, are you going to pick Burmese again? Don't worry, man. Not going to pick again. We started good.
They could glue it to the table, I think.
Yes, you know. Being said that, I really think that Hera is playing incredible, playing really good. Even the match that he lost against the Viper, I think he did an incredible performance. Yep. I think he's the favorite, but really, MBL has to do something that he did against the Viper. Against the Viper, he played his own gameplay, but I really don't know. I think he has a really tough match here because also they know each other really well. They are teammates, and Hero, the Canadian, for me, is clear favorite in this one.
I think I agree, and I think most people will agree. I'm backing MBL just from an entertainment standpoint. I love watching this bloke play. I want to watch him play Age of Empires all day long. I want to see him back here on Sunday, but Hera is... I mean, he's an absolute all-star. He's a titan of this format, Nilly, and he's going to really be a massive challenge for the Norwegian here.
Absolutely. We consider him top 3 in the world, right? So good. Was in 2 finals. He's so... He just was missing 2 games once, 1 game twice, and he could have easily be a Red Bull champion there. Historically, MBL also not matching up too well against Hera, and I think MBL, as we just saw, bit too many night losses there.
Very good indeed. Well, let's hope he does a little bit better on the Age of Empires battlefield rather than with a game of chess. But before we get there, if you'd like to get to know the players a little bit better from a statistical standpoint, my friends, we have the Red Bull Live Stats website that is being updated constantly with all the numbers that you could possibly want in assessing the players, their performances, their decisions, their strengths, their weaknesses, perhaps. There is so much going on there. I fully commend the QR code there on your screen to your attention. Otherwise, exclamation point chat, stats in chat will get you all the info you need. It's going to be updated tomorrow, of course, with the stuff that we saw today. I don't know if you blokes have, how deep you've gone on this website. It's incredible. It is incredible. There is so much data to unpack there. Make sure you get across it. because it really is a sight to be seen. Anyway, that's it from us here at the analyst desk for now. We are going to throw over to the casters as we get ready. Buckle your seatbelts, my friends, because we've got a wild ride coming in here. Hera, who went all the way to the finals of Wololo previously. Can he go one better this time around here at Red Bull Wololo 5? Well, the man in his way, MBL, the master of chaos. Can he sow enough wild, messy, unbelievable chaos on this battlefield to get it done against the Canadian? Only time will tell. Standing by for coverage of match number 2 here at our quarterfinals of Red Bull Wololo 5, live from Heidelberg Castle. Your casters for this set, it's Dave and T90.
This is live?
Yeah.
I thought this was recorded.
No, they would have never included the bit where Nilly was looking in the
Yeah,
QR code.
That's true.
He's turning into a jester slowly.
He's been
Slowly.
a jester. Yeah,
The one-
he's been a... We didn't know until the costume.
Yeah,
but He's
yeah.
been a jester, yeah.
So we've got the player entry here, and we have MBL. Every day looks a little bit more confident, back in his sweater again.
He shaved.
Obviously from AM. Oh, he's looking good today. Okay.
All right.
Okay, and then just getting set up there. And here comes Hera. Look at that. Swagger is turned on. Running right to the PC on the left. That's where the higher seed usually goes. Okay. The better player on paper.
Yep.
And I think that's what we have in this matchup. We have a better player on paper than MBL, but MBL, like they said, you never know what to expect. And Riley was not only mentioning the craziness that he somehow or sometimes gets, but I think one thing we didn't mention is that he's a really good boomer too.
He is.
And a lot of the times with his unique strategies, he will full wall and then not do anything until Castle Age. Or
Yeah.
Imperial Age sometimes.
He's really hard to lock down because he
Yeah.
also can have that 1TC aggression,
Yeah.
the forward style. I think that one thing we should talk about is how MBL played against the Viper compared to how he may have played against Slam. And I think this comes back to a lack of confidence for MBL against certain names. Against Slam, he was very aggressive while also booming, and he was really trying to pressure in Castle Age. Against Viper, he just kind of boomed up towards Imp, and then Viper had his way with him. So I think that MBL needs to be a bit more aggressive.
Oh, we've got Brit.
Oh, wait a second. What is
she doing?
What's she
It
doing?
took this long to fix this, guys. Come on.
Oh.
I thought that was upside down.
Poor Malians.
You know what's funny? I actually didn't think that was upside down.
Look, she's threatening
Wow.
Krazini. What? Wait a second.
What are admins good for?
Oh.
MBL's like, I want to see what just happened. What if someone picks Malians in this draft now? They didn't recognize it before.
I mean, MBL might. I could see him doing it.
Yeah, right after Burmese.
Yeah.
But as the draft's about to begin, seriously, I think that MBL needs to play like he's up against a weaker player here, because I think if he can excel with Castle Age aggression and making it messy, that Hera can have some struggles against that at times. So we'll have to see when the games develop, but we will have the maps first. Hera going to start it all off with the map Winged.
Winged. We saw that before. Capoch against Jordan, and that was a crazy game. Jordan with the all-out aggression there. And we're going to see another one. Wade has been picked for MBL. We saw that against Viper. It didn't work out for him with the Burmese.
It didn't, but it was interesting, and it was fun
was
to watch.
interesting.
And he's going to ban Haboob. He says,
Okay,
"Get out of
so-
here with the open close stuff."
MBL wants to make it crazy in Castle Age. He
Yeah.
doesn't want it to be crazy in Feudal Age.
I agree.
Hera is fine with craziness in Feudal Age because he's that good.
And Hera says, "Screw the gimmicks."
Yep.
He's like villagers on shorefish.
Yeah.
If it's better than my farms, let's just get rid of it. So he's known for
He's
expanding his
thinking-
farming eco into the corners
He's
of the map.
thinking, and I think he
Did he
picked-
just Aftermath?
Was it Aftermath?
What?
Yeah, Aftermath
What?
for Hera. Okay.
Is this the first time an Aftermath player has picked Aftermath?
It might be. It is the matchup right now.
He's wearing his Aftermath shirt today, too.
Okay, and enclosed for MBL. So you could see the style of map that MBL wants. He wants to be far away from his opponent, get to Castle Age, and then try and do something then.
Makes sense. All right, game one is Rune Stones. It is always Rune Stones. The players go to the drawing boards or books, and they're just going to write down their civilizations. Hera looking back over just to make sure the maps are there. And again, what typically happens here, this is very important, the way I think you should do it is you should write down the maps and then you should write out
Like 2 or 3 civs.
Yeah, your top civs, because
Yeah.
you're not going to get them all and you need to have a list.
And you should have a list of civs for the bands that your opponent, the maps that your opponent has picked,
Yeah,
that
true.
you can potentially draft to ban it from them.
Yeah.
You know, like if he doesn't want to see, let's, for instance, say Bohemians on Wade, he can theoretically draft Bohemians, waste a spot just to deny that from MBL.
I actually think that both players are going to race to Bohemians. MBL talked to me about how he thought Bohemians was strong for Viper. Hera, I think, played with it. First off, he played against it in the Swiss stage and lost to Viper, and then I think he played with it the next day. So I think we will actually see Bohemians. It's just how high these players rank it, I'm not too sure.
I love the fact that we get Bohemians with such unique strategies in like the first major tournament since they've been released.
Oh yeah.
That's super cool to me. And we saw polls too. I didn't expect to ever see polls coming into this tournament.
Let's not bring it up. It actually makes me so upset.
Humans for Hera. So that's a very aggressive early civilization. We have Vikings for MBL. Vikings, Aztecs for MBL, two civilizations that kind of, I mean, Vikings definitely plays into his style a little bit.
Yeah, I think Aztecs does as well. He has some crazy highlights with his monks against Hera's aggression. I'm not sure how many people remember the play of the year 2020, but look for it out there. It was crazy, but you know, not as much monk play in these settings, to be honest, Dave. More so about the Eagles.
Magyars for Hera. So Hera's got two really good, aggressive early civilizations.
Yep. MBL's face is like, maybe a look of regret. Like, I shouldn't have let him get those civs.
Yeah,
There's Tatars for Hera
too.
now.
That's more of a Castle Age civilization.
Is
And
it?
we have
Okay, I thought it
Britons.
was Poles. Sorry, PTSD. It's not as tall, I suppose. And he gets another choice here. This could go for something like, he doesn't really have a crazy boom civ, so maybe he wants to go for Khmer. I know he likes Khmer on enclosed. Hunts.
Hunts.
Wasn't expecting that, to be honest.
I wonder who picks Saracens first. I think Saracens is a shoe-in for Aftermath.
I don't think
After
we're
what
going
I've
to see
seen from
Saracens
them?
at all. Maybe like the final pick. I think it doesn't suit the two players here. If we had
Franks,
if we had
if
like
they pick it,
Tato
yeah,
or Viper or
yeah.
something like that, we would probably see Saracens. Mayans there for Hera. Okay, it's good to finally see some of these civilizations that were banned out the first 4 days. Very happy to see these civs. So both players will have a meso civ, and people tend to fear those civilizations. After these picks, they will have a snipe, so they can eliminate one of the 7 civs.
This is the most focused I've seen MBL in a while. I like it.
Let's see, what's he going for? Is that Berbers? It is Berbers.
Berbers,
okay.
good.
MBL went 4 TC boom on Wade before. I'm trying to think through. I mean, he might not do the same. He goes Ethiopians now.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, Jordan did win with Ethiopians on enclosed.
He did, yeah.
Doesn't really.
I mean,
suit
it's a
MBL
good
style.
civ for. It's not really though for Empire Wars, is it?
I think it is. To quote
If you
Hera
play it
the other day,
perfectly, it is.
Hera said this to Learie the other day at dinner, and I was like 2 tables down, and I asked Hera if I could quote it. Hera said, "Ethiopians on paper should be so good, but they're actual ass." And I was like, "Yo, Hera, can I quote that?" He's like, "Sure, whatever."
Okay, Bulgarians, really good civ for winged. Same with Magyars. Probably we heard it from Jordan. The 2 best civs for that map, in his opinion, and Hera has both of them.
True. MBL might be tempted to go Aztecs there. I don't know if that'd be good with Bulgarians on the other side, though.
Saracens. There we go.
Oh, Saracens, last pick, okay.
Okay, so last pick for MBL. Are we going to call it? Let's both say a civ at the same time.
Franks.
Turks.
Oh my God, I got it.
I just wanted to go out there.
Dave, I wasn't even, I saw it, so.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I happened to see that one right before you asked me, so now it all comes down to what you want to get rid of here. I feel like MBL should snipe Cumans or Magyars. Those are so strong.
Yeah.
We have Aztec sniped from
I think
MBL.
it's got to be Magyars just because Cumans. Oh, Mayans. Okay, so now Hera has no potential to go into an Eagle civilization.
I'm surprised with that. I really don't think Mayans have done that well this tournament. I think if it was a standard tourney that it would be different, but...
And Hera sniped the Aztecs, so we won't see any Mesoamerican civs here.
No, we will not. And rip to Incas, who will forever be forgotten about now that Aztecs and Mayans can't be globally banned at the start, so feels bad. But we're going to get the ball rolling here for the next quarterfinal. Dave, how good was that first quarterfinal?
The first quarterfinal was amazing, and I think lived up to it and exceeded anyone's expectations of the set.
Yeah, I agree.
I thought it would probably be like a 3-1 or even a 3-0 if Jordan was on the top of his game, but Capoch made him work for it.
Yep. Look at that trophy. That is amazing.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Pretty good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's how you describe that, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Is this castle pretty good?
That's all right.
What
as
about
far
the
as castles go, you know.
Okay, and then final question: How is casting with me?
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about this live?
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. That's
Okay.
fine. I know it's been bad. Well, Hera's going to be sitting down here in a moment. For now, his starting villager is setting up all his civilizations nicely there on the desk. On the other side, MBL should have the exact same. What do you think about runestones, Dave? Old runestones was a map where players would wall and play archers all the time.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily been the case these days.
I'm thinking, what does MBL want to play on Wade, and what does MBL want to play on runestones? Because I see Britons, I see Vikings. And I'm just thinking, Vikings are good on both of those, and Britons are good on both of those. But where does he prefer it? And I would probably think Vikings for Wade, just because it's way easier to wall than runestones is.
Maybe, yeah. And then also, if you have to like flee with your villagers on the side, your villagers are a bit faster because of wheelbarrow. I personally think that MBL is still going to go with, like, even though he's not the most meta player, I think that having Vikings available, he's going to use Vikings where everyone else probably would. So if I had my guess, I'd maybe say runestones, but I don't think Hera should fear MBL playing archers with good eco as much as other players.
I think MBL is going to be happy with the Civ draft. I think the Civ draft from both players was really good, except for the fact that Hera has Cumans and Magyars. So the close maps like Winged is going to be really hard for MBL to get anything going.
Berbers in Castle Age can counter Cumans and Magyars, so if that matchup ends up happening, it could be pretty good.
Tato, Winchester, Capoch.
Yep.
Only losing to the Viper, and that was an insane set. Probably the best set of the tournament so far.
Hera also is his true ranking position after all the Red Bulls is above the Viper.
Yep.
He has made it to 2 finals, but unable to win them. Yeah, always second. All right, so we actually had an interview with Hera. You'll get to hear with him a little bit more, or from him a little bit more, before we start his set.
Hi, my name is Hera. I'm 21, from Canada originally, but playing Age of Empires Professional and found my way in a castle in Germany, in Heidelberg. The group stage has been pretty nice for me. I'm obviously not, XO. I lost to Viper, so I dropped 1, but that was a very nice set. And I think in general, I feel like I played pretty well throughout the group stage, getting used to the land setup, and I'm excited for playoff stage. I will say I was fortunate enough to save a lot of my strategies and prepared civs in the group stage, so I'm going to be coming out strong in the playoff stage. Whether they will work or not, we'll have to wait and see, but I have some plans up my sleeve, and I'm excited to try them out.
All right, interesting to note as well as you see the rankings there for Hera and what everyone here thought about him. Hera said that he has strategy saved, and I spoke to Learie. He said they did no training games together while they were here because they saw the bracket. They would potentially meet each other in the semifinals.
Look at that Ethiopian win rate. That's what I was talking about. It's a good Civ, theoretically, but you have to play it perfectly, and you can see the average win rate for that Civ really low across the board. Hera making it work only half of the time.
Yep. Yeah, also you have had crazy competitive games. It's hard to know what the matchups were too, but yeah, Hera said Ethiopians on paper.
This looks like
really good.
You know when you have like one of those skateboarding or snowboarding games, and you have to bump up your player stats, and you're like playing co-op against your friend with the base game guy, and then he pulls out like his cheat code character. That's what this looks like right now.
I just got some Tony Hawk Pro Skater flashbacks.
Yeah.
Can I go? I actually kind of want to stop this now. I want to go play. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but yeah, that's exactly what that looks like, Dave. It's been a while, but Hera, I think his level is at a point where if he does not win the entire thing, it's a disappointment for him. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And he was coming in second in events for a very long time in 2020. Obviously, winning Hidden Cup 4 was really big for him, and that was kind of one of the big championships for him. And the last goal, I think, is a Red Bull Wololo event.
He's got two players who are giving him who historically have given him problems as he's been getting these second place finishes. You had the Viper,
and you had
right?
Learie.
He finally took care of Viper in Hidden Cup, right? And then he had Learie. And so Learie is the one that's difficult because they're so similar, and Learie's only been winning by one game.
Yeah,
So
both
it's like-
times.
Yeah.
Both times 4-3 on two separate Wololo events, number 2 and number 4 in
And
the
then
finals.
I believe in Red Bull Wololo 3, they faced in a quarterfinal, and Learie won 3-2.
Yep.
So like that's been the difference. But he's so close, and I think that's going to motivate him, and he will go in here seeing himself as the favorite. He might not say it, but he definitely will. Spoke to MBL again. I think he's just lacking a little bit of confidence. He's faced up against Hera many times. You know that Hera kind of counters him in some ways. And
Yeah.
He did not. So when I asked for his prediction for the series, he said that he thinks Hera will win this pretty easily. So I told him, hey, be more aggressive in Castle Age, make it a little bit messier.
Yeah.
You know, keep your chin up.
The thing about Hera and Learie, I was talking to other players around here, and we were all in agreement. Like, Jordan lost that set. Jordan played against Learie, right?
Yeah.
He lost that set against Learie because he tried to play like Learie against him. And that's all the players were in agreement that you can't do that.
Correct.
They're just too good.
Yep.
You can't do that. You have to beat them some other way. Like, you can't get into micro wars with them, Hera and Learie. You can't get into meta wars with them. You're just not, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to win.
Yeah.
So you need to mix it up a little bit. And MBL's a perfect example of that, someone who can make that work.
I said, MBL, I said, are there any general strategy differences you're going to go into with this? And he said, just boom. Just boom. So I think we're going to see a lot of long games.
Okay.
And he did take those games late against Viper. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to win. But my approach would be like, if I'm going to go down against somebody, I want to go out fighting, right?
Yeah.
I know eco is really important, but I think in this game mode, you know, maybe putting on extra aggression is the way as opposed to extra eco.
And it's not like MBL can't reach that peak that they're at either. There's moments in games where his fingers and the mouse are just flying.
Yeah.
Like, he's such a quick player, and he can play standard. It's just not his typical gameplay. So both
Hera
players
laughing
just
at the
kind of
moment.
trying to get into the lobby. Maybe they're listening to us, you know?
I think Hera's laughing at the state of the lobby system.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. I don't know. Could be wrong.
Maybe.
Just guessing. Trying to load up everything, get the settings correct here for game number 1. It will be a best of 5. Do you think the best of 5 helps Hera, or do you think it hurts him?
I think the longer the sets are, it helps Hera.
Okay.
Like, obviously, if MBL is going to win a set, he's coming in here as the underdog, as the player we don't expect, and a shorter series always favors them.
Yeah. MBL and Hera used to play 8, 9, 10 hours a day against each other back in the day when we started doing all this. So I think that both have some crazy stamina.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we don't have 8, 9, 10 hours of those two today. Otherwise, this broadcast will have to be extended.
I've never seen the Civ selection and us in camera.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what to look at.
Kind of move in a little bit here.
Well, I think both players will be happy with the drafts here. I really do.
Yeah.
The only one that's weird to me is Ethiopians, but that's just because they felt underwhelming.
Yeah. Technically, they should be, on paper, they should be good. And then you just look over the history of Wololo events, and they've just been, they've been dog water, dude. Absolute dog water.
All right. Well, they are remaking the lobby to get things started here, game number 1, which will be on Runestone. So, you've got Vikings for MBL. Do you go maybe with a Cav Civ, or do you try and utilize Vikings or Britons, one of your Archer civilizations?
I think you got to go Archer Civilizations.
Britons could be strong.
I think just Runestones and Wade are Vikings and Britons.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, MBL can play that, especially with Vikings. If he gets a boom going, he's a very good boomer.
Sure. Yeah, and
Very,
also
very
cheap TCs, right?
Yep.
What did he like buy 100 stones so he could go immediate
Dude, he
4
spent,
TC?
how many Black Forest games has MBL played in his career? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands?
Way too many.
Way too many. More than any normal human should.
Way too many. Oh gosh. Yeah. And he's had some legendary ones as well. Like some real, like very rarely does a Black Forest game last in my memory unless it's played by Fatslob.
Yeah.
And MBL is some crazy highlights.
Well, these two actually had a 6.5 hour arena game against each other. And I remember I messaged Tristan 3 hours in, and then we watched it together. and Hera was fading the longer the game went, and MBL was getting stronger. And he was gaining energy. So it was quite funny. Hera had to pause for a minute and go take a drink in the middle of the game, so he took a 5-minute pause, and MBL, instead of leaving his computer stretching like a normal human would, said, "Let's go chess, let's go chess."
Just immediately cues up for a
Plays the chess game. The game is over, MBL wins, and Hera is, oh, I need to end my stream, I need to get off, this is exhausting.
Horrible.
I haven't eaten in forever.
Yeah.
And MBL looks at the statistics screen for a minute, and then
he skipped it. I remember being pissed because he skipped it.
He skipped it
after a
and then
6-hour game.
He immediately queues up for another game.
And that's something. Now, granted, I think the situation's a little different.
Yeah.
But if MBL can drag this series out, like even if let's say he loses game 1, but he doesn't lose game 1 until 1 hour.
Important to note, Hera was fasting during that
huge.
as well, so that probably factored into the fatigue, but at the same time, it was so funny watching MBL gain energy through this long slog of a game.
Yeah.
It's just, that's his style, right? That's his personality. He refuses to give up sometimes, and he's made some insane comebacks because of it.
Well, we're certainly pumping up this series as we should be.
Yeah,
These
I'm
two
excited.
guys know each other very well. I am as well.
Yeah.
It should be good. And hopefully we'll be in shortly.
Okay, they're both
We
into
got
the
'em in
lobby,
the lobby.
we're being told, so we should be in game number 1 soon.
Runestones, I think we see Vikings for MBL. I'm really curious if Hera goes for Archer Civ, because it feels like trying to compete with Vikings with Archers is too difficult to do.
I think you should go maybe Vikings on Wade. I think maybe
Vikings
Vikings
on
on
Wade?
Wade. Yeah, just because you can wall up easier. And Hera's probably going to expect Vikings on Runestones, so what if you don't?
I think you just go Vikings game 1.
Okay. Okay.
But I think your point is correct, right? I think that you are looking at it from a perspective of MBL needs to do something a little different, and not necessarily the expected choice. I could see Khmer actually from Hera game 1. I just have a feeling.
Okay.
It's a little weird though, right? To fall back to
Hera with Khmer is terrifying.
Yeah, like Knights and Scorpions.
If he ever gets late game and has like 80 farms,
Oh yeah.
his production queues are insane. Like
yeah.
it's terrifying. He can make hussars all day.
Hera from Canada, MBL from Norway. These guys have known each other for a very, very long time. Back when it all started for me anyways, it was 2014, 2015. Hera was like 14 or 15 years old.
And Hera was just a really good player, really fast player. We always expected a lot from him, but he was very stubborn too.
Yeah.
Only ever play like Arabia Huns, go Scouts.
Yeah. I would say what really changed with him is his defensive capabilities. I think what took him to the next level is the definitive edition.
Yep.
Because you can, as MBL would say, why don't we auto play as well? Like you can do so many things with all these different commands. So it allows Hera to focus more on the fights with some of those small elements, right? And I was talking to Mem about that the other day. And MBL did take some time to grow into the definitive edition, relying on some of those cool little features and cleaning up the game. And I think he's gonna have to make it messy regardless here in this series. Hopefully, Game 1 will be launching shortly, ladies and gents. I know you are probably on the edge of your seat. I know you are probably growing impatient with my voice, I'm sorry. But we do want a game as well, and we're hoping it will 14, which I know you guys can't type right now because it is in emote-only mode.
Good. It never gets it started faster.
Okay, we're gonna bring the analysts into the conversation, see if Mem, Nilly, and Riley agree with us. And Riley, how are you feeling in the lead up to this series?
Thanks very much, Tristan. Yeah, look, looking forward to this one. Obviously, can't wait to get it underway. We do apologise for the technical issues, just issues getting Hera into the lobby, and we're working through them as quick as we can. It's surprising that Twitch chat, after all those 14s, we still haven't listened to them. I don't know. It's like they're making it very clear what they want, and we're just here like, nah, we'll wait. It's fine. No, look, we're having issues. We do apologise for them. We're going to try to figure it out and get that to you as soon as possible. Let's talk about the draft. I want to focus first of all on the bigger picture. The broader picture now as we head into best of 5 games, the drafting process for them. Nilly, we'll start with you. What is it that like these players prepare in contrast to how it's been with the Swiss, compared to the Swiss rounds where there were global bans, that sort of thing? It obviously opens up a wider range of civs and the more powerful civs come into play.
And you're more guaranteed to get the civilizations that you kind of want, right? Unless your opponent picks them before you, it's pretty clear. Before that, you had to fight with the picks and also with the bans, so you went deeper into your planning, maybe not the executed strategies that we could see on those bracket days.
Yeah, but it's good to have that, you know, as it explores some other exciting and, you know, fresh civilizations. The Burmese, the Poles, was good to see them get open about Tristan in particular. He just couldn't get enough of it, of course. But, Mem, let's focus in on the draft we've just seen here. Some of the most powerful civs. No eagles, of course, coming through with those snipes. But no real surprises in this draft, were there? Like, what are your thoughts on how this draft went, and I guess what's your takeaway from it?
More than the civilizations, I will focus even more in the maps. I don't like maps from MBL.
Oh, really?
I'll tell you why. If we want to make something happen, I don't think that those close maps like Wait and Close, it's really benefit against Hera. Against other players, maybe. Everyone knows that Hera is really good with the micro, but how about 70 farmers with a lot of hazard going for the late game? He's amazing. He's super. Why not some maps like Meadow, Habub? He's super fast in the early game, but you can make something happen more. If you go slow, like it happens against the Viper the other day, I think Hera is also in later game better than MBL.
Let's talk about some of these maps. Have we seen Meadow at all? Once, maybe? Like, Meadow just hasn't been picked. What's going on there?
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised by it. Maybe a bit too standard if you think about a home map. It's not really the direction that you want to go at. And I have to disagree with Mem. Actually, on the ladder, Hera is falling off in late game. Like, games after 60 minutes are the ones that he has with the lowest win rate. So I think actually going into the super long games might be better for MBL.
Well, but because a ladder when he's playing 10 hours stream daily, you know, I don't know. I think it's very tricky, you know. Like those stats, it's not the same when you are playing in the ladder that you are streaming for so many hours, playing hours and hours. Here it's just one series, full fresh, and being full fresh, I really believe that it's really complicated to match the Canadian.
I agree with some of the stuff you're saying there. I really do. The idea that, you know, obviously, you know, I stream a little bit myself, and it does take it out of you. There's a lot of drain. You've got to be entertaining. You've got to manage all the jackals in the chat, all of that sort of stuff, and it takes it out of you. But, Mem, to contrast what you're saying here a little bit, the setting that we're in here, I think, also adds another layer. You don't have the comfort, the familiarity. You don't have the, you know, you can't. I mean, I guess the players are hidden from the waist down, but you can't. You have to wear pants to these events as well, which some players, especially some streamers, are really going to struggle with. I mean, you know, speaking from personal experience, it's awful. Look at these things, unbelievable. But
it's amazing.
It does change the dynamic a little bit, and something that we've seen is players rise to the occasion or have it affect the way that they've played. And to bring it back to the draft, it's been fascinating the way that Doubt, for example, has used his physical presence. He's a big bloke, right? And he's obviously a jolly gentle giant when it suits him, but he has used that presence to assert his authority, not just from a gameplay perspective, but also from a, you know, here I rule type perspective. And we can sort of dissect gameplay and strategy and that sort of stuff, but I feel like that's the sort of thing we focus on so often. Playing in an actual literal castle for many of these players with so much money on the line, nearly it is a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, maybe it is, right? I'm not sure how easily they get intimidated. I don't really think like MBL gets intimidated by Hera that easily or the other way around. But there was one weird thing in the draft that I was really surprised at. That was the late Mayan snipe.
Yeah.
Right, it was pick number 5.
Let's talk about that. There's no eagles this round. Right?
Yeah, Inga's not picked at all. And if you felt like Mayans are that strong, why didn't he pick it earlier? Was it maybe okay, ad stakes? Maybe that was the game plan. Certainly something I want to hear in the interview later. But I'm surprised.
We've seen an evolution, Mem, of Meso Civs in Empire Wars, even between the last two events. I would say that Wololo 4, I mean, would you agree Wololo 4 heavily dominated by Meso Civs, right, broadly speaking? They've fallen off. And one of the things that I was interested to see as we move from the Swiss portion where there were just infinite bans every round, as we move into the playoffs, are these Meso Civs going to re-emerge? Are we going to see the dominance of Eagle Warriors once again when these bans kind of calm down? And then in the second quarterfinal, all the Meso Civs are banned out by these snipes. Are people still afraid of Eagle Warriors? What's going on?
For me, it's kind of weird because, for example, I remember that yesterday there was some series that Mayas wasn't even picked. In some series, I don't remember which one, but it wasn't even picked. And like Nearly said, if you pick the number 5, then also we saw in the previous series, Jordan with a good aggressive gameplay, transition to castle, you push completely the Aztecs back. I believe that they are very dangerous. They are kind of snowball, but if you get the initiative in the game, you can still dominate them. And in some of the maps, with the new Kumans that also, like they pick, look, who will say that we will pick Kumans in the first choice? And now you can make one stable and, well, even double stable right away, or double RT range in the first second. So we are discovering still the meta during the tournament.
Things have certainly changed, and something that we sort of, it was as a precursor to this entire event, we talked about the fact that Empire Wars has a very, very quickly shifting meta. Player preferences chop and change very quickly. There's a lot of counterplay to what your opponent's up to, and so it's, you know, we don't come into this being like, well, we know that this civ is good, that civ's good. Cumans have emerged strongly. Bulgarians have kind of come out of nowhere recently. We haven't seen a lot of the Vikings, but I think that's mainly because of the bans. Ethiopians was, I think, the second most picked, at least very high pick at Wololo 4, and we've seen them a little bit, but they really haven't dominated. The drafts have been fascinating, and the way that the format has continued to develop. Nearly, I want to talk to you about the piece that you prepared yesterday. We actually may get a chance to look at this shortly. You got the chance to pick the brains of some of the players in the war room and went through a, what was it, a draft strategy primer almost. Talk to us about this piece and what we're going to share with the viewers.
Yeah, actually I'm not really sure what we are showing, because they told me, Nearly, do something quickly in 5 minutes, and it was just golden content. I picked the brains.
Do you know what he said? Actually, sorry to interrupt. Do you know what he said? I've got to tell people this. We were sat down at dinner, right, just chatting, and I say, Nearly, how was it, mate? Because I was off with the horses, flamethrower, whatever else people saw on Twitter. And I was like, Nearly, how was your bit? And he goes, Riley, we shouldn't be showing it. I'm like, oh, what happened? Was it that bad? What did you swear? Like, what happened, right? And he goes, we can't give it away for free. We can't. It's too good. I was like, what do you want? You want to paywall the stream? You don't want to give away your secrets? Apparently this thing that you filmed yesterday was actually just so good that you think that it's, I mean, go ahead, tell us about it. It was incredible, was it?
Yeah, we talked a bit about strategy when it comes to drafting, right? And I had Capoch, Tato, one of the greatest minds in Age of Empires, and we did a short Q&A. What do we think about drafting? What do we write in notebooks? And then one part where we actually did the drafting, and they explained why they picked which civilization. I'm super excited what.
Yeah. I mean, I can't wait to see it as well. I'm glad I get to see it for free. It's fantastic. I thought it would be out of pocket for it, but that's great. Once again, I'd like to offer our apologies on behalf of the broadcast team. We are working to get these issues fixed. Just part and parcel. That's what comes along sometimes, and we do our best to work through it as quickly as possible. In the meantime, however, I do understand that we are going to be able to show you this Nearly drafting video. So put your wallets away. You can pop the credit cards back in the purse there. This one coming to you for free. Can you believe it? Oh my goodness, such content coming your way. Can you believe it? But as soon as we're ready with that, we're going to chuck it over to Nearly and his draft piece from yesterday. I'm looking forward to seeing what you cooked up for us, Nearly. Let's go.
Even the second part. Welcome to Battle Tips, where we will go into an in-depth analysis of the drafting when it comes to maps and civilizations. And with Red Bull Wololo 5, this is very different than what the players are normally used to. Tato, maybe give us some thoughts. The first time you were at this table, you felt a bit lost.
It was a bit hard, to be honest, because we only practice once, and when you are here and there is a lot of civilization, it's a bit overwhelming. And like at some point, the clock is running out of time, and you need to pick a civilization, right? So you see a lot of shapes. There are most cycles, and then it's really hard.
I can absolutely see that. Capoch, the first time you saw this table, were you excited or a bit more on the scared side?
No, it was nice to for the first time use something like this, but you needed your notebook or whatever to know, to have everything prepared and just to adapt whatever was happening and whatever the opponent was choosing, and have like an easy way to try to counter that or something like that, because it was really, like, if you do it on the fly, you're probably going to draft bad. You need to have a bit of, you need to be prepared, I guess.
Okay, preparation indeed will be key. And if we think about Age of Empires, we most of the time think about moving villagers and skirmishers fighting against archers. But this is a big part of the basically outcome of the whole set. How important do you think is a draft looking at the quarterfinals and semifinals?
I would say like it's at least 30%. Like also it's gonna depend on how well or how bad you play. But let's say you play your normal game, I would say at least 30% the draft.
30%, that seems very, very important. Tato, what is your general strategy if you think, okay, what maps do I pick and what civilizations to follow?
first I will take a look at the maps and see what the strategy I want to pull off, and what kind of civilization I need on the map, more like cavalry oriented or archer, or how many civs are there, like are really strong. Because then if there's a lot of civilization, that map is not that important at the start of the draft. You will trade, okay, I will pick that civilization later. It's not that important. It's more about picking the stronger civs for a map that is like, let's say, Circuit Sprint. You have Indians that is probably the best civ there, so you will probably aim for that one. And even on Runestone, there's way more options, so you can delay that pick for later.
Oh, that's really interesting. And when you said delaying picks and banning stuff, Capoch, we will have the big change now going into the playoff stage. There will be no bans, but we had lots and lots of bans over in the group stage. What's the big difference here?
Well, I would say it's quite big. Like the first day was only one ban, so it will be. I would say the playoffs will be more similar to that first day, and then the other days of the group stage with 3 or 4 bans each. It was just. It was crazy the amount of civilizations, good civilizations that were out, and people started showing other civs that are not so strong for some maps. So I think it's changed completely now. With only one snipe, you need to be careful and think well what's the best civ of your opponent to snipe, and also try to guess what civ the opponent will try to snipe you, so you have a balanced overall draft for the maps.
Wow, that sounds really complex to me, and I would write down a lot. I saw that you wrote quite something down as well, Tato. What are the notes in your notebook?
Mainly it's like you have a list of the map civilizations, because as I said, like it's really hard to take a look at all the civilizations and have a good overview. So you have the civilizations that you want, the strategies, and try to not forget any civilization on the list. Like, that's the most important thing. And just stick to the plan and go for it.
And sticking to plans, Capoch, you had a very, very magical game there against Doubt, where you succeeded with Incas, and you were very feared with your Eagle Warrior play after that one. And then on day 3, you faced against Hera, and he instantly banned all the 3 civilizations that have eagles. What was going on there?
Well, I kind of laughed when I saw that he banned the 3 Meso civs. So, I mean, it's kind of expected sometimes, because Meso civs are quite strong, and in day 3 or day 4 you get so many bans that it's possible that the best civs of Empire Wars won't be even played. But yeah, I think Meso civs are quite good.
Meso civs are indeed quite good. That's something we have seen a lot in Red Bull Wololo 4 as well. And now we got into a weird scenario that we actually didn't plan before. We had 4 sets being played by both of you in the group stage, and only counting game number 1. Tato went 4-0 undefeated, Capoch 0-4 and still made it into the quarterfinals. What was going on there, guys? Capoch, any thoughts?
Well, I don't know, like first game, I just suck. I don't know. I practiced before, warm up and whatever, but first game, it's probably not the nerves, but I just, they are still, some of them were still close games, but I just couldn't perform well in those games.
And Tato, you jumping into the set full force direct?
Well, I think like usually the last map as well is kind of your home map, right? Because if you are B, maybe it's a bit harder if you don't have those map prepared. But I think everyone now is prepared for every map. So you will pick the map that you think is the best for you when you are B, and when you are A, you can choose those 2 maps. So I think that counts as home map for both players. And probably the nerves pay a bit as well at the start, because it's the first game, you are in the States, it's a bit harder. And then when you got rolling, it is way easier to perform, I would say.
Okay, and we did see some wild drafts there. We had 2 mentionable ones. We felt like Winchester's Pulse pick, something very off-meta. Capoch, you saw that game. What were your thoughts on that draft?
Well, I saw that game and I was like, what is Winchester's plan? What is he really thinking? Because he was up against Berbers, which kind of countered pretty well Paul's Imperial Age. So Winchester needed to win really fast or he was dead. And that's exactly what happened. And I feel like that's a pick that it hasn't been totally explored yet. It's a new civ and a lot of players don't know how to play with it. And probably, yes, they know how to counter it or what civs can counter it. So I think that was probably a mistake, or maybe he was confident to pull it off with that sieve.
And something where the casters were very, very critical of as well was the Vermees pick of MBL. In the end, resulted into the loss of that game. What are your thoughts on that, Tato?
I understand completely the casters there because, like, he knew what was Viper's plan because it was wait Bohemians, and he still decided, okay, I will go for. No, actually, it was his host map, but now I remember. It was wait. He picked wait to bait Bohemians for Viper and counter it with Burmese. But I'm pretty sure he didn't play that before because it was everything that Burmese has is worse. Like if Bohemians data better, so it didn't make any sense, right?
So really, really tricky for sure. Sometimes maps can already be won actually before really playing the game itself. And we, in the end of the draft, still have one snipe for each player. Capoch, how important is that last snipe, eliminating arguably the strongest civilization of the opponent?
It's very important unless you are really confident you can counter that strong civilization from your opponent.
Okay, sweet stuff. Then, Tato, disagreeing there?
No. I think he has a point. But snipe, the most important thing is that usually when you pick your first sieve, you are thinking that, okay, that is going to be the sieve that my opponent will snipe, right? So you will play around with the other sieves and he will think the same. So you can play around that because he will pick another sieve for that map, and then you can snipe one of the others and he will be stuck with two sieves for one map. So if you you think that you can counter that sieve, that can backfire a bit for the enemy.
Okay.
Yeah, probably the best is just sniping the sieve that your opponent can replace, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really interesting. I
That,
love to
that's
pick your
not
brain.
necessarily his strongest sieve, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Analyst Chamber here, Riley Knight hosting Red Bull Wololo 5, and what a pleasure it is to have your company here. First of all, of course, an apology. We are still experiencing some technical issues in getting our next game underway. The set between Hera and MBL has been slightly delayed. We are trying to get that sorted out as quickly as possible. Updates as they come to hand. And in the meantime, some good news. You could walk away from this tournament a winner yourself. It's not just the players that can plunder the riches of Heidelberg Castle, but also you, the viewer at home. We've got a giveaway brought to you here by AMC and Aegon by AOC here, and you can see some of the incredible stuff that's being given away as part of this tournament. An AOC monitor, Aegon by AOC, it's what the players are using here, it's what the casters are using as well, and one of them could be yours as well. If you jump over to aoezone.net, you'll get all the details, and of course a back force chair as well. I've seen the players sitting on those most comfortably indeed. And hey, if you want a piece of new gaming hardware, aoezone.net. Thanks to Aegon by AOC and Backforce for those wonderful prizes. Mem and Nelly will join the conversation here. You've been watching all the action with those monitors, and I imagine you haven't had too many issues with them, and we've seen some incredible scenes throughout the week so far. We are waiting for this match between Hera and MBL. In a situation like this, in Tournament Age of Empires, what's the thing that the players need to do in this situation when there is a break, a technical pause, something like that, to make sure that they stay ahead of the game? Mem, what's really critical for the players right now in terms of keeping their focus?
Well, I don't know, no, but because there is a lot of factors. Nelly might know better, but obviously keep the focus is so important. Don't get anxious, don't get overstressed, because you want to start, you are getting prepared. When you are in the previous series, okay, this is the last game, they are already preparing, okay, now we're going to play, so how to keep that nerves? I don't know, how do you think, Nelly? It can be possible to do it?
It is really ugly as a player, right? Because you did everything to that one specific moment. You knew a day ahead what is your time, and you ate, you prepared, you scheduled your toilet breaks, and it is basically, okay, then it's delayed for an unknown time. So you drink a bit, you don't want to overdrink, you don't want to underdrink, you don't want to overeat, you don't want to undereat, you want to stay warm. How much do you do with your hands? Like, do you do a warm-up game? You don't want to exhaust yourself. It is complex, and you can't really do right, ugly position for player.
It's really rough, and of course, not only for the players, but also for the viewers. Our apologies once again. This is certainly not something we planned, beyond our control, and we are working very hard to make sure the issue gets resolved. Right now, however, we're going to chuck it back to the player area. We've got our green room out the back where the players have been watching all the action, and Britt is standing by with Jordan.
You know, I thought this was kind of an interesting part of the green room, this massive mirror. You think this was actually part of the castle? I don't know, we got Jordan here. I'm gonna do a quick fire trivia. All right, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, crossbows or knights?
Knights.
Favorite Civ?
Mongols.
Favorite map?
Arabia.
How old were you when you started playing?
12.
What's your favorite game?
Say again?
What's your favorite game?
Age of Empires.
Oh, you're paid to say that. What'd you eat for breakfast?
Oatmeal.
We did not have oatmeal at the hotel.
I have my own one.
Cheating! Okay, all right, quick. Oh my gosh. Okay, favorite player to play against?
Learie.
Okay, most frustrating player to play against?
MBL.
Oh, okay, that I could have guessed that one. All right, back to you guys.
Thanks very much. Great to have you talk to Jordan there again. He'll be sitting pretty at the moment. Nice and easy breezy for him. He's won his series. He's got nothing left to do today, but just enjoy all the rest of the action. I want to ask you boys, as we again attempt to fix some of the technical issues we're having, about the evolution of the Empire Wars metagame, the way that things have changed. Obviously, this is the fifth tournament in this series, and the metagame has shifted significantly. Civs have come and gone, empires have risen and crumbled. But what are some of the notes that you've taken, nearly from across all of the Wololo series that we've seen in terms of Empire Wars, and some of the things that stand out about the best civs to play in this format?
Ooh, well, how much time do I have to fill that thing?
I mean,
right?
well, you can ask the servers that we're battling with right now. Let's go.
Okay, then before Red Bull Wololo 1, I was approached by a company that didn't really want to tell me who they were, and they were like very interested to do a tournament, and I was like, okay. Then we developed a bit there, and only after meeting number 3, I heard that Red Bull is actually interested in Age of Empires, and they wanted some special format. And I knew, okay, well, probably Deathmatch, which I have a lot of love for, which is like way advanced and all in imp, and I felt like, okay, it would be fun for me, but probably different players and a bit overwhelming. And then I offered them Empire Wars, and that felt really new. But one of the heads of Red Bull actually played Empire Wars before, because it was introduced only some month earlier, and liked that format quite a bit. So then they said, okay, let's jump into Red Bull 1 with that new format. And that was quite interesting, because no matter, we didn't know what to do, what maps we wanted. So I gathered some of the best players, like Tato joined, Winchester joined, and we just let them play 100 games in that new game mode and try to come up with stuff, right? That's why even in the first Red Bull, we had some wild stuff, like we started with horses instead of a scout, because we felt scouts were too good on some maps. Then the maps changed. We had some more defensive maps that we actually didn't like. We even had like Mongols played in the old days, more humans before their nerf. So lots and lots of changes, and now we got into that direction where walling becomes more and more difficult, and that's why we see the Eagles, because they can punish you so much.
We've seen stuff evolve even between the last event and this one as well. We've also seen, I mean, doubt-winning Wololo 3 with Cav Archers. We've seen a renaissance in some units that were perhaps left behind. What are, Mem, in your mind, some of the keys to success in this format? I've been keeping an eye on different channels online. Interest in Empire Wars is growing. Certainly, I don't know if it's going to eclipse other more traditional game modes, but it's something that people want to find success in to emulate their heroes here on the biggest stage. Mem, what are your top tips, I guess, for anyone who's looking to find their footing in Empire Wars, some of the civs, some of the strategies, some of the maps? What's your advice?
I don't know if I could give the tips. No, the thing is that the Empire Wars is super fast.
Yes.
You know, and as a player and as a caster, you know, when we stand and nearly we like to analyze, and we cannot wait, you know. So it's really, really important to know the maps, to know exactly also, well, the civilization, but to know what you're gonna do. Related to that, now we have an advantage with the previous editions. In the latter days, now Empire Wars, the maps, some of the maps of the tournament are already there. You can practice there, you can be more prepared. Also for that, I think we're gonna see the best performance ever probably in this tournament, because the players have been playing daily with other opponents constantly. And tips about Empire Wars, not the problem. Since it's balanced constantly, we have seen how the Kumans has been used, so you need to be updated constantly, otherwise you fall behind. But now with the Empire Wars in the ladder, I think it's one of the main reasons it's going to get more and more popular.
I think so too, and I think what we've seen, the excitement and the pace and the drama of some of the matches we've seen here nearly has really been a huge. I was going to say a shot in the arm. The format, I don't think it needs much of a shot in the arm. It's already very fast paced, but it certainly put it on display, and I think it'll pick up in popularity there. How much do you expect it to continue to change? I don't think we've figured out exactly everything this format has to offer, and I think that we're still going to uncover its secrets. Maybe some of those secrets will be laid bare this weekend. But as people continue to explore this format, what are the first sort of, I guess, the most important things you'd be keeping in your mind while exploring what's good in Empire Wars?
Oh, that's so difficult, right? And it's so dependent on the map, on the civilizations. Obviously, we have different patches, right? In the initial Red Bull tournaments, we had the balance where all the Dark Edge bonuses were still affecting. So Lithuanians started with 150 more food. Chinese, +3 villages, right? That was completely different. And then you basically have to go through all the balance changes, have to see, okay, what might be the good civilizations. And that's why, for example, we see so much more humans compared to the old balance.
Well, we've talked about the humans a fair bit. What is it that has contributed to their success? Why are we talking about them so much? I don't think they were on the radar at Red Bull Wololo 4. I don't remember them being picked or played to any great success. Why has that shifted so much, Nili, and why are the humans coming up and about now?
Well, as we said, right, you have to decide on one military building at the start. But that military building is reduced by 100 wood. You start with 200 wood, so that's a big, big save. You can go double archery range, you can go archery range stable, and your opponent can't really scout that. So short distance, you can go for lots of aggression, you can catch your opponent off guard, and still, maybe if you wanted to, more HP on your palisade walls, hold the opponent a bit longer. You can go for some ram attacks a bit earlier. With capped rams, for example, we saw that with MBL versus Slam.
Yeah, they can come out of the gates with and this is what you want, right? You want that speed, you want that aggression, you want the momentum, the impetus, and I think the humans have to help to capture that. I want to widen the aperture here a little bit, Mem, and talk about some other non-standard civs. We know Vikings, probably the best one. Ethiopians did well here, maybe last time falling off a little bit here. Meso civs, all-timers obviously in this format. Eagles are great here. Bulgarians have come up a little bit this weekend. Sicilians have done a lot of good work. We've seen Byzantines even push towards the late game. What are some of the civs that you have your eye on and might want to explore more in Empire Wars to see if there are some advantages that haven't sort of been picked up on yet?
The problem is that I think the other civilizations, like for example Persians, they don't get extra resources. Like he mentioned Lithuanians. Those civilizations are not gaining in Empire Wars. This is probably what it has to be fixed.
Yeah.
We need to find the balance that those civilizations are not getting bonus. Japanese is not getting extra wood because the lumber camps are costing 50%, mining camps, mill, everything, and this doesn't appear. This is a small adjustment is what is probably needed to see those civilizations in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've really enjoyed watching the development of Empire Wars. I'm sure as a competitive format, it is still in a process of iteration. We're going to find that sweet spot when it comes to all of this sort of stuff. But any way you slice it, it has brought some incredible moments across the entire Red Bull Wololo series. Right now, however, we've got Britt standing by with Learie, and we're going to get some of his thoughts and perspectives as we continue our coverage of this event. Over to Britt.
You think it's an interview, but yet it's another quick-fire trivia. Are you ready for this, Learie?
Always ready.
Okay, favorite civ?
Britons.
Favorite map?
Arabia.
Ooh, okay. What'd you have for dinner? Last night.
I don't know how's it called in English. Some fries with meat.
You don't know what that is in English? Okay. What's your favorite Red Bull? Flavor Red Bull?
The normal one.
The original Red Bull? Yes, mine too. Okay, so favorite caster?
You're putting me on the spot here. All are great.
Oh, you have to have a favorite. Okay, do you guys hear that back there? All right, and who is most frustrating player to play against?
Fine.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, then who's your favorite player to play against?
My favorite, Viper.
Who are you most intimidated by today?
Huang.
Okay, I think that's it. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Britt. And I want to talk about where we started with that shot there, the beautiful overview of Heidelberg. Obviously, Germany, a country that I love Germany. I think it's fantastic. The people, the culture, the beautiful scenery, the food maybe not so much, but
what? What'd you say?
The food.
Yeah, the food. No, the food is great.
Should we talk about? Oh,
no.
Wow.
Change topic.
Mem just lying to your faces, my friends around the world.
We can talk about Learie and how confident he is with 19 years old.
Let's talk about that instead
I
of
prefer
German
to talk
food.
about that.
I think we're going to have a much more
19
positive
years
conversation.
Old. Yeah. Let's move on.
Let's talk about this bloke. I mean, we caught up with him. We've caught up with him several times throughout the week. Thank you very much there. I was chatting with him the other night. Just about his sort of position, I guess, broadly in life, which was interesting to hear. One of the things that really was very heartening for me, at the end of the interview, he turned to the camera and said I was going to say in German, but I mean, he's Austrian, so German is a bit generous with how thick their accents are sometimes. But no, he thanked his grandparents. And he was telling me a little bit about that, how much support his family has been given. We're a bit older, all of us in our 30s or 40s, and, well, sorry.
Talk for yourself.
Some of us are a bit older.
Talk for yourself. I mean, a bit older.
And I'll tell you this, understanding of video game culture, all of this sort of stuff, it wasn't necessarily very widespread. Talking to Learie, 19, young kid, his parents, they get it. This is a career path. This is something that can bring you not just fame and glory and internet points, but also stone cold cash into the bank account here. Mem, I was going to pick on you because you're the oldest out of all of us, but I'm just going to choose randomly and we'll ask Mem. Mem, you're a bit old. Let's talk about some of the differences in video gaming culture and the way that Learie's position now as I guess the second generation of Age of Empires players. It's really good to see the way that his entire family is at his back compared to how things might maybe used to be.
Back in the days in King of the Desert 1, he was 15 years old. Yeah. Also, I think he was with his parents in the tournament in Germany as well. It was Gamescom. 16 in Gamescom. The daddy was there. And I remember also, I think it was in King of the Desert 3, I don't know if you remember the semifinal, the daddy was coming into his room so happy. What this means, that like you said, being so young, the support for the family, to get this this balance in all he wanted, the competition, because with 15 years old was fighting already for thousands of dollars, playing competition. I think that helps a lot to get him really mature. Like you can see, he seems to be so confident, but not overconfident, that always got with the balance. And for that reason, I think he's getting a great success. Well, it's helping to get a great success. Obviously, you need the skills, you need the knowledge for the game, but everything matters.
It's the combination.
Yeah,
right?
the combination.
It's no good being the most talented player on earth if you crumble under the bright lights of the feature match area. If you can't, express yourself to your fans, with the camera and a microphone in front of your face. And Millie, I found it really touching when he specifically said that his grandparents, really have supported him. He was telling me last night they used to drive him around, they'd pick him up, make sure that he got to these tournaments, make sure that he was looked after, and that this hobby and this passion that he's had as a kid playing, what a lot of adults will see is just a dumb video game, into something that might turn into a very bright and very successful career for this young man who has just got a very clear, raw talent.
Yeah, I met his parents and his brother, right? And he was at Gamescom, and actually I did host an offline tournament years back as well, and they all flew to Hamburg and spent some days together till he went basically to the tournament. And the flight back from the tournament after the family left was his first flight ever flying alone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. I mean, it's just really great to see that these players have the support of their family and their parents. But let's move away from, I guess, some of the more outer game stuff and talk more specifically, Mem, about Learie as a player, right? He is, broadly speaking, the favourite for this tournament. I think that's fair. He has won 2 of these events in the past. He is the player to beat here. He has to manage that weight of expectation, but I think that he's up to the task. I think that this is a bloke who knows that he has already proven himself to be a legend of the game, and I think that he has a quiet confidence about him as he defends his title. I'm not expecting Learie to buckle under this pressure. He's a competitor that really is just rock solid. He's going to rely on the enormous game skill he has.
I was in the land that he's mentioning. I was sharing with him 10 days in the hotel. We were talking a lot about the game, obviously, because it's what we have more in common. The age, sadly not. But being said that, he's a player that he focuses on himself. He focuses mainly on himself, on what he wants to do. He looks, obviously, the other player, okay, that he mainly focuses on his gameplay. And I really think this is one of the most important things that bring his success.
Yeah, and he is really, as we've said, the player to beat at this weekend. I think that's fair to say. All of the players assembled here, I think, are going to be very worried when he's still in the bracket. They know that he is a red-hot competitor, and they know that he is the favourite. I'm being told now, my friends, that at long last we are going to be able to bring you the next match. Hera versus MBL. We thank you for your patience. The players are underway. Let's get to it with Dave and T9.
Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We're into the game. We're into the game here, folks. I know you've been waiting patiently. Thank you, thank you, thank you for waiting. We've been having server trouble, and we will be shifting into the game there. Fantastic view of Riley for 1 second, but we are here. Hera versus MBL, and we have Khmer versus Vikings. So you predicted it, Tristan.
Yep, Vikings, civilization you would see other players prefer on this map, but we weren't sure if MBL was going to do it, and we have Khmer for Hera, and MBL losing the scout to the TC there. Kind of a rough start for him, but he is all over the place, and he almost got trapped by Hera.
Yeah, and this is where we see MBL thrive in the early game in Empire Wars when he's running around with the scouts, being really, really annoying. You know how annoying he could be if you've ever watched him play rated games on Arabia, and he only lost one villager to Hera, but he's kind of delayed the walls a little bit, and he's making it a little bit uncomfortable for Hera in this early stages.
Also, I think this is the only scout opening I've seen from Vikings over the last like 2 years, not 2 years, sorry, 2 months in Empire Wars. Obviously, we've had a lot of games. We didn't see Vikings all the time, but MBL kind of flipping the script a little bit. But Hera has defended well so far. I even like how he's adding the houses next to the berries, just in case he needs to hop inside.
I like the scout opening for the Vikings here for MBL. It plays to his strengths, I think, more than the Archer opening does. Woo! Hera jumping right into the house there. MBL still wandering around with these 2 scouts.
There's a scout on the other side as well right now.
Yeah, there is.
He's got a scout on the other side, so he's got like 3 to focus on, and look at that. He's all over Hera.
And he's just, I love the way that the Aftermath players especially weaken villagers, and then if they can't win the fight, they'll just run away and continue circling.
Yep.
And then they'll come back later for that weak vill.
I also like the patience here. You know, he goes in, acts like he's going to attack, goes back, now he is going to attack, now he's got the other scout there. This is crazy.
He's going to take a villager here.
Hera's going to lose
one
a
villager
vill.
down, but getting poked by that spearman a little bit, only taking 1 hit though. Very fortunate from MBL. And another scout is here, and another one is on the way. Hera is not yet fully walled. The food count is rising as he gets those Khmer farms down. But MBL's resources looking pretty good behind this with Wheelbarrow.
I've always known MBL in standard Age of Empires to like a scout opening with Vikings because of their economy. And if he's able to get up quickly behind this as he takes out that scout, it makes the move. And Hera tried to trap, didn't work. MBL even has archers behind this, Dave, and I think the start for MBL
and there's another
really
scout!
Good. Hera can save that in the house, though.
MBL is being
Hera
so annoying right now. He doesn't notice because he's too busy with the other scouts. He's too busy following MBL around, and MBL has skirmishers behind this.
Wow. This is tough for
This
Hera.
is a frantic opening after like 45 minutes of just chatting and waiting for the game to start. This is
Spearmen are in
amazing.
position here, so Hera can lose another villager. Hera will lose another villager. That's 3 villager kills for MBL. Unfortunately for him, he is going to get another one.
Another one, and he continues running around with the scouts. He's done an excellent job keeping these alive. Skirmishers are coming here. The scouts are at very low HP, so I think maybe he might get max another one, but the damage has been done, and behind this, it's Viking economy.
This is what we talked about with MBL, though. Like, don't sit back, don't boom. Be aggressive against Hera. We know Hera's amazing with defense, but this is how he's going to have to play to win this series. MBL on the way to Castle Age behind this, and Hera, he's in this weird little defense position where he has to use the skirmishers against the skirmishers.
Which I think is not the position you want to be against the Vikings. Hera is up to the Castle Age, so that's nice for him, but so is MBL. And remember, MBL has killed 4 villagers and has that wheelbarrow upgrade.
The thing about Hera that I've noticed over the last 2 years of tournaments with him, he tends to open very defensively. His first game is almost always him trying to wall as quickly as possible.
Just kind of testing the waters a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure if it's a mental thing or what, but obviously his track record speaks for himself, or itself, but like this right here is definitely not the start he would want. I think he's going to try and recover, and he'll probably try and go into something
good
like
defense
TCs.
with 1 skirmisher.
One
Getting
skirmisher.
2 units, a scout and a skirmisher, successfully defending the Empire there. As Mabu checks how much is left on that tree, still quite a bit, so won't be a hole there for a while. MBL behind this pressure decided to wall in a very MBL way.
Yeah, and he also, look at the units he has on the map. That is also very MBL. He's got 2 scouts, 2 spearmen, 4 archers, 4 skirmishers. So I think he's going to make more archers. Yeah, I think he's going to make more archers here. But MBL's just not the type of player who has a lot of structure to his gameplay. And
Okay.
Hera's going to go full greed 3 TCs.
3 TC? Okay.
Just defense.
He's trying to catch up to the Vikings in economy. He's already behind. You can see the resources for MBL looking quite nice as he's going to reach the castle age here.
I mean, MBL is going to be in a great position himself. I think MBL will be
I think
able
you
to
need to
go
go.
for 2 TCs.
Do you go do that, or with the damage that you've done, do you attempt to punish? Do you go forward with the siege
I
workshop?
think with Hera's woodlines, you might not need the siege workshop. Every single woodline can be ranged by crossbow.
True.
So you can, like, it's very MBL to go forward siege here, but it's also risky against Hera because he'll get a big lead on you in Vils.
Yeah.
So I think
I guess that's the only one that's somewhat safe with the TC down there. But that means idle time if Hera has to garrison.
exactly.
So.
But MBL won 3 ranges here, so this is a very aggressive start for him. 3 ranges is pretty uncommon for MBL.
Weren't you talking to him and said, I boom? That was his strategy?
I think it was on another map. But
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Okay,
I literally told him, not that I'm like his coach or anything, I just said, I think you have to play aggressive against him instead of booming as much. And I mean, it certainly has worked so far, but Hera's going to be ahead in Vils pretty soon. So MBL's going to need to make some decisions on what he does with these resources.
Yeah, and MBL's keeping his army at home for the time being. I mean, he's only got a couple skirmishers, still some stuff garrisoned in those archer ranges at his base.
That's a lot of crossbows.
That's a lot.
Can
He still hasn't gotten the upgrade, though.
And he didn't go forward with a Vil or anything just yet. So I feel like MBL is going to go for some weird fast imp attempt here. He sees the monks, he sees the skirms. That's so typical for Hera
And
nowadays.
look at the food count and the gold count for MBL.
Yeah, I think he will try and skip upgrades and try and just boom into like a fast imp or something.
Very interesting, and I wonder if Hera reads that, because if you're not seeing military coming your way, MBL has already done the early damage, maybe you were assuming that he's gone 3 TC.
Let's look at Hera's point of view here. Did he see the ranges with the flags? He didn't see the ranges with the flags. But I mean, it's not like what's in there can really combat those skirms right now. So Hera's doing fine here, 7 villager lead. MBL didn't even finish the second TC
just
yet.
now a second TC. Huh. And a siege workshop in defense.
This is what I mean. The follow-ups are always going to be a difficulty for MBL. He did do damage early feudal. His eco is probably more efficient in some ways, but has to fall into some siege right now, Dave. 500 food, 300 gold for MBL, but he's slowly losing his advantage.
And the thing is, like, Hera probably doesn't suspect the ranges at all, because he checks the skirmishers,
Conversion
only
on the
fletching.
Knight got converted there by
How
Hera.
do you let that happen, MBL? You had a scout in the middle of the map.
Hera's ability to just sit back at home and boom, his defensive play is just insane. He switched from using his speed on the front to just using his speed at home. And we got a scout there, and MBL's running away, or he's not running away. That could be a conversion, you know.
It could be.
It's not.
Okay.
Nice defense here from MBL. And
Arguably the best player with mangonels in the game.
yeah, that's a little surprising to see Hera going after that here.
No, that monk's
That's
dead.
gonna have plenty of time to be repaired. I don't.
And
get why he's
MBL with
doing
an
this.
excellent attack round where he predicted the split from Hera.
Yeah, that to me was a little weird from Hera, but showing some confidence. MBL now 15 villagers behind, Dave. I mean, yes,
cart.
it looks like he's closer to Imp,
Yep.
but look at Hera's farm count. Hera's
Yeah.
going to catch up there.
Yep. MBL with another attack round. Hera dipping away from that one. Remember, MBL is behind in villagers, does have wheelbarrow, does have handcart. Hera, not even with wheelbarrow yet. It's not really a civilization where you get wheelbarrow early, though.
This is such a Hera castle. He
Yep.
could apply pressure, but nope, he's going to place
MBL's
castle
going to
on the
see
hill.
that. He's going to see it with the scout, most likely.
You know,
He'll
and
see the villagers coming out. He'll sit right on top of it. Skirms are coming back, and he'll
Okay.
see the castle going up.
Good scout activity from MBL.
Yeah.
I like that. And now he's going to get crossbow, and now he's going to get bodkin, which to me feels weird because he's had the archers the entire time. I feel like MBL's been so passive. I think he's scared, man. Like, he could have tried to hit the woodlines this entire time. Instead, has just sat back with that advantage.
So now he's on Garrison. Now he's going up to Imp.
Okay, up to Imp.
He's going up to Imp, Tristan, and Hera has no idea.
Oh,
that was so close. How did that not do damage?
Does someone want to explain that to me? Because I don't understand.
Excusez-moi?
I really don't understand that. I thought that hit him right in the face.
Apparently not.
Third TC for MBL, which
As
is
he's
the
going
worst
up
team.
there.
This is the worst town center I've seen all week. What? That is horrible. You can make like 2 farms next to that.
And
TC.
Hera's up to Imp.
Yeah, this is what I meant.
That's
Like,
crazy.
He was able to get such a good farm count.
Yeah.
And now he's a defensive castle
And
against
MBL's
Arbalest,
house.
and he's just going to have to hold.
Something we've never seen before. MBL house at 90 pop. He's going to correct that, though.
Dave, his castle edge advantage was just thrown away. He did not put pressure with the crossbows.
Yep.
Now he could actually run right through here. He could do a lot of damage. Hera doesn't actually have.
Yeah,
an
with
army
two
to be able to
mangonels
fight
there
against
too.
this. Yeah.
It's really tough for the skirmishers to get a decent fight. Hera needs something else. The advantage for Hera here is that he's going to have treps, and there's no way MBL can take down that castle.
I think MBL's just going to try and take some precious map control away from Hera. Hera's just now getting the second armor, backing up with his skirms. Hera actually has some relics in there. And this makes Hera fall back to some defensive siege, and MBL, I'd like to see some confidence here. I'd like to see him continue to run in a little bit, but it's a very scary area to be in.
Mangonel for Hera. I was expecting Scorpions maybe with the Khmer.
Forward siege there for MBL, a bit of a problem for him right now. As you see Hera just running away, just leaving the scene.
Do you think Hera's going to be surprised by this imp time?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
I think Hera's going to be surprised it's not faster, because MBL didn't even attack with crossbows until now. With Vikings, 20 minutes, Empire Wars is actually quite late. But Hera has to be careful here. If Hera can get to skirmishers with upgrades combined with Hussar, I think Vikings will struggle, but we'll see what happens with the fights. MBL trying to move out of here. Now this is looking rough. He does know where the castle is.
Yeah, I don't
and he's just going to pass here.
I think if he hugs the archer range, the castle can't range him. Yeah.
Big shot. MBL, attack rounds. Nope.
Hera's never going to let that happen, though.
Well, Hera had to leave his, I mean, look at that castle spot. Like, he had to leave 2 of his golds, and MBL's going to have Arbalest before Hera has the skirmish.
Yeah, Hera has a Mangonel, though. If he shoots and deletes, maybe he can get both.
Gets 1 there. MBL going to take the 1-for-1. I think that's fair, and he's not going to be able to stop this castle. Nope. But he can take the villager, and that is the first villager kill from these crossbows. Actually, no, I think they got a few more.
Yeah, maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe.
But MBL, this is your time. He's going to send some arbs to the other side. He's going to start to force the issue a little bit here. Doesn't have the trebs yet, but might be thinking about some rams, and he's getting armor, he's getting chemistry, and he's keeping Hera off of gold.
Still 33 farmers for Hera.
It's crazy.
Compared to 22 for
and
MBL.
You're Khmer, so you can just put
Oh, I love
anywhere
this.
you want.
I love this attack from MBL. Splitting up his army, he's going to sit on that gold. He's driven Hera off gold consistently. Hera's really, really struggling to get that income. And to be fair, he forced him to make that castle as he hits the other gold too, and so many villagers go down. What's the villager count now? It's only 14 difference.
Yeah.
MBL does have hand carts.
Hera
so
was
not that
very
far
late
behind.
to that armor upgrade. You need to get the armor and you need to get the attack.
Oh, and
look at
another
this.
TC, and MBL's looping around.
This is so greedy from Hera. It's so defensive. If what MBL needs right now is he needs siege up the gut. He's fighting on both sides.
Siege ram.
Yeah, he needs to push the middle of Hera's base where that castle is.
Yeah.
And then suddenly this is a good thing for
Yeah,
MBL.
this army will most likely get wiped up on the side here. Hera just going full trash units at the moment, getting all the upgrades for the skirmishers here. This is a really, really interesting opening match because it's not typically how you would see Vikings played.
Yeah, I think that both players maybe were thrown off a little bit by the delays, you know?
Maybe.
And like
But
MBL,
it's something they both have to deal with. It's not like,
true,
you
yeah.
know, one player's at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I think that like Hera notorious for starting off a bit greedy, and I think he's really good against MBL with that strategy. Maybe MBL has tried to switch it up, and I can't say that it hasn't worked in some ways, though he is going to get trapped here, Dave.
Yep.
There's no way he gets out, and Hera just goes whoop right inside the houses. Bad play for MBL.
Yeah, he should have maybe just hung out around the outskirts with the Arbalest, keep coming back, keep being very annoying. We see capped ram coming in. MBL almost has the stone for a castle of his own. That was that rhymed. That was nice. That almost has the stone for a castle of his own. And I wonder if he has any other siege workshops other than that one.
This is the problem for MBL.
Oh yeah, he's got one back there.
He wasn't able to utilize his ARB power spike. And Khmer pretty much only have to fear the Berserks at this stage of the game. If they're able to make skirms with full upgrades, as well as the Hussar, they dominate Arbalest. And so that would mean that MBL would need castles and tons of resources for Berserks, which I don't think he has. So like, I think Hera has done everything he's wanted to do.
Hera still needs
in this
time,
game.
though. He needs time to tech into Hussars. If you look at the upgrades right there, doesn't have bloodlines, doesn't have the armor, doesn't have forging. So if MBL can make something happen in the next like 5 minutes or so, I think it could be a possibility, like just one giant push down the middle.
Where's this other siege workshop at? He lost that one.
It's back. It's the first one that he made.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he really needs to get
needs
more.
others.
But I like that castle spot.
I like the fact that Hera, from MBL's perspective, I like the fact that Hera doesn't really have anything to deal with this siege.
Yep.
But MBL needs to wait for more Rams, maybe 5 or 6 Rams to go in. It kind of sucks for him that he only has that one. Hera unpacking his trebuchet, bringing it back a little bit. Now MBL can get some trebs onto the field.
Look in the south. That is the most Hera castle ever.
It used to be a Viper castle.
Yeah. All he wants to do is protect the hills for late game. And with Kamur, he's probably going to protect farm space down there.
And
that's
now
relic number 4.
Now he's getting the upgrades.
And the gold, yeah. And Dave, all Hera needs at this stage is enough to like have the middle be 50-50. He's got a really good position.
And if MBL wants to tech into Berserks, like you said, they're worried about it, as MBL makes a Cav Archer for some reason. If he wants to tech into Berserks, he's going to need more farms. And he's sitting there at 24 farms right now.
Yeah, Berserk's really not an option here, Dave. I think Ram Arbalest is still your best
There's the Cav
option.
Archer.
The Cav Archer going to run away. If you might be thinking at home, why is a Cav Archer not good with Vikings? Because it feels like a guy on a horse would be better than a guy on foot.
He's not even going to get this treb.
Yeah, he's not going to get anything. Just capped Ram.
Yep, and there's all the stables. This is what we were afraid of, and
he's
he's
going
Cavalier.
Cavalier. That's a bit overconfident. That's a bit unlike Hera. I'm surprised to see that, but that would be a game to finish it off. Hera's normally not a player who tries to finish you right away.
Yep.
He just tries to like save up his gold and raid you with Hussars.
You just got to wonder about the follow-up from MBL to that early damage.
Yeah, he just sat in his base.
Yeah.
Sat in his base. I think like he set out to be aggressive early Castle Age with 3 ranges. And then he stayed at home. And that's not the approach you need, especially when Hera had the exposed wood lines.
He just needs more farm numbers right now. If he had like 40 farms, I would be feeling pretty confident in MBL's position because he's getting the castle set up. He's another one going down in the north. And if you drag it out to a long game, you start to favor MBL against any other player. He's just unbelievable.
45 on gold for Hera. That is insane for him. He's normally not the player that's going to have that much on gold. Normally he's going to have like 60 farms, 20 on gold.
Yep.
But I guess Cavalier, they cost gold, so it makes sense.
Castle going down, MBL with a decent position on that hill, but here come the Cavalier from the side. MBL has a castle in the north, but not over here on the eastern side of his base, and Hera will go right into that gold. He'll go right into the wood line. He's gonna, he'll go there.
Yeah, he should. Yeah, you can actually see through the fog of war if
That's
you
like
scouted
30
that the
villagers
gold's
dead.
gone down. Yeah. And as you see, the wonderful Mapu showing us the position on the map.
Yep.
And the villagers are speedy with handcart, Dave. But what this is going to do is this is going to lead to Hera being able to focus in the middle. We should see a fight right now because MBL's distracted. So we see a fight in the middle. We see the trebs here getting pounced on. We could even see the other trebs go down. And
Skirmishers
MBL
are replaceable.
Can't do anything about this.
Yeah, skirmishers are very replaceable in this situation. Hera will be happy to
dive
dive
the micro, the mango. Oh, he tried to. That was pretty from Hera. I think he's feeling confident right now.
I think he's feeling pretty good, especially after killing all those villagers. That was a good reaction from MBL to pull those right away.
Yep.
So he saved a bunch of them to the right, but the castle will go down, and he just doesn't have the right units he needs in this situation to counter this, although Hera is throwing away quite a few Cavalier here, but still skirmishers expendable can dive against the Arbalest.
44 on gold for Hera, 4 relics, lots of golden come, and just as MBL loses the side again, he's going to lose the center, and I think this is all she wrote for this game.
It was such a good opening, too.
It was until it wasn't.
so amazing.
It wasn't until it wasn't. Yeah, it was just a follow-up, and that's like the Castle Age is normally where MBL has to dominate as a player against anyone he plays against, and I think it was his weakest age here, and I think we've seen the GG. Hera with a very convincing victory.
That's the frustrating thing if you're an MBL fan. Yep. You look at that, and you look at that scout micro in the beginning, and you're like, yes, you can play with the top dogs. You're so good. You're a god. And then the transition, the decision making, it doesn't follow up.
Think about it this way. MBL didn't attack with a single archer throughout most of Castle Age.
Yeah.
He made 3 archer ranges. If he goes 1 range follow-up, he then has the wood to go 3 TCs right away alongside Hera, then probably has a better imp. But it's the investment. You have to almost commit. And if you're going to go 3 ranges, I think you have to be aggressive. And you had mentioned maybe forward siege workshop could have been good.
Something like that.
We had mentioned pressuring the wood lines.
And why add that TC when you do? Like, why not, if you're thinking about going up to imp, why not focus on imp? Why add a second TC?
Hera gave MBL so many opportunities there.
Yeah.
And Hera was just able to boom his way out. So Hera, I think, we didn't see his best game. We really did not see his best game.
No, you can see it on his face. I don't think he thought it was his best opening either.
Like, if he ever gets interviewed about this game in particular, I think he's going to say, against Viper, against Learie, against some other names, maybe I got punished more. But I think MBL gets in his own head. That was a clear sign of him not knowing what he wanted to go for.
But you can see the skill there, too.
Sure, yeah.
Like, you see the potential there, and it's just, Anyway, where he's hoping for a better game 2. He's got Wade and Enclosed as his maps. He's smiling a little bit. I don't know what, they're kind of chuckling a little bit there.
Yeah,
maybe they heard us. Hera doesn't have the headset on
Hera,
anymore.
you suck. He didn't react. Okay.
No, he's getting angry now.
Yeah, maybe. By the way, they're pretty far from us.
Yeah, they are pretty far.
It's not like they're right next to
they're
us.
quite
They're like
far, yeah.
maybe like 40, 50 feet. I don't know.
They can never hear specific words. They just hear sounds.
They just hear the screams and emotions of the casters.
Yeah.
Well, they should be starting soon. Hopefully we don't have any issues getting game 2 started. Should be on at one of MBL's home maps, and both of these are going to suit his defensive style.
Yeah, and I disagree. No issues, the game has started. Woo! Nice hype. So I agree with Nilly there, that he should be playing these types of maps. I know Mem was saying it should be aggressive, more aggressive, but I think Hera really thrives with the opening. I said I agree with Nilly, and Nilly pokes his head up above a bookcase.
we don't agree with him frequently, so when it happens, he really notices.
Yeah, Nilly, I'll allow it.
That was pretty good there, Dave.
I will allow it.
That was like a mix of Nilly and Belichin, but we'll move on.
Yeah,
maybe. Game number 2, I think, will be on Wade. And I know you had mentioned maybe Vikings on Wade. Now the Vikings has been used. Let's circle back to maybe another good archer civ, the Britons.
Yeah.
That could be strong.
Britons are super strong. If you get a stable, I mean, you can do the aggressive archer opening and transition into the next stages.
it's not Wade.
As we see Tatars and Huns for MBL. So we're going to see 2 really good cav archer civilizations.
Scout fight early there, and MBL ends up running back. This is important because Hera will get to see what opening MBL is going for. But yeah, 2 similar civilizations. I'd love to see cav archer versus cav archer in the mid game.
Yep.
Kind of unlikely, and there Hera scouts the important details.
And the most important thing to find initially is the gold, which is always outside your base.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the double range idea by MBL. Just go a bit more aggressive. Hera played very defensive in the first game.
He only saw 1 range though, right?
Yep, correct.
Okay.
And then you're going to see a second range from Hera. I don't like how awkward the placement is of Hera's ranges, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, this is nitpicky, but that's a little weird for me. But now they know, and I think MBL's just now going to see. He sees 1 range, and he sees the second range.
Yeah.
So they're basically 2 very good players doing the same thing.
Good active scouting from both players.
Yeah, yeah. Now, which civ do you prefer here? I mean, I feel like there's bonuses at work that benefit both players.
It's like, what stage of the game are you talking about? You know, early Castle Age, Tatars, that thumb ring upgrade is so good. So good. But then mid Castle Age, you're looking at the production for Huns. I don't know.
We talk a lot about OP bonuses a lot, but very rarely do we talk about how much food is on the Tatar sheet. If we go back to Hera's TC when we get a moment, compared to MBL's got some water buffalo, right? That's 150 food. But if you look at Hera's base, Hera's probably got plenty of food remaining underneath that TC, and you can actually see it relating or translating to his resources right now. So I think that this is why Tatars are chosen a lot. It's not just the fact they get free thumb ring. It is how long they can stay on that food underneath their town center.
And it's going to be really tough for MBL to do any damage here.
Yeah, I think there's also a weird decision for MBL. He's adding a stable. I think what he's expecting is to see some skirmishers from Hera. He hasn't seen skirmishers. He's just seeing the archers, and Hera gets a better start to the engagement.
I mean, decent micro for both, to be honest.
Yeah, good recovery from MBL here.
Good splits from Hera. That's just beautiful to watch. MBL, though, not giving up any space, and he's closing the ground with Hera here. All those archers a week, all the archers will go down, and MBL will have a force remaining.
And what's interesting now is Hera should queue some skirmishers.
Yep.
So if he queues skirmishers, suddenly
put him back.
scouts could be pretty good.
Yeah, and it's going to put his food count back. So delayed Castle Age a little bit. Still needs some gold. But MBL putting the early pressure similar to game 1, although I don't see much potential for economic damage here, even with those 2 archers he's sending behind this.
Yeah, this is where it gets tricky for Hera. He's so good with defending. If he defends here, he's going to have a massive advantage and maybe even win the game in Castle Age. But MBL just has to get the units forward.
Another scout for MBL.
If you're investing into a stable and even another scout, at this point, make all the scouts. Like, don't even think about trying to go up to Castle Age behind it, because he's already going to be faster than you. I think Tatars also have the better bonuses, so.
I mean, maybe there's a world in which you can pull the army with your scouts and loop around with the archers, too.
Maybe, yeah.
Hera wisely walling the interior of his base. So there's no potential for damage there. Only has to focus on that gold until he gets up to Castle Age.
This is very much like the first game. Hera just says, you know what, come at me. Like, I'm not going to fight. I'm just going to sit back and make you do damage. And if you're not going to do damage, I'm going to out-macro you.
Well, MBL's up to Castle Age. So still a decent time. He's a minute behind Hera. And he has an army that can be aggressive in that transition period. Hera with only 2 skirmishers there. Looks like he has 7 archers.
The bad thing for MBL here is that he gave Hera time to make more archers.
Yep.
Hera didn't have to invest into a lot of skirms. Hera now realizes the situation, actually has a hill to work with, and MBL's going to dive in here. The scouts don't have upgrades.
The scouts are a nice little meat shield for the archers, though. Good micro from Hera there, fighting on that hill with the Tatars. But MBL is behind. Still, Hera is just fighting there so that his tower will go up. He was buying himself time. MBL losing archers to the stray arrows from the tower. And all those units will be upgraded with Thumb Ring as soon as he gets to Castle Age.
So bad for MBL. He's going to lose these archers as well now. The scouts can't even offer anything, Dave. It's just the understanding of Empire Wars, and I think the understanding of when to invest something is just so much greater for Hera.
Yep.
And MBL, he's now going to be on the back foot, and he might be thinking, well, Hera made a tower. Well, he probably needs a tower at home as well, as he's going to go 4 ranges. I like this.
4 ranges. Okay.
Hopefully he ejects his units this time.
Yeah, and he already has the tower, and he's on stone. I think he wants to go tower defense. That would be a very MBL style thing.
It would be. Now Huns do not get, as we see the micro here, good micro from MBL with the couple of units he has here. Huns do not get guard tower,
they don't. But still, it's a place. It's half about the damage output and half about a place for your villagers to hide.
Yeah. Now Hera, he's a boomer.
Okay, send those back, MBL.
MBL probably should.
Send them back.
Hera likes to boom, as we saw in the previous game. So he's already on stone. MBL's going to lose these skirmishers. But he's already on stone, Dave, so he can go for a second town center.
Yeah, and there's the other tower.
It's such a weird tower. I guess it protects the wood line,
It protects it, you know?
Yeah.
He needs to protect his production buildings there, and I wouldn't be surprised to see another one maybe on the stone or over on the other side soon enough. He doesn't have the stone yet. But that's a very MBL thing to do. He recognizes the danger of Hera raiding with military because he has no vision on it whatsoever. So just fortify your position. If you're going 4 ranges, you're not going extra TCs.
MBL's got to be careful, though. You do need to have some military here. If Hera sits underneath that tower, you're completely off of gold. He gets into that tower expecting the pressure to come in, and Hera eats a shot, but
yeah, I think if Hera goes underneath that tower with the cav archers coming out, I think that whole army just dies.
Yeah.
So it's hard to camp under there. MBL, though, sending 4 cav archers to the north. He's going to loop around, and I think Hera is scouting that position with 1 unit.
Looks like it. Yep.
Trying to find the cav archers. He might miss them, though. Oh, does he notice it? Did he notice it? Yeah.
Well, that could have been the patrol. Let's see if he's got a lot of time to notice this. It looks like he's sending some of his crossbows
And MBL
back.
pulled those off the stone. Good game sense from both players.
Yeah. Good game sense from Hera, especially to get that scouting in there, because he hadn't seen anything from MBL. For MBL, he kind of should have expected that pressure.
Yeah, and he's just going to bounce right off that force.
Yep, Hera will see it, and now he just needs to think about expanding this way, and he's going to add the TC. I really like that TC for Hera, and I'm wondering if MBL will do the same.
I'd love to see MBL attempt to clear up this crossbow army too, just to spot it, find it, and clear it up. And 2 forward villagers, I think they were more running from the stone, but if MBL gets those near Hera's base, he's going to go for a TC.
Okay, guys, that was never the plan.
No, that was not
Instead,
the plan.
what happened was MBL was like, I should go forward Siege Workshop. And then he's like, wait, it's too late. He's probably on TCs already. I might not be able to protect them. So he goes, you know what we'll do? We'll just build a TC here.
You have to adapt the plan, and that's part of being an Age of Empires player, basically. It never unfolds exactly as you want it to.
Yeah.
That's just MBL's looking for this army.
This is the stuff we love MBL for. Like, what if he builds up a whole base there and Hera thinks he's got MBL surrounded?
Yeah.
And then it's never spotted.
He's seen the towers.
Yeah, exactly.
He probably assumes there's no second TC, and he sees the cav archer numbers and the score too.
Hera will add a 3rd TC behind this fight. He's all about buying himself time, so I think he's going to add a town center pretty soon. You can see it. Actually, the resources disappeared for another reason.
Okay,
I'm
MBL,
sorry.
you're kind of wasting time here. Like, just
fight it. Yeah.
Just fight it. Yeah.
See what kind of value Hera can get. He has the hill bonus. He also has Tatars with Thumb Ring.
Still, he got 2 cav archers.
That's not bad.
It's not bad.
He also has this army of Cav Archers. Let's see if MBL reacts to this.
MBL needs to notice it right
away. Doesn't react
Thumb ring on these Cav Archers. He's going to garrison the villagers. He needs to pull her away.
Dead.
She's dead.
Oh! Okay.
Okay, whoa.
But if I were to go down to Cav Archers, I want to go down like that.
Yeah.
You know? People will remember
that was sick.
Yeah.
That was actually pretty sick.
She saved her best moves till her last move.
Yeah.
Oh man, look at the scouting there from Hera. He doesn't see that TC. That's so funny to me. As Hera's going to add Town Center number 3. Dave, as we kind of approach the Imperial Age, I mean, I know there's a lot of things that are going to happen, but most likely this will go to the Imperial Age. Which civilization would you prefer?
It's really tough.
It's tricky.
I honestly don't know.
So let's go through it. If you go Halbs, which could be useful, better for Huns.
Yeah.
If you go Siege, probably better for Huns because of their Trebs and also their
How's Tarkin in this matchup?
Yeah, I was thinking Tarkin could be beastly.
Yeah. Oh, and look at where the Vils from that one TC that he accidentally made are going.
She's now going to make the Siege Workshop.
This is what you hate playing against MBL.
Yeah.
This is the type of stuff that you absolutely hate.
And this is what he needs to do a lot of to be able to win here.
Good micro from both players. Hera dodging those shots, MBL attempting to dodge, but the
Cav Archers are so bad,
Yeah,
dude.
the crossbows with the thumb ring, and now Hera taking another good fight with the Cav Archers over on the right-hand side, so MBL kind of losing on both sides, and Hera might actually find that Siege Workshop now. MBL needs to pull him away, not towards the north.
In terms of Cav Archers, the Tatar Cav Archers are significantly better than Huns. It's just that Huns are discounted. That's what makes them strong.
Yeah, they can produce more.
I think an army comp like Flaming Camels, and I'm not kidding, Flaming Camels, Keshiks, and Cav Archers would probably make Tatars the better post-Im Civ. But it's tricky, man. I really do think it's somewhat
More archer
even.
ranges at the top.
MBL, this is not the first time he's doing so much and he's forgetting about his army, but he'll get away.
Good save.
Yeah,
good save. Yeah. The one thing that's encouraging here, watching MBL, is that it's clear the micro is on point.
Sure.
Like the physical execution is on point here. It's mostly just strategy.
And he's just dying on both sides, Dave. He's off of gold right now.
Yep.
Hera now has a 15 villager lead, a 15 military lead. And Hera on stone, but only with one on stone, I've noticed. I'm just wondering if either player is going to think about a castle.
Yeah. Hera, though, so, I mean, you could see. He's just another level in Empire Wars.
Yep. Yeah, I think, like, if you give Hera an advantage, he's gonna take it. He's gonna take the inch you give him a mile.
Yeah,
right?
it's like the way Viper plays, basically. Yep. That's who you can compare him to.
Yep. I think the one difference with Hera when comparing Viper is probably just in terms of like their style with civ picking. Hera will always go for the most quote-unquote try-hard civ, the known civilization. He's like, what are you going to do about it? Viper's been a little bit more creative nowadays, but I think there's arguments to be made that he shouldn't do
this
that.
could be a way back for MBL if he finds all of these villagers.
Oh my God, Hera!
Hera going for that 4th TC,
No
and he's going to
way.
get mega punished for it,
What?
Tristan.
Well, I'd love to see an attack round between those houses. Good
And now
defense
MBL
there
has
from
skirms.
MBL. His favorite unit. Lots of Cav Archers here for Hera, though. He can take care of the Mangonel. MBL gets a hit. Not going to be enough, and Hera.
Yeah, that's a ton of Cav Archers.
A little sloppy there for Hera. I feel like he should have expected the CA over here.
Another Mangonel out for MBL. Maybe a good shot here.
It's going to be really tough against this many Cav Archers. MBL will lose some Cav Archers. MBL also going to lose the siege most likely. But if he can get more skirms to that position, Hera might need to add his own skirmishers. And yeah, he's doing that now. Hera might even need to add his own siege. MBL's kind of, you said this yesterday, pulling Hera into the type of game that he likes.
Yeah, and there's the 4th TC relocated to the stone for Hera. We have Mangonels coming out here from MBL, and this is the type of gameplay, we've said it so many times, this is the type of game that he wants to put himself in. Skirmishers, siege.
Where is the villager that made that siege workshop?
She went back home.
What?
She's mining gold, see?
I feel like she should be there to repair. Like, the job's not done yet.
Yeah, well.
That's really important, but we'll see if that matters as Hera, kind of flirting with the idea of running out, I imagine, but staying at home right now, healing up his CA. MBL looking for some units to be able to hit here. Nice micro from Hera, dodging the skirmisher shots.
Yeah, 2 Mangonels, but if the Cav Archers close, they can get good shots on that. I don't think there's enough army behind this to really fight this Cav Archer army for MBL. Cav Archer's coming close. Mangonel maybe gets a good shot here. No, Hera doesn't engage. It's a bit of an awkward fight if you look at where the houses and stuff are placed, but Hera needs to do something before the numbers for MBL start climbing.
Did he
He's
just
got
shoot
good
that
production.
deer? I think he just killed a deer. I don't know why.
Hera collecting the relics too.
Yeah, he's collecting the relics. He had 4 in the previous game. MBL, oh, dude, do not run in there, MBL. He's got to be flirting with the idea because he feels the need to do damage. Look at that score difference. Okay, not a bad fight for MBL with the star, the mangoes. Hera's going to take 1 down. Hera backs away. Hera just has so much, Dave, but there are 2 mangonels for MBL. That could be the great equalizer.
It is an ugly spot for Hera to be fighting too. It's right in the middle of his
and
base.
not on the hill, not in the hill. The hill is kind of to the to the side, and like where's Hera's siege? Why is Hera not making his own siege here? It seems like he's just relying on skirmishers and cav archers.
I think he feels he can clear up the mangonels with his cav archers.
Maybe.
And he thinks everything else will die to the skirmishers. And you look at the skirmisher production for him, and it's insane.
MBL really good with mangonels, but there's no repairs, Dave. This is what I brought up a moment ago. Normally there's villagers repairing the siege. I do not get this move for MBL. And Hera is somehow out-microing the mangonels with the skirms.
Oh, big shots though!
That's a good shot. One will go down, the next one fires and hits the skirmishers.
Big shots for MBL. The skirmishers all go down. A bunch of those cav archers are weak, but because he was collecting the relic, he will have a monk to heal. Still, it's giving MBL maybe a little bit of momentum. He added a 3rd TC behind that. If he can hold Hera here for long enough, he may be able to catch up in economy. Saying that though, he's still pretty far behind.
Yeah, there's the Vill. I think that villager would have been useful. MBL thinking about that a little too late.
Yep.
And Hera, at this point, I think he should just buy 500 food and go up. I love the castle on this side, but with those resources, Hera should be on the way to Imperial Age, in my opinion.
Yeah. And MBL's basically stuck into this. Whoa, Hera just using the market a ton there. Buying food, selling wood. He's on the way to Imperial Age, and he's going to get all these cav archers upgraded, but MBL will find the castle. Similar shades to that 4th TC Hera attempted to drop earlier. He's going to deny that for the time being, but Hera will come over with the cav archers. Maybe MBL can make something happen on the north side while this is happening.
Hera really needs that gold.
Oh, looks like he got another big shot.
Hera really needs that gold. If MBL can, I think this is where you take a risk. If you know Hera's making a castle there, you know Hera might be on the way up. I think you run in with that cav archer army. Not this one. This one you distract with. You're kind of screwed now. But I think you send this cav archer army somewhere risky if you're MBL.
Maybe like into the wood line or something?
Yeah, like just somewhere weird because you have to know Hera's up and you're nowhere
Hera's
close.
got 52 on wood, and I think it's all inside there.
You can only fit 15 in the town center. That would do some damage. But now I think Hera's going to be able to get his main group of cav archers over here, and Hera's going to get some conversions.
Decent mangonel shot there.
Military count's pretty close.
More damage, killing the monks there for MBL. Ooh. They can't really dodge ballistics that well.
Ooh.
And now there's 3 mangonels pushing back. Hera was really distracted with that cav archer army on the right side that MBL had. He finally cleared it up, and there's only 2 left, and Hera still has his cav archers over there. You can see the messiness.
Yo, I don't think this is going to go that good for Hera. Hera's got to be careful here. That's a lot of siege. He's playing with fire.
But
and
the
he
cav
hasn't
archer
clicked his upgrades yet.
Cav archer numbers for MBL are getting pretty low here.
It's true.
Still some decent shots with the mangonels, and it's hard to believe that MBL is taking this fight in the middle of Hera's base.
It's just this is such an MBL situation. Now, MBL also struggling with macro. He's got a ton on wood. Just sold some of that, and it's just like...
I think you go in with the skirmishers here. I think you just go into that wood line.
I don't know what to think.
Go into that wood line.
I don't know what to think. Don't kill your own MBL. Don't kill your own skirms. Okay, he's not going underneath the TC, which is smart. Like, Hera's played so greedy, but he now has to
Look
come
at all
home
these
with
villagers.
his cav archers.
Yeah, he has to come home. MBL is just diving in, and like you said, you can only fit so many villagers into TC.
Oh,
so many bills are going to go down here for Hera.
Oh! Dude, Hera's throwing this.
Well, no, he still has 140 villagers. Like, he's boomed up like crazy over on the right-hand side. Now he's coming back with the cav archer army, but MBL with a ram now will attempt to batter down that TC. It's just, these are the type of games he gets himself into, and he pulls the opponent into these situations, and Hera's just kind of thinking like, how did this happen?
Yeah. Oh my God, Hera will take out everything now though. He keeps the town center alive. I never really felt like that ram would do much. And the problem now is bracer chemistry.
Yeah.
And then there's silk armor as well.
And then
which
forever
we have to talk
castle
about.
age for MBL.
Exactly.
Forever castle age. He's going to have to spam. He's going to have to keep that cav archer number low for Hera and hope that Hera can't switch into some maybe raiding units.
Yeah, what MBL wants is for Hera to be focused on that side. So
TC, okay.
he can boom on the other side. So I think Hera needs to get some control over to the southern side. But yeah, I mean, this is what MBL's capable of even if he falls behind. That's why it's crucial for him to be kind of even or just behind somebody, because he's so good in late game.
Yep. And now we can see heavy Cav Archer coming in for Hera.
That's so, you can't stop
the armor upgrade for Hera, you can't stop it. And MBL only 5
so
on
many
gold.
skirms.
Okay, 12 on gold now. He needs gold in the bank to go up to the next stage to get his upgrades. I would have loved to see from him some Cav Archers patrolling the other side, so there was no possibility of Hera getting that 5th TC up.
Yep, I would like that too. You know, I think Hera's gonna debate on Keshik here.
Yeah, maybe.
Instead of going for Hussar.
I mean, he's getting herbal medicine.
That's nice. Hi, both of you.
Hello? Those Cav Archers are dead from Hera.
Hera. I mean, it's a good thing he has herbal medicine. If he can get these guys home, he can heal them up, but I don't think he's going to get them home at all. That's a big waste of an
fight
advantage.
for MBL.
MBL is more pop right now.
Yeah.
He's in Castle Age. What is happening?
He's got 135 villagers.
What is happening? What is happening?
This is what he does, I guess. And this is what Hera does. I mean, he was perfectly comfortable to take that huge engagement in the middle of his economy and still at 140 villagers. We're seeing the best of both players here, to be honest.
Those buildings next to Hera's base must make him so paranoid.
Yeah.
Because he should hit the other side, but he's like, I'm not really sure.
Well, he saw what happened when he tried to pull the Cav Archers to the other side. He
Yeah.
almost got wrecked in the middle. It was a good thing he brought them back. And MBL could make an argument to dive here. Look at how much military he has.
It's crazy. And he's imping right now. He's imping. He has good upgrades.
Unbelievable.
I'm genuinely
And Hera's going for a castle on the bottom side, but I think there's MBL military there.
Okay, there's skirms patrolling there, Dave. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We'll see if MBL
will
notices
he notice that?
Now, MBL has a real problem here. He is completely and utterly
He saw
out-teched.
it. He saw it.
I'm trying to pay attention to both sides. The skirmishers will take out some Cav Archers. That's helpful. It's worth reminding people that Hun skirmishers do not get that much better in the Imperial Age. How is MBL still holding this? This is crazy.
And I don't think for long. He got pulled away from that castle. Hera wisely pulling the Cav Archers away. So now he can place that castle on the stone in the south, but MBL is going back. He saw the villagers on that mining camp, so potential to deny that. But meanwhile, in Hera's base, Hera is pushing him back, and MBL still somehow was sending units in there. There's a couple skirmishers in the woodline Hera has to respond to.
Yeah, it looks like those units are going to go down for MBL. He did not notice the castle was going up. I think MBL's castle on the southern side, though, is really good.
Yeah.
So he's going to hold the northern side with army. Still not sure what he's going to commit to. And he's going to push the southern side with some siege and army.
140 villagers to 153.
They're both overbooming because it's so crazy right now. But Hera has silk armor, hussars, with the full armor coming in now in 10 seconds. That combined with the Cav Archers, it's just better.
Yep.
Like, Tatars are just better. The only thing that Huns could compete with is Siege Ram.
And Tarkin.
And like Tarkin and Halberdier. And MBL's making none of those things.
But, I mean, he has 142 villagers.
True.
So give him a few minutes and he can probably tech into them.
Oh, I love this from Hera. He knows the castle's there, but he also knows that MBL needs time right now.
Yeah.
So he's going to run through in the south there. And all those skirmishers could go down to the hussars.
Yeah, he really...
Hera's favorite unit all over the skirms.
He does have Cav Archer, though, and he's getting heavy Cav Archer. He's getting chemistry. And he's making 2 TCs in defense. MBL!
Oh, God, I hope he deletes those lumber camps so he has space for farms. Oh, my God. He is making a Trev somewhere, but Dave, Hera's military is just chewing MBL up everywhere you look.
That was such a good moment.
Yeah, I didn't know what else to say, you know? It's just instinctively what you say in that situation.
Crazy, and it looks like Hera's going for another castle down south?
I think it would make sense, and that's
one villager?
One villager. What? One villager, 1 HP?
Wait a second.
One villager, 1 HP?
Wait a second,
Hera.
Hera.
That is some next lever strategy.
I know. I know, and I think MBL, look, I think he's called it now. And judging by the webcams, I mean, it was a hell of an effort from him. And you could see why people are scared of playing MBL.
Yep.
People don't know what to think, but you can also see why Hera is ranked 1st or 2nd in the world right now.
Yep.
He's unbelievable. So many other players would have completely crumbled under that pressure, and Hera just, he's like, yeah, I need a second after that.
Yeah. Early Castle Age is MBL's problem. He does well in Feudal, but for me in that particular game, I think it was the additional scouts that was the issue.
Yep.
You know, adding those additional scouts didn't
And they didn't give him
much
anything.
benefit. Yeah,
No.
exactly.
No, he
It just
lost that
delayed his
army for
Castle
free.
Age.
Yeah.
And so he was playing catch up, and that's MBL's problem, is falling behind. If he can get a lead and then continue to push forward with that lead, then I think things are going to be great for him. But unfortunately there, we did have a very entertaining game, but Hera's greed wasn't quite punished, and we saw why Tatars can dominate Hans.
Yep. It was good. So we're
We
going
had
into
some
game.
fun moments in that game.
That was just an enjoyable one to cast, for sure. It opened up aggressive, and then it got a little bit stalematey, and then we thought MBL was dead for sure, and then suddenly villagers died, units died, everything died in the middle. But like you said, Tatar's just easier to scale.
I think that's tricky as well, and maybe we could see the draft as the players, I think, are taking a break or two after 2 long games. Oh, actually, no.
Interview in the observing tower.
What's the observing tower?
Maybe it's, okay. Hi, Britt.
To meet with our observer here, what got you, actually his name is Mapu, by the way, but what got you into observing?
What got me? Well, I used to play a lot of games back in the day from when I grew up, and I started to watch the Korean pros back in the day. They started basically esports over there in Korea. I watched all of those StarCraft Brute War games back then, and I noticed those people who were basically watching the game, they tried to hide the mouse cursor and all those little things, tried to make it look smooth, and I was really impressed with that, and it kind of got me into it, like in general.
Well, that's really interesting. And just for you guys who are just tuning in, this is one of the most integral roles in an entire tournament, and it's so important for your viewing pleasure that he exists and that his job is here. And so thank you for doing what you're doing. How do you decide what you're going to show?
Well, basically, I listen to what the casters are saying. Then, of course, if I'm somewhat different and they want to point out something very special, I need to move over there. But other than that, I try to look at the game, of course, see what the players are doing, and if there is anything of interest, like a positional interesting spot to show, or an army movement, or raids, for example, whichever matters a lot, or I think matters the most maybe. Sometimes we differ with the casters, but I think a lot of times right now we're in a really smooth flow already.
Do you find yourself shocked by how the games are going sometimes?
Sometimes, yeah, of course. Sometimes it's like just one Mangalore shot and everything changes.
Right, exactly, and it seems like we've been seeing that. Well, back to you guys.
All right, that was pretty cool. I didn't know Mapu's getting an interview, but he deserves it.
I talked to him for a couple hours the other night.
A couple hours?
Yeah, and he was talking to me about all the technical stuff behind observing.
Okay.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because I noticed, like, he's literally reading my mind.
Yeah.
Before I say something, he looks at a dot on the minimap and goes there right as I'm talking about it.
He was like, I'm glad you leave. I think he was like, I'm glad you enjoyed that Wolf T90.
Yeah.
I was like, how did you know? That was a big moment. He's able to mix the critical moments with the funny moments, and it's been a good
Yeah, and it's so much better now that we're at LAN, we're both beside each other. We can sometimes like point to the screen, you know, where we want to look, and Mapu is on top of it before we even get there. So both of these players are just taking a bathroom break. It's not server issues right now. Bathroom break, and we should be in the game really, really soon.
So let's move on to the next map then. It's going to be Wade, and these civilizations are on our screens. You do have to think long-term if you're MBL, so you can't just go for your out-and-out best civ. I think you have to try and mount the comeback. I think Britain's makes a whole lot of sense based on what we've seen. If you want to go archers on Wade, after that would be Winged and Aftermath Hera's home map. So there you probably want to have
Berbers and Franks. You need a mobile civ for Aftermath. I don't think you can play Britons on Aftermath because, well, I guess if you go early scouts, but you can't really play.
Yeah, it's not exciting, right?
Yeah, and you want control of those trade workshops. And if you have no mobility, it's really tough to get it. We can see Hera in the game right here, just kind of smiling, just kind of stretching.
What's he laughing at?
MBL's probably chirping him from the other side of the room.
What is he laughing
They're probably
at?
in the game typing at each other.
Ah, that could be it, actually.
That's probably it.
You know, I sat for a little video piece. I sat at Doubt's training desk. Don't tell him he wasn't there. And he was in a lobby with Slam, and I guess they had left the room.
Yeah.
And Doubt said noob, Slam said 11, and then Doubt said 105. And I wanted to.
It never changes, does it?
I know.
It never changes.
And they were like right across the table from each other too, which is kind of funny. But I didn't have the ability to
looks
screenshot
like
that. So
from Hera's keyboard that they're probably into the game, which means we will be following soon after. Look at focus on MBL's face as we go to Hera. Is it his second home map?
this would be MBL's
Wade.
second home
Yeah.
map. Yep. And it would be Wade.
I think we're going to see Britons.
I think I like that, but there's also a lot of berries on this. So you could even go for like Franks possibly. And it is going to be Britain's
Britons
Dave,
against
as we
Bulgarians.
expected. And probably an aggressive start for Hera. I was not expecting to see him pick the Bulgarians here.
So MBL, or I guess Hera, going for the elephant lure. Sometimes we see that, sometimes we don't, I think, on this map. I don't know. We haven't seen enough of it so far in this main event to be 100% sure that's part of the build. But MBL staying out on the deer. It's important to note that when this map generates, if you see your deer like on the left-hand side, you know your opponent's deer is on the right-hand side.
Yes, exactly. It's always diagonal. MBL is going to see the stable, and he's going to think, wow, that's great, but he's also going to see the range back.
Oh, MBL about to get his house. Wow. He gets his scout walled in by Hera. How do you let that happen, MBL?
Look at his base right now. Look at his base. What happened there? I think he was bringing in a villager, which he didn't want to lose, and got distracted by that. That is, I mean, take nothing away from Hera there to have the confidence to do that, but I feel like that should be so avoidable.
Yeah, it should be. And MBL going for the second range here.
Okay, second range with Britons. He's also going to be going scouts. Now, does Hera have good scouting on that? Looks like he does. MBL got housed, but don't worry, he's going to make 2 houses right away to solve that problem for another minute. That looks like an area where you could do damage. The front of Hera's base, you've got 3 archers and 1 scout. I think MBL could head over there.
Yeah, MBL's got 2 scouts now. He's got a skirmisher and an archer.
No upgrades yet. Okay, he's got fletching on the way. Hera going with many upgrades. He already has armor. He on his cav. He already has fletching, and now he's getting attack for his scouts.
Yeah, and Hera's really, really focusing over here on this side, but it looks like MBL is no longer over near the berries, so he's going to press into Hera's berries over on the right-hand side. Like I said, they know exactly where it is.
Yep, no villagers there right now. Looks like MBL has abandoned that, and then you have MBL running through the middle. He did have a rough start to this game. He is down 2 games in the series. Let's see if MBL can recover here. Hera attempts the gate. That shouldn't work.
I mean, he takes it down. He's into the base.
Hera should lose villagers here, Dave. He really should. He's going to loop around MBL. Hera now.
But the range units are there. There's nowhere to go.
Exactly.
And now they're out to where the scouts are, and the men will go down. The woman will probably follow soon after. MBL sending more archers. Will he be able to get this villager? I don't think it's worth it.
MBL's taking losses too. That's why the micro wasn't great. He's taking losses at his base, I think. He's had to recover there, which he's done a good job at so far.
Hasn't lost a villager yet. The KD is still only 3-2 with all this action early.
And Hera's losing his archers. Hera didn't do as much damage with his offensive pressure. This is amazing pressure for MBL. Look at the idols for Hera.
Yeah, the idle time for Hera is crazy so far in this game. And he still didn't notice that. He was extremely busy, and he's pulling his army back from MBL's base. This is what we've seen. The first game, we saw it last game with the early engagement from MBL, the pressure forward, and we've seen it here too on Wade. MBL out of the gate, extremely aggressive.
And Hera's he just uses all that speed for defense. It's defense and macro, defense and macro, defense and macro. A change in style from how he used to play.
And now he's going to wipe all this
And
up.
now he's going to pounce on this. And his eco is looking really clean behind this, Dave. His eco balance is good.
I think MBL is just looking for a good trade here.
Yep, kill as many archers as possible.
Well, he's only going to get maybe 2.
That hurts.
Like not even 2.
That hurts to see. MBL was in such a good position. He killed 2 villagers though, so that is a positive.
Yeah, we'll see if he's walled up at home. Kind of looks like he's walled on that front side, walled on the right side.
I think there's a hole in the south.
Yeah, there's a big gap in the south, but he's going to get that figured out. And on the left-hand side is the main concern, I think, for him. He's going to put palisade walls there, going to house wall that little gap to the edge of the map. And now Hera will be able to press against the walls. I don't think he'll be able to get through.
Yeah, I don't think there's any holes. So if MBL is able to just not take damage.
Well, if he doesn't finish this one. Okay, gate there and a house.
A hole would be devastating because Hera would run around in his base for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah,
but
I think he's good.
a player like MBL is not going to make a mistake here. No, I think those are...
Okay.
Okay, he's good.
Okay.
It's so weird, though. The differences in trees must be so confusing for players.
Sire, we can't walk over this grass. It is impassable.
Well, Hera invested a lot more food into this military, Dave. And while he's harassing a little bit, I think MBL is going to be in the sweet spot to click up to Castle Age. Again, a situation where he needs to press home his advantages in early Castle Age. He has clicked up first. He has the Civilization, which is probably the best for early Castle Age archers. I'm really excited to see MBL's approach. I'm actually nervous to see MBL's approach because I feel like his approach was bad in game 1 and 2, but then his follow-up was pretty solid. He put himself behind, and then his he ended up being all right. But as you see, the worker efficiency...
It's even.
Very even.
And with all that pressure from Hera.
Yep.
To be fair, 2 of those workers died, so it's hard for them to be efficient.
Sure.
But that shows how good Hera is at defending and keeping his economy running and the macro and everything. This guy is an absolute beast.
He's not making any more skirms, Dave. Sometimes you can consider, oh, I lied, he's making more skirms. Okay, he's making more skirms. For some reason, I didn't think he was.
Yeah.
And that answers my question on if he's going to go for elite skirm. But you need a lot of upgrades to get elite skirmisher to work out against Britons.
Yeah. So ideal situation for MBL. He gets out with this army, he sneaks it somewhere, and Hera doesn't realize it's there. But I think like Hera's got units patrolling on the top side. He's got the tower, and he's got a scout patrolling over here.
These are my concerns for MBL. It's so tempting, especially for a player like him, to go immediate 3 TC.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that's the right play. It could be, but I think based on how we've seen this series go.
You think he should go faster?
I think he should go, no. I think he should just go ballistics.
Okay.
You know, go ballistics, then a second TC.
Okay.
Prioritize the upgrades a little bit. But he loves those TCs, so we'll see.
The difficult thing here is that every time you try and sneak out, like he's trying to do right now, Hera's going to spot you every single time because he's aware of the danger. He's aware of his... MBL's win condition is doing some damage on the flanks.
Yep.
And being ahead in economy, then adding those TCs and making his way into the Castle Age. But he is going for ballistics, Tristan, as we see the university going up there. MBL's going to sit under this tower, kill the deer.
Wait, is it really? Okay, I was going to say, is it really worth it to sit there early Castle Age? Not the best use of early Castle Age, I'd say, but that's a massive woodline for Hera. We didn't talk about that, but that's
really fortunate.
Yeah, it's buying him so much precious time.
Yeah. It's like an additional wall, basically. It gives him another 25 seconds or so. And MBL over here with crossbows, too. I really like this play. Now,
I'd say
if I were him, don't attack.
Don't attack the house.
Do not attack until both groups attack at once.
He attacked the house. Oh, he attacked the house.
So frustrating, man.
Guys, they will auto-attack.
And look, Hera's still coming over here. He knows these archers are here. Maybe he doesn't notice because he's focused over there. But yeah, he pulls them away right away.
That's brutal.
But makes another lumber camp there. So he's driven him off the wood line.
Yeah.
He's going to loop around with the scouts. The scouts will die. Hopefully MBL notices the skirmishers are getting close.
Oh man, Davey wasn't able to make use of early Castle Age. Maybe he should have boomed, I don't know, but now these skirmishers have full upgrades. That's the thing with Bulgarians. You can get those upgrades. MBL's army here, not able to find some value. Looks like the army on the other side will be the same, and Hera looking good yet again. He's even clearing up that other army.
Well, there's the boom now.
Yeah. Dude, that was just like, it was just a little bit of wasted time, but somehow Hera ends up being okay. Like, that's what's tricky. I think that's also why MBL would prefer to boom in many situations against Hera, because Hera's just so good at surviving and going into 3 TCs himself.
He makes it look easy.
It's just, okay, I probably shouldn't say this, but at times it can be a little boring. I'm like, you can't even attack him. You can't even attack him. Like, I'm trying to come up with ideas, and he's just like, nope, sorry, defense, boom, good luck. And now the core issue here is that Britons want to be going archers, and it's completely counter.
MBL's going knights. I mean, I love the knight edition.
I think it's smart, yeah.
You know the skirmishers are always going to be there. You can range all of Hera's woodlines. The problem is the skirmishers, but if they can't come out of the base, you can use that Briton range and stay out of range of the skirmishers from him.
Hera didn't add any monks. You know, I think that, there's the monastery now,
a couple villagers probably going to go down there on the woodline in the north. Hera not noticing yet. 2 villagers going down. That's a promising start.
Yeah, and I mean, 2 knights have already done so much as MBL is going to switch over to the other side. Hera doesn't have his town centers there, but there is a gold, there is a woodline. Good pressure from MBL. Now, I think in game 1, with all the nerves and all the everything going on in MBL's mind, he wouldn't have added the stable.
Yeah.
Now, he's getting, okay, I've got to continue to use my advantages. And Hera micring away here from the shots. What? How is he keeping those Vills alive? And, well, one goes down anyways.
That villager got killed at like max range.
Oh man, MBL doing a good job with a designated house builder. You like to see that. And a fourth TC now.
They are cheaper with the Britons, so easier to get into. 25 farms too for MBL, 24 for Hera, so both players with a pretty stable economy, and we've got 4th TC for Hera.
The thing I don't like for MBL is that Knights without armor, not going to fare too well here long term.
Cav archers with the Bulgarians.
Hera only adding 2 cav archers because he knows he doesn't need much more.
He's just going to ignore this army, and remember, those Knights look deadly, but they don't even have +1 armor.
Yep.
So they just die, even to skirms.
However, the economies were pretty even now, and MBL is going to be on 4 TCs around the same time. So let's talk about the remainder of Castle Age. Is there a player here who should think about just defending and going imp? Is there a Civ or situation that would be better off fighting in late Castle Age?
I think Bulgarians would be better off fighting in Castle Age because Britons have a pretty good Imperial Age composition, and I don't know, I'm not really familiar with the late game matchup here. Usually this gets resolved before we get there.
I think MBL should go 3 stable Knights.
I love how both players are going for their 4th and 5th TC at exactly the same moment, right?
Hera even just grabs some water. He's like, I'm basically playing Black Forest. What is this map?
MBL now getting the armor upgrade.
Maybe not 3 stable Knights. Let me back up because that's a lot of town centers. But maybe just keep that 1 stable pumping with Knights. It would be really smart.
Yeah.
And we should have talked about this gold a little bit earlier. Eventually, this is going to be the only gold remaining on the map for the players. So it's very important that that is focused on. So advantage MBL in terms of gold control.
Smart play from Hera here. He sees the Knights. He sees they have +1 now. He knows the skirmishers are dead. He just wants to get as much value. And value for him isn't killing the Knights. Value for him is killing the crossbows.
Well, he didn't do a lot of that there, Dave.
Yep. But he was going to lose it anyway. No matter where he pulls that, he's going to lose all those. So.
It's also interesting how typical Hera fashion, he's kind of like expanding towards the corner or the side. He doesn't really want the middle right now. He's going to take the middle later on.
We have ourselves an extremely even game.
Oh, yeah.
But MBL's army is more more scalable. Yeah, it has
Hera
better upgrades.
Losing 3 more villagers on the front, he's not going to be happy there.
This looks so much more convincing than that Burmese pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
he misclicked. He misclicked on the war room table. Hera with the monks there, hoping to get conversions on the Knights, I'm sure. It's going to make things difficult for MBL because he can't really engage against the skirms.
Yeah.
And I think Hera, after getting +2, wants to make his own Knights long term.
I love games like this.
Age.
You go archer, I go skirmisher. You go skirmisher, I go knight. You go knight, I go monk.
This game, this map, sorry, has produced games that are very similar to standard RM.
Yep.
Right? Because you actually have time for text.
Which is kind of refreshing
in
an Empire Wars tournament.
It
you know, it's not that we don't like Empire Wars,
Yeah.
but like there's a reason that we played it for all those years.
There's
you know?
text switches, there's time, there's expansion. You know, it's not like, okay, Learie just out microed you, GG.
Ooh, Krepost. But there's a TC there. And he's about to find that. And maybe, the Krepost, maybe we need to put the Krepost somewhere else.
Yeah, and that's actually not a great sign for Hera because I think that he expected to maybe have the potential to control that, Dave.
Yeah.
MBL's going to click up to Imp here.
MBL will click up to Imp 107 villagers. And we see the Eco KD is 10-0.
And I love how he kind of faked Hera out. He's like, you know what, Hera? I'm going to come in here with a lot of Knights, just like T90 said.
Yeah.
Nope. He's just made just enough. It's almost like they've reversed roles. I feel like in previous games, we would have seen MBL trying to all in against Hera as Hera's going to him.
I would love to see MBL just put a couple crossbows in that northern area of the map or build something up there.
Yeah.
Because eventually, Hera, if he doesn't have access to the middle, he's going to have to expand that way. And I think you can be really, really annoying.
Hera's still making Knights. He's still making skirms. He's still investing into castle.
This is a big
Age.
army.
This is not going to be a Krepost. If he can fit it, it's going to be a castle in the middle.
Oh, well, that's,
okay.
well.
That timing? I mean, he had the stone for a castle, guys. So it wasn't the craziest thing I've ever said, but Okay, here come the villagers. It looks like the Krepost will go up.
I think if MBL can snipe these villas, go ahead and snipe the villas, but Hera's going to be so annoying with the,
don't lose your
the
army.
skirmishers.
Do not lose your army. Hera could honestly, if he were to loop around with those knights,
yeah,
Hera could get some really big kills
and
here.
MBL almost has enough stone for a castle, but I don't think he can fit one there.
I think the only place you could fit one was where Hera is. Or the TC.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. Like, if he had one more tile, I think, left of that TC, he could fit a castle.
Oh!
Oh, he can fit a castle. Okay.
I don't know if that goes up, Dave. I don't know if that goes up.
I think it does. What's there to stop it? He's got the knights.
And skirms, all fully upgraded except missing ballistics. Yeah, he'll get it up. MBL has a lot of crossbows.
There's so many crossbows.
And he also has a lot of vills.
Look
if
at
he
the
had
army number
10
for
vills,
him.
it'd be different.
50, and he's got how many crossbows? Like 39, 40 crossbows immediately upgraded to
I
Arbalest.
love this. I love this. You can make arguments for raiding as Hera is raiding with scouts.
Yep.
And that'll actually do a lot of damage, but I think that MBL going for raid on Hera is going to stop Hera from
If he
expanding.
remembers.
Yeah, he's defending right now.
This is the...
Oh, God, that's actually really hard to watch.
Raiding not only kills your villagers, it distracts your opponents, basically. So it prevents them from doing plays like MBL wanted to do with those light cab in raiding the economy from Hera. So it's a...
Oh, don't tell me. This is so huge for Hera if he can engage against this.
At least, MBL is going to get notified that that army is up there, and he'll know exactly where it's moving so he can respond in time.
MBL's not on stone right now, so that's weird to me. I don't know where the stone was. I believe it must have been near where he was attacked, but notice how Hera's also not on stone. What? Did they run out of stone? What? I thought there was stone everywhere on this map. Anyways, what I'm getting at is I think castles along the sides of your base is really important if you're up against Hera, because Hera's probably going to go for things like Hussar, Cavalier.
He doesn't have enough for a castle, so he can never push back that middle area if he doesn't have a trebuchet.
Yeah, and MBL's not even making a treb. Oh no, he is making a treb. Damn it! I just thought
really bad for that.
Just stop, just stop. Okay, I thought
he's not making skirmishers. He's not making a Krepos.
That's like
he's not making a
times,
trebuchet.
Sometimes I say things because I expect it before actually confirming it, and apparently I've been off here. But,
Okay, good raids here from MBL. Pulling Hera into different locations, and Hera has to worry about that giant death ball in the middle. How many? 48 Arbalests now. Britain Arbalest, he's going to have trebuchets behind it. He's already teching into Halberdier. This looks like a really good strategy from MBL.
I want to see fortified walls on the side. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
Fortify wall your base. If you have one ball, Bulgarians cannot stop you. But if you allow Bulgarians to raid you, they can end you. So this is tricky. Both civs are very different civilizations in him. We'll see which strategy works the best.
Okay.
Like here comes raid number 1.
That's a really tough army to stop.
It
Britain
is.
Arbalest. But here's the raid from Hera. This is the right idea. T90 was talking about this. He's teching into, it looked like Hussar. Yeah, he's got Hussar now. So he's got his Hera composition here. Hussar skirm with good eco behind it. We'll see what he can do.
This is so bad
But
for
Halberdiers
MBL.
for MBL. Halberdiers.
Yeah, but he's reacting. That's the thing. He's reacting, and if he continues to react, Hera's just going to switch sides on him. Those Arbalests can't push forward with confidence right now. What do we always say about Britons, Dave?
They die to siege run. They're slow. They're very hard to push against, but they're very hard to push with.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. Been saying it for years.
Yeah,
Literally since we met each other.
Exactly, and it's like terrifying to see all that range. But
And there's nothing in front of these, in between the Arbalists and the Skirms. The Skirms have like no resource value. The Arbalists at least cost gold.
The Halbs have gone home, and wouldn't you know it, Hera's just going to send another group to the other side.
Yep.
And eventually what happens is MBL's so distracted and sending so much military to the sides of his base that then Hera will take the middle.
MBL has been teching into a whole lot of stuff, though.
This is the most helpless feeling ever, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Playing in MBL's current position is the most helpless feeling in Age of Empires.
He has been teching into all the answers, though. He got Halberdier.
Yep.
He had light cav. He has even the +2 on his horses. He has the extra range for the Britain archers.
He needs walls here. Hera's looking for a gap. I think there might be one there. And you know what? Light cav is the most important unit for MBL right now. If he's able to get like 20 light cav with his ARBs, he'll push Hera and Hera cannot stop it.
Yeah. MBL's buying wood. That's a bad sign.
Wait, what does he get? Is he getting Yeoman?
Yeah.
Dang. By the way, Hera didn't get the unique tech for Bulgarians
Warwolf,
yet.
sorry.
That would make
Warwolf, not Yeoman. I think he might have already gotten the Yeoman.
Warwolf Trebs could be really sick against the skirms, Dave. We could have a real highlight moment.
Oh yeah. And Warwolf is a tech that made it a little bit easier for Britons to push.
Yeah, that's true.
Back in the day, it was really hard to push with them, but Warwolf is so deadly, and he's unpacking the Trebs, and I wonder if Hera suspects.
Well, the stable's going to go down, but I'd love to see MBL use the Trebs on the skirms. This is what MBL needs. This is his moment.
Okay, here we go.
Tech,
Here we
MBL,
go.
let's go.
I think Hera senses it. I think he senses it. But can he stop it? Boom! Big shots on the skirmishers.
Now, I think he's clicking different areas on the skirms now. No, the hustlers are coming in. The skirms are going down. But here come the hustlers for the Trebs.
There are halberdiers, though. There are halberdiers. There's arbalists there. The hustlers take quite a while to kill the trebuchets, and Hera is losing everything here.
He didn't even take out most of these trebuchets. They're still all there, and the skirmishers are getting mobbed up.
And MBL still has 32 arbalists.
And Hera's not raiding anymore.
No.
Hera coming to the middle of the map was probably a mistake for him. I think he couldn't get into MBL's base, and maybe that's why MBL's going to click Cavalier.
He's going to go Cavalier with Britons. He needs that mobility, and it's usually with Britons, you don't go Cavalier because they're not the best, and you don't have a ton of access to gold. He's got a ton of gold.
He does. Yeah, he does. He hasn't really been spending a lot of gold. He just kept his arms and his trebs
And
alive.
Hera's desperately trying to kill these trebuchets, but MBL has villagers there in repairing them. The production buildings are going down.
Warwolf was a huge
That was a huge upgrade. Yeah, and I don't think Hera suspected it at all.
Yeah, you don't.
Not
you don't,
at all.
You don't know until it happens. And
Hera's
now,
buying food.
Hera's fighting with only trash units, and this is a real problem Bulgarians have. They have really good trash units, but they don't have the greatest options to spend their gold. I know the Conic is exciting. I know Cavalier could be exciting. I know that Unique Tech is exciting, but still very difficult.
I love the fact that MBL has like 10 villagers here with the Trebs.
Yeah, true.
Because it's basically like a stationary Mangonel now.
Yeah.
And it's harder to kill than a Mangonel if you keep repairing it with your villagers.
Oh, the
trash
skirms!
units are not going to do anything, and the skirms going down. This looks so good for MBL as more Treb shots come raining down from the sky.
What is this production
that
from
castle
MBL?
Will likely go down. This is him in his element.
This is him in his element. And this is exactly how the Britons should be played. Defend your flanks and then have a huge snowball of military. There's so many viewers right now getting PTSD from all the games they played against their brothers growing up. This is brutal, man. And Hera's struggling to find a way to stop it.
Oh my goodness. MBL is outpost rushing. He did that just for us. He did that just for us.
That's not an outpost rush.
Yeah.
I think he just wants vision here.
He's well known for doing that as like a trolley kind of thing, but I think he placed the foundations just for us casters so we could see it, and then he deleted it because that would be quite BM towards Hera. And to be honest, he hasn't even won the game yet. Hera could come back from this.
He could.
It just looks really, really good for MBL
But
here.
I think Cavalier's the killer unit now. That your Cavalier beat the enemy Hussars, and they beat the enemy Skirms, and then you're slowly taking down their buildings.
And you see Hera scratching his head there and saying, like, what could I do against this? That was an impressive win from MBL. It's exactly what we want to see from that player. We keep talking about him, how unique he is, how good he is in later Imperial. We saw that on full display. Hera just played it correctly and couldn't do anything.
The first game where MBL would send a wave of attack followed by another wave of attack.
Yep.
Even though he wasn't doing game-ending damage in early Castle Age, he went there, he pressured,
Yep.
and Hera's defensive style, it was strong. Obviously, he was in a good position, but it wasn't enough because MBL's attacks.
And actually, we have a focus on MBL here for the chat as we get into our next game.
I'm MBL, and I'm doing pretty good since I'm now in the quarters, finally. And I'm really excited to see how I'm going to do facing my next opponent, Hera. My Swiss stage was kind of up and down. Face bars, kind of considered the easiest opponent. I'm going to try to play my A game and try to stay a bit safe and try to focus more on economy, I think, more than aggressiveness. Try to stay back and try to be in the comfort zone, drag it out to the late game.
All right, we've got some stats for MBL here.
Look at that strategy
score.
score.
The micro, macro, strategy, and speed.
Yeah.
These were all categories that people
Honestly,
hear.
I think the micro should probably be a little bit higher when he's on his A game. It's not traditional. The thing with MBL is it's not traditional micro.
It's just most of the people who listen, most of the people who participated here were players. Most of the people do not like to play against MBL,
Yeah.
so I think MBL maybe wasn't given the credit he
The thing
deserves
is,
in some of
it's
these
usually
categories.
not like one group of units against another group of units like we usually see. It's like 15 different types of units, villagers mixed in and everything.
Well, experience was just based on the Red Bull Wololos. I'm a little surprised to see it that low, but anyways, that's where the experience comes from. And MBL looking a little chippier, a little happier.
Yeah,
as
he was
we go
smiling
into
during that
number
game.
4. Yeah.
Yeah, he got himself a win, and we'll see Hera looking as focused as ever. Hera, I mean, there was points in that game where I thought Hera was going to win with the rating.
I did too, yeah.
For sure. I mean, he played it pretty good. It was just Bulgarians against Britain late game when Britons have all that access to gold. It was a bit tough for him.
That was an early pick for MBL. So he was able to get the win there, and now, unfortunately,
Now we're on to Hera's home
we
maps.
go to Hera's home map. So we've got winged, expect hot and heavy pressure, and I think Hera has the top 2 winged civilizations.
Look, he's kind of like smiling too. He was just smiling a little bit. He's feeling good, which is nice to see.
I mean, you know, take it one game at a time if you're MBL, but
Yeah.
even if you end up losing this series, I think that's going to make you feel a lot better about your performances. Hera, though, absolutely dominant with Kumins and Magyars. So I think MBL's going to have to take some, play defensive early maybe. And I actually have a thought. Since you're scared of scouts, do you maybe go for Ethiopians and go archer?
That's what I was
spear
thinking.
opening?
As much as I don't like Ethiopians, or don't think they're as good as they probably are on paper, I think it might be the best situation here if we're starting with winged.
Yeah. You also could see Hera go for double archer range with Kumins because everything's so cheap. But there's the zoom out here of our wonderful war room. You can see the amazing barcodes on the back of the monitor, and now you can see Hera. He's ready, and I think they're in, Dave. See his eyes moving around here. You got, how many resources do I have? What's the mini map?
Those
Where do I click?
monitors are pretty sick, though.
They look really nice.
We have them in front of us too.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Not bad. Hera is definitely in the game, so we should be in the game in a moment. And considering it's winged, prepare yourselves for death, ladies and gents, in the kindest way possible.
That was foreshadowing? Maybe?
I mean,
what, is someone going to attack the castle? Quick, a town watch.
Dude, with how loud that town bell was when they did that little bit earlier, I'm half expecting to hear a trebuchet hit the side of the castle at some point.
Okay, here we go. Winged, and MBL has gone for Franks, and Hera has gone for Cumin. So we were talking about it before, and we're going to see a lot of early battles here. Franks are good early in Feudal Age. They get the extra HP on the scouts, but as soon as you get Bloodlines, you're at a disadvantage to your opponent.
And you cannot afford, and this goes with every other civ, you cannot afford to make an archer range and a stable at the start. With the changes made to Cumins, this is why they're seen so highly, because Hera, as he takes a really bad fight, is, oh my god, that was a disaster fight for him. But he's just simply able to field more military.
Yep. But that falls off after a while. It definitely falls off with Cumins. Once you get into like Castle Age, Imperial Age, they don't feel as good. It's definitely their opening. But still, this is a map that's usually decided in early Feudal.
Yep.
Early or mid Feudal.
Yeah, and that's at that point, the bonus would have already paid off. Double range for MBL. Looks to me like he wants to go archers with spearmen here.
Archers with spearmen has Franks, so a bit unexpected.
Well, the good thing is your eco is amazing. He's got the farm upgrade. He also has the
he doesn't need to
upgrade.
bother with the water. He can just go immediately onto farms and just farm. As long as he protects himself, he's on that back gold, which is a pretty fortunate location for him, attempting to drop a house there. He has the spearman coming around though, so Hera's gonna have difficulty finding places to do damage, and another spearman there. That's a good defense from MBL.
Hera does not have any skirmishers out. Hera's woodline's very exposed. This
and
could be
only
good
one
for
archer
MBL.
coming out too. So
Hera's also housed right now.
Yeah, and he hasn't tracked this army. He doesn't know where it is.
Oh, when he's building the house with the villagers that are now being attacked, so he has to build a house somewhere else, and he's completely pop capped.
That's gonna stall him out. That's your Cumin bonus gone right there.
Yeah, you're right.
Your Cumin advantage is just gone because of your house there. You stalled out on production. But as we speak of housing, MBL, the classic, is housed as well. So that will equal out in the end. 2 villagers chasing that army from MBL, but they are going to loop back. And MBL unable to do any damage here, but he's keeping Hera at home for the time being. Still no spearmen over here.
A more diverse army comp for Hera. That's the thing MBL has to worry about. As you see Hera engaging with scouts that have armor, he also has bloodlines on the way, and it's just so much easier to take a fight like this.
And MBL's going to lose the
great
reinforcements.
start.
Yeah.
And he's lost so much control now, Dave. It's an even game with numbers.
And he's still sending archers across the map. So he's gonna, okay, pull them back now. He's still looping around with this little army at the front. Probably needs to think about a tower on that gold. If Hera has archers out here.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? I think he might think about scouts as well, but I'm unsure because he hasn't gone for any upgrades yet. I think MBL might be greedy and going Castle Age, but that would be a horrible mistake.
That would be bad. If he's going Castle Age, he needs a tower, I think.
Yeah, I agree. But look at his resources, 500 food, he's not spending it. Yeah. If you're not spending it, you better be going Castle Age MBL, otherwise you're gonna die. And tell me MBL noticed this archer army from Hera.
Yeah, I think he did, but he didn't do anything about it. And that's where I would have loved to see the tower.
Yep.
On the gold, maybe even a little bit on the gold, a little bit on the wood to protect both areas.
Oh, dude, MBL's in big trouble here. He's trying to go castle, which is a strategy. It can make a difference. But Hera has scouts queued out of 3 stables.
Yeah.
There's no way MBL can go
is going to
Castle
have
Age on this
to
map.
quick wall out of his mind to survive this.
And then archers will come in.
Still, those scouts are weak, though. The spearman taking down one of them and puts another one hit away from death.
He's up.
And the archers, Tristan, to be fair, they haven't done any damage.
Not yet. If he takes out the archers, then he can defend with spearmen, Dave.
Yeah, and then once you get to Castle Age, instant knights.
No way. No way.
No way this is working. What?
Hera's got more scouts coming. He's got more archers coming. This would be unbelievably insane if MBL can somehow get this. I mean, it's expected MBL should lose villagers, and he loses 1.
Yep. And Hera has to suspect MBL's up.
Oh, yeah.
And that's when you go all in feudal production. You punish them as hard as possible. But, I mean, he's only killed 2 villagers. So unless he can do damage in the next, 2 minutes.
I started casting Age of Empires because it helped with my anxiety. Now I'm just like, this is horrible. I don't know what to feel right now, but I mean, Hera also has to find a good moment to take a fight. He hasn't done so yet.
Yeah, archers hitting the wood line. Finally, the range units coming into play. The scouts can be quick walled out as we see tons of scouts there for Hera. Spearmen making their way over, but there's just too many units as MBL desperately tries to defend, needs to garrison in the town center, get those extra hits. He's not having enough room in there, and he's still idle on the gold. However, scout numbers for Hera kind of dwindling. And at the front, the archers are being taken out by the skirmishers. MBL is 15 seconds away from being in Castle Age. He's only lost 2 villagers.
He can make 2 knights.
2 knights is pretty good against a feudal army. He doesn't have the armor.
I wish you guys would have seen Dave's face. He was like, oh.
He doesn't have the armor either.
He can't afford anything right now. I mean, his eco's at the limit. He's been inside of his town center more often than not, and
he needs a market. That's what he needs.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the wood for a market.
Look, he's got 2 food.
This is like...
You were right. He can make 2 knights.
Yeah, that's it. And he can't make villagers right now, I'm pretty sure. He has no eco. These are the most important knights MBL's ever had.
I'm still shocked that Hera only killed 2 villagers there.
I know. But what he did do a good job of was keeping them off of wood.
Oh, yeah.
And food and also gold. I think that in many ways is maybe more important, but then again, these 2 very, very important knights, they're pushing back feudal age army, Dave. It's now 3, now 4. MBL has the villagers behind us.
Hera only has 200 food in the bank. It's not like he can pick up. MBL just needs the armor.
Yeah.
He needs the armor so bad right now.
He also is going to keep most of these knights alive. He lost 1 knight. Hera's backing up. MBL, where's that vill that went to the north? Does anyone know?
I don't think she survived. I think she's dead.
Wait, what? I'm really curious. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, we can't find her, so.
You know what I think happened? I think he sent the vill there, and then at one point when it was crazy, he used the select all idle hotkey and sent them to work somewhere, and it came home. But we would have to look back.
MBL needs the armor.
MBL, no, he needs a TC. He's going for a second TC on winged. He's going to boom, dude. That's not too bad.
I mean, yeah, it's just not even an option that I considered here.
Yeah. But I mean, Hera's expecting all in. So Hera is going to, try and defend from that.
He's overproducing right now. He's still producing spearmen, still producing scouts because he wants to clear up this army.
Wait,
He's expecting
on the
more.
shoreline. Oh, it's a knight.
That's a knight, okay, but the other knight is into the gold, and MBL is fighting these scouts with knights. Not a matchup if you're the player with the scouts that you want to see, but MBL still doesn't have the armor for his knights. They're dying to the feudal armies and to the villagers and scouts.
What are we
And he's going for
here?
forging first.
What are we witnessing
Does he
here?
not realize he doesn't have the armor?
I think he just wants to snipe Vills, Dave. I think he just wants to boom on 2 TCs and get a massive Vill lead. MBL has the lead in this game. Hera is stuck in feudal age, and I don't know if there's much Hera can really do to
This
stop
must
this.
be so frustrating if you're in Hera's position because you had so much military in his base and you just couldn't kill any villagers.
Especially because game 1 and game 2, I feel a lot better saying it now, not very good for MBL. They were not very good. Hera was dominating.
More knights in this fight. He's going to win against the feudal army.
Cav
Archers
Archers
with Franks!
What? I mean, it kind of makes sense. He needs a counter to the spearmen. It's just the first time I've ever seen Frank Cav Archers intentionally used in Empire Wars.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Knight Cav Archer is going to match up really nicely against an all-in feudal army, and it truly is all in. Hera has 33 on food right now. He's fully producing. He's not going up to the castle age. And the knights are hitting in the south. The Cav Archers are there in the north. MBL needs to pull those away.
I think it's over.
Still no armor upgrade.
I think it's over. Hera's just rattled everywhere he looks. He's
I don't know, man.
Defend.
He's got 31 on farms. Like
Hera needs a second TC. He's Kumans.
Yeah.
He can make a second TC in feudal. I am really surprised he didn't add one yet.
I just want the armor upgrade.
Yeah,
that's all I want for Christmas.
Wait, here it comes. Ready? Boom. Oh, hold on. Okay, never mind. Anyways,
here it comes. Hera's army.
Yeah.
Hera's full feudal army.
It's a lot of
and
scouts.
MBL's knights, they're dying to this because they don't have any armor.
Yeah, and because
there it is. Okay.
There we go.
There we go.
Merry
now
Christmas.
I'm happy. Cav Archer's getting into the little choke points there. Hera's still looking for good engagements here, and at some point, he's going to need to idle his scout production so he can go up to the next stage or drop a marquee. He does have 700 gold in the bank.
There's also a lot of gold in the middle on this map, so players need to think about that.
Look at this raid, and remember behind this, MBL is the second TC producing. Although he's not queuing villagers at the moment, kind of busy at Hera's base.
That's so awkward to fight if you're MBL. So I think you just run away from this and don't toss army.
Yeah, because there's so many spearmen there. He's trying to micro them down with the Cav Archers, but they are getting some decent hits on the knights.
Well, he's got more knights coming in, Dave. I mean, knights are knights. +1/+1. Hera now has less than 10 military. Hera's still stuck in feudal age.
I can just hear Viper in the back room watching MBL like, what?
Look at this celebration from MBL.
MBL wins, and Hera just in disbelief there.
Yeah, Hera got up pretty quick to maybe go take a rest or a breather. And MBL looks and should see that Hera's gone, and MBL should be like, oh my God, did I really bring myself back from the dead, and can I do this here?
That's crazy.
That's sick.
Are we at 2-2?
We're at 2-2, how? How?
What?
There's Hera, he's back.
We're at 2-2, folks. If you tune out of this, you are insane. This is unpredictable. I mean, first we had Capoch taking it to the 5th game against Jordan, which we could never imagine. And now we have MBL taking it to the 5th game against Hera. And the way it happened on that last map, like he lost 2 villagers.
Yeah.
To like 30 military.
I think we have to circle that back to Hera needed to kill more.
Yeah.
He didn't commit heavily to killing the Vills. He was being too cute, too fancy. We will have a game 5. It will be on Hera's home map, and of course it's going to be Aftermath, which is funny because both players are on the team Aftermath. And it's also not a map I would expect either of these players on.
Only MBL would go double range Frank Archers into FC, into Frank Cav Archers.
Into skipping armor, into, 2
What?
TCs. And here's Hera's reaction when the game ended. And he went to go get water, and then he's like, I don't know what he went to go do.
Oh,
and
look at
MBL's
that.
like,
I love to see that, yeah.
Sick.
God, it still feels like a mountain that MBL needs to climb, though. Hera's so good. Hera feels broken. It feels like
he feels mentally broken right
now.
now.
Like a broken mechanic in the game. He's like,
I would agree, but I think it depends on the map, and I think based on the last 2 games, MBL has shown that he can play on the closed maps and the open maps.
But important, I think Hera has a really good mindset, though, going into games.
I agree.
So he's going to refresh Yeah, he took the headset off, kind of
Yeah.
walked around a little bit, got back in the seat. He's going to refresh, and he's going to come with his prepared strategy for Aftermath here. And MBL hopefully has a counterplay. I think we're going to see Berbers for MBL, and I think for Hera, we're going to see Saracens.
I'd be very surprised if Hera goes Saracen, but I think it can dominate on this map.
Yep.
It's just a little tricky, a little gimmicky, and that doesn't necessarily suit Hera's skill set.
We saw it with Viper, though. Crushed Learie
It
with
does
Saracens.
suit Viper's skill set. Viper likes
Yeah.
his tricks.
I don't
think
know.
Hera, having picked Magyars, I'd be very surprised if he doesn't go
Oh,
Magyars.
he does have Magyars.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Okay.
That changes things,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
If he didn't have Magyars and he wasn't Hera,
Looks
then
like
he
we're
goes
going to get right
Saracens.
back into it. They just want to play.
Well, I'm glad, because I just want to cast, I just want to watch.
This is insane. Game 5, MBL versus Hera. This is a classic matchup.
Yeah.
Classic matchup here. In Empire Wars too, where we feel Hera is just so dominant.
Yep, this is definitely not a setting I would have gone into this saying the MBL would excel in, but he made it here. He deserved the top 8. He told me at lunch that he would be 3-0'd by Hera, and here we are, game number 5.
And Berbers versus Magyars. And MBL has control of that, and this is what happens. If you both go to the same side, it's kind of a little bit of RNG. You're going to meet up with the other scout, and the other player won't even engage. They'll just keep circling around. Now, MBL sent a Spearman there, got control of that, but Hera now has a Spearman on the other trade workshop. Now, these trade workshops, for anyone who's not familiar, give you a trickle of resources. You can see it at the top in the resource bank for both players. It comes in slowly, but it has a big effect.
MBL with the range behind this, which is definitely not what Hera's going for. Hera's going for scouts, which is expected with Magyars. And look at MBL. He's just going to wall up a little bit. He's going to tower at home. It seems like it's already defensive for MBL.
Yeah. Well, this is good. If he's not planning on going for a second TC right away in Castle Age, or he knows he's going to go on Stone later, it's better to preemptively do that and stay safe. It doesn't put you that far behind.
Yeah. What is tricky here, though, for Hera is that Hera can't do damage with scouts against MBL's woodline. He also can't do damage with scouts against the archers and spear coming forward. So it's kind of difficult for Hera to engage against the military and also against the eco of MBL.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to see that here. Hera's going to get armor real quick. He wants to fight this with the extra attack on his scouts and the armor now.
Yeah, Magyars are so strong, but Berbers are pretty good too.
Good spear micro there from MBL, but ultimately he should lose this fight, and he will lose the fight. But those scouts are pretty weak right there.
I think target the Spearman, but maybe he just gave up on that. MBL still in control of one trade workshop. Hera's still in control of the other.
MBL's going to go up, Dave. Look at his resources.
Yeah, he wants to get Castle Age.
And Hera made a second stable, and he's queuing up more scouts. It's going to be the same scenario.
It's going to be the same scenario, but we'll see as MBL buys food, and he's going to click up right now. Oh my goodness. That trade workshop helps so much with the resource income.
MBL, okay, big thing here is MBL needs all of his resources walled in.
Yeah,
if
and
there's a hole, he's dead.
He walled the
wood's good, but the gold,
gold
is
has
huge.
the tower.
Yeah, but that tower does nothing against scouts.
And it looks like he can make some houses around there if he sees
that
the
would be
scouts
good.
coming in. The problem for him would be some range units, but range units are really slow to get across this map. This map is huge.
Yeah, Hera just wants to go for the scouts, and Hera does have the 2 workshops now. So I think, honestly, Dave, I think Hera needs to stop making scouts here.
Yep.
Because overmaking scouts did not work out in the previous
You didn't
game.
do any damage.
Yeah.
You did no damage.
Especially since you have these little trade things. You're going to get more resources in behind all your pressure.
Although with Magyars, if you overproduce scouts, when you get to the next stage, you can make them light cab. They automatically get that +2 upgrade.
Yeah.
They're not as bad.
They're not as bad. Yep, good eco for Hera. Wouldn't surprise me to see him have a market go up at some point to buy some res. And he's just hoping and praying to get in.
Okay, here he comes near the gold.
We
He's
need
going to see
walls
the
here.
tower. I think a couple houses and the Spearman in the choke point would be fine. There's a couple weak scouts there. MBL just garrisons the villagers. I don't know if that's the correct play. Why not make some houses?
Why not preemptively wall that? That's so weird to me. Like, everything about this strategy is perfect, except now he's off gold.
Maybe a house right there? I mean, Hera's taking hits. Hera's taking hits. He can't get out without taking shots from the TCs. So the scouts are getting weaker and weaker, but still, it's a huge threat to MBL's economy.
Yep. I think MBL, the idle time that MBL just experienced and not having the trade workshops is a massive deal. Hera's going to be up right behind this.
Yeah.
And Hera can go right back in, right? He doesn't have anything to kill that
There's
army.
the houses we wanted to see. Okay, now he's quite secure, and it looks like MBL has 4 camels queued.
Camel opening's pretty strong. I think his priority needs to be not Hera's base, but because you have to expect Hera's going to wall. But
the trade workshops.
Yeah, hit the trade workshops.
Yeah, and he's got 3 stable production only with Berbers, eh?
Yep.
He can't even sustain that.
And I think if you open with camels and feel like you can, hit some openings at Hera's base, then you just go immediately into knights.
Yeah.
And you just continually pressure here. I do not think MBL should boom at all.
Scouts are running away. The camels will come into the trade workshops. This is really good stuff from MBL. He knows exactly where he needs to be. Takes that trade workshop over. He's sending camels to the other trade workshop.
Yep.
They will be enough to take out that 1 spearman and take control.
I'm curious. Can we look at Hera's base real quick? Is he 2 stables or is he 3? He's 3.
He's
okay.
3 stable.
So Hera's going to try and go all in to get this back against a player who is already all in. So this could be really good for MBL.
We were talking about how difficult 3 stable production is. With those trade workshops, it becomes a whole lot easier.
Good eco upgrades for both players. We'll see if MBL gets the Castle Age wood upgrade. I kind of doubt it, at least not yet. And this is what MBL needs to be careful of. Hera knows he can't combat for the workshops yet, but the scouts could definitely get into the farms.
Yeah. Wisely walled in all of his farms.
Yeah.
Really, really good foresight there from Hera.
His woodlines as well.
Walled in his farms, walled in his woodline. Kind of looks like an AI village a little bit right now.
Pig-to-ville right there. MBL will have to use knights to chase down everything. Hera had to delete a farm to make a monastery.
Yeah, this is going to be so annoying if you're in Hera's position. If you're getting hit at like 3 different points in the wall, if ever those things get in, it can be really, really frustrating to deal with. The scouts are still frustrating for MBL. He's trying to figure out where they are.
This is the perfect game 5, everyone. This is the perfect game 5. Different strategy, high level play, everything on the line and end. For Hera, I think he's the player who's been favored. He's lost 2 straight. MBL's ultimately going to have to leave there, though. I think the Monk's going to come out. He doesn't want to donate a conversion to Hera.
Yep.
Plus, Hera has the plus to attack.
He's
so
forced settle
really
time,
helps.
though. He has forced settle time, and all the time he's
But
at the
not
base
reacting.
here, he's not reacting right away. MBL is going to lose, almost lose one of those knights. The whole time he's here, though, Tristan, he has those trade workshops ticking and ticking and ticking. Just now getting the armor again. What is up with this guy?
I think he wants early build kills, Dave. And here he comes back to the gold. Unfortunately, he's going to hear the whoa, whoa from the Monk. And he's going to have to run away, and MBL does run away, no conversion.
That's a lot of military for him, though.
And I think he's going to shift into a boom now, Dave. He's going to shift now into controlling the trade workshops and adding a TC, and you see that very risky TC on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I see he's housed as well.
Well, that's MBL.
Hey, he has the house wall. Hey, conveniently placed.
Oh, such an MBL thing, man. And Hera's also going to add the town center now. I do like Hera's army comp. I find that the difference between someone who's going knight camel against someone who's going knight monk is that the monk conversions matter a whole lot more.
Yeah. But the monks are also slow.
They are.
You're like anchored to those monks, basically.
They're expensive as well.
Yep. These scouts for Hera have been constantly trying to drag those camels away.
And
look, and he just did it again. Man, all these little things he's doing while having to deal with this pressure, while having to produce, trying to quick wall that villager in. The knight will end up killing her. And now the camels and the knights are heading in here, but I think Hera wants to draw MBL into this battle. He will gladly take this.
At the same time, though, MBL can run away, and he now has the +2 attack. So he's kind of in the back of Hera's base. And he can still decide on when he wants to take a fight.
He's dictating the terms of this game.
He's controlling the game
Completely controlling the game right now. Needs to bring the camels back to the other trade workshop now. Continue to get that resource trickle in. He's probably like, how did they get there?
Yeah. I think a massive mistake for either player would be adding a 3rd TC. I think you need to prioritize full-on military production.
I think you could maybe swing it if you have both of the trade workshops.
Yeah. I think Hera's style is to add the TC, but I think for MBL, you go all in. Yep. All in 2 TC, and Hera just defending as perfectly as
just
we
keep,
saw in game 1 and 2.
pulling this army. Pulls it over here, Hera's forced to repair a bit, he pulls it over there, Hera's forced to respond. This must be super tense for both players to
MBL
play.
has the camel. Oh, never mind. I thought he had the camel on stand grounds, which would be a really smart move, but he has both trade workshops right now. About to lose this one.
Yeah. Well, he's sending more camels.
I'm nervous right now.
I know, and imagine this as
is
a player.
insane.
Imagine this from Hera's perspective. You know MBL has had both those trade workshops the entire game.
Yeah.
And it's just been ticking and ticking and ticking, bringing in more resources. From MBL's perspective, you're thinking, I have the advantage, but I don't want to take a bad fight.
Oh, but there's
and that's
so
a
many
bad
mobs.
fight right there.
Oh my
2
God.
instant conversions
But he's going back. Don't
on
go
the
back,
camels,
MBL.
and he's going back in
Another one.
another conversion on the camel. Still, he has a decent army number. He gets
lost that
cleared
fight,
up
too.
on the right-hand side at the trade workshop. Hera with the RNG.
Yeah.
God's blessing him with those early
But also,
conversions.
you have to click those individually, so that's
Yeah.
just nuts. And
Yeah.
like you said, broken. Just stop. Hera should have the third TC now. I think after that fight, you can
MBL
comfortably
needs
go
to
3
take that.
TCs.
There we go.
Also,
Goes
I would
back.
really like to see Hera debate at some point, not now, because speed is really important, but maybe even a pikeman switch. Like Knight, Monk, pikeman is really tough for Berbers. There's that third TC.
This game is so close.
Yeah, like, how much do you think is MBL
What is
sending?
she doing?
I don't know. Who knows? She's going to build a house. 'cause
Okay.
he's housed. Oh, he won't be housed in a
Oh,
second.
Hera wants it.
Delete her, MBL. Delete her. Let her die.
Okay.
Okay.
Night
that's
Raid
fine.
coming into MBL's economy.
Oh,
Yikes, there's
his army's
nothing,
out of position.
There's nothing there.
Oh, his army's out of
there's
position.
nothing there.
But he did a really smart thing. It still sucks, but he actually is sending villagers to the other TC because there's not enough plate room in the inn there.
Yeah, that's really tough to think about in the moment.
Yeah, but Dave, look at the differences now. The eco difference is insane. How did this happen? How did this happen? How is there such a big difference in villagers? He didn't kill that many.
Was he not producing?
I think it's.
Isaac, look at the idle TC time for
Yeah.
MBL. 7 minutes and 42
no,
seconds.
MBL.
MBL sending more villagers back. The villager number is climbing for Hera. He has 69. MBL has 43.
Monks are dead, though. That's
Monks
pretty
are
good.
dead. MBL does have a bigger army, which is possible to snowball, but the economy behind this
Yeah.
for Hera is looking very, very good.
This is where MBL needs those workshops for the rest of the game. Hera might need to consider adding pikemen.
Yep.
He's just lost a lot of his knights, but he is ahead in eco. If Hera goes pikemen and holds, he could be okay. MBL still alive in this game, does have the score lead because of all that military.
The thing you have to be worried about if you're in Hera's position is the snowball.
With the numbers.
Yep, the snowball with the numbers, and
he lost monks too. He can't even get conversions.
Yeah, and now look at the military count, 28-6. But look at the economy, folks. Hera is 30 villagers ahead. Sure, MBL has these trade workshops, but that's probably like 5 vills worth of resources coming in.
I think a big thing that MBL is lacking right now is the second armor. Like, it's going to be
It's
a
a good
lot
raid.
easier for him to be able to do some damage. And look at this, yeah, getting some Vill picks. Hera, it's just showing.
This is a lot of Vill picks.
It's showing that Hera doesn't have the military right now.
And look, the camels are looping around on this side under the TC. MBL still without that second armor, like you said.
Hera's still without pikemen. Hera needs the pikeman upgrade.
The knights are
Why
flooding in. The
doesn't he have
camels are
pikeman
flooding
upgrade?
in.
What is happening? What is happening? Hera's losing his monks. Hera's losing so much right now.
But MBL doesn't have +2. He's losing too. He's losing so many camels to that TC, to the spearmen, to the knights. 61 villagers for Hera, 48 villagers for MBL. This game
is nuts.
This game is nuts, and it's so even here because MBL has the military advantage.
And he can
Hera
hit the
has the
goal.
villager advantage.
I don't think there's a gap there, actually, Dave. Man, this is crazy. Look at the Vill difference now. Only 13 for Hera.
And Hera's desperately repairing that palisade while he brings his knights over. Okay, he's going to be able to push that army back. MBL still with an army on the north side.
Wow.
Still
MBL
into the wood line again. Hera's going to notice that.
reacted a little late there, Dave, but he did only lose 1 villager, maybe 0. I could have missed it. MBL's got a decent enough economy
There's a
to be
hole
able
in
to
that
have a
wood
chance
line
here.
there.
I don't know what the difference really is, but you've got 10 villagers more for Hera, but Hera is -2 workshops.
Yep.
So I think the eco's relatively
Yeah,
close.
and Hera has more monks now. MBL giving him some more conversions, it looks like. Yeah, he's going to get 1 at least. Camels and knights sitting under that TC. I don't think he realizes he doesn't have the +2.
I don't think he's ever been in this situation to afford it, truthfully. He's producing so much. I don't think I've seen an instance where he can afford it. So it's better to have numbers than +2 defense, I think.
Okay.
It's got to be close, though. I mean, I think it would have made a difference in some of those fights. His TCs are pumping out. He's only behind by 8 villagers. Dave, real quick, how big is the expectation weighing on Hera right now? Because he's
It has
the
to
player
be huge.
who's
There's no expectation on MBL.
Exactly.
He never expected, no one expected him to be here.
Yeah, I agree with you. And for MBL, he's just got to be like, am I doing this or am I doing this? And there it is, chain barding armor. And I think that this stems back to it's just the proper time for him. And look at that weak army going in and sniping a Vil, annoying Hera.
The thing is here, like, Hera is not playing bad at all.
No, he's playing amazing.
MBL is just playing up to his potential right now.
This is peak MBL. This is the MBL that everyone hates playing against. Hera, we have to say, very late to that pikeman upgrade. He had 3 barracks. He was fighting with
Could he
spearmen for
afford
so
it,
long.
though? It may be the
Yeah,
same situation. I mean, he was investing food into villagers. He was booming up for a long time there. Now there's quite a few spearmen on the field. MBL taking that back for a limited time only.
I think if MBL notices that,
And he's in on the wood line again. Does Hera notice right away? He does. Does he have enough room in that TC, though?
Not for everyone. Not for everyone. And Hera noticing that.
Look at the villager count now.
He's trying to hop in and out. And Dave, on the other side, there's another army. If Hera doesn't notice that, we'll see if he does. How does he notice that?
He's so good. Hera is so good at this game. It's
will
almost
MBL
broken.
notice? Well, Hera, okay, is obviously
one will
distracted
notice,
right
but
now.
MBL doesn't see that army yet. He might lose quite a few. Oh, he notices right
reacts.
away.
Dave, MBL has 7 on stone right now. He could be thinking about camel archers, which I love. Also think that's a good fight for him against the pikemen. He'll clear those.
Just when you think this game has nothing more to offer,
This is,
keeps giving.
It could maybe be the best series of the tournament so far.
Maybe.
And this could be the best game of the tournament so far. Look at the populations, look at the counterattack, and as the counterattack comes in, MBL's here to defend it.
Yeah, MBL units at all the right places, all the right times, especially that early raid where Hera came
Hera
in.
didn't send them back to work, Dave. They've been idle for 2 minutes. They've been idle for 2 minutes. Now MBL comes back. Hera notices that and says, okay, maybe I'll go back to work. And MBL's going to hit the wood line
He's going to hit the wood line again. And Hera has those monks, but like I said, they're super slow, and your army is anchored to them at all times. MBL in control of both trade workshops again. Hera at 74 villagers, MBL at 66. But once again, MBL has the military advantage. Those villagers are still garrisoned in that TC. He's coming over to the right-hand side. Hera notices right away. Again, this is peak Age of Empires between these two players, and the pressure must be building for Hera. The pressure must be building for MBL too, but more so for the favorite in this situation. Castle now at the front of MBL's base. He's gonna probably think about camel archers at some point. Hera's back here on the right again.
MBL's back on the left.
Oh my God!
Now Hera defending so wonderfully. This is an incredible game. MBL really needs that castle because he continuously gets pop capped. And he really needs camel archers as well, because the camel archers will be an answer to the monks and an answer to the pikemen if he can get the numbers. But because of that castle being something that MBL is backing up for, it's giving Hera an opportunity to push forward. And good, amazing conversions for Hera.
Great conversions, but I don't know if it's enough. The military count for MBL is just insane. Berber production with the trade workshops. MBL has been making it work this entire game. He's going to push back this army from Hera. Hera is still ahead in villagers. He still has excellent macro behind this.
But he's going to get raided
But he's going to get raided again.
He's going to get raided nonstop. If MBL can make the camel archers now, if he can continue to switch sides against Hera, I really see Hera having some problems.
And look, MBL has a knight in that wood line, and it's only a matter of time. Hera notices right away. Oh my goodness.
What unit does Hera make now? He's got 2 military, Dave.
Magyars, late game, you're thinking Cav Archer.
Yeah, but that's awful.
Camel Archer counters that unit. It's so good. It's shaping up to be a fantastic end game here for MBL. He just needs to make sure he doesn't get hit
and
too
make
hard
sure
by the
he
raids.
reacts. Make sure he reacts, because if he doesn't, Hera's only win condition is the eco. So I think Hera's done a better job reacting to all the raids. That's one single knight, which at times can be more difficult to deal with than a bunch of knights.
And look at how many villagers are dead there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. MBL.
This is ridiculous game, Dave. He needs to notice that. He needs to notice that. I'm sure Hera notices it, but Hera could take losses here. Hera's getting his military numbers back up. He's got pikemen, he's got knights. That knight, on the other side, I don't know if it's still killing things.
It's still killing villagers.
Things.
It's like the eagle against Dow from Capoch. We've seen it time and time again. Just one unit with the raids. MBL dropping a 3rd TC finally over on the left-hand side of his base.
This is
trying to
insane.
secure the gold there. This game is absolute insanity. I agree with you. The villager count is 80 to 75, and if MBL ever clears up that 1-9, no!
Why is the knight still there, MBL? Oh my God, but he could still win, Dave. Look
He's
at the Vil
raiding
count.
like crazy. The Vil count is even. Is MBL gonna take this?
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. This doesn't make sense. It should not be a thing. He garrisoned, he killed the knight, the most pathetic kill ever, but
Hera's gonna drop a castle on the front of his base. It doesn't protect anything.
Hera's going for that castle. He knows he just needs something in defense, but the Camel Archers are here. Hera under some serious pressure here. MBL not a player we talk about in terms of mentality. Not a player that we talk about.
Oh my God.
In terms of
MBL
mindset,
wants to drop
but
a
look at him
castle on
here.
Hera. He wants to drop a castle on Hera. Hera losing the villagers. I think MBL will
Coming
be able to
back
deny the castle.
MBL coming back from 2 and he takes it!
Oh my God! Oh my God! MBL's best performance in Age of Empires ever, right there. That was insane.
MBL has shown up to play. Look at him. Look at his face. He can't believe it. Beating his teammate Hera. Hera played so well in this tournament. Hera's played so well in Empire Wars, and he put up a fantastic show for us today. But look at this. They're going for the hug here. Oh my goodness. One of the greatest moments I've ever seen in Age of Empires history.
Obviously, Hera's dejected right now, so huge respect goes out to him. What a series, what a performance. I can hardly hold my emotions together right now, as MBL is going to have to immediately give his thoughts in this interview. My heart is beating out of my chest.
No one saw this coming.
I can only imagine. To the interview we go.
I have no words, MBL. That was so unexpected.
Yeah.
How are you feeling right now?
It's crazy. I could never imagine this. I've never been so focused in my life, and probably looked stupid as hell.
No, absolutely not. It was so epic. It was completely unexpected. Took everyone by surprise. Look, you're shaking. It's so exciting to see this.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, there's so much adrenaline going on, and it's probably my greatest victory of all time, and I feel really, really bad for Hera because he is an amazing player, and I don't think I deserve this.
No, absolutely. Your gameplay was incredible. So, Hera, being a teammate, is that something that helped you in getting ahead during this match?
It didn't get me, I don't know, it didn't help me get ahead, and I think Hera being my teammate, it doesn't really matter. I haven't practiced with him, and didn't know what he would do, had no plans, and I just went in as good as I could.
Yeah, absolutely. He had almost the better economy in every single match, and so you were able to come out ahead and take that completely by storm. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You should, rest and get a lot of, calm down a little bit, calm down your nerves.
I need to calm down, for sure. I need to calm down.
Absolutely. Are you looking forward to the next match?
No, I'm not. It's probably gonna be Learie, so.
Oh no, I have full faith. All right, to you, Riley.
Amazing. Well, are you ready? Nah, absolutely not, man. Absolutely not. Oh my goodness, what have we just seen? Absolutely incredible scenes there. MBL getting up against one of the people who was, amongst the absolute favourites for this event here. Look, I do want to take a moment and say a huge congratulations to Hera for the way that he's played this at this tournament. He's come in with his characteristic precision, his surgical approach to the game. Confidence, expertise, poise. This bloke will go. I mean, he'll bounce back from this. I've got no doubt, and I think that he's acquitted himself very well. Unfortunate to go down, but Mem, what a show we got as Hera bows out.
I mean, what MBL did, we don't know. I mean, he was telling, I had no plan. I went all in.
No, absolutely.
Are you looking at the next series? No. I'm not.
Do you know what though? The thing is
incredible.
with MBL, right? He knows he needs to get ready for the next series. So I would say probably 2 to 3 minutes before the next series begins, he's going to really start to prepare.
Oh yeah, maybe. Look, do you hear?
I don't know if you can hear this, but out the back there is raucous applause for MBL
It's
now.
incredible.
It's a huge win for him, and obviously, consolations for Hera going down like that, but MBL, he deserves it. Millie, talk us through this moment. This was a massive moment from Game 4, is that right? With the 4 treads in the
Game
arms?
3, he was 2-0 behind him. We were looking at weight, and normally against Britons, you want to play kind of against their mobility. And actually, we see a really nice fight here by Hera with the kind of 360s around, because Hussars are now coming at the bottom as well. But those big trap shots there with Wololo doing the splash damage, most of the skirms are dying, Abeles and Habadias defending, and Hera couldn't really use his mobility. Maybe some side attacks with Tassas, maybe some with Rams could have been better, but this one-dimensional fight, beautiful executed by MBL with this death ball.
Just an unbeatable comp there, the Arbs protecting the Trebs, and not a single Treb went down to those Hussars. It was, I mean, you know, not necessarily one of the things where Micro was super on display there, but MBL used his positioning exceptionally well in this engagement to make sure that those Trebs were essentially uncontested. You see a second wave coming in from Hera, but I mean, it just wasn't enough. MBL, he outplayed himself. I've never seen him play like this before.
Game number 5 also, if we move in game number 5, that's pure MBL 100%. He was 20 villages behind, but he was having the threat post under control like all the time. He got at some point almost more knights than villagers. more knights than villagers. And look at the reaction. We can see the reaction there. He probably didn't expect it, obviously. And look at MBL.
Huge
Let's
moment
focus
for
on the
him.
happiness.
Huge moment for him. I mean, his heart would have been going a million miles an hour at that point. And look, a well-earned victory after he's just played his absolute guts out there. And I do want to take just I want to pick a small bone here with a certain Dave_AOE standing over by the caster desk right now. His words, and I quote, "No one saw this coming." I don't know if we can have a look at the predictions, but one of us did. One of us did. Anyway. There he is! Get around him! What a legend!
Go away!
Absolutely. No, look, I thought MBL might be able to pull something special out of thin air.
Okay,
right?
did it. Yeah.
I don't think that he's the sort of player that was going to go in with something up his sleeve, some secret weapon, anything else like that. It's just that magic that he can bring, you know, that unpredictability, that X factor, that M factor, right? He comes into these games, he keeps people on their toes because he's master of chaos, absolute master of chaos. And the energy that he brought to that game, the energy, the passion that he put into it, I think it's a well-deserved win. And I'm so excited to see what he can bring to the semi-finals, Millie.
So many things that on paper you think are wrong he did. Franks,
Archers.
cavalry reserve, double archery range. Okay. Aftermath, where it's so important to control those trade posts, he goes fast castle, therefore like 2.5, 3 minutes, absolutely not contesting those trade posts. On paper, horrible, but he takes them over, has the full control with the faster castle age, and snowballs from there. Crazy execution, and we can learn so much from this man.
I just love to see when, you know, someone looks at the established orthodoxy, they look at what's good, and they go, no, I'm a maverick, I'm gonna blaze my own trail. And that's what we see from MBL. He throws that much spaghetti at the wall that sometimes some of it sticks, and today, the wall's absolutely covered. So well done, MBL. No, honestly, we salute him. He's played his best Age of Empires. He doesn't play by anyone's rules. He doesn't even play by his own rules. That's the kind of bloke that he is, Mem.
You're getting so high because you are the only one that made the prediction. That made the prediction. Slow down, right?
No,
okay.
absolutely not. Listen.
You're going to up. Okay.
I'm going to up. Says Mem TV. I'm going to up, he says. I
wanted to remember. I think I was talking with Dave all the day in the casting that if we make a top of 3 list about players that people don't want to face, in that top 3 list, almost everyone put MBL.
Absolutely.
It's so uncomfortable to play.
Yeah, of course, because the thing is, like, this guy, you just don't know what to do. You can't prepare against him. What are you going to do? Like you say, okay, yeah, I've got Learie, well, I need to worry about this, that, the other. I've got doubt, okay, well, you know, I can make a plan that's going to counter what he's going to bring. MBL, what are you going to do? You're going to counter thin air? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My friends, we move on. Congratulations, MBL. We'll see him in the semi-finals. We can't wait to see exactly what he does. We move on now to our back half of the tournament. Coming up a little later, for your viewing pleasure, Learie versus Tato, and then our match of the day, Viper versus Doubt. These are going to be huge matches. We're going to take a break, give the players and the production staff here a chance to just catch their breaths. We'll be back in about half an hour. But in the meantime, my friends, we want to bring you a look at, obviously, a huge event when it comes to the Age of Empires franchise, Age of Empires 4. We got the chance to talk to some of the developers, catch up with them about the game that's coming out. I believe that many people around the world are enjoying playing it right now. And we want to bring you some more information, this exciting new development in the world of Age of Empires. And so for that, we're going to take a quick break, get across some of the latest developments with Age of Empires 4. We'll be back in around half an hour, and we're looking forward to your company then as we get into our semi-finals. So we'll see you back here live from Heidelberg Castle in just a few moments. Red Bull, Wololo 5 coverage continues, $100,000 on the line, of course, and we'll see you back here in about half an hour.
Hello everyone, my name is Mr. Yo and I come from China. I play Age of Empire 2 in the high level and I was the champion of the first Wololo Rebel tournament. Firstly, I can't travel to Germany because the visa center is not open in China. I can't apply a visa from my side. Secondly, when I went back from Germany, even if I can go, I will have to spend 28 days in the hotel. I can't stream from the hotel because I heard the internet would be really bad. So that would mean a month without my streaming income. That means a lot, but I would still want to go if I have the chance. I was really frustrated, and I don't want to miss any S-tier tournament in Age of Empire, especially with such a high price pool. Yeah, I was really sad. I think Hera and Learie should be most favored. These two are the fastest player now. Last time Hera I think he lost 3-4 versus Learie, so it was really close. Yeah, that's why I think they should be in the grand final. I would still say maybe Hera. Yeah, maybe Hera. Because last time it was very close. It should be the time for Hera to win at least one time. Learie is a really fast player. He is the best player with the economy balance skill. Whenever you're playing with him, he always reaches the next age faster than you. So he is by far the best player in my opinion. Hera is a fast player too, but compared to Learie, he seems to more obsessed with micro. I'm not saying that's wrong, but just the style is really different. The Hera would like to micro all the time and playing fast all the time. That's what makes him powerful. Doubt is a player with mastermind. It's not fast, but he can give you great pressure by using a great tactics. He will win you by his mind, not his hand. Viper is always he was the best, but I will have to say Learie is the best now. But he still had the potential to win anything. He might win this tournament in the end and surprise everyone, despite he didn't win anyone before. So if you want to improve instead of just playing, remember starting is really hard. When you want to improve, when you play this game, it should not be a game. It should be like a class you take, like a book you are reading. You have to think a lot. Think harder than before. You should try harder than before. Like when you play a game, you should always watch your replays so you can know what mistake did you do, and try to learn from the best or learn from the better player.
When we were looking at the possibility of making a new Age of Empires game, right, an Age of Empires 4, I think the conversations really started when we started releasing the HD versions of the original Age of Empires games. And we saw something that we didn't expect, honestly, which was that the user numbers kept going up and up and up. And every month, more and more and more people were not just buying the game, but they were sticking with it and playing it and continuing to play it. And it gave us a lot of confidence in broaching the idea of creating an Age of Empires 4. And from there, we did a lot of discussions. Myself, I've made a lot of RTS games in the past, so there was a lot of, hey, what should we do with an Age 4? Where would we go with it? What cool features should it have? And that's kind of how we started to build the idea of what Age of Empires 4 should be. And before we even talked to any developers outside of Microsoft, we built up a pitch internally with myself and several other key members of the team here at Microsoft, and pitched it to Phil Spencer and his leadership team and said, hey, we would love to explore the idea of doing a new Age of Empires game. Are you cool with that? And these are the things we want to go after. And yeah, he gave us the thumbs up, and that's what started the ball rolling that we then took and ran with to, it's almost 6 years later. Here we are, I'm about to release the game. It's been quite a ride.
Yeah, and we've been on a journey the last few years, releasing the definitive editions of Age, the original Age, and 2 and 3, and seeing people have their love of Age of Empires reignited, or have people try them for the first time, getting ready for 4. And so Age of Empires turns 25 in 2022, which is really exciting. And all that time, we've had players all over the world playing, meeting friends, finding a love of history through the games, and they've been the lifeblood that's kept the franchise alive for that 24, almost 25 years. So we're really excited to bring them Age of Empires 4. Well, we know that an Age of Empires player doesn't necessarily play all the Age of Empires games. So we spend a lot of time trying to understand our players. We've got lots of teams that work directly with our players, understanding them, what they love about the franchise. And so having our Age of Empires players have a seat at the development table for Age 4 has been really important. So way back in 2017, we formed a council of players, a small group to start with, and we considered making sure that every games community was represented. So we had Age players, Age 2, Age 3, Age of Myth, different play styles, competitive players, campaign players, skirmish players, players from different places all over the world. Initially flew that group out to Vancouver to meet with everybody at Relic. And then over the years, that council has grown. They've been hands-on with the game since the very early days, playing, giving feedback, telling us what they liked, what they didn't like, what felt like Age, what didn't feel like Age. And we've built that feedback into the game. And so they've done everything from pushed us to redesign the UI icons to feel more like the games they know and love. They've influenced in-game systems, a whole ton of things. And so they've really helped shape the game. And so they've very much been part of the development thus far. So we've been very grateful to have them on board with us.
Well, I think one of the major things is that the real-time strategy game genre has evolved so much over the last 25 years since the original Age of Empires came out. And while we wanted to keep the DNA of what makes Age of Empires unique, the emphasis on large city building, the kind of the time to kill, the ability to, have micro but not demand micro at all points in the game, were things that we really wanted to maintain in the game. But there was so much room to innovate and push things, I think, a little bit further. These days when we talk about building civilizations or, factions in any other RTS game, we always are trying to diversify them and make them more unique. And I think one of the really big pushes for us was, how do we make that, even more of a feature for this Age of Empires than we have before? How can we push the civilizations even further apart so that you really do have to switch mindsets wholeheartedly, not just thinking about like data and some of the balance, the differences like we have in the other Age games, but this one really, I have to put in a different brain in order to play each civilization, and that was something we really wanted to make sure that we could push for this one. And then, as we talk about cities, right? That's a huge part of Age of Empires, is building your city, defending your cities. We thought that bringing, more defensive play into the game and adding walls that you could actually fight on and fight over, and have these combats that Siege actually played a big role, rather than just in kind of wiping out buildings, but literally like breaking a line. And I think there's a ton of other innovations, the way that our units, now that we use a different kind of pathfinding. Classically, there's this pathfinding that's called A-star that's been used in RTS games since 25 years ago or more. And that we're using a new system called Flow Field now, and it allows us to really do some cool things with units in terms of how they spread out and how they can block attacks and how the units will move around each other. And it's allowed us to develop some new strategies that we haven't really had in such a visible way in Age of Empires that we can do now and kind of support. But those are just some, aside from also, multiplayer and having incredible, solid back-end multiplayer with anti-cheat systems and all this stuff that, we didn't really think about at all when we were making RTS games, 20, 25 years ago. Those are all things that we really wanted to make sure we nailed and provided an amazing experience no matter how people wanted to play Age of Empires.
As you mentioned, combat on walls, stealth forests, we've got a mastery system, we've got the campaign documentary videos. There's so much that's going in, all in what players expect in 2021 with 4K graphics, and it's just going to be a really, really great experience.
Honestly, it was a lot of discussion. There are so many fans from every single Age of Empires game that are so passionate about their specific game that they love and how it plays, that every feature was scrutinized under, do we want to bring something from Age 1? What about Age 2? Oh, Age 3 did things differently. Do we want to, tap into that? Where do we go? Do we pick up from Age 3 and go forward? And we looked a lot at, the player bases of each game, like how many people were engaging with the titles, like what they were loving about those titles. We did tons of studies, not just with user research, but also with our community council to try to really get at the heart of what was the things that they really, really cared about. What makes Age of Empires Age of Empires? And it was, like I said, it was challenging. I mean, to this day, I always think like, oh, should we have taken this mechanic from one of the other Age games than the one we did? But I really kind of like the blend that we've gotten. We knew we didn't want to go to the card system that Age 3 had. We felt that was, it's great for that game, but we felt that was a little too much for what we wanted to do with 4. But aside from that, I think we have a nice blend of, elements from 3, like, all of our, when you age up now and you get to pick a landmark that's directly out of kind of Age 3 and Myth and how you would choose to age up. Wall combat is completely new, but that leans more towards an Age 3 kind of scenario. But we have a lot of Age 2 in there too, with a lot of the classic buildings and the structures, because we really wanted to provide this nice play space that people from every game could find something that they really enjoyed about the game. And hopefully, even though they might love Age 3 and they might play Age 4 as well, and that's kind of the way that we wanted to do it, to make sure not just to our fans, but to ourselves, that we could prove that we could make a great Age of Empires game.
Yeah, absolutely. And some things that will maybe look familiar at first will feel different. The show match that we've put out, our commentators pointed out, well, Age 2 players are going to come across boar in Age 4, but the experience is going to be a little different.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the boar are pretty ruthless in Age 4 now. It's funny to watch a lot of the 2 players get taken by surprise when they try to kill one of those and kill it with their villagers.
Absolutely.
It doesn't go well for the villagers.
No, no. But villagers can fight back, but still. Yeah. So there'll be things that are familiar, but there's just a little bit of an Age 4 spin on them. So really excited to start getting feedback on those things and see how people mesh with them.
Well, I think first the important thing to note is that I wouldn't say our civilizations are completely asymmetrical. That's something that a game like StarCraft would have, for example. And you can see how even 3 civilizations that are completely asymmetrical take an incredible amount of time to try to get right and to balance. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to start opening up, though, from the more symmetrical style that Age of Empires has done in the past. And so to do that, we're doing what we would call semi-asymmetrical civilizations. And that means that there are some things that are core to the game that will never change. Like you will always have a pikeman type unit, a cavalry type unit, and an archer type unit in any civilization you play in Age of Empires 4. And we wanted to use that as kind of a cornerstone and then build off of that, right? Like you would always have a blacksmith. The blacksmith might have different things it can do besides doing upgrades, but having these kind of key things that people could always understand was super important to us. But what we realized, though, and I think this came a lot from not just other RTS games that myself and Relic has developed in the past, but also from Killer Instinct, which is a game that I worked on for years before going to Age of Empires. And we really tried to push the bounds of what we could do within a certain mechanical system in order to create all these unique fighters. And I think we've adopted a lot of that learning in terms of how we approach the things that we no longer consider sacred in Age of Empires 4 in terms of what we could do with a civilization. Right? The idea of moving buildings is pretty radical for Age of Empires 4. It's been done in other RTS games, but to give an entire civ in Age 4 the ability to move everything, including their landmarks, is kind of crazy, and it's very new to Age. And so, having these new boundaries that we could explore and it was funny because the relationship with Relic was always, we'd be like, hey, you can be a little crazier. Like, what if this? And they'd be like, no, that's too crazy. Or, they would come up with something crazy and we'd push back. So it was this wonderful back and forth relationship as we tried to work out, what we really should touch and what we shouldn't. But, even the way that we shift the priorities of resources, that certain civs want certain resources earlier than others, and some really don't even need some of the resources, is a super huge change when you think about it in terms of how Age of Empires has played in the past. And all of those things, I think, were fair game as we started to explore what we were going to do with the civilizations and how we could make them semi-symmetrical or semi-asymmetrical in a way that would allow us a tremendous amount of play, but still keep those core relationships intact so people had somewhere to start from.
Yeah, and some will feel more familiar. When I started playing, when I joined the team, would play as the English.
Yep, play the English.
A little bit of bias on my part, but also because they felt more comfortable, and then I would move on, and now I really love playing as the Chinese with the tax collector and being able to do both landmarks and the dynasties. And so it's as you're playing Age 4, you could start with something that feels a bit more familiar, or you could just dive right in as the Mongols and move your civ around the map. I'm going to be interested to see which civs people really sort of dig into, which they really resonate with, and we'll be working on balance post-launch as well. That's always going to be something that we're looking at.
For a long, long time.
I'm a campaign player. I really love the campaigns in Age 4. I think they bring history to life in a way that I've just never seen in a game. They cover longer periods of history than in the previous games, and they're not focused on a single figure. They'll highlight people. For instance, Joan of Arc turns up in a 100 Years' War campaign, but the campaign is not solely about Joan and her journey. It's about the whole of the conflict and all the events within that. As you've seen in previous ways that we've shown the game, we have these amazing documentary style videos that will set up each mission of the campaign, tell you the story, set the context, which period are you coming into, what's been happening, who's at conflict, who are the major players, what are you fighting over, set that up, you play the mission, and then it drives you forward. And so there's so much content there for people to discover, and I think people are going to learn a lot from the game. I certainly have, about periods of history I thought I knew the story of, and they're just really, really compelling stories brought to life, and I'm really excited for people to get hands-on with them.
I am just really happy that it worked. From one of the original, actually the very first pitch deck that I put together years ago to create this, I've always been a big fan of Ken Burns, who does documentary features. He did an incredible one on the Civil War and on jazz and baseball. And his approach to how he narrates and turns documentaries into stories was something I always absolutely loved. And on the same hand, we also have shows like Top Gear and Neil deGrasse Tyson doing Cosmos, rebooting Cosmos, that really try to take subjects that some people consider really esoteric or really kind of like, oh, that I can't understand that. I don't know anything about cars, like very niche, and really make them appealing to a mass market and a broad range of people. And that was something I was really like, literally in the first deck was pictures of Top Gear and Neil deGrasse Tyson with Cosmos, and be like, how do we do that with history? How can we create this incredible feeling of place and of time and connecting, and what I call humanizing history, right? Which is a crazy term, but the idea of being able to connect past and present in a way that people today can relate to the events that happened in the past. And all of this has been kind of driven towards that goal. And yeah, I couldn't be happier with the results. It's definitely unique and very different, but it's been wonderful to see the teams kind of run with it and it take on its life of its own from that very first concept, years and years ago.
And our narrator Victoria being sort of the storytelling voice. She's got an amazing voice. I would listen to her like tell me a story to put me to sleep. Like, it's so soothing but powerful. She's great, and she's the consistent voice that's going to take you through all these stories. And I think spending longer with each period of history and delving in that little bit deeper makes me think more about the people that are involved. And these are real people with real lives. And yes, they're going to battle, but you think about the towns you built and where they've come from. And I just think it really makes me connect with the history a lot. Ooh, sorry.
When the game launches, we will have multiplayer up and running. We have a quick match system that allows you to play with ELO rank. You will have an ELO rank generated for you when you start playing, and it will match you up against people that share the same ranking. You'll be able to check out that ranking at ageofempires.com, so you can check out where you fall in the leaderboards, keep track of your progress against other people. Our last beta test that we did, our closed beta test, we were actually running that system behind the scenes, and we didn't, we forgot to tell everybody that we were. But like, everyone's been being rated since they first started playing. So the multiplayer experience, I mean, obviously this is Age of Empires, so you can play everything up to 8 players in any configuration you would want, either, 7v1 all the way to 4v4, 1v1, v1, 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 all the way to 8 teams if you really want to. You can do anything you really could in previous Age of Empires games up to 8 players. Aside from that, once we get through the launch, we want to let the balance settle a little bit. And so our major update that we're planning for spring of 2022 is going to be when seasons come on for multiplayer. And seasons will allow us to do seasonal resets, have balance patches, unique challenges, and in-game ways that you can track progress and play not just 1v1, but in other configurations as well against and be match made and compete. So we're really looking forward to kind of seeing how everything, seeing what players love about the multiplayer system. But this being, the start of the conversation with Age of Empires 4 at launch, we're going to be looking to our fans too to see what they really want us to add or bring or change or develop in terms of how they would love the multiplayer to grow. And that includes not just, the game itself, but the modes. Are there, some mods that maybe we could add that would be really cool, tweaks to the game, but also, just like, are there things that they really want that we can do, and what's on our roadmap and what they would love to add. So it's going to be a great back and forth conversation with everyone to figure out what's the right thing to do in what order for multiplayer.
There you go. Adam, you took my thing about feedback. We're building the game for you, and so we're going to be listening intently to what what you want to see, where you'd like tweaks, and we'll be working with the game team on that. And a little fun fact that the council that I mentioned earlier that we started in 2017, they've actually played a couple of multiplayer tournaments when we've given the game to them just to try it out. And as you'll know, in our closed beta and our tech stress test, we always include multiplayer. That's our moment to really test everything on the back end and make sure that everything runs smoothly, and really get that test going so that on day one we're ready for you to ready up. While this video is going live during Red Bull Wololo 5, which is the biggest Age 2 tournament to date, wish we could be there in Heidelberg with you if the world was a little bit more open, but really excited to see that. And as we said previously, we're going to be evolving the game with the players. And so hearing from our competitive players is really important. We had a lot of faces that you may be familiar with joining us with our council to give us feedback as we go. We also have a tournaments producer on the staff who some of you may be familiar with. He's everybody's favorite hippo, but haven't heard from him, but we think he's hanging out in a castle pretending to be a jester at the moment, maybe. But he's on team with us, and he's going to be working with tournament organizers to really make sure that they have support from us for supported events, that we can continue to promote the scene that's really, really great, and be doing that feedback gathering as well.
Well, I think one of the first things I learned is how polite the Age of Empires 4 beta community is. One thing that I always love is when people that have issues with games or love things about games can speak about them in a constructive manner. It doesn't matter if it's criticism or if it's praise. the ability to actually express yourself in a way that we can understand what it is you love or don't like, or don't love about a game is absolutely critical for us to be able to understand what you actually want out of things. Sometimes people have a difficulty communicating what they actually want. They'll talk about a symptom rather than a disease, so to speak. And the thing that really impressed me was how eloquent everybody on the forums was from feedback. We got a tremendous amount of excellently written feedback, both in positive and in things that they thought, in negative ways, that they thought that this could be better. And I really, really appreciated that. Like, I think everybody did. It just makes our lives so much easier when we're trying to decipher what people actually want versus what they might say. Because, sometimes you get emotional about something and you'll write something that doesn't actually mean what you're thinking. And we have to play this game of deciphering to try to figure out what people are actually after. And so that was the biggest thing that I loved, was just seeing how eloquent everybody was. But for the learnings themselves, my gosh, well, everybody that really loves their Age of Empires game really wants Age 4 to be like the game that they love. And so we got a lot of fun commentary from a whole bunch of different people on, oh, but I love this in Age 3. Why isn't it this way in Age 3? Why did you do this? Or why isn't it more like Age 2 in this way? And that was great learnings. The people are still so passionate about this franchise, and it really just sets a good check mark for us that we really need to make sure that we support and listen to all these different voices in terms of coming at Age 4 from all the different age games and what they really expect out of it. But I think our community team has done a wonderful job combing through a huge amount of feedback, not just from our poll at the end, but from all of the forum chat and everything that went on, of people with all of the commentary they had on every single different aspect of the game. I mean, it ran the gamut from everything from, this specific sound effect on these units and this language in this era to, oh, I want to see more. And one of the things that to know about real-time strategy game development is everyone will always ask for more zoom. No matter what you do in an RTS game, everyone will ask for you to be able to zoom out more. And so that was something that we knew probably going into it that we were going to get feedback on. Of course, we did. And we've already made adjustments to that. So the technical tests that we're going to be running now will all have a 20% bigger view space for people. So another fifth of a screen of view. We feel that enables you a lot more vision and a lot more ways to read the battlefield, but it doesn't get away from kind of the intimacy of combat that we've designed Age 4 around. But yeah, it's been great. I mean, like I said, the fans have been wonderful, and it's been I love having these kind of tests and be able to interact with people one-on-one.
And as someone who looks after the teams that gather that feedback, close beta, we had literally thousands of forum threads and we read them all. But I really love how quickly the game team's been acting on feedback. We went out with videos at fan preview in April, and you told us that you didn't think the weapon scaling was right. So by the time we showed you the game again in June, we'd made changes. And so the game team have been really hungry to get that feedback as we've handed it over, and to go through it all, have discussions about what we're going to change. And so we're still working on some things that are going to, be there from day one, and that's going to continue. And so when the game launches on October 28th, we want to hear what you think. Let us know, and we'll be listening.
Welcome, Hera, and thank you for joining me in talking about your previous Wololo experiences. Today, we have an epic battlefield unfolding in front of us. Take us through this moment.
Yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday. It was Game 5. I was playing against Mr. Yo in the semifinals, and he was Koreans, and they are very deadly. And it was a very brutal experience with the turtle ships.
Game number 5, Hera. What civilizations were available to you heading into this final match?
Yeah, so I had the Britons available, and I also had the Incas available, and I knew that he had Koreans and the Celts. However, on a map like this, I felt like we both knew which civs we were going to go for.
And how do your Britons match up against his Koreans in Golden Swamp?
Basically, the turtle ships can be very deadly because the swamp is very close to the land, and so the turtle ships can really do damage on both water and land. And so I wanted to fight him from range using the Britain's longer range advantage.
So getting into this match, Hera, this incredibly important match, what was your plan as the Britons against Koreans, and what did you want to accomplish in the early game?
I wanted a slow early game. I wanted to take my time to set up. I went for a few archers to put some pressure on my opponent. He stayed defensive by walling up and making some towers. So I laid off and I just waited for the castle age.
And getting into the castle age, what position did you want to be in, and what was your plan heading into that age?
I would have loved to develop my economy back home and continue putting pressure with some crossbows to keep him at bay. I didn't want him to creep up on my shorelines, but soon after that was not a possibility.
So you mentioned the incredibly dangerous turtle ship from the Korean player. Once you saw the turtle ships on the field of battle, how did that unfold for you?
Yeah, so he started to create the turtle ships from home, from the dock near his tower, and immediately I knew it was a big danger because they're a very expensive yet powerful unit. And I figured I needed a counter sooner rather than later. And I decided at that moment I needed some monks to combat the turtle ships.
And you speak of the monks. We can see a monk present in this picture. A brave soul. What happened?
So usually, you know, one monk using a little bit longer range than the turtle ship at 9 to 6. I figured it would be enough to push back the turtle ships and maybe, if I'm lucky, snatch a conversion and take one of the turtles for myself. Unfortunately, it did not go as planned.
How did it make you feel, Hera, as your men fell to the turtle ships from the Korean player?
You know, at first I sent one and I figured he would be enough to do the job, and seeing him die, I felt like it lowered the morale for everyone else in the village, villagers, army, other monks that were soon to follow in his tracks. And it seemed like it was, you know, looking grim right after that first one, but I felt like maybe the second could be the one to do it.
And how many monks followed this brave soul into the afterlife?
7.
7 monks.
7.
Okay. Intense. What a day, what a set, what a game. We have a survivor with us here, a villager in our midst. Please, tell us about that battle.
I was there from the beginning, and I felt confident that we were the Britons that game. We had a good record against the Koreans, and Hera knows how to play the late game. We went for early wood upgrades, and I liked that, as I was personally responsible for chopping wood for a large part of the game. I went on to build a few houses in a row because we were supply blocked, but then the game went smooth until the turtle ships appeared. Oh, we knew they might play a role on the water map, but they were super scary and almost cost us the game. Our monks had problems with the conversions, and I witnessed them perish. It was an intense game, but Hera managed to win it, and I could not have been happier to do my part. I will join Hera into battle any time again. It was a great game.
What a moment, and what a victory over Mr. Yo in that semifinals. They will be remembered. Always.
Back at the Analyst desk here. Welcome back to live coverage of Red Bull Wololo 5. Riley Knight, your host, standing by here with T90 and Dave, who have used the last half an hour to just chill out a little bit, get the heart rate back down after, is it the series of the tournament?
We've said that before. We said that with Viper and Hera. And then we had an amazing set to open up with Capoch and Jordan, and then literally after that game, Tristan and I were looking at MBL, we're looking at each other, we raised our hands and we were shaking. Yeah. We were shaking. That was such an insane moment to be down 2-0 against a player like Hera and then to come back with 3 straight wins. And Hera didn't even make mistakes.
No.
Hera didn't make mistakes. And I told MBL that, like, that's not Hera's loss. That's your win.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you've been waiting for that moment forever. Like, you heard the players in the back all cheer when he came in the room. Like, I ran back there, Tristan ran back there, we were giving him hugs. Like, it's super sad to see Hera go out like this because I know this tournament means so much to him. But what a moment for MBL.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest matches of his entire career, and he's got a semi to play as well. Let's have a look at the bracket. We can bring it up and see exactly what's happened here as we've already said goodbye to 2 of our top 8 competitors. MBL advances to play the winner of Learie and Tato. We're going to bring you that match very shortly. And then the Viper and Doubt will play off to face against Jordan, who won our first quarterfinal, of course. But still to come, 2 more quarterfinals coming your way, my friends. You saw them there on your screen. The first one, Learie Tato, and Viper versus Doubt later on. T9 will come to that match in due course. Let's talk about Learie and Tato here. We're going to be able to get underway with a preview of this match. Before we do, a quick reminder, of course, that we still do have that giveaway going on at the moment. If you want to jump over to aoezone.net, you can get all the information you need to enter the draw here for an AOC gaming monitor and a Backforce chair. This is the exact same equipment that the players are using here in Heidelberg Castle. aoezone.net. You can see the address on the screen. Make sure you get across it. We move now to focus on quarterfinal number 3. It's Learie versus Tato, and heading into this series, heading into this day, I should say, Tristan, we kind of previewed this match as the one that really had the greatest upset potential. That may no longer be necessarily true, but while people are definitely backing Learie as the favourite here, we love an underdog story. Tato could pull something out of his pocket here.
Tato is the best 8th seed I've seen in a tournament in a long, long time. It feels weird to say that someone could upset Learie, right? Because he is the best Empire Wars player. Thank you, Dave. He's the best Empire Wars player. He's the best Empire Wars player. But I think that Tato has the skills to possibly, make Learie feel awkward. Learie doesn't like to feel awkward. He's always going to do the same thing, and you force him out of his comfort zone, he could maybe struggle. But emotionally, I just cannot get over that last set. So I know we have to move on, but it will be nothing like the next set. Or if it is, then,
I mean, hey, we're in for an absolute treat. I think the point you make, though, about Learie being pushed out of his comfort zone, we've already seen this today. Dave, in the first set, we saw some very meaningful pressure applied to Jordan, a player who does like to play very straight down the line Age of Empires. And Capoch took him to 5 games because he was able to push Jordan out of his comfort zone. Maybe Tato can do that to Learie.
And there's a different emotional response at a LAN. You can see it. Like, Capoch took that first game against Jordan. He was expecting to win on a more standard matchup like that. Mayans versus Britons on Runestone. Generally, the better player on paper wins that. Capoch wins that. Some frustrating stuff with the holes in the walls in the background. And Capoch got in, did a lot of damage. And Jordan, in that second game, he won, but he didn't look solid. He looked kind of shaky in that second game. So, same thing with Hera. MBL takes 1 win, and then suddenly it's a reverse sweep, and it's mind blowing.
The win
can
change.
Absolutely mind blowing.
Absolutely, and I caught up with Jordan actually after his loss, and he was talking. After his win, and he took it almost as though it was a loss. He's saying, "I played badly. I need to sharpen up for tomorrow. I'm not happy with the performance I put on." Good to see he's being realistic about it. We could say see a similar, at least, threat put forward from Tato here as he faces up against Learie. Learie, of course, the 2-time Wololo champion, defending champion here at Wololo 5. He's got a lot to get to make sure he defends here in Heidelberg Castle. I want to talk to you about one more thing before we get underway. The stats website that has been put up. You can scan that QR code or !stats in the chat, and that'll take you across to the Red Bull Stats portal, which is absolutely chock-a-block, Exalted Viewer. Exalted Viewers with all the numbers that you can eat. There is in-depth statistics on the Wololo series, the players, their strategies, their approaches, their win rates, everything is there. I very strongly commend it to your attention. If you are one of those there nerds that love data, we've got all the data that you could possibly hope for. So get across that, !stats in the chat will give you the link, and there's so much to dig into there. Final thoughts from you two here as we get into our 3rd series. Of course, we've talked about it, the favourite, Learie, the Goliath of this situation up against the David Tato, but of course we remember David actually won that encounter. Are we going to see a similar upset here?
The logic in me says no, but there's also a part of me that remembers how good Tato is and how good his preparation is. So I don't think Learie's going to have an easy series.
No.
Win or lose, I think this series will be a struggle in some way for Learie.
I think we're really going to see exactly that, a very, very hotly contested Age of Empires. Dave, your closing thoughts as we head into the game?
We are in for a long night, my friends. And I'm
Dave's
all
just
about
thinking
it.
of his bed.
I'm all about it.
Yeah.
We've gone to 5 games twice, and I hope we go to 5 games again.
We could be doing it again, my friends, as we get settled in now for our third match, our third series here, and our first day of the playoffs. The quarterfinals well and truly underway as part of coverage of Red Bull Wololo 5 live from Heidelberg Castle. $100,000 on the line, of course, as we get ever closer to crowning a champion here live at this incredible event. We're going to head down to our war room, and I'll leave you in the capable hands once again of Mem and Nilly. They've been waiting all night to get into the booth, and now here they are.
Well, we enjoyed also watching there. We were literally in the carpet eating the monitor in the last game, right, Nilly?
Yeah, we were crawling into the screen. We were so excited, and like Riley really gets into it as well, and all three of us. Yeah, that was one of the greatest sets I've ever seen.
Okay, I think we are getting closer and closer to see Learie and Tato. As you can see, Tato's happy. Tato's happy. He's in a position that he wanted to be, at least in the top 8, right, Nilly?
Yeah, he's always happy, right? And he will play this one kind of, well, without too much pressure on him, right?
Do you think now Learie is going to have more pressure? Because as we saw in the previous series, Capoch put a lot of pressure to the favorite Jordan, and then the other favorite, super favorite, according to many people, Hera, it's already out. Maybe you think Learie is going to think, oh, this cannot happen to me.
Well, he should always go into a set with that mindset, right? And especially knowing that he's up against Tato. Last time they faced in the quarterfinal, it actually was 3-2 in favor of Learie, so pretty close one there. And if he thinks like, aha, I'm undefeated in group stage, let's just roll over that nerd, that could be dangerous.
Will be difficult. Will be difficult that it's going to happen. Tato has been playing also really great. I mean, it was 2-2, but he did a spectacular series also against Hera. Then the surprise in the last one, surprise against Doubt, a super close series. And Tato really is playing so well during all the tournaments. So I expect something as great as the previous series. Well, as great, maybe it's complicated now.
And Tato has an emotional roller coaster behind him as well, because at some point he was out of the tournament.
Yeah.
And then somehow we had the Vince Velez comeback there, and Tato was jumping up and down, was already, I would think, like 4 Red Bulls in, and suddenly he was through again and super happy. And look at that one, with the smile, and Learie with the smile as well. Obviously good friends, met in so many events already. And we start off with Mr. Learie. Runestones, map number 1, and Learie will go for what looks like to be Atacama.
He always pick Atacama, Nelly.
Well, I think it's a good map against Tato, right? It's pretty straightforward, lots and lots of aggression. It's a wild one. Ooh, wait, a tricky one.
Wait, did you expect this one?
Well,
okay.
You mean after the 1 week boot camp where Tato trained especially against Learie?
Okay.
Yeah, not like super surprised.
Okay.
If it was acclivity picked and weight banned, then you could consider me surprised, yeah.
Okay. We have the ban acclivity and Kawasa. And the, oh wow. Well, some of the most aggressive with Habub, we'll say in the map pool, right? Winged. Yep. It's now the second home map for Learie, and the second one, Aftermath. Well, after the previous series, I want to see that map now all the time.
Absolutely. And it's really interesting. Aftermath, it's a wild one. Lots of variants, I would think, like who gets the trade pulse early on. Especially we saw the Viper set. Quite some bad luck for him. Now we give the players 1 minute to think about what civilizations they want to go for.
Everyone gets some pressure, but back into the psychological factor, like Tato being out because Vinceter 1-0 ahead, then Velez come back. If there is someone with pressure, should be Learie in this one.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's like Tato going to this tournament, he knows, okay, it is basically the top 14 in the world in some degree. And he knows he can be happy with the top 8, and maybe with another draw in the bracket stage, he could have flirted with semifinals. This is going to be a really tough battle ahead of him, but he's ready.
And now they're changing the ban. Do you think having the strongest civilizations available benefit Learie or benefit Tato?
I think it benefits Tato, because without the bans, as you saw, like Learie banned a lot against the Viper and against the what we think Gamer Legion would prepare for, and Tato can now kind of get more of the civilizations that he wants.
We're going to see probably Saracens, and now he's getting Vikings and Aztecs. Wow. two of the strongest one. I'm surprised a little bit for Magyar's pick from Learie. I was expecting more maybe the Vikings as well.
Oh, it is Atacama, right? On Runestones, maybe Learie feels comfortable with more civilization. Humans now to follow this one up could be good on lots of maps. We did see it on Winged and saw lots of aggression. And Aftermath could be an option. Atacama, I think it's a good all-around civilization.
Bulgarians? Is that Bulgarians, right? All cavalry for now. Whoa.
Quite some aggression.
I was expecting Ethiopians for Learie in case to try to counter, because the Vikings, if he's not the snipe, the Vikings is a perfect one for Runestones.
Okay, maybe he thinks that because of Vikings on Tato's side, Ethiopians aren't that much of an early pick, and therefore he can delay Ethiopians. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ethiopians here as pick 4-5.
Yeah. Okay. Famous Saracens for Tatito. Tato is getting Vikings, Aztecs, Huns to have also good cavalry there. Saracens, so versatile with a creative strategy. You can go either archers or even we have seen double scout, market abuse. I mean, a lot of option with the Saracens.
Yeah, Saracens are indeed scary, and I wouldn't be super surprised if those are sniped, even though they're pick number 4.
Ethiopians and Berbers. Okay. And now Tato
piece everything together. Goes for Mayans, if I saw that one correctly. Indeed, so both Nether civilizations that are the likely ones are going into the hands of our Spaniard.
Mayans. Doesn't look too confident, Learie, with that draft. He's looking like, I don't like what I'm watching right now.
And now Indians as a counter to all the cavalry, right? Magyars, Cumans could be an option, Berbers. Will be interesting if Tato plays that one in on which map. Britons now, quite a late pick for Learie, but incredibly strong for him.
Super strong. I mean, we have seen how MBL have used it also to get the middle. Great boom with cheaper TCs. You can go a lot of farming, and Lee's micro, that is a decent one, right, Lily?
A decent one indeed. We remember that activity game against Jordan, right, where it felt so unfair. And the last pick will be Franks here. Now it's a bit of the drum roll for Tato. Does he go for a wild civilization?
What would you snipe? Magyars?
Turks!
What?
What?
Turks, first time in the tournament.
0% played.
0% snipe, 0 play, 0 everything.
Holy, why do we have Turks and what's the plan? And that's a late snipe as well. Is that a Briton snipe?
I think so.
Don't tell me. Okay, Berber snipe.
No, Berber's a snipe.
That is interesting.
Well, after watching MBL with the Berbers,
maybe.
I snipe forever, you know. No more Berbers. Who wants Berbers now? No more. And the Vikings, yeah. Vikings is so strong. Can be super snowball.
That's interesting. The Tato's not scared of Magyars, humans, but against Berbers, so he's really scared of that castle age power. Learie can't be too unhappy with that, I believe.
Learie has 4 cavalry civilizations that are super strong. I mean, Magyars super powerful, Cumans with the cheaper buildings, Bulgarians with the cheaper plasmid, Franks, we all know, great economy, good scout, and then Britons and Ethiopians. His draft super balanced. I mean, he can pick a lot of choice for Learie.
And on the other side, 2 Meso civilizations could go for eagles, 2 kind of camel civilizations, 1 calf archer civilization, and market civilization.
Well, that's true. Okay.
So it's completely different drafts here. It just feels like Tato has way more options and is way more confusing in his draft, and it's tougher to predict him. With Learie, you kind of know what you get, I would think.
But look how Tato is already sit down. Learie is still there, like, I need to put
what
when I'm gonna put
I have Franks?
Yeah. I mean, what is this?
Yeah, he will be surprised.
Where to use Turks?
Ooh, that's interesting.
I don't know. Well, Cap Archers for Turks, if the game is going longer, the transition for Turks in a longer game. Maybe Turks in weight?
Could be an option. Do they have enough going for themselves in Castle Age, where we most
well,
of the
the
time
light caps extra pierce armor, if you go full light caps and so on. The transition to Imperial, you get chemistry right away, Hussars. Could be an interesting one.
Maybe earlier bombard cannons, maybe
as
earlier
well,
hand
to take the
cannoneers.
middle. I mean, taking the middle with the bombard cannons
Yeah.
can be amazing.
Well, it's tricky, but obviously Learie looking at really strong civilizations, clear choice there when it comes to archer civs, clear choice when it comes to horse civilizations. We picked his brain, what he thinks of the event, and Let's hear from him.
I'm Learie, I'm 19 years old, and I'm here in Germany playing from a castle, and I'm loving it. I've been at some lands before already, but obviously playing on the castle is like a one-time life experience. It doesn't happen every day, and so far amazing. I've never seen such a car before. You always usually see it in the old TVs, they just drive like super crazy in such cars. Production has been awesome so far. Obviously there's always some issues you cannot control, some things are just out of your control. And they're super amazing. We players are living the dream, so it's like super cool and amazing.
Those statistics, the Learie Micro 10, Experience 10, not bad at all.
Well, there's no one who played more than him, right? He's 19 years old, but when it comes to Red Bull experience, 3 finals, all going to game number 7, you can't play more than him.
Yeah, more experience impossible, right? And then Britons win rate 90%, Ethiopians 86%, Lithuanians 100%, Franks 80%. But for me, Britons is the one because with 10 matches, 9 wins, 1 loss.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
Man.
He really knows his archers. And also, if we look at that, Runestone's 100%, Arabia 75%, that's basically the same map. Acclivity, I know why Tato wanted to ban that one. It's just crazy how good he is with those archers.
Speed 8, we can complain a little bit about that speed 8, no?
I think it is efficient APM that we got out of Capture Age, and that's how they calculated that statistic.
Okay.
So maybe his APM is high, but his efficient APM is not that high, man.
Okay.
Just like yours.
I mean, no, well, this is like me.
Very high APM.
If he's like me, he can resign.
Okay, okay.
Go out from the next game already.
Yeah, the score is going to the other direction.
Well, -3. Okay. Well, let's see if we're going to have the game already. It's going to be soon. Runestone is going to happen. Do you think we're going to see Mesosifs here? From Tato?
I would need to take a look at that full draft again. I was still so curious what game or what Turks could be for, but I think a Mesosif could make a lot of sense. What others that we have? We had Wade, could be something like Mayans as well. I wouldn't mind that. We had Aftermath. I wouldn't be like, I think we have never seen Meso there, right? An Aftermath?
Yeah, no.
So probably not a choice there.
Learie
still had something crazy prepared.
Learie has picked a lot of Ethiopians in this map, but maybe he's going to start to think, well, maybe he's going to expect Ethiopians, or maybe he's going to try to go for another pick. Or you think he's going to stay with that choice?
I think Ethiopians mainly struggle against Vikings. Against most other civilizations, they are really good, especially against Meso, right? Because you go into that crossbow war, are already the favorite. Then the opponent is switching into eagles, and then you can go for shoulders. That's what he did show to us in Red Bull 4.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely a good choice. Dave don't like it. Dave hates Ethiopians.
He doesn't like the Ethiopians. No,
he don't want it.
He doesn't know the way.
Is overrated completely. But they're thinking, they doesn't know. Look how Learie is not looking confident anymore. Yeah, nobody expected the previous series.
Yeah.
Like nobody.
That's well, Riley did. Riley did.
Riley. I mean, well, okay, he did it.
But still, like, for Learie, it's now like, okay, what civilizations do you have? Where do you want to squeeze in Turks?
Maybe now he picked Turks for the first game.
In Runestones, against Ethiopians. You don't even have elite skirms.
I know.
That can't be that.
You have
to have skirms against Ethiopians, no?
Should be. Well, yeah, for sure. But Tato is already planning something really different. They are studying a lot of maps. Yeah, this overlay is great to have right now because we can see the options here. Runestone, let the maps are really different for both Atacama, Wind, and then Wait and Aftermath, and Civilizations. We only have like, well, Hans and Indians, cavalry, the others with 2 Mesosifs. Turks can be cavalry as well, consider, and the Saracens, a special one.
Saracens indeed a special one. Could be played on multiple maps, probably something like Wade or Aftermath, the likely choices. I still fear for Tato that if he plays at 6 on Mayans, that he runs into Bulgarians, because it feels right now the Bulgarians are matching up against those two pretty damn well.
I love the maps. I love this. I love really those maps. Really, really different. Atacama and Wind, I love the aggression.
I only need Meadow.
Look at that light. Or
No,
better say,
oh, yeah.
no light.
Oh, yeah.
No light.
110 map.
we have been enjoying watching like you guys here in the castle, but now we are going to enjoy even more because we're going to go watch really, really closer and closer. The first game is about to start, and this series is so important because now MBL is waiting.
Oh, that is so true. And they thought, okay, Hera in the semifinal, and I even, the fool that I am, predicted yesterday, like whoever wins of Learie against Hera in the semifinals will win the whole event, but that's not even going to happen.
It's not happening anymore. I'm listening already the Lumberjacks. I'm listening to Lumberjacks, and when I listen to Lumberjacks, means that game number 1, Aztecs for Tato, Learie Bulgarians opening, not the common one. Runestone first game, Learie as a red, Tato as a yellow. What can we say, Mr. Nilly, with those two civilizations?
Well, I did say it is a better matchup here for Bulgarians because they could open men-at-arms and could maybe add some skirmishes, but the approach is a bit differently here. Learie, he pulled all his villagers away from gold and is going for the berries here. Lots of food in his bank, is opening with the +1 attack, obviously only half the cost, and lots of scouts. Let's see if Tato can defend. Map looks pretty damn open. I think this will be a tough defense against mass scouts.
Yeah, Runestone has been changed a little bit with previous editions. It's more open, as you can see, and it seems that Learie is trying to go aggressive. He's killed Bard in armor already. Learie, minute 2, 36 seconds. He's already with the +1, 3 scouts, and now obviously the micro is going to be extremely important.
And Tato needs to continue producing those spearmen. Still no aggression from him. Look at that. Learie is actually building a line with all his buildings there, so he knows exactly where the attack is coming. But most of that is actually guiding the opponent's army towards his gold.
Okay, we can see the scouts. It's open on the left, seems like not. Remember that Bulgarians don't even have crossbows, so he's just trying to go some scouts, skirmishes. Do you think he's going to commit a lot in Feudal Age? Because we all know that if you don't make damage with the Aztecs, you close your eyes and on the way to Castle Age.
Yeah, that's why we see Learie playing so aggressively and trying to keep his opponent honest, right? Eagles are moving forward here, and we have the spearmen still around, archers as well. Upgrades, only the first military upgrade for Tato now. Learie already sitting on 3.
Okay, let's see if he's going to even make bloodlines. I wouldn't be surprised to see the bloodlines for Learie. Learie going all in for now. Didn't take any fight. Close to the town center. But bloodlines on the way.
Oy.
And this is going to be all in. And now finally, +1 armor. I think Tato is reading properly. He feels that Learie is going absolutely in Feudal Age.
And Tato thinks he is walling behind this one. Learie is actually around there to clear this one up. This army has no chance. Yeah, still lots of HP. Maybe fighting before Bloodlines might have been an option here for Learie, but that's not really going to happen. Spearman can't really get into the fight.
He needs to micro again those spears. If he's taking those spears, he's going to take everything. Now he's going to kill all. He's going to definitely kill all. Obviously, the economy is better for Tato because he's investing less, but military numbers is going down. The good thing for Tato with the Aztecs, well, cheaper units. He's now walling, doing the second barrack, and going to be safe very soon, Nelly.
Oh, will he be
Or
safe though?
not.
That is still open as Mapu is showing us. And those scouts and skirms are coming in. That's only one archer. That's really ugly.
Okay.
Oh, it's actually walled off now with a tree.
It's a tree. It's a tree. It's not open.
That's
it's not
so
open.
Potato.
So lucky there.
Needs to
No,
build
but
another
he's
wall.
inside.
No, ma'am.
He's inside already. So many scouts. He's going with all the upgrades, fully breeded scouts. He needs to be careful. It's only one spear. Those scouts are just so deadly right now. And when the skims arrive, nearly, those spears will do absolutely nothing.
Uh-oh, that's really ugly indeed. Can't really get onto his eagle numbers. Look at that. Now double barracks play, but it's not going to be too easy. Those skirm scout composition is just looking pretty good. And Learie is flirting with Castle Age behind this, but only after getting the 4th military upgrade.
Explain me. Nearly, how you can make all the damn upgrades and then be about to go up to Castle faster than your opponent. I know it's half the price, but man, he's doing so many units and he has already 20 farmers. Look at the farmers from Tato.
Oh no, 4 now. Obviously, some of them are idle, and yeah, it's a crazy combination of Learie's macro and the power of Bulgarians. Clicking to Castle Age here with 11 military against 6. Oh man, this could be a quick game number 1.
Oh my God! Well, it's still a little bit open there, but he's putting all the pressure. He's going all in. I think if Mapu go with the fog of war to Tato, he probably never explore or pretty much nothing. Just thank you as you wish, as you wish. And the scouts and the skirmishes. I mean, he will do the market and will go Castle, but full aggressive, Learie.
Oy. Wall not even being repaired. Eagle numbers need to rise. We probably need to see one, maybe even two more barracks, but just so far away from Castle Age here. Probably even need a market. Learie in a prime position. Tato now trying to reward the right-hand side.
Wow, incredible aggression. He didn't kill so much. No, look at the KD. Look at the KD. Learie 18 units kills, 2 losses. 10 micro for a reason, right?
That should not be a thing if we consider like 2 top 8 players in the world facing each other here. That's just crazy how dominant Learie is going into this game. That's also only 1 archer. Now we'll find some more villager kills. Tato, how can he deal with this one? He's trying to continue with the eagle production, but soon Learie will be Castle Age.
It's incredible. I mean, just do you check that KD and it's displaying everything. 800 gold. How did that? Doesn't have the market already?
Yeah.
Okay, now he has, but quite late, no, Nelly?
Finally clicks up, but he didn't see any new units coming for quite some time. Now they'll finally clear up here. At least that's what Tato is looking for. But nicely focusing down those spearmen. Eagles will now deal with the skirms, but reaching Castle Age.
Incredible. Chambered in armor. Of course, now he's going to lose some of the scalp, but who cares? He's doing the second town center right away. I believe that he might have double stable. And yeah, double stable, TC in front of the goal, defending, and now going with the nice +2. How do you stop that? Even if you are Wall, some skirmishes, he's still inside, taking more and more units, and he's taking pretty much everything. And with the Knights, it's going to be so complicated for Tato to stop because he's still 1 minute 30 seconds far from Castle Age.
Oh, maybe with walling everywhere, it could be an option. Tato, he did not need to sell stone, so maybe can boom out of this one. It will be really tricky to plug all holes, though.
It's true that Echo KD is 0-0, didn't take any villages, so Tato is still ahead 4 villages, and we all know how dangerous is the Aztecs, but this is Knights +2/+2. Obviously, monks are needed.
Maybe mass pikemen could be a thing, but Knights probably the better answer there. But that just means you won't really get in the aggression. Learie already adding TCs behind this one. Learie just playing this so nicely.
Would you go forward now if you were Learie, or just keep going with a third town center?
I think third town center is just guaranteeing you more that you're getting ahead, right? If you go for the full aggression, fighting against walls, potentially against monks, it's just not the safe approach.
I'm always asking you, Nelly, want to go forward, and you always stop me, make town centers. He's trying to get inside. Now he cannot. He kind of can stabilize. He's doing the monastery there. Doesn't matter that he is spotted because he knows that he obviously is going to make it. But Learie is trying to attack in 3 spots at the same time. Tato is being quite fast and walling absolutely everything. Eagle warrior, but now the Eagles shouldn't be that effective again when you have 9 Knights with bloodlines +2/+2.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Can't really take a fight there. And I'm a bit surprised that he completely is ignoring spearman production. I think could have been a thing, but also knowing that Bulgarians could simply go for longswords, which would counter them quite nicely. I'm a bit surprised how Tato is playing it here, but there are very few good options here.
Okay, let's see if he's going to be able to break in. If he's not breaking in, 3 TCs obviously might be solid. He might have some good economy. The village is even ahead, as you can see. Either TC, not too much for any. Oh, but he break in. This is what he's searching for the last 5 minutes. Now he's inside with the 3 Knights, but he has quite a lot of Eagles already.
Yeah, those Eagles, well, only 1 armor upgrade, so really not too good there. Could even be a cost-efficient fight for Learie, but obviously tries to find some other damage. And oh, that hole needs to be plugged ASAP.
He's not gonna let him wall. He's not letting him wall. Look how he put the knight exactly in the spot. With those knights, it's gonna be completely different story. This is so many knights, +2/+2. Those Eagles won't do too much.
Uh-oh, that's going to be tricky, and yeah, those CCs won't help out too much. So many knights here, now even goes into the wood line. Tato can't take a good fight here.
It's impossible. He's taking all the knights. Now he's killing few villages. He's starting to kill. He killed 3 already. He's trying to get those. He has a monk. He taking the knight. Now he need to go back. The monk is there. He's going to convert? No, he didn't convert. Went back again, but I think he's missing husbandry. I don't remember if he did the husbandry, but beside that, all the upgrades, and this can be deadly. No, I think that's open still. I'm not sure.
Doesn't really matter. Learie decides to take this fight. 1 conversion, very likely. Monk at the right-hand side should join the party as well. Actually converting the same knight. 1 running away. Gets 1 monk there at the top. Still an okay-ish fight for Tato, I think.
Okay, it's okay, it's okay. But the KD just keep increasing more and more. It's coming with more knights. He's just spamming all the time. 3 town centers as well. And now 10 villages ahead. It was the same or even 1 more for Tato. It's starting to have a much better economy with 25 farmers, Nelly. Only 13.
Look at that one. I absolutely love what Learie is doing here. He knows, okay, I'm getting the raids in. The only way how I can lose control over this game is if we see like a magical eagle raid, but Learie wants to deny that by going for stone walls.
He's going all in, he's converting that one, the monk is being safe, he's trying to now raid the goal is not protected, now he's walling, quick walls, nice walls by Tato. He needs to kill more of it, but he's raiding constantly, and I think we got the GG call. What a total domination in the first game, nearly.
Oh God, and I don't really know how Tato could have played that one better. It was just so clean with the scouts, all the upgrades there, skirms, KD, as you're pointing out right now, 62 to 22. We opened up with 18 to 2 KD. Learie just took so many incredibly good fights in the first 3-4 minutes.
It's incredible what he did, and triple the KD?
Something like that, yeah.
Triple the KD, but Tato didn't make mistakes. I mean, he was playing fine, he was trying to wall, 3-tone centers. The execution from Learie was just on point.
Yeah, maybe Tato needed a better map for that one, right? Sometimes you try to go for those small walls. Tato's map was really open. He tried after his aggression, trying to go forward, took that fight, tried to get the army out of position, then wanted to be walled, but sadly was open there. The villager didn't really re-wall, and from there on, that army getting in, Tato wasn't a big problem.
I mean, he's playing really smooth, because against the Aztecs you always play kind of scary, you know, but he was all in with bloodlines, all the upgrades. He didn't take any village, but he was controlling all the map and never stopped raiding. What else would do Tato? Maybe stone walls and not going to the 3-tone centers?
I think Aztecs kind of rely on a good map. That's how simple it is. You need to wall super small, maybe a defensive tower at your gold, maybe evacuate from one wood line away, but it's not looking pretty, and Bulgarians just with crazy aggression, and Tato's first pick, already an L on his score. Not too pretty. Now the big question, is Tato going for wait or aftermath?
I was going to ask you that, so I don't have the answer. Anyway, after this one, I will go for wait. Because you have seen how sharp he played in the most open map. Aftermath seems to be more open, more aggressive map. So let's calm down a little bit, set up a good strategy there in wait, and try to come from the hell right now, because...
Yeah, I like that thought process quite a bit, right? Try to switch gears there, and this guy is not ready to switch gears. He goes for more aggression.
He need that energy?
I don't know if he needed that one.
I'm not sure.
Maybe he wants to keep himself up.
Tato is also drinking a little. I mean, Tato should keep calm, because he knows that it's not going to be an easy series. And in this kind of matchups, you know that if Learie takes the strategy, he can snowball. So for that reason, I think wait, it will be better now.
Then probably lots of walls, but it is still tricky, right? Some villagers are really exposed there, where you spawn with the berries and the deer. So Tato, it's not like he can just play a clean, fast castle. Still, the big question is, where does he squeeze in Turks? Is it for one of his home maps?
Well, I was telling you that maybe it could be good for this one. The lights are a little bit down as well. Are now down?
Maybe
are we starting the
just turn
second
it down a
game?
bit every single game to just get them more intensely into the game. Yeah, that's a more focused game. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, just looking at his resources, and he is looking forward to getting a 2-0 hit there for himself. Tato trying to deny that.
Let's see, we were talking, it's possible to have in wait Turks. Maybe we're going to be really wrong. Remember that there's still Mayans there. Mayan has not been really success in the tournament. Don't remember big wins.
I remember
Learie
Jordan winning one, losing one. And we had Dowd winning with Mayans.
Turks versus Britons.
Wow!
Whoa. So we were right. Turks versus Britons on the wait. The prediction was right for the civilization. Tato with the Turks, Learie with Britons. He needs to make some aggression and get initiative in feudalism, in my opinion. But in this map, it's definitely...
What?
Oh my God, he wants to boom.
And Learie instantly scouts that one. Fully stonewalled Turk player. What is this plan here? This is never seen before. Tato, he has to have a crazy strategy. He can't just wait for Hussars.
It's boom for him. Try to be faster, and with that transition with Hussars, bombard cannons, But do you think Learie is going to let that happen? Obviously, if this is stone walls, the aggression for Learie, even with the crossbows and with his crazy micro, it's going to be so difficult as well.
Tato only 25 stone left, so at some spot he needs to house wall a bit there at the top. I think some more stone walls could be a thing, and already pulls the villagers, and that is something that will be so good for Learie, right?
Yeah.
Because he will continuously get more of those berries, get more of those deer, which Tato already evacuated.
Exactly. I mean, that free food, nearly is like he's giving up, so he's already falling behind a lot in economy. No more stone, and those villages that are going to be bye-bye from those for that free meal that you start in this map.
Eco upgrades for Tato, farm upgrade, overwood upgrade. So you know that Tato is going to farm quite a bit, as we all know. Turks, +1 pierce armor there, so pretty good if he faces some crossbows, and also your scouts are getting upgraded to light cavalry instantly after reaching Castle Age.
The big problem here, Learie's economy, guys, is getting closer and closer to go on the way to Castle Age, and he's doing smoother walls in LA. He's walling his base, he has everything inside, probably not a stone, but he's already almost wall, and then he's gonna go up to Castle Age much faster than Tato. And with that transition to Castle Age, even if he cannot make a damage on Tato's base, his boom is going to be much better.
Oh, and now the delayed wood upgrade as well. What are we witnessing? This is so weird. Tato's delaying his Castle Age timing so much. 4 scouts couldn't really find any damage. The only thing that died this game is Learie's scout, and I think that might stay like that for quite some time.
Yeah. Do you think also that in late game, Turks is a good one with Britons? Britons' range is insane. You get halberdiers. Then if you go with Trebuchet, with Wolf upgrade, I don't see this working for Tatito.
I think if you get like Hussar plus Siege Ram, Britons could struggle, but we need to see the like raids and the side attacks, something that Hera, for example, couldn't do against the Britain's army of MBL in our earlier set.
Maybe we see Turks vs Imperial, like arena strategy or something. I mean, I don't know. It's possible to go for 1 TC directly to Imperial, and for that he's doing a lot of farms?
Market now could maybe give an indication of that. Adds more farms, so he doesn't want to quickly buy himself to Castle Age. Also, there is an option that he won't even add some more TCs. He's at 0 stone. Learie's Castle Age timing will be a solid 2 minutes ahead though. And now even re-walling at the frontier. What is that wall?
No, this is fascinating. I mean, I don't see any other strategy that can work at this point. You can see that he's going to be in Castle Age. He will go 2 extra town centers probably. 1 TC can be even in on the berries in that area. He's coming with already 9 potential crossbows, 5 spears. The amount of farms now is solid, 16 farmers for Tato, but an 8 on gold. He put double on gold directly. It should be fascinating, nearly.
Second mining camp as well, indeed, and he doubles down with all those walls. It's such a weird strategy here. KD still 1-0, not much going on. Tato will probably drop 3 TCs, will try to find some damage. Remember though, Stonewall's only 900 HP in Feudal Age, only get to 1800 HP once Tato is Castle Age. Stone Gates, obviously a bit higher.
Okay, but now, that Imperial Age, when you are doing Bloodline as well, Skillbard and armor is not going for the fast Imperial anymore, Nelly.
I'm really confused. Maybe it is the play with the second stable then? Maybe the Siege Workshop? I would love to see a Sneaky Villager, maybe 1 yellow dot at the right-hand side, or is that a scout?
What is that? It's a spear.
Oh, I was so excited.
So depressed. We're depressed, guys. We're depressed. Hopefully it's going to be something else, but it makes sense. Now he's doing the upgrades. He needs to go aggressive. Oh, he can be in time to catch up that one? No, 90%. He has 3 spears. He should be just fine with that one, and the TC is going to be just up 3 town centers. And now Tato needs to do some magic. He has no stone to make more town centers, so 1 TC push.
I think it will be a 1 TC push, but I'm surprised that we don't see a second step. I'm surprised that we don't see a Sneaky Villager for a Siege Workshop. Is he maybe using the market? Is he sending that one around? Maybe buying 100 stone? Different option. But that Villager looks to me like he wants to build a Siege Workshop or a Monastery.
Okay, but the Siege Workshop at home, I mean, if you want to attack, it's going to be
Monastery in the back,
Monastery.
Siege Workshop. That Villager will do the Siege Workshop. And that's going to be indeed, a fast Imperial Age strategy. So those light cap will even auto-upgrade
two Hussars.
Yeah, and it also makes sense if you see no Bloodless Skillbar than Armor, maybe Learie is gonna think, nah, he's not fast Imperial, he's coming more aggressive, he's doing the upgrades, but no! Tato, he's gonna go up to Imperial, and then I want to see if Learie is gonna be able with Hussars. I don't know, do you think he's gonna be able to counter those Hussars? And Bombard Cannons, remember, Siege War Shot with Bombard Cannons right away. He's not producing anything anymore, one Scorpion, and he's getting their resources to go up to Imperial. Is working this, Learie? Is working this, Learie? I don't know, really, what do you think?
I think it's not looking too good. It's just like Learie's economy was so good. He can just go for a lot of pikemen. It just feels like if Learie missteps once, though, that the Hussars can really snowball out of control. Bombard Cannon play is something probably for the future, and indeed we're up to him now, second stable being added. This is going to be Hussar spam. The question is, Hussar spam with 23 farmers? I got more excited in my life before.
Yeah. Well, second stable is on the field. 23 farmers, as you said. He's exploring everything. Tato, Learie has good amount of farming. Good amount of army, not a lot of army right now, but still Hussars are so powerful. Maybe it can work, Nele.
Well, Hussar will only take 1 damage there against the crossbows, right? So they will do really well. What Learie needs to do is that he adds some pikemen. The question is, will he get enough? Because also Scorpions will do really well. Obviously, it's really important that he does not over-chop anywhere. Learie should probably know what's up, because looking at the score, he's 300 ahead, but knowing Tato, he should know that Tato can't be behind in scouting.
Yeah, well, it can be a big problem. He's a couple of Scorpions, then he can bring the Bombard Cannon. How do you stop the Scorpions? If you make Mygonal now, Learie will have problems. He's doing a pikeman upgrade, he knows what is happening. He definitely knows what is happening, but I don't know if it's gonna be a node. Well, he has 6 spears, 6 pikes, 23 archers, 67 villages, 20 villages more, and it's gonna be a lot more soon, but second Siege Workshop, this is definitely exciting because the Bombard Cannons are going to be there, and he's taking the middle already.
Force TC is really interesting. Maybe he doesn't know what's coming. That is an interesting Boomy approach. Or he just realized, okay, I will just fight this one straight up, all in Castle Age. Well, let's take a look at its face in 20 seconds when Tato reaches him.
I think Ballistic would be better in this position than you need the 4-tone center.
The crossbow only doing 1 damage anyway. I think we need more barracks, we need more pikemen.
Okay, he's doing squares, forging. Guys, this is getting so interesting. Imperial Age, the score.
No vision, no vision. Hussars could be coming in. Scorpions already getting chemistry, should be doing lots of damage.
Lot of damage, but those archers got incredible range. And let's see, because Learie has some decent micro. As we all know, Hussars with +4, he need to mass more. How many do you think he need to beat that army? Or is it not right now?
I think Hussars would be fine. Now the repair here, the pikemen are coming over. I don't mind this fight at all. Scorpions, if they get 1 good shot against the pikemen, I think Tato would take this fight.
Okay, he's going back. Now he's gonna take the kill. The game is getting super interesting. +2 armor for those, and like you were demanding, more barracks for Learie, still with the score lead. 35 bullets more army, but Tato is in Imperial with a strategy that we have not seen at all, because it's the first time we see the Turks in the tournament.
Oh yeah, indeed, and that can be a wild strategy, but I think lots of crossbows can be good against the Bombard Cannons and Scorpions. With their extra range, pikeman numbers are rising. 11 on the field, 7 more in the queue. Those Scorpions have to do some damage in those fights.
Let's see, a lot of farming, a lot of pikes, a lot of archers, but a lot of Hussars. Those Hussars are going to be known. He's trying to kill the pikes. He's killing the pikes. He's killing quite a lot, but Learie is doing an amazing job. Nearly, it's not working. This is not working for Tato. Where's the Hussars? Where's the Hussars? I don't see the Hussars anymore.
7 only on the field, now jumping on the crossbows. The pikeman numbers were good enough. A solid 35 villages ahead. Military count completely in control of Learie. That was the fight he needed.
Learie seems super stressed with that push. Oh my God, he just took everything. In one fight, he took absolutely everything. 90 villages, 40 army, 130 population, more than double the population. The kid, it's close to take the game.
Looks really good for him indeed. Look at that one, closing into 40 villager lead. Population now close to double. That's even more than double. Pikeman will come over here for the defense. Tato still wants his C-play. He can't switch away from the strategy.
Yeah, but now Learie need to mine goal. Okay, 3 villages on goal. He has not many, well, Zero at this point is doing that money camp, need the goal, but he's playing so smooth, Nearly. The problem is that this strategy can be exciting, but it's so complicated in a closer map. And of course, in a closer map, this strategy wouldn't work because the opponent wouldn't let you to go to Imperial, right? It's so complex.
And Learie even going for TC number 5 now, goes for the gold. He just knows he can chill after killing that first bombard cannon and that first aggression. He knows he bought himself so much time to go to Imperial Age. And I think against Halberdier and Arbalest, Learie will take even more efficient points.
Why do you think Tato is doing this kind of a strategy? He doesn't feel confident with all the civilization, or even a boom. I was thinking that booming with Turks would be fine, but of course with all the stone walls he did and all that delayed himself to go to castle, he fell behind a lot, so he couldn't go for the boom anymore.
I think booming is a tricky thing because how do you even get to Imperial Age, right?
Yeah.
All the crossbows will knock at your door, will completely surround you. I think that would have been a tricky choice, but indeed, I'm a bit surprised that he went for such a wild strategy. Maybe not trusting himself to win a straight-up game against who we consider to be the #1 in the world in Empire Wars right now.
Because I don't believe, I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Did you guys practice this kind of a strategy?
I've seen stuff.
Okay, we keep going with the pies. Guys, he doesn't say anything. Do you see Nilly? You see Nilly? Okay, look at those pikes and Kratos. He's going away with those Khazars, Scorpion, Spear. It's impossible. It's 100 villages, 62 army, 18 army only for Tato. There's no way to come back here, Nilly. How? At this point?
I don't know. Score is not looking good. Gold control not really there. Scorpions, not really the craziest thing. Turks can go for heavy Scorpions, but the economy obviously far away, and now tries to go for some raids, but even if he kills 30 villagers, he's still 10 behind.
Yeah, it's so complicated. Also, he has 5 Tone Centers. He won't be able to kill. He has 20 Hazard, which sounds really good on paper, but he has so many pikes. He has well defended. He got the pikes on the left, Tone Centers on the right, then a lot of archers in the middle. I think I saw 1 or 2 bombard cannons only. Okay, those Khazars are cool there, and he's taking now, yeah, a few villages. He got 8 villages, but as you said, he is still 40 villages ahead.
Half the population for Scorpions won't take the fight there. So many pikemen on the field, close to 50 now. And Learie is trying to take some relics, will play the very long game. And yeah, I think now, it feels like it's time for ballistics.
Yeah. Ballistic would be great, absolutely. The population is still just increasing. The difference is double the population. Learie has almost 200 population right now. He didn't even reach Imperial. And the kid, like I like to call him, it's very close to get. Ooh, okay, those Scorpions can do something. It's too many units, nearly.
Even if he kills like 3-4 crossbow per Scorpion, that is not enough for Tato to get the full control here.
54 pikes!
Oh,
54 pikes!
Yeah, but that's what he needs. That is indeed what he needed in the strategy to, well, overcome Tato, now reaching Imperial Age.
It's GG. It's impossible. Total domination for Learie. Impressed or a little bit surprised, even for the Tato fans, a bit disappointed because that strategy, I don't know, it's so difficult to make it work.
I'm a bit impressed, but more disappointed. Like, Learie saw mass Lightcav and was playing against a fast Turks player, right? It is obviously an important step to go for pikemen, but something I absolutely expect from Learie, and from there on with his boom, he just took this one crazy good fight. And Tato, I'm not really sure where he went wrong there. What was the difference in the plan? What did he envision how the game should have gone that he wins this one? Because we felt strategy should always look like this, and Pike should always overwhelm.
Yeah, we were reading more or less the game, and then it was really impossible. I don't know. I really don't know. Well, the second whole map for Tato is Aftermath with Saracens, Mayans, and Indians, or Hans. Which one there?
I think it should be Saracens. We have Mayans for Wingden and Hans for Atacama. Feels like really reasonable civilizations for me.
Okay, let's see what Brittany has a special guest for us.
I'm standing here with Viper. Okay, so it is getting late in the day. Are you a little bit worried about being tired going into your match in a little bit?
I am a little bit worried. I'm not the biggest fan of playing the last match every time, but I mean, I'm getting used to it now. And but then again, it's just out, so it should be fine in the end.
Have you seen anything today that surprised you or that was unexpected that, you know, looking forward into moving into the next round or into your next match that you're going to take into that consideration?
I've seen, obviously, I see people do different strategies. I get a little bit of inspiration from that, but I mean, anything that surprised me must be the last match between Hera and MBL. That was nuts.
Oh, that surprised everyone. And I mean, it was really cool to come in and see everyone clapping whenever he came to the back. So yeah, hopefully, good luck with your next round. And well, looks like we'll see Learie be undefeated. So back to you guys.
Well, let's see about that. Tato still has a saying, and Tato still has a home map. And I won't count him out yet.
Something I have to say yet, and what do you have to say about Viper Words? It's just Doubt. Do you think Doubt is happy?
Doubt is happy if he wins.
If he wins, and about the words, it's just Doubt. This is well, it can give energy, a lot of energy to the Lord.
Yeah, well, he obviously goes motivated into that set regardless, but that's the set that is following this one. It's still 2-0 here for Learie. Tato back against the wall. 3-2 comeback. Did we ever have that in Age of Empires history?
Let me think.
Maybe let's phone call MBL.
Well, we saw that, and also we saw the 2-0 that Hera was looking as sharp as Learie, you know? But I don't know, I mean, he really needs to make a really great game and get the confidence back, because these kind of games, when you play like this, it can affect to the player.
Yeah, and that was kind of the game where you never really got into good rhythm, right? Those walls took so long. Game number 1 felt really ugly. I think Tato didn't play a single second in his comfort zone in this whole set so far.
Okay, we are going to be in the game number 3. This map is a map that doesn't have a clear meta. It's more a map that you can make some, well, use his creativity, you know, because the other one is, the previous one, sorry, it was very easy to wall, and this one is more unlikely to happen, so you can raid, you can make some special strategy.
Aftermath, there's so many areas around your kind of deleted or burning stone walls, and you can't wall around that area, so it's a tough map. If you want to wall, then it's really small.
Okay, let's see. I expect to. We were talking the civilization for Tato. Something happened, but what about Learie? What is gonna pick here?
Oh, we need an overlay of the civilizations again. There, he still has his first 2 picks. The question is, does he want them for his own home map? Atacama Magias feels strong. Cumans Winged feels really strong. Could be Ethiopians as well, though. I think
he can pick anything.
Probably expect him to go Cumans or Ethiopians here.
But thinking about those civilizations, he can pick anyone.
Yeah.
In those maps,
they're crazy strong. That's a huge advantage that he still has his first 2 picks left, but Hera also had his favorite 2 picks and his 2 home maps to go against MBL.
And he lost. Yeah, but well, I don't know. Kuman seems to be super strong in Aftermath. In Atacama, he's gonna pick, well, he can pick Magyars, Franks. We will see. Let's hope that we're gonna be able to get into the 3rd game soon. There maybe seems to be a small problem.
I thought it was an admin restart there.
Okay.
A unit exploded. Oh, interesting. We're just getting confirmation from the admin. So obviously how this map is scripted, that you basically start with a fortress around your base, and then those buildings and walls are exploding. And if a unit is too close to that one,
bye-bye.
It will explode with it, yeah.
Like a pet dart.
Actually, I would have loved to see that.
Okay.
Maybe we can get a replay there from Mapu's POV, maybe after the set or something. Would have loved to see him zooming into that one, but yeah.
So Learie was killing units before start the game, or was Tato? Because we don't know. I mean, we don't know. We wanted to see that. It's a pity. I mean, ultimate meta, killing units before the game starts is crazy.
So
anyway, we'll see now what is gonna be. Do we know, Mapu? Can you cheat as the civilizations?
Oh, that would be interesting. I'm predicting Saracens against. That's my prediction.
We could know. Let's see if they can tell us the civilization, because Mapu has seen the civilizations already, and we can analyze a little bit better the map before we start. because we know now the civilization, or he knows the civilizations. Mapu with the overlay there, with the sips maybe?
Might be jumping into the action too soon
to
communicate that one. It feels like their game phases are on, and I'm excited for Aftermath. Obviously, for people that have not seen it, we have 2 trade posts on this map that if you control them, they generate resources for you. It's roughly 4 villagers, but only food, gold, and wood.
Franks and Saracens.
Franks
and Saracens.
Okay.
Okay, but this is the actual game already, so it's not a
actual
replay. We are starting the 3rd game. Learie with Franks, Tato with Saracens. France with a great economy, Tato Saracens with a great market. That is pretty much the same, right? And then taking already, well, each one of those trade beautiful shop. Okay.
Move here. Tato might have to give this one up now. Still control for him. The unit needs to die in a 2-tile radius or needs to move away. And now the Spearman is actually controlling that one on the other side. Still the dance as well. So far they're splitting the control. Tato has control over both now.
Taking both. What civilization you prefer here, Franks or Saracens?
Franks just feel like really, really strong. We did also see Hera playing with the Franks and winning against Tato in exactly that matchup. So Learie, if he started that one, he just knows how to play it.
Okay, he's taking already back. There you go. Learie is back, and now he's trying to go to the left. No. Archery range market expected with Saracens because you get a great economy. Archery range, okay. Archery range with Franks, MBL style.
Point. Oh, kill.
Oh boy, he took it.
Yeah.
He took it. As you can see, trying to make some raiding, but for now, he's gonna sell the stone, right?
Let's see about that one. Maybe needs to build a defensive tower. We will certainly see how he's using the market. Saracen market use, obviously, pretty damn good because normally you pay 30% tax on all your sold or bought resources. With Saracens, only 5.
Military is almost the same, both with fletching. He's taking back again this one. Learie, Tato is selling, well, but the stone, yeah. But he's up to castle. Wow, this transition. He clicked in 3 minutes. Double archery range, obviously. Transition to castle is that quick is what he really needs, but also he needs army. Learie is not too far to going up, but this, what it's going to be? A minute? It's going to be enough to make the damage, nearly?
Tato's struggling with the resource a bit more. Nice walls there in the back. I think he will take another 30 seconds, and I think Learie's woodline here at the left-hand side looks pretty damn exposed. Now double stable drop, I believe, here from Learie, so he's tech switching.
Switching to knights, double stable is clicking castle edge. It's not even a minute difference. So, France with the knights, we have seen how great they are. He has also 200 stone, and this is very good for Learie. Keeping the archers on Tato's base or close to his base is what he really needs to just to hold that minute difference.
I think Saracens, with their best camels in the game, should probably go for them. 10 extra HP, maybe 1 stable, maybe even 2 stables if he sees the danger that is coming away from Learie's Franks.
This can be so bad for Tato if he's not doing damage because, well, he's with 8 archers, but he's gonna take knights. Remember that, they get no bloodlines, but 20% more HP, so at the end it's pretty much the same. And you get heavy blow for free. He's doing the armor in the range on his Learie. Okay.
So well, goes for more Scorpion, so it's a Skirm, so it's a Skirm Knight composition that he's going for. Still tries to microbit, but Tato will punish that one. Spearman goes down. So 1v1 when it comes to trade posts. Still trying to wall there. Just runs away.
Oh,
maybe
man.
1 camel there, but still no stable by Tato.
He took a Cavalier with 2 archers. Took a Cavalier doing the damage. He's doing more damage with 2 archers, and now Tato's gonna have 9 archers with Botkin. Where's the archers? He's going to take that one back, and as you can see now, with 4 archers getting closer, trying to make the damage. But man, Learie is doing more damage with 2 archers than Tato with 10.
Oh man,
look at this, he's 2 villages. Okay, this can be good for him. No, he has 2 skirmishes already with +1/+1, Botkin arrow. So he's going for Botkin arrow and knights as well.
Oh, and those skirmishes will deal with those crossbows. Tato needs to run still some crossbows at the left-hand side coming to the wood line, and that could be a nice pick-off, but Tato, he needs the stables ASAP.
Oh, he needs to take that one, but he's not gonna see that wood line. He can see, but now he's hitting the village. Learie, no reaction. This is good for the Spanish player. There you go, 1 player down, 2 down, 2 down. Gonna take probably 4 villages down. That's really nice move by Tato.
And behind this, he is still controlling both trade posts. Now finally cleared that one up. Tato opening with a knight, canceled that one, and now is going for a camel after seeing all those knights from Learie.
Okay, let's see if those 3 knights gonna clean. Yeah, he's gonna clean all.
No upgrades.
Yeah. Okay.
No upgrades on those knights.
Still killing. He's doing the town center.
That's not a great town center. Just look at that town center again. Yeah. How will that woodline look in 3 minutes?
No,
all gone.
Yeah.
And then the villagers are exposed again.
Yeah, you cannot even make farms in the south, so. Okay, he's going with the knights, but he's taking back again the both trade. Yeah. Oh, he's doing now for double stable. Yes. You've seen still a lot of the market. He's going. Want to see? He's still 3 villages more, but military numbers doesn't look too good for Tato at this point.
Now double trade post control for Learie is trying to contest the one at the bottom. Could easily kill those skirmishes, but I think he right-clicked towards the trade post there. Wants to retake that one. Ooh, still pretty intense. Tato's slightest lead when it comes to villagers. Military, more in the favor for Learie.
A lot of people say about the trade shop that having under control is better even than having built more villages. You can see now he's getting back Tato at 1. He's going with the knights. I don't know if you agree with that one. He's still mining a lot of stone. Do you think he want to make a castle or something, or he's just only for using for the market?
Well, Saracens actually gather stone as fast as gold, but you actually get more than 100 gold out of selling 100 stone. So at some point, you simply love to sell that, and it's better than mining gold.
Okay, we can see now the blue one. This is quite a lot of knights, but he's still there with some camels. I think now Tato can kind of stabilize the game. Yes, he has 5 camels doing the average. He's trying to make a counter attack, but I don't think that Learie has anything there. Smichering against those camels, trying to get into the woodland. Oh, those skirmishes with the knights is gonna be so annoying. He doesn't have a second town center, and now Learie with the 30C, Nelly.
Uh-oh, that's just massive, and those camels won't really find too much damage. The CC will help out. Tato still trying to control, but is pushed away from his main goal. That's so bad if you're Saracens.
This is really bad, and now he's getting ready and ready. Learie is getting in. He's gonna take some villages. It's looking terrible for the Spanish player. And now, look at that balanced economy. 700 wood, almost no food, almost no gold. Yes, he's trying to use everything. Now Learie has quite a lot of fighting because he's trying to raid. If he's able to take villages in that town center, maybe he can come back in the game.
Both players over 20 idle villages. Tato still controlling both trade posts. That could be meaning that his economy will be a bit better, but needs to reward there. If those knights are getting in, the game's over.
He's getting completely. I can't believe what I'm watching. Learie is, without any village on goal, he's just, well, he's raiding all the time.
Yeah, so good indeed. And, well, those crossbows still blocking those farms. That's nice. Maybe 2 tiles further to the right, and he could block that gold as well.
Okay, kind of stabilized. Tato is still with more villages. A guy with a lot of camels. With a lot of camels. This is open. No, he won it in the last second. Damn. Okay, those knights still close to the town center. He's being really annoying now, Tato, Nelly.
I think he will wait for 2 more camels, and then we'll try to take the engagement there. Still losing some villagers at the wood. Remember, 3 TCs against only 1, but we'll find some more villager kills. Good pickups by Tato.
Echo KD 12-12. Tato is still, he's still in the game. He definitely is still in the game. Population is the same, literally the same. Just 2 units more right now. And this is so many camels, Nelly.
This husbandry against no husbandry, looks like it. I think Tato is running a bit faster there, trying to chase those knights. Now 1v1 trade post, and the army is still not cleared up at Learie's end. So good one for Tato, but we soon will see a big fight here. I think Tato should even try to hide its crossbows.
Let's see if he's going to be able to do the job here. So many crossbows, those are 3 camels. It's not plus 2 knights, but husbandry almost there. Those camels chasing the other group of knights, and still one skirmish alive.
Oh, that's so annoying. One, and now taking the fight here, the camels. Not the greatest engagement. Crossbow still doing some damage, and as you mentioned, not having the armor there. Not great for Learie.
Wow, but he's coming with more knights. No. This is the skirmishes are helping a lot, Nelly. Those skirmishes are helping a lot. He's coming with more camels. Those knights are almost dead. I mean, all the knights are super low HP. He need to go back or he will lose all the knights. He need a monk or something because they are what?
Take the fight, Tato. No, he won't win that fight so convincingly. He doesn't know.
Well, he's here with the crossbows, taking 2 villages, 3 villages more, 4, 5, even. Whoa! Look at the village number now, taking more and more. But those knights are definitely bye-bye. If he's going, he's taking the fight.
I think Tato should take the fight, but it's so tough to see. Villager numbers really low for a 16-minute game already. Still, Tato with the trade post control, but 3v1 TCs. Tato, maybe switching into CA after this one? I think that would be really nice in addition to the camels.
Still on one TC pad with one tone center. Tato has 2 billions more. Look at those camels taking all the knights. We were talking about this. Those camels are taking absolutely everything, nearly.
Really nice. So few upgrades on those knights for Learie. I'm really surprised that he took this fight, especially with those lower HP ones. And Tato has to be really happy. Now contest the left trade post again. That was a good fight for Tato. Gets that one instantly back.
Yes, and taking all bold trade again. And now he's going to make tone centers. Finally doing TCs. Still 2 billions more. The game can destabilize, but it's crazy. You feel like that, like Learie has lost everything, and then you check the population, it's still the same. I mean, what is this? How this is happening? 3 tone centers nearly.
Yeah, indeed. 17 to 15 eco KD, so really close that one. Idle TC for Learie. Completely out of control, man.
Yeah. He lost the control, like he likes to have the games. And now Tato need to keep raiding, because if he's going, well, he's doing another TC. You think he's booming now the right approach?
Game stabilizes, right? And he only has camels. Camels can't really do too much against TC fire. So I think trying to boom up with relatively even eco feels like the right approach to me.
Well, I see 4 cap archers on the field. Ooh, that TC need to be up. But he's walling. Perfect move here by Tato. That archer even take the knight. Good job here for Tato. Now he's going with the knights, trying to find more spots that are weak or open. And camels and cap archers now is a solid composition.
Actually is full control for Tato. Finally, for the first time in this set, he can play a game on his terms and can just take that trade post, still controls the other one. I think trade post control in that game just so much better for Tato.
Really important. I don't know if he should go with the camels into the TCs. Now he's chasing those knights. Cap archers here and there could raid a lot and create a lot of chaos again and a lot of idle time. But let's see if Leo is going to be able to do it. No, those skirmishes are down. As you can see, this is good amount of camels. And still no upgrades. No, this should be good for Tato. Well, not so many camels. He need to go back.
That was 3 knights against 1 camel traded off. That's still absolutely fine. And I'm still shocked that Learie is not going for the upgrades. And what did I tell you about that TC, mem?
Yeah, it's useless. And look at the lumber cannon. We're so far. You need to relocate that wood line right away. But no, this... Well, he has more villages, but I like Tato's position. Look at the military numbers. 20 military numbers already. Tato is in a good position to get the game, nearly.
Absolutely. Really good control right now. And right now he doesn't really need to fight, right? He knows, okay, I'm going towards 3 TCs. If I go camel CA, even in the late game, I'm looking pretty good against...
He can come with a castle also soon, nearly. 500 stone. He can stabilize. It's true that 30 farmers with Franks is kind of scary. He has 19 only, 20 on gold, or around 20 on gold both players. And but he's still raiding all the time. That's the good thing here. Those cap archers, yeah, he's creating a lot of chaos right now. And well, but he's raiding as well, Learie. Look at in the north. Ooh, he's raiding, he's killing villages as well, he's creating chaos. All the farmers now out of position, but as well here killing. Both are attacking each other, 66 villages, 66 villages for both. Tato is still with more army, still good position for Tato. Chain Barden armor now. What upgrade now for Tato? Chain and Barden armor as well, ballistic what? Because there's gonna be a lot of knights there.
I think I wouldn't mind forging on those camels, right? Some more damage output. They normally don't have that much, mainly living of their extra attack. Actually, I like Tato's upgrades. Just increase your eco, I think, should be the next step.
The monks, you need to get the monks. You get the... There you go, he's taking the monks. Let's see, this battle is so important. It's very close, And what is this? He's giving up, This is the 2-1. It's the 2-1. Tato is still in the series, nearly.
Such a great execution here by Tato. He loves his Saracens. And, well, he actually... made it happen here on Aftermath, right? He did lose that matchup against Hera, I believe. Saracens against Franks, and this time so much trade post control, nice execution, and Learie, I think he simply didn't know that he was lacking so many upgrades on his knights.
Yeah, he stabilized, it was looking at some point bad for Tato. We even thought that it could be a 3-0, but he kept calm, controlling both trade spot and, well, for a while for 1 TC, and when he killed the army, then he started to boom, and from there, it was a snowball game for Learie.
Yeah. Well, it was for Tato indeed.
Yeah.
And also the switch into CA, I think made so much more sense, right? The mobility, and then you can be annoying, you can punish TCs more, you can punish walled and villagers more, can dictate the fights, and also that kind of rules out that Learie could just go into Pikeman himself.
2-1.
I love it.
Starting similar like Hera MBL, 2-1.
And still 2 best picks left for Learie on his 2 home maps.
That's true. I mean, playing against Learie, for example, in Atacama is damn scary.
Oh God,
He's playing. You close your eyes. You close your eyes. You don't want to watch. Well, we have to. We have to watch. I mean, we have to. But it's gonna be Atacama, you think?
I think it could easily be Atacama here.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but then Atacama potentially something, but we want to also pick the brain of Tato a bit, who is thinking heavily. Let's hear it from him.
Good. So I'm Roberto, most known as Tato in the Semifinal community, and I'm playing for Gaming Legion, and I managed to qualify for the quarterfinals of Red Bull Wololo 5. Learie is a really hard opponent. He has beaten all the players. He went through like 4-0, right? And he's performing quite good. So it was going to be really hard to beat him. But if I do it, obviously that means that I can beat anyone. But I need to prepare for sure. And yeah, like I will just prepare for Learie because now it's what I want to focus on. I have to as well. So yeah.
Oh, well, we can see Tato with the macro, but look at what always people point like his main thing, strategy, always with great strategies.
I think I will deduct a point there for Turks. Sorry, Tato. I think after this tournament it might only be 7, unless he will still come up with some more there. And obviously experience there, 3 out of 10. That is a bit harsh, I would think. He obviously was part now in 4 Red Bull tournaments, right? Only missed the 4th one because he did a cycling trip at the qualifiers. And then still reasonably deep, had some quarterfinals, is now in the quarterfinals as well, but still more experience to gain. Sicilians, 100% win rate.
Didn't pick Sicilians?
Did not pick Sicilians here.
Okay. We see, it's not so many maps, but we see one of the home maps from Learie pick, and he won both games. That seems that he can be confident in those one. And the Celts, 100%.
That was actually one of those Celts wins was in the quarterfinals against Learie. I looked it up earlier. It was, I think, on Golden Swamp, so a map that we don't have anymore. And indeed, he played Celts there and won. Some wild civilizations, so different in the draft. We saw some Persians even mixed in there, something we haven't seen all tournament long. And Tato, still in a good mood, knows that he only needs to win 2 more games to make it into the semifinals there. Obviously, Red Bull Wololo 3, they met each other as well. 2-0 victory there for Mr. Learie. We see the civilization still in front of Tato.
I mean, we have seen several times series between these players, many times. It's not the first time that has been 3-2 or 2-3. In Hidden Cup 3, we got there. Tato won to Learie as well. So be careful. Be careful, Learie, because Tato is coming. Tato is coming, and he's going to try to come. Hans, probably a possibility, or Indians?
I think Hans on Atacama and Mayans on Winged feel very, very likely. Oh boy, I'm excited, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, I listed the Lumberjacks, and what that means, that we are getting into the game number 4.
The score is 2-1.
And the score is 2-1? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. But the game is not starting.
Oh,
I thought it was going
pretty
to start.
soon. We can see that the players are really focusing on this one already. And Atacama, as we all know, we have some small woodlines surrounding you and one major woodline in the center. Also some small pawns in the center. That's why I think Hans could be really nice, simply because you don't need to build any houses. Therefore, easy transition and can maybe afford all that, or afford a dock. It's much easier because you're saving so much wood that normally goes into houses.
Also, if you go with full feudal with the Hans and you get the initiative, that civilization is insane. The 20% faster with the stables can help a lot. Can really helps a lot. And well, I hope to see that one. Still, the civilizations Learie got are too powerful, and in Atacama he's definitely so sick. And we are waiting, guys. I don't know what
I
is
see
happening.
some 14s in Twitch chat, but I don't see any 14s on YouTube chat. So I think maybe with the combined power of both chats, we might be jumping into the game eventually. Hans here still at the side. Learie, what is he going for? Now trying to catch up into the game. Had some issues there earlier. Learie still very, very focused here. And Tato again.
Okay, it's getting there. It's getting there. Don't worry, guys.
Might be skipping some minutes, but we will catch you up to speed. As you can see, still really intense Atacama. And we are 5 minutes into this one. It is actually Indians against Magyars. Magyars, one of the most aggressive and crazy civilizations. And EcoKD 0042. KD here for Learie, so had some better fights. Went scout skirms. Tato on the other side opened with the archers and now is going for some scouts himself. Needs bigger numbers to deal with the skirms.
Is that double stable? Double stable and archer range already or not? Double stable as well. We need to go back and see what's happening there. Okay, no Echo KD loss for any of the players. 40 volleys for 38.
Just see about the fight happening at the same time. Skirmishes need to be dealt with. Tato's trying to chase this one. Skirm numbers 2 only in that fight. Spearman could become better. Archer's trying to deal some damage. Learie actually disengaging. I'm surprised. Oh, he didn't have fletching.
No, no fletching. That's why he went back. He got also the archer. Look at the scout there. As you can see, willpower helps a lot. It's really a lot because there's a lot of farms and he did very, very quick. He has those scouts fully upgraded bloodlines, but also, well, bloodlines and skill bar armor. So actually they did the same upgrades. The only good thing is that Learie got 40 for free and there is the same amount of army and the same villains. The problem is that those Magyars are so snowball and we all know how Learie played in these kind of games in Feudally. Taking the spear and now trying to get the heal advantage. I think that battle, those archers, he's using those skirmishes so well.
I think it's so much better here for Learie. Spearman one not used. Tato not really having the numbers. Tries to go into that one, but can he keep up with the numbers? Looks not too good for him. Scout numbers are pretty similar, but Skirm still adding some damage as well.
But yes, he's helping quite a lot. There's still no 40, no 40, no 40, and when you don't have the +1 attack, it's so complicated in similar numbers. He has to be careful. This can be a quick game. Look at the numbers. Look at the military for Tato. And he's not going to stop producing units, Learie, now. He's just sending everything, Nelly.
Makes so much sense. Maybe some more archers could be an option as well. Not really queuing those up. Is floating 300 gold. Tato now going for the woodline in the center. As we mentioned earlier, very limited in that regard. And Tato has to tap this one out in a pretty short game here. Learie playing those Magyars to full aggression.
He don't lose in Atacama. There's no way he's losing in this map. I mean, I think he has in the tournament 100% wins in Atacama.
Yeah, could absolutely be the case. Also, Magyars pick number 1 there with full aggression, and Tato just got overwhelmed. Indians there, they need to count on their villager production. Needed a more stable game. Learie just very dominant.
A specialist, man. I mean, after the previous game that you notice how Capoch come back, he keep calm, and then he's doing his game in Atacama and domination with Magyars.
Yeah, absolutely full control. I absolutely loved how aggressively he played this one, but let's hear from him. Let's hear from Learie going to the semifinals.
All right, Learie, you're going into the semifinals undefeated. How do you feel?
I'm feeling great. I always get asked this question. I have no idea what to answer because it's always the same answer, I feel like. I'm doing good, feeling great, couldn't be better.
Yeah, you exude confidence. And you go into that. Everyone was saying today, oh, I'm afraid for Learie. Even MBL was saying that. So you're his next target. How are you feeling going against MBL tomorrow?
It will be a hard one. You saw what he managed to pull off against Hera just today. So I'm not going to underestimate him by any means. Great player, great guy. And we all saw what he's able to do.
Yeah, and were you worried about Tato at all? Because at one point in Game 2, he really had an unorthodox strategy. What did you do to adjust for that?
I knew he was going to come up with some strategies. He's always a very dangerous player. Never underestimate him. It's always such a mind game with him as well. And if you make one mistake, wrong unit choice, you're just dead. I think the second game strategy was Turks, right?
Yeah.
I believe. I'm not sure what I think about it. Obviously, it didn't work out that well as he thought it would. I played pretty well that game. I had no holes, no mistakes, no small slip-ups, so I think it can work. I'm sure he tested it, but maybe not against Britons.
Right, and then in game 1 you picked Bulgarian. Did you think he was going to pick Aztecs?
Yeah, that was the only reason why I picked Bulgarians. I obviously had Ethiopians, which I've always played before, but I thought he was going to try to all-in eagle me with Aztecs, so that's why.
Well, and you were fine either way. All right, well, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you play tomorrow. And back to you guys.
As well to Tato. I mean, we've said this, we've made a point of, pointing out the fact that the players bowing out have done an excellent job. They've acquitted themselves well. We expected maybe a couple of surprises from Tato. The surprise that he did bring T90, it didn't really work out. We saw the sort of the Turkish gambit. Doubt behind the scenes was talking about the strength of this play, but it just didn't come together for him.
Yeah, and I think that Tato needed game 2 to work out for him. I was sitting next to Doubt and Viper, and both Doubt and Viper at similar times said, okay, Tato won this game. And it was before it all unfolded, and I was like, whoa, what strategies did they see, Because that's what Tato wanted. He wanted to have the Turks against the Britons, much to my surprise and much to the viewer's surprise. But didn't work out for him. If that game goes differently, maybe it swings to a game 5. But, Learie hit the same old, and he was dominant.
Well, let's talk about that, the idea that, there was a bit of same old from Learie, because he's a very aggressive player. We know that, Dave. Do you think that, is Learie still saving stuff? Are we going to see him come up with stuff in the semis that, perhaps people aren't anticipating? Was this anything fresh or new from Learie?
I don't think Learie needs to save anything. So my answer to that is no. Because just look at his stats. You look at the win rate for like Ethiopians, and they have the win rate for the players in the tournament, the average win rate for the past Wololo events. It's at like 30%.
Yeah.
Learie's is at like 88%.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to hide anything. He can just tell you what he's going to do, and you cannot stop it. That Turk strategy, he needed to adapt a little bit, but he's still doing the same thing, essentially. Like, he's going into crossbows and Castle Age. The adaptation is adding 3 barracks and going pikemen, and the strategy just looks, it just looks bad.
Well, let's talk about this, because we were with Doubt talking about that, right? And Doubt was saying it's unbeatable. People can't respond to it. You can get in there with the hussars. You've got bombard cannons thanks to free chemistry, and people just won't respond. And I think it's not just lightning fast movement with his mouse and keyboard. It's lightning fast synapses up here. Learie saw what he needed to do. He enacted this game plan to pivot and respond to it. And we love seeing this sort of stuff. We love seeing players come with new, wild, innovative strategies. But there was a lot of risk attached to doing that against someone like Learie, and I think Tato was punished for it.
Yeah, definitely. I think what was so interesting about that game was that what Doubt was telling me is that the villagers that are outside in the berries, that was the important thing. And Learie added more spearmen than I think he would normally have added. He recognized the situation in the future. He's like, these will turn to light cav. I need to protect this area temporarily, and then let's add a town center. He had 3 TC boom. It was like a free boom. Tato did no damage. And that's probably something he never faced up against before. So it's like in-time game sense, and to have that when you've never faced a strategy which was prepared to surprise you is impressive.
Yeah, the fact that he was able to think on his feet, Dave, we talked about, the push that was made by the hussars ultimately being unsuccessful. I think we've got some vision we can show you here. Dave, I want you to talk us through this, because this was the gambit, right? This was the moment.
This is the moment Tato loses the game. As soon as he loses his hussar to the pikes and to the crossbow, you can't recover from that, because your economy is too weak.
Yeah.
Learie has a good eco behind this, and Learie just made the strategy look not viable. Maybe it could work against another player. Maybe it worked against his practice partners, but it's not working against Learie.
I mean, this is what we've heard, is the fact that this strategy, if you don't respond to it, is just utterly dominant, because you're caught with your pants down. You might have a better eco, but then you've got hussars in your base making up that villager lead that you've sacrificed because you've rushed imp. And then all of a sudden, you've got nothing left, and they're just running roughshod with eco and bombards. And it looks great, and it's the idea that it can come together on paper, but against someone like Learie, he's just going to respond. He's going to build the units he needs to counter it, and it's just not going to work.
Yeah, I'm really sad to see Tato crash out because that's a very Tato-esque strategy. You know, like that. Those are the strategies that get me out of my seat a little bit. I'm like, oh man, what if this works? But no.
But look,
it looked pretty bad. But it's what is exciting about Tato, and I think that maybe Learie will have learned a thing or two. Maybe we'll take a page out of his book. Who knows?
You know, this is the typical situation where we say Learie makes it look easy, but I mean that wasn't an easy situation, and it's a testament to the strength of Learie as a player, not just in the battlefield but also in the brain zone. He did a great job, as did Tato. I mean, we salute him. He came here, he gave it his all, a worthy competitor. He bows out now in the quarters, and there's no shame in the performance that he gave. So well done, Tato, but well done, Learie. We'll see you tomorrow in the semis. Our players, as we've already talked about, my friends, have not just been playing Age of Empires here this week, they've also been battling against each other's wits in the game of chess, of course. And it's been very interesting to see how their masterful strategies in Age of Empires have translated to the traditional chessboard. Our next matchup that we want to share with you here, Jordan versus the Viper. We know Viper's the greatest of all time when it comes to Age of Empires. How does he go on the chessboard, especially against the smiling assassin himself? Jordan, let's have a look.
You don't even know what you're doing, do you? Nervous. I can tell you're nervous. How did I not see that? It's impressive, actually.
It's hard to really keep track of everything.
What? Oh, you made a move? I don't like my position here all of a sudden. I'm sure you do. That's bad, isn't it? Jordan, why did you do this to me?
Yes, it's checkmate. You're dead. I cannot.
Okay. GG.
Well, the Viper playing to every single out that he had there, but Jordan wrapping him up like a parcel. You love to see a bit of chess between the two players there. But that's not all we're going to see of the Viper here, because the Viper indeed is our next matchup. I'm joined at the desk here by T90 and Dave. And boys, we're heading off to two fan favourites. Of course, the Viper, legions of screaming fans around the world, and he's playing against the Lord himself, Doubt. This is going to be a huge match, of course. Any match where we see players of this calibre playing is going to be massive. Talk us through our expectations, T90, as we head into this match. The Viper hungry for a Wololo title. Doubt's already got one. The Viper considered to be the greatest player of all time. Doubt a stalwart of the game as well. How do these two players compare head to head?
Not so good for Doubt.
Okay, we're calling him as we see him today.
I'm probably stealing a little bit of what Dave was going to say when you asked him, but we looked at the head-to-head earlier when we were up there casting, and I think 22-4 is Viper's record. And of course, that combines S-tier tournaments with maybe smaller events. Viper, I think, has exactly what Doubt has in terms of the strategic mind, but he also has better micro and tends to be faster. So what's going to be particularly tricky about this matchup, and I think this has plagued Doubt over the years, is that they're on the same team. So like there might be a strategy or two that Doubt used with Tato, from what I heard from them, that Viper's not aware of, but I think for the most part, Viper's not going to be surprised by any strats.
Dave, you've been out in the cast arena in between matches or during matches, I should say. I'm sure you've noticed, as I have, the precise attention that Viper is paying to all the games. He's there. I mean, you know, we've seen the players with their notebooks out in the draft table. The Viper's there. I don't know what book. He's probably on 3 volumes by now because he's making notes every single game. This guy will not have missed a trick. And even playing against a teammate, he's going to bring his keen analytical mind to this game before it's even begun.
He's a student of the game, and that's what makes him so good. You know, he studies every single moment, especially if it's an interesting matchup. He'll pay extra special attention. Tristan said, like, his Doubt's record versus Viper looks about as good as your hat right now because...
Wait, hang on, what?
It's...
Hang on, no, whoa, hang on. Isn't his matchup bad? The
yes,
hat. I mean,
very bad.
Well, it's nothing like the hat then. I mean, how could you say
Hey,
such a
production
thing?
said it looks good too.
Yeah. Okay.
Dave, Tristan, I think it looks wonderful, mate. Don't listen to him. Okay?
It's not good. That's all I'm going to say. It's
the
not
matchup
good.
or the hat? Let's make that clear.
Both. 22-4. Last time he won during a big tournament, I believe, was 2018. So Doubt had an amazing upset his last set. He managed to claw his way into the top 8, and you never know what to expect with this guy. You always go in thinking you know, and then you come out and you're like, how does he do it?
How did he beat me with Capoch?
How does he do it?
Yeah, exactly right.
So I expect Viper, but Doubt is Doubt.
And this has been a common theme throughout all of our quarterfinals. We've had the established orthodox player who plays the game that we expect, somewhat predictable, maybe uncreative, maybe that's a harsh way to describe it, against a bit of a loose cannon, a bit of a wild card, someone who's going to mix it up. I think that's less so the dynamic here, but certainly we can establish that the Viper is the player to beat in this matchup, that's for sure. And the impetus is now on Doubt to make sure that he brings the challenge here. I believe the players are going to head into the room here. You can see he's been bonking his head on door frames all week because he's about 3 meters tall. A massive personality of Age of Empires here. Doubt, of course, one of the most famous, one of the most beloved players, and he's ready to do battle, sitting down, getting himself prepared. But what a foe he faces here in the Viper, the greatest player to ever get stuck into Age of Empires. His dad is here personally at Castle Heidelberg to cheer him along every step of the way. I caught up with his old man the other night at the hotel. He taught him Age of Empires. I said, you must have taught him everything you know. And he said, no, I taught him how to play. That's it. But it is fantastic to see generations from father to son, people playing Age of Empires, this game that is, of course, is so old. But there's no doubt about it. The Viper has established himself as the greatest of all time. He has never won a Wololo series. He's never won a tournament. Tristan, he wants to change that this weekend.
What a moment it would be for him to be able to do that as well. Like, I feel like if you look at his path currently, what lays before him, not that it hasn't been a difficult path, but it actually is quite a nice path for him because he's against players he understands. He understands the Doubt, sorry. He understands Doubt, but then if he were to win, we know that he would then face Jordan, which is a player he has faced up against for many years and is known for many years. So
and
I
can't
feel
beat
like
in chess as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some revenge from there as well.
The chess head-to-head, we'll see. We'll find
so
out.
I feel as though, you know, for Viper, like all the cards are set. You know, like he just has to make sure he plays them correctly. And so many Viper fans have been waiting for him to be able to go deep and finish off a Red Bull Wololo. He is a master of everything else. For him to be able to win here, move on tomorrow would be huge for him and huge for Age of Empires.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Dave, very quickly, mate, the Viper, the undisputed favourite. What does Doubt have to do?
Doubt can't play the same game as Viper.
Okay.
He has to play his own game. He has to have different objectives. Like I was speaking about Learie or Hera earlier. You can't get into micro wars with him because Viper's better.
Yeah.
You have to come up with a strategy where something like the mass Cav archers that we saw in Red Bull Wololo 3, obviously that one is pretty well known and explored now. Maybe he has something else up his sleeve, but you have to play differently. You have to play with different objectives.
You have to play on your own terms.
Exactly.
Like
and drag your opponent into that world.
Okay, kicking and screaming. Well, my friends, before we get stuck into the next match here, I will give you a quick reminder, of course, of the Red Bull Stats website. It's available for your perusal right now. All the data you can eat, you can find it there. ! Stats in the chat, or you can scan that QR code if you'd like. And it is absolutely chock-a-block full of all the information that you could possibly hope for, the players, the matchups, the weaknesses, the strengths that they have. It's incredible. Get across it. There's so much to explore there, and Red Bull have done a terrific job pulling this together. It's more, for me, it is a lot more comprehensive than most like professional sporting stats websites. It really is incredible. You got to get across it. But that's enough chit-chat from us here at the analyst table, my friends. The players are in readiness, and our final match of the day will begin very, very shortly. Doubt versus the Viper. Who will progress to the semi-finals? This is the match you've been waiting for. Two fan favourites battling it out, going head-to-head. A Wololo champion against one of the most deserving recipients of this title, potentially. And it's coming your way live from Heidelberg Castle as part of coverage of Red Bull Wololo 5, the $100,000 tournament being played, as we say, in an actual, literal castle. Great to have you along. I'm going to pass you over now to our caster library. Standing by, ready to go, it's Nili and Mem.
Nili, what do you think about this series? Do you really think that the Viper and Doubt has similar styles, but then the Viper is just faster?
Well, they trained so much together over the last like 5-6 years, so they are sharing every single thought. And well, now I want to see and how they approach this one, because we will start with the draft right here, right now. Krasini, so asking them to come here. Ah, God, what can we expect, man?
Well, what can I expect? When I see Doubt stand up, I get scared. If I have him in front of me, I get scared. You think Viper is going to get scared?
Well, there's only one thing taller than Doubt, and that's his ego.
Well, Viper doesn't seem to be really scared about his ego. And now we are going to see what is going to be the maps. Definitely the maps is the first choice. Then we're going to see the civilizations and Doubt and the Viper. Do you think Doubt should pick maps like Enclose, Wait, or should go for Habu? I think that Doubt is going to go for Habu.
I think the more aggressive, the better. We will have Enclose.
Enclose for Viper.
Okay, he looked good on that one during the group stage. And Doubt now, the big question, still smiling. Obviously, he's loving that one. And he goes for Winged, an aggressive one.
Really aggressive.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's amazing for me to see Doubt going for the aggressive gameplay.
Atacama, the ban after that one. And I know of one Doubt strategy, and I'm not sure if Viper knows that one. It is simply like in the evening, right? Everyone goes to bed at different timings in the team house. And Doubt and Tato, they were often sitting there with the whiteboard thinking about stuff. And I know that Doubt has at least one idea still up his sleeves for Winged.
Okay. Are you surprised that he's... I mean, Winged is super aggressive, Atacama as well. Then you pick one, you ban the other.
Well,
he doesn't feel comfortable in that one.
It's still different maps.
Yeah.
It is the difference of the distance and how you can contest the water. The Viper bans Sacred Springs and goes for Land Madness himself. Very different maps all along. Doubt's Lasso map is still a mystery. Now Meadow, finally!
First time in the tournament. First time in the tournament, but he's going for all the aggressiveness in those maps. Amazing to see that map. Amazing to see that map, but Doubt don't want to see that map. That means he went 3-0. Right?
Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah. Actually true. Runestone's obviously our game number one. Now those two Grand Minds will get 1 minute thinking about how they want to structure their civilizations and then start the drafting process. Obviously, 7 civilizations for each player. Then one will get sniped, and you can choose those 5 civilizations out of the 6.
I see Cavarches in middle from Doubt.
Okay.
I see Cavarches in middle with the woodlands on, far from the town centers, away. It looks like a good strategy to pull there. Like, I don't know, Hans, Tatars, those civilizations can be great in that one. Let's see if Doubt is gonna take those. I'm surprised about Enclose. Well, Enclose, slow map, Viper might feel confident in this kind of gameplay.
He wants to play the super long game against Doubt. Yeah. I'm a bit surprised by that pick as well. I would have thought that is one of the weaker picks, and Doubt was also laughing. Maybe there was some chit-chat about the maps happening before that one. The Viper's time probably ticking right now. Doubt enjoying life. Yeah, pick wisely.
There is a psychological factor here. There's a battle here now. It looks so confident, but But be careful there. Huh? I love that smile from Doubt.
The thing is, with those two, normally if you play, you kind of want to win.
Yeah.
More important for those two is to not lose. Adsex now for Doubt, followed by Magyars. Adsex can be seen on Arabia, Winged, Meadow, maybe enclosed even, maybe even Land Madness, so very viable. Magyars, I think strong choice for Land Madness, maybe even on Runestones.
Kumans.
Maybe even Meadow.
Well, there's many possibilities for those civilizations.
Yeah.
We have the Kumans here that is so powerful.
Doubt didn't have humans in his book.
Kumans was in that book, guys. Yeah, you can see like, he took the Kumans from me.
He's just looking it up. Okay, what's going to happen now? Viper apparently still did not pick his third civilization. Now decided, and is apparently pretty happy with that one. Goes for Sicilians. Okay, leftover a smile towards me.
Sicilian civilization. Well, we have been using many of those aggressive map, Bulgarians, and very fast, Doubt.
Really fast.
Really fast. That's a signal of confidence, you know.
Yeah.
Like he knows clear, and maybe he was. It was a lie when he was checking the book because look how fast he picked. Viper is more like undecider, man.
Yeah.
It's taking a long time. Britons for Viper. Ooh, you don't want to see Britons with with Viper.
Yeah, just crazy good with those crossbows for sure. And if you pick very fast, you obviously take away some thinking time for your opponent. Tatars seems to be pick number 5
Makes
here.
sense.
So the Viper only one Civ to go. Doubts will go sooner.
Khmer, is that Khmer? No.
Franks.
Franks, okay.
Oh, same role.
We don't see Mayans. Mayans, there you go.
We don't. Two Mesosivs for Doubt. Interesting. And the Viper will finish now his draft with 2 more civilizations.
I think Doubt is going to be an enclosed for a Meso one, like he did in the
Possible.
previous
Yeah.
match, and then going all Eagles.
I don't think so. No, I would actually say because he played that against Tato, against Jordan,
So predictable.
won twice. I think it's too predictable.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Doubt will especially not play. But then again, the Viper might think like
Koreans.
another level. What? No.
Japanese?
No. It will be Khmer in the end.
Okay.
Switching it around.
Okay.
Wheel of Fortune. In the end, we ended at Khmer. And Viper with his last pick, taking his time. Viper thing would be something like Bohemians, maybe something like Vietnamese. We have also seen him as Teuton picks for number 7.
But you notice, Lily, that without bans, you check both drafts and you don't know.
Hunts.
You don't know.
How did we still have Hunts?
Wow. Yeah. I'm surprised that Doubt didn't pick that one. But Byzantines, but he really seems, I mean, Doubt really seems that he's getting everything he wanted because he's going right away. He didn't wait more than 5 seconds in every pick.
Yeah, he knew exactly what he wanted.
Whoa.
That's nice. Aztecs sniped, Viking sniped, so they just say, your first pick. Not going to happen, my friend.
I like both drafts, honestly. But I feel that, I mean, without picking that fast, I don't know, I feel his confidence there.
Yeah. Certainly a sign of confidence. And there are fewer Cav Archer Civs on Doubt side than we expected, right? We see Tatars, Huns, all on Viper's side.
I also don't see Berbers
at all
in a pick like here that could be very strong, right? But for which one you will take Berbers, for example, in Doubt draft?
Well, maybe Meadow could be considered there. We could see it on Land Madness. Enclosed did win as well. Remember that game against Poles. So there could have been some options. So interesting that he picked Byzantines over Berbers there.
Maybe Byzantine is going to be for Enclosed then.
It's tricky. Doubt has so many big ideas and so many different approaches. Let's maybe hear a bit more from him and what he thinks about this event.
My name is Darko Dotovic. I'm coming from Serbia, Belgrade. I'm here to compete in Age of Empires 2 tournament. In the Swiss stage, in the beginning of the tournament, I was struggling a little bit. I start with 0-2, against players I was supposed to be favorite as well. So it was just a little bit unluck and not the best performance at the right time. And I knew I could still make it. And final thoughts for the stage would be Viper, watch out. I have nothing to lose. You're a favorite, I'm underdog. Bring it on.
Nothing to lose, he says.
He feels so comfortable in that position, and I have to laugh every time I see Micro 4. Micro 4, Micro 4 in that one, Macro 9, but Micro 4. And then the chat will put 444 in the chat.
How does he only have 7 experience? How did we measure that one? Holy moly, he won a Red Bull, so maybe we could give him a 7.5 there. And also, what we mentioned, Tatar's Hunt, his most played matches. Yeah. Still both civilizations in Viper's hand. Interesting.
Okay, with a good win rate. Didn't pick Incas, that got 100%. But I really still feel confident for him because of that draft. I think it has been the fastest draft we have seen for any player.
Yeah, he was so determined there. It seems like great preparation. Small thought he put into the draft after he saw humans, but the rest just like instant picks basically.
Right away. Magyars, Bulgarians, Saracens, Franks, Mayans, Byzantines, Runestones. What is he going to pick out? Mayans? Here?
Runestones, Mayans is something he really likes. We could see winged Bulgarians. Meadow is pretty wild. I could see Saracens work there. I could see Magyars. I could see Franks. Land Madness probably Magyars. And in closest wild again. I could see Saracens. I could see Mayans. I could see Byzantines. It is really complex.
Byzantines is so dangerous one because the transition to Imperial can be so smooth, and you can go with the trash units and spam forever. Something that he's gonna love it, and might counter many civilizations there from the Viper with Byzantines. I don't know if you agree, but I'm listening. Is this starting or not? No. We have to wait a little bit. Guys, match of the day, the Viper versus Doubt. Well, in theory, match of the day, because we have seen the match of the day till now, we have to admit that has been Hera versus MBL.
Yeah, this can't be match of the day.
This can be match of the day.
This can't be, no. This is like MBL versus Hera. We won't see something better. It is just impossible. That was just so crazy. Unless they go even more crazy.
Well, if they even go more crazy, I want to see in the chat, because this is going to be a tough one, who the chat want to win. I want to see one name spamming, Viper or Doubt. Doubt has a lot of fans.
He has some fans.
Viper as well.
Viper also has some fans. And we will carefully look at the chat. Viper obviously in the picture. Now Doubt still very, very focused here.
You don't see Doubt that serious many times.
Yeah, well, he was smiling quite a bit in the draft. He was really serious after like the 0-2 that he had in the group stage. He really felt, oh boy, the pressure's on. And Memp, what does the chat say?
The Lord. The Lord, not Doubt.
Okay.
The Lord. It's not the same. I mean, it's the same, but it's not the same. You know, it's the same, but it's not the same. I see the Lord there. What can I say? The Lord has a lot of support. We see a lot of Viper as well. Viper is super serious. For sure, Viper was like, oof, look at what happened to Hera. These kind of things affect to the players, Nelly?
Maybe it depends a bit on how he lost. If Hera just lost stupidly, Viper could say, yeah, I wouldn't do those mistakes. But Hera played incredibly sharp, and MBL still made the comeback happen. I think you should always be scared now.
Yeah, that's what's happening in this kind of situation. You could feel the tension a little bit when this kind of, when that happened, I was here, but then I went fast right away. And you could feel how everyone was like shocked. Like, what happened here? And now we have to play after this. not the best timing for playing. And look at the MBL board. It's just behind the Doubt. It's gonna give the energy. The MBL board, it was there behind Doubt. Okay, so serious the Viper. So serious the Viper. A lot of fans also Viper has, and they want him to win the tournament. And who do you think is gonna take this one?
I think on. Yeah,
score. Tell me a score.
I say 3-1 the Viper. He's still my favorite.
Okay, 8-1-5 games. Guys, game number 1, the Viper with Tatars. Down with Franks. Frank Civilization, amazing. Tatars as well. Transition to Castle, it's gonna be crucial in this one, Dele.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh, those are two very open woodlines here for the Viper. Untypically, that Franks will have like the huge lead when it comes to range unit, but if Dowd gets onto skirms together with his knights, he could pressure that woodline quite easily.
We can see the stable on the right side, and we were talking about the Cav Archers. It seemed that the Cav Archers plan might be here. The Viper, he can also go knights, camels, and as you mentioned, archery range already. So archery range and his stable. He's trying to get the hill, and let's see if this micro is gonna be 4. Okay, 4 micro.
4 out of 10 micro there, losing that scout. Really sloppy by him. Needs to get up his numbers. Is now trying to go for some raids, but the Viper very passively looking solid for him as the opening. What is Dowd going for? Archers or skirmishes? He put everything away from gold, indicating skirmishes.
So be a skirmishes, definitely. His map is quite open. It's also open for the Viper, but he has one woodline at the back. The wood for Dowd quite exposed there on the left. Then at the back is super far from the town center. We can see in the minimap, but that is very open map. I don't see that.
He can't wall to the woodlines.
No.
I don't think he can really wall to that. I think those have to be kind of what we call potato walls. You basically make a small base for yourself, that woodline towards the houses. Otherwise, it won't really work. But the Viper, he's trying to wall a very big area.
Yeah, remember that Tatars get some really good economy in the start with that ships lasting, well, 50% more. And now let's see those scouts. Good micro now for Dowd. He needs to try to use the mobility here to try to pick some villager. Remember that Frank's also great economy with Horse Collar for free. And those scouts with more HP, that also matters now if we want to take few villagers. I think, Viper, no, he's not. He's gonna pick one villager here, almost sure. Let's see if he's gonna make it.
That was not even a misclick. That was actually too late and a misclick at the same time. So untypical for the Viper to lose 2 villagers here.
2 villagers down for the Viper. Dowd is starting really strong. 2 villagers down, and those scouts really high HP.
Oh yeah, that's a nice pick-off by Dowd. He has to be happy with that one. Maybe now takes the fight against the Spearman. Viper, I'm not sure if he really wants to take that one. Get some solid tips off. Those villagers are trying to fight themselves out.
We pick another. We pick another. 3 villagers down. He has to be careful, Viper, because he's gonna be 4 villagers down with 3 scouts. 4 villagers down already for Dowd.
He's trying to commit against the 5th one, but that's not going to happen. Dowd, with the unfortunate woodline himself, needs to evacuate that area. Oh man, Viper flirting with Castle Age though, only 50 foot away from it.
I can't believe that. He picked 4 villages and then you check the resources and the snake is on the way to Castle Age. Not about macro.
Ahead by 5 villages now is the Lord. Obviously will increase a bit more until he clicks to Castle Age as well. Skirmishes here with the defense. Didn't even need that many skirmishes potentially. Continues with those big walls. And still can't be too happy with this map. Woodline still exposed.
Those many skirmishes he needs to defend against the archers. Probably that is why he's a little bit delayed to go to Castle. There's many potential crossbows with Thambrin. That's so dangerous. The map for Dowd is very bad.
It's not good. I think this has to be lots and lots of aggression. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another stable being dropped if he continues with all his production there with the skirmishes, and maybe double stable, elite skirmisher is the way to go. The Viper getting some upgrades. Is that Cav Archers?
Yeah.
Ooh, more archer ranges.
But Lily, what do you think? I mean, 1 minute difference with 6 villages ahead. I wouldn't be so sad with that one.
Well, Dowd absolutely has to be happy with how that opening went, and maybe you can even catch those archers off guard. Seems like that area is walled, but the skirms still are going to be annoying.
Yeah, still, if he see all the archery ranges, probably these skirmishes might be worthy with Bodkin arrow as well. He will have good economy. Dowd will have good economy, but he has to be careful. It's going to be annoying. Those are archers from the Viper on the woodline. That woodline, nearly that woodline is a nightmare from Dowd. Look at Dowd's reaction. Did you see there? He's like complaining because this wood is terrible.
Okay, that seems to be a technical issue though, not really something. And maybe said stop. I think we have some PC issues there. Hopefully not too much happening. Admin will come in and Dowd. We will try to investigate what's happening there. And maybe the game not running too smoothly. Now Dowd complaining to the admin. And Cresini, the man on the right-hand side, looking over his shoulder. The Viper still really focused. Maybe didn't even realize what was happening. Did he not see that Dowd is having some problems there? He is just really, really focused,
So
apparently.
focused, look, he's so focused.
Only now sees the admin next to him. And Dowd even standing up. Oi, 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 oi.
Oh, his game maybe crashed. Maybe his game crashed, and for that Viper was going. Maybe the game crashed. It's possible.
Well, that's going to be an interesting thing. Cresini now investigating there, as we can see at the right-hand side. Dowd, ooh, just annoyed, walking past us.
It's possible that because Viper was playing. Remember that if there's a crash, sometimes take a while that the other player that didn't crash notice. Hopefully, if that's the reason, they can restore properly, because we know that there is always some delay. The good thing is that it's in the transition to Castle Age, so there should be big problems for Dowd, but obviously it's always annoying. We are just guessing. We don't know. We are going to tell you guys as soon as we know. And
Dowd obviously with a good lead going into
for that
this
is
one.
annoying.
But we didn't have any fights, so if we can restore, maybe jump 30 seconds ahead. There was actually, now what happened is that the skirms were there.
Yeah.
Viper just pulled them away, and then the skirms came over there, and Viper
the problem is
ran
the
away
wood in
with
front.
his archers.
The wood in front is the problem that is there.
But those archers were pushed away. So
Yeah.
I think there was actually no fight really happening. The Viper was only running away, and yeah, we will see if we can restore how we are going to play this one. Would hate to be an admin here.
You know, the admin always with the hard job.
Yeah.
I don't want to be admin.
Yeah,
I don't want to be admin. We have to recognize the job that Cresini and everyone involved with the setting is doing. Well, apologize for that, but we cannot control that. We cannot control that this happened. It's definitely a pity, but the start, going back into the game, Dowd looking sharp.
Yeah, absolutely.
With a
Picking out
bad
those
map.
villagers. Yeah, with the bad map, but if you are Franks, you can go for that aggression, right? You have the scouts, you can produce them so much better, and we've seen that. Typical game was also Slam against Balts there, right? The first scouts kind of taking so many villagers, maybe transitioned into the W instantly, but obviously that won't be the case right here, right now.
Then if the game goes like this, what do you prefer? Because Castle is fighting against Tatars. I mean, if you are Franks, oof.
Well, we had triple archery range. If he keeps all his skirmishers alive, and I think he had like 7 at the front, 2 in the back, if he keeps on producing and gets to like 11 skirmishers, then you need lots of CA to ever take a fight. I think Dowd is in a quite dominant position here.
Would you go for a siege workshop early or try to go extra TCs in Dowd position?
Dowd's play always is at 2 TCs and then only C. Also,
At
like
least.
CAs, like what are you pushing at the front? Those skirms are already blocking the wood line. Siege Workshop isn't really adding too much, right? CAs won't really take the fight. Viper didn't really show lots of crossbows. I think booming up is the way over the Siege Workshop.
And Dowd shine booming, like the Dowd shine booming. When he held it in that Habub map against the Tato, and then he could add his own economy. You saw how he was raiding here, raiding there all the time, and then his boom increased a lot. He finished with double the villages. It's his trademark, let's say. And now, what we're going to see, Mr. Millie?
We will hear a bit from Jordan. Britt, take it away.
You know, unfortunately, things happen that are out of our control, but we are here with Jordan, who is going to help us understand what's going on. So, you know, do you have faith in your in your teammate?
Yeah, the problem is, okay, I have faith obviously, but you know, the problem for Dowd was here in this game. He was up 4 villages because he was able to snipe 4 villages from Viper, and that's a huge advantage at that point of the game. And unfortunately, the game crashed, so we have no chance, I guess, here to restore, and we have to replay the game, or they have to replay the game.
Oh man, that is such a disappointment for Dowd, knowing that you have to do all of that all over again and hopefully have that same outcome. What are you looking forward to going into tomorrow?
It's just, I'm super happy to be there tomorrow, and I obviously look very closely now to the set between Viper and Dowd, because I will play the winner. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Oh, you're going to be studying this very precisely. All right, yes. Well, back to you guys.
Obviously, we won't really jump to conclusions there. We will wait for the official admin decision to know what the ruling is going to be. Obviously, something like they will restart and Viper just deletes 4 villagers is not going to happen.
I like that solution.
You like that one, yeah.
I will delete the village. I'm going there and delete it. But seriously, if that sadly happens, how can that affect to the concentration for doubt?
Yeah, it will be bad. I know how Viper is and how much empathy he has. He won't feel great. He won't feel like he gets a second chance. He feels like he robbed one of his best friends of something.
Yeah, but you could see the reaction for doubt was already, he was
waving, being annoyed, and I can understand that. Yeah. It's not like it was an even game at minute 6, right? It was...
No, the game wasn't over. Definitely not.
No, it was not over at all, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be discussing this one, right? Yeah. If it was over, we would just like 1-0 and bag it in. No, doubt an advantage, but far, far from over there.
Yeah, and also there was a minute ahead with Tatars that can change because with crossbows, Botkin and Thambrin, even if he got some skirmishes, with all the woodline was exposed.
Yeah.
So it will create Viper a lot of problems. Probably he was going to be even breaking the walls and get inside. Let's see what is going to happen.
So, we just got the confirmation. Players are resuming the game. So what might happen is that Viper continue to play some more seconds till they actually could save. But Doubt will still have his economy advantage, will have still his map advantage, and I'm really, really happy that that is the case.
We can restore, guys. We can restore. I saw that you were kind of panicked. Well, we were all panicked, to be honest, not gonna lie. We were panicked because we don't want that to happen. But those crashes are out of control, our control. I mean, we can't do anything.
Yeah, absolutely not, and I'm really happy. So what are the next steps here? We will have skirmishers. Are we going to see Knights and Elite skirmishers, most likely from our Frank player Doubt? What are the Viper's plans?
He didn't have a stable.
He did have a stable.
He have a stable?
He already has Bloodlines as well.
Do you think he should make some Camel to add with the Cav Archers, or wait a bit, maybe even better a Knight to deal with the skirmishers?
I think we won't really get onto numbers, right? There's a 1 minute window, Knight numbers will be higher, and he won't have any upgrades. I think something like... I think that's not needed. No, I think he will simply go 3, maybe even 4 Archer Rangers. He already has 3 Archer Rangers, so I think CA is the way to go.
CA completely. Will deal with the skirmishes and Knights. Okay.
Well, he needs to run around, right? He needs to avoid fights against all the skirmishes, and Doubt will pressure that area quite nicely.
He really needs to make the damage early, in my opinion, because with the village behind, also Tatars is not as cheap as Hans, and then Frank's economy can shine, heavy block for free if he's going double TC. He should do damage early, or do you think if he's able to mass army, he can do the damage 2-3 minutes after?
I think especially with the bad woodlines, adding some TCs really helps you. Maybe even build it on the outside, right? He knows that the archers are just moving away at the right-hand side, so maybe chasing those down, build 2 TCs at the left-hand side, maybe 1 at the bottom right, and then he gets way better control over his map.
And now I want to create a little bit of drama.
Oh boy.
Who do you think Jordan wants for tomorrow?
Ooh.
Or do you know?
I think he wants Doubt.
He wants Doubt?
I think he wants Doubt. Yeah.
Because he loves him?
I think
because he wants to kill him.
I think because he wants to kill him. And I
feel more confident that against the Viper?
Yeah, I think so. I think he rather wants to play against Doubt. But I think he will just sit back, enjoy the match there, and then try to probably play better than he did today, because
he wasn't happy.
He was not happy.
Yeah.
I think I've seen him play absolutely to his standards, but obviously maybe his standards and what he asks of himself is more than what I would ask.
Don't you think that many times the players forget that they are playing against an older player? It's not only that you are not playing your best, it's that maybe the other player is not letting you play your best. And I think this case is what happened with Capoch today. That he didn't let Jordan, so maybe Jordan didn't have to blame himself. It's like he played against Capoch, that he did some special strategies. And then, of course, the reaction when you are not playing the standard strategies is more complicated to adapt.
Yeah, it absolutely is so tricky and to see, but obviously all those 3 have played so many games over and over against each other. I think it's not that easy to really come up with something super new. And also, like, for 1 week, they shared all the strategies, and one of the guys that invented most of the strategies and is sharing them with all of his teammates is Mr. Tato, and Britt is talking to him now.
I am standing here with Tato. You are teammates with Dao. If he can get this game restored, do you have faith that he can win against Viper?
Yeah, for sure. I think he was in a really good spot, and probably it's better for him if they can restore, because otherwise I think he might be a bit upset, and maybe that doesn't focus too much on the other games.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe this will give him encouragement and even more incentive to win beyond just this match. So, what do you suggest? What would your advice be to him to continue on with this game?
It's tricky because like he had a perfect start, and then like you are okay. This game is for me, and you are thinking about more like in a winning spot. But I guess he needs to forget about what happened and just try to focus on every match.
Yes, coming from Mr. Cool, Calm, and Collected himself. Stay calm and carry on. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Britt. There, love to hear Tato's thoughts. He obviously feels Doubt with quite some advantage, and will be able to basically bring it home.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see what is going to happen, and the Viper have something to tell to all of us, guys.
I'm Örjan, I'm 29 years old from Norway. I am known as the Viper, and I represent Game Legion. So my performance in the Swiss system was, I'm quite satisfied with it. Even the one game I lost, I still felt like I played well, so I take confidence from that. No, it's been a confidence booster, and I'm feeling good, so I'm looking forward to the next stage. So the brackets are clear now, so I know who's on my half before the final. Two of my teammates are in my same bracket on that side, so Doubt and Jordan, both of them obviously very good players. So it's going to be a lot of mind games, and the draft is going to be super important. Yeah, it will be very interesting.
Okay, we need a few minutes more, well, because we are hosting the room and trying to get back into the game. Yeah, the lobby has been made already, and we will be there resuming the game shortly, and hopefully we can continue with the game it was. Not only because it's more fair, also because of that confidence that Doubt don't want to lose, because if they have to restart, we have talked already about that, it's not going to be the great mindset for the rest of the series.
Even if they restore, they are both already out of their rhythm, right? I already discussed it earlier. It's like you're so on point, and you know exactly your starting time, and your full focus is on exactly that moment. And now it gets delayed by half an hour, 45 minutes. It just gets you out of the focus, and being sure to still play your absolute best now really shows you like if they are up on par, and if they go really deep in this tournament.
Okay. Do you think that he's going to... Oh, Viper stats here. Macro 9, Micro 8, Strategy 7. I have to discuss... I mean, Strategy 7... He was lacking a strategy?
You think it should be 6?
Probably. According to the semifinals, Red Bull Wololo 4.
That was
probably that's why he's 7 there,
yeah,
right?
We initially had him at 8, and then we discussed his last sets, right? And that was simply against Hera. We had him in the semifinals against Velese in Red Bull 3. So 7 out of 10 is actually what the players agreed upon. And yeah, I think honestly it is pretty fitting. Obviously, you have to see that in respect to most of the players, or all the players here, and his previous Red Bull performance is not his lifetime achievements.
Yeah, not the greatest. Anyway, guys, we can see how the players are, and we are getting into the game. But guys, this is a new game, and it's starting in a very different way. The Viper is taking a village to Doubt, and hopefully this is not going to affect too badly to the Lord. He's not losing the village, that's really great, because sadly, they couldn't restore the game. Franks for Doubt, the Viper with Tatars, Red in the south, the Viper. Now Doubt is in the north, and as we said, we have been mentioning nearly, let's focus now in the new game. Doubt got also a lot of experience.
And at least to restore the game properly, Doubt also losing his first scout there, now builds the archer range behind, and still very, very similar opening. Doubt this time a bit more blessed when it comes to woodline, 2 of his 3 woodlines defensively.
Yeah, now his map looks a little bit better. It's true that the goal is still quite exposed as well. The woodline is definitely much better than in the previous game, but obviously they see I'm checking now, sorry, the Viper map, but the Viper map now is worse.
Well, left-hand side is vulnerable, right-hand side might be, but this front area will be really tricky. Needs to go for lots of houses and needs to focus on that a bit later. Now we see all the aggression here through the center. Villagers, oh, they need to run.
Ooh. Well, he has the fletching. He's 2 archers. He might lose a villager. I don't know. Yes, he's gonna lose 1 villager. No, he's saving the villager. He's saving the villager and all the food that he was gathering. This is very nice. He has to be careful with those skirmishes. He has the scout doing a really good job. But now that gold miner. Oh, no, he's reacting fast. No, that villager. He's sacrificed. No, he's saving all the villagers, man.
Wow.
He's saving all the villagers. Micro 4. Come on, rig it. Nearly. It's not micro 4 for Doubt. Definitely not.
Viper lets 3 villagers with less than 5 HP go there. Quite some nice saves there for Doubt for sure. 4 scouts now in at the other side. The Viper, he is not fully walled yet. And those 2 archers don't look that scary anymore.
Let's see if those villagers are low HP. Mapu on goal. If he send it back or he put all on the farmers. I'm going. Let's go to the goal, please. And see.
There has to be another low HP.
No. He relocated everything. Amazing. He put all the villages on the farmers. Of course, and now the scout is still on the Viper base, but they're still gonna lose now the first village. No, the skirmishes are there. He's gonna save it. Save it. No, he couldn't save that one. Where would the skirmishes going? Okay, he's back to the 4 micro.
Okay. Not really sure what was happening there. One spearman here for the defense. Archers are getting out of there. At least I thought so, but skirmishers are chasing it down. Now taking the fight against the spearman, but another spearman and 4 archers are coming over.
Yeah, he has to be careful. Those scout low HP, he need to go back. I don't think this is a good but. Oh, he take the villager. That was a good one. A lot of HP being lost there. And the Viper is on the way to castle, but Doubt is about to go up. Doubt is still 2 villagers killed. The Viper only 1. Position now is 20 seconds difference. It's closer than before, but obviously without the advantage with the economy.
Way better start here for the Viper compared to our first try in this one. Slight army advantage here for Doubt, still goes for skirmishers, has some map presence with the scouts, as you mentioned, low HP though, so I don't think they will achieve too much, and maybe even that spearman could find some kills. Oh, that's a nice clear up by the Viper.
Yeah, but he's trying to go away. Those 3 scouts are really low. He might lose it, and even if he's not losing, it's not gonna achieve anything. Need to go back, but he's coming with the skirmish. It's gonna be annoying. Double attacks now on the way. No horse collar for the Viper. That doesn't have a lot of wood in the bank. 14 on foot, and he's there. He's going to try to attack those archers. I like how now Doubt has walled his map, and probably he will make a second TC right away on that goal.
Yeah, I would be surprised. Already floating quite some wood, and we see those skirmishers being annoying. Those scouts can't really fight. They're more for scouting right here. Maybe find a single villager. Those villagers could even fight back. Doubt won't give it to him.
Yeah, those scouts are just bye-bye. I mean, they are really low HP. Double archery range. He keeps going with the skirmishers. Well, good balanced economy there. Oh man, Doubt is on point, taking all the units. Look at the military numbers. I mean, now he cannot do any damage with the Cabarches because he has 13 skirmishes nearly.
Wow, that's just so much double archery range there by Doubt, and he was pretty good with keeping up the production as well. Now annoying against the villagers. I wouldn't be surprised if those skirmishers will pressure quite a bit.
Economy looks good. Let's see if he's going to make a TC right away. No, at least skirmishes and Botkin is expected. Maybe he's going to make also some knights. The TC should be there on the goal on the right side, right, Nille? There.
Yeah, I think I would love that. You can also take those deer. It kind of is the entrance towards the wood as well. That bear will even take care of that archer. Skirmisher could be the final shot, and now the bear actually should win against the skirmisher.
But Viper is doing a knight. He's doing a knight because he can see that the Capoch is not going to work.
Doubt micro. Can he win against Gaia? Doubt micro.
Doubt, please. You can't lose against that. Okay, let's go back to the fight. The TC is on the way, as you can see, but the Capoches are coming. He has to be careful. Well, it's many villages. He's coming with all the skirmishes. He should keep 1 or 2 skirmishes on that TC. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it. What is this? University, I believe. The TC is going to be able to be up. Yeah, he's up in time. You don't want to lose that, but the problem is the 2 knights, Nelly.
Oh yeah, it doesn't really have enough. The bear still going wild there, and Doubt not really having too much. But those knights, not a lot of upgrades. Bloodlines, yeah, but no armor. The Elite Scums can actually deal with those.
They kill with the +2 for sure. Look, this is good for Doubt. This is really good for Doubt, actually. Okay, 2 TCs. He's not doing the university, but he has the second tone center. I like the position for Doubt. A lot of farming. He can control the map.
Yeah. Really solid play there. CA numbers not that wild, but the Viper also with the Mangonel already, so high-tech units.
Okay, he's going very aggressive then. He's trying to go with the siege, but the Knights are going to come. I think this is a position that Doubt is comfortable. 3 TCs already, good with Franks, good farming. This is a good position for Doubt. Really good one.
And the Viper plays with 1 TC. That's not really what he wants to do, right? Knight numbers only at 1 as well. He's only at 3. That's not a clean opening by the Viper so far.
Well, but now he's taking 1 village, taking now the second with 1 Cavarch is definitely worthy. 1 village ahead, still Doubt. And oh my God. Okay, the Mangonel is coming. Let's see the micro there for Doubt. No, he's going away. I love the position. He's, in my opinion, really ahead.
Doubt is now going for CA as well.
Cavarch is trying. He's open there. He can go in, but why he's not going in? Well, he doesn't need to go in. He's sticking with the botkin. 1 Valier down, another down. Let's see the Mangonel. You have to be careful, Doubt. Lord.
Is it good to go in though? Mangonel Knight can deal with you. I think he should shoot some against the Knight. I think he just needs to run.
Where's Doubt Knight? He got 3 Knights on the field. Now ballistic with the with Franks, okay, and Cavarches. No, but if the game keeps going like this, he's going to have an important advantage soon.
Oh, Skirms at the bottom. We know what you see that one. Mangonel's really close. Oh, God, I'm getting nervous.
Doubt, you need to... Oh, Doubt with the Mangonel shot. Let's see if he's going to micro properly. Look at Doubt with that micro. He's starting to split the units. But he's coming with the Knight with the Cavarch. The Knight is annoying, very annoying. Oh, wow. He deleted. He was going to make a TC there, and then he's just close. The Knight is coming, and this is a very good move for Doubt.
Super impressive here that he gets thrown out unless the Mangonel gets shot. No!
In the last second, he lost all the skirmishes. Wow! That was so bad. I mean, you can listen nearly still with the echo. Oh, man. In the last second,
You microed 3 minutes to die like this. That was so good before, and then the Viper got 1 final shot off. Oh, I'm heartbroken.
Oh, man. Not like this, definitely not like this. It's still 18 army. But guys, ladies and gentlemen, 12, no, 10 now villages more. There's another hole. There's another hole that is going. This is still raiding all the time. Look at the score.
Doubt in full control right behind this. No matter what happens and no matter what we see on camp, 3 TCs are always running for the Lord, and his macro is just crazy good, more than 10 villages ahead.
Doubt is so angry. He's angry. I mean, look at his face, seriously. He's really angry. He's going to try to pick some villages, or he should go away with those Knights. The Knights are still only +1. Now he's blocking that one, but he's going to pick a villager. There you go. He picked a villager. And he's still growing his advantage. Cavarches with Franks. What is this?
Remember, we don't have bloodlines, but cavalry units have 20% more HP. So those CA, without upgrading them, actually have 60 HP compared to the 70 HP of Tatars with bloodlines.
Okay, well, skirmishes there, more Cavarches. Now the military number is getting closer. Do you think some siege now for Delta?
What is happening here?
What's going on, man? Cavarches, and he's taking the Knight. Now it's going away. Those Cavarches and skirmishes. Okay, well, 6 on stone. Pozo, still his boom is amazing. Look at the boom he's having, the Doubt.
So good. 25 farmers behind this one. Tatars, the Viper is sitting at 15 here. So we're still relying a bit on the on the sheep, but now those CA might lose their lives. No ballistics here for the Viper, but he microed towards it. Nice.
Yeah, but the skirmishes are coming. Let's see if with those skirmishes with the +2 armor and ballistic, those skirmishes are just having now a great value against those Cavarches. He's still raiding with the Cavarches.
Nice
I can't believe what I'm watching. He's gonna pick another village. He's with ballistic. He's doing an amazing job. Doubt is getting closer and closer to maybe take the game. 20 villages more.
He's so dominant. Holy moly. Those CA just need to retreat, and that won't find too much either, right? Still the TC there, just putting some villagers, and he is looking fine. Doubt sending his skirmishes back, but a new group to attack the front.
Military army 24-20, but the combination is so sick for Franks. 12 skirmishes, 6 Cavarches, 4 Knights.
Oh man, also a spearman and a scout, so
well,
he has it all.
And now Will Barrow, all the economy upgrades, he's looking so nice. Soon he will be able to make a castle. He's taking 1 village, but who cares? I get 18 more.
Absolutely, still full control here for the Lord. The big question is how he wants to play it in the long run. Maybe market here, but he doesn't have enough wood. The villagers couldn't build a building that was more than 2 times 2 tiles.
Okay, he needs to be careful. It's true the skirmishes are coming. He's gonna send more villages. This can be deadly. The village is different. It's not gonna be 20 anymore. Oh my God. Doubt is losing half of the advantage. He's taking the Viper absolutely everything. Those cavalries might go down, yes, but how many villages he took?
Now maybe a house there.
20 villages was ahead a moment ago. Check now.
Oh no.
Check now. I can't believe what I'm watching.
Oh Gordy, so many villagers dying here, and he won't even find all the CA kills. Look at that, most of the CAs will even make
Oh my God!
every single villager!
The Viper is leading the game in village for 1, 26 villages, kill 11.
He thought the skirmishers would be enough to clear this one up, but the Viper microed so nicely. CA fights here in the center, you couldn't micro everywhere. And Doubt, that was quite a big army advantage. Not really equaled out, but the villager advantage instead.
We can see how important is in that one Thambrin ballistic. He took everything super fast, obviously with the micro. It's crazy that he's still now ahead for villages. And well, he's still in an okay position, but he has a huge lead, Neely. How you, I mean, when you lose like this.
Look at how crazy the Viper is. Even goes for 2 more villager snipes. Mangonel completely misses, does some more damage against those knights. Viper really greedy.
Yeah, well, now he's gonna lose those. He's gonna make a castle, but he's going away for the raiding. Those cavalries are now super annoying. It's still 4-tone center for Doubt. With okay position, he's gonna take the Mangonel. No, he couldn't, and now he's gonna take it.
The shot versus the skirmishers could be more guaranteed damage. Nice dodge by the Viper.
Okay, let's see another Mangonel. He's gonna make a good shot. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. Definitely a good shot. He's gonna shoot a guy. No, but he's coming with another Mangonel. Still Doubt with a lot of. Look at the villages again. This guy is a monster bully. I mean, seriously, 13 villages lead in a moment.
4 TCs against 3 TCs and the macro of the Lords. He's so good at this one. Maybe some ground text against the CA here. The Knight is coming in. Should die though. Only 1 armor upgrade for them.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible how he's booming, but now again, and a hole. No, deja vu. 2 palisade game, but they're still gonna be open. You need to move back to your tone center. Doubt you can lose again all the villages. I can't believe what I'm watching. The Viper has killed 56 villages now. Oh my Lord.
Finds the kill there against the Mangonels. Now the CA could run away. Mangonel will finish those skirmishes off. CA will find more kills. And all of a sudden, Viper looking in a reasonable control here, although the population is pretty even.
5 tone centers. Now the skirmishes are out of position. They are in the middle of the map, taking those cav arches. Who has the advantage here, Nilla? Because there's a stone that he can make a castle. I don't know who is taking the advantage anymore.
I think it is pretty even. We just have to think, though, that Doubt is building an aggressive castle, and you know that that excites a lot of people around the world. Mangonels are still on the field. 2 Mangonels soon for the Viper, 2 Mangonels for Doubt. This is a micro battle.
Yeah, but he has good army. I think he needs just to micro those skirmishes. You know?
Let's see. Oh, that's out of vision of the Viper. He doesn't know that that's happening. I think this is so good for Doubt.
This is very good. That castle is really amazing. Still 33 farmers. He needs to stabilize on the wall. How is 10 villages ahead again?
It's just Doubt behind the scenes. I mean, we blink once and suddenly he jumps by 10 villagers.
I mean, what is this? I mean, he was against the same. Guys, the Viper has killed to Doubt 45 villages, and he's still 14 villages more. But there is another castle forward now for the Viper. I can't believe what I'm watching, and that castle can be deadly. Look at the castle that is going to be on his face. This castle is going to go up. Which one do you prefer? The one from Doubt or the one from the Viper? Because the Viper is getting into the farming. No, but he has a lot of skirmishes now. He's not going to be able to put that castle up. The Viper need to go back so many units. Doubt is still getting an amazing advantage.
No Mangonels for the Viper on the field. He needed more against all the skirmishes. Yeah, some more CA will find some more kills, but that's not the main story. He can't use the stone right now. Look at how much stone he has, ma'am.
1,200, but Doubt again with a lot of army. 33 skirmishes fully upgraded, and the castle is at the back. This is an amazing moment for Doubt because he forced the Viper to go back. Viper has only 15 farmers. Doubt around 40 farmers with Franks. This is, in my opinion, an amazing position to Doubt for take the game.
Doubt is looking so good here. The skirms. The Viper is not really finding the answers. Mangonauts didn't really trade off perfectly. The Knight numbers were never really there for the Viper. He is adding some more archery ranges, but it is not enough. The boom of the Lord is just so good. 5 TCs against 3 TCs, and those are 3 TCs he can't even afford.
25 million more nearly. This guy is just insane. 5 town centers, 1 castle. Double devil is killed by Viper, and he is still so behind. And very soon he'll going to go up to Imperial. Look at the farming he has. Oh my god, the micro. Okay.
Slight split there.
That was a good one.
Now chasing this one away. Doubt still having the hill there. He is fine with just going back. He knows that he should be ahead in villages. Big problem though, skirmishers. Not really upgrading too well for Franks. Still lacking last attack and last armor upgrade.
Check Viper economy. What economy?
15 on food only.
He has no
really
economy.
Underwhelming against 50
no
farmers of the Lord.
He really has no economy at all. See, to the 130 villies more. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed with this gameplay from Doubt. He got some mistakes, okay, but he keep going, calm. Also, he could be tilted for what happened in the previous week. He take the mango, he's sniping the mango, he's gonna kill that village. No, he's going back with the skirmishes. He's about to go up to Imperial with 51 farmers. He has more than double the farmers than Viper.
Yeah, and now what we will see is that the Viper Doubt will heavily switch on to gold, but no, actually that's not going to happen. The Viper...
GG, goal! GG, goal for the Viper. Doubt is taking the first game. Impressive gameplay from Doubt. Seriously. I mean... speechless?
I think the first game was still in their heads quite a bit, and it felt like Doubt deserved this win. I'm now ready to really start this set. The Viper, oh god, we will need to talk to those. I think it is impossible to really shake off that you had to restart this game. I'm happy that it's 1-0 for Doubt.
Don't you think that this is terrible for Viper? And I explain. He was 4 villages behind, and then he think, okay, I have to restart. I'm not having that terrible start. Then he's been ahead, let's say, in the second game, and look how he lost. Then Doubt, how he keep calm after that moment that he can be tilted and maybe lose the concentration, and Doubt might be now extra motivated.
Yeah, I think so. Like I think he would have been broken if he lost that game number 1. And now the Viper, he needs to go deep into that one. Oh God. Like now it feels like the Viper is a bit broken, right?
Exactly, and this is a big boost of his confidence, on Doubt confidence. This is so complicated here.
Shakes his head.
Look Doubt reaction.
How he played this one.
Oh. You don't see Doubt react like this after one game for 1-0 because he knows how important it's after what happened in the first attempt. Oof. Wow, the series are now. It was super interesting. The series getting now in another level.
Okay.
And now what?
The
And
Viper
close,
still
Land
2
Madness?
home maps for himself, and the Viper. Oh man, feels like he needs some time for him. Deep into his thoughts, and closed Land Madness is 2 maps.
Nelly, Doubt has used one with the skirmishers. Pretty
With
much.
Frank skirmishes, that's
With
something that
skirmishes.
shouldn't really
happen.
Shouldn't really be allowed.
How many nights you saw at the same time? 4 nights, maybe the maximum for
either
Doubt?
player.
For either player.
We didn't even have the full upgrades, right? The Viper, no armor, no attack upgrades on his knights, went to like 3 or something.
That's crazy. And there was a moment in that TC, the Viper killed 20 villages in 30 seconds and still has lost the game. It's hard to explain. It's really hard to explain.
Yeah, Doubt was like killing so many CAs at so many different spots. The Viper tried to spread Doubt pretty thin, but did not really happen there.
No. It's, I don't know. I mean, has been a weird game. I mean, not conventional for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. But Doubt, I mean, you see the panda. You know that with that panda. And I think the board, MBL board is behind him. And MBL board might be on. Oh, you need to remove the Capoch flag, you know? I mean, because.
Well, maybe for tomorrow they will do another ceremony from 8 to 4.
To 4.
And
Viper feel really worried right now. Don't you notice? I mean, Doubt?
Well, maybe you can analyze that a bit more. Sadly, I have to ask production to quickly mute me for 2 minutes, and you go a bit of solo hyping, man.
Okay.
Well, production.
Okay, let's see. The Viper, guys, hopefully you enjoy with the stream. We are here in Heidelberg, Red Bull Wololo, 100,000 prize pool. And Mr. Dowd looking confident. I got to tell you guys now that nobody listened. I mean, when you are in this kind of situation, you feel like, it's not like it's fair, but you feel like a little bit more happy that Dowd has got that game, because that was completely unfair. Hopefully not more problems from now on. But the second game seems to be about to start. It's starting, guys. And now we're going to see what is going to be the whole map. What is going to be the whole map. Don't worry, guys, the Neely will be back very, very soon. And we'll try to hold the situation lonely. Not going to be a problem. This is starting. It's going to be second game. Super important game. Viper need to take it. Otherwise, 0-2, 2-0 is going to be just insane. I can listen. I don't know if you listened already. I listened already the game. And we're going to be with game number 2 in just a moment. Look at this beautiful table with all the civilizations, with the maps. But we want to see the game, and the game is going to be there. There you go. Game number 2, Red Bull Wololo 5. Dowd with the Mayans, Viper with Britons. Oh well, oh well. If Dowd is playing properly, the Mayans, Meso Civilization, in my opinion, is better than Britons, can be stronger in the later game. Obviously, the snipers can be absolutely insane. And this map, to go for a Meso Civ, I don't know what Neil is gonna say when he's back from the hell, because he has been in the hell for a moment, and now he's right back. Mayans and Britons, Neil, what do you think?
That was the most beautiful rest room break I've ever had, because I still had you on my ear and it felt like a lovely podcast about Age of Empires and lots of hype, because Mayans against Britons, it is going to be interesting, certainly. More range for the Britons there. Dowd, we have seen him succeed with that one quite nicely, and he will go for the Eagle Line.
He's going aggressive, he's doing the +1 armor, he's doing the market. Dowd just need to protect that goal. If he protects that goal, I mean, how do you compete with the Mayans? I prefer Mayans here.
Well, maybe a defensive tower could be a thing. Crossbows, though, can maybe range from the other angle. Eagles can still sit under towers. It is not super easy to defend this one. Maybe Dowd even forced into some skirmishes, but I think he will try to make something happen simply with all his Eagles.
But I'm just checking. Not a lot of farming for any of the players, but we have the +1 with the Eagles. He's going to clean that with the Eagles. The resources for both players looking sharp, looking really nice. But I'm afraid to see Eagle transition. He sell the stone, both sell the stone, but look at Dowd. He's on the way to castle. It's in a moment. And being on the way to castle is probably 3 barracks. How do you stop the Eagles? He's gonna switch to infantry. Otherwise, he cannot do anything in the Viper.
He has 19 on food. That's quite some numbers here. The Viper will click up any second as well. Maybe triple archer range is the play. We will certainly take a close look if the next building is a barracks or an archer range.
But what happened? Village Q on Dowd TC? Mapo? Why he's... Okay, he got some Village Q and now he's slower than the Viper. This cannot happen. He should be ahead, but it's almost the same. You were talking about the foot from the Viper, but... look at Dowd, 17 on foot, 10 on gold.
Yeah.
He can spam. How many Eagles he can spam like this?
Quite a bit, man.
Quite a lot, definitely quite a lot. Do you think third barrack is the way to go?
Absolutely. If you're Mayans and you want to go full Eagles, I think you could even make an argument for fourth barracks here. With that stacks, plus production, most of the time we see 3. The question is, are we adding a siege workshop? The Viper, he should just dance this one out quite nicely till we reach Castle Edge and those Eagles become faster and stronger.
Okay, he has even horse collar, so it's better for his food income.
Wow.
And now, archery range, poof.
Okay, that's the Viper dance.
Well, but he's probably thinking that he's going to be faster than his opponent by far. He's so close, and the archers are not going to be possible there. I think the Eagles' production here for Dowd is going to... He's going to give him the game if he's played properly.
What you want to do in those situations is that you want to check the market and see if your opponent used the market as well. And that will give you some intel and will give you a better idea about the cast edge timing and both know what's up. That's why the Viper was retreating, tried to get onto better numbers, because Dowd basically gets the upgrades instantly, right? He gets +3 attack once he reaches Castle Edge with those Eagles.
Okay, let's see what is going to happen. He needs to be careful. He's going back a little. Oh my God, this situation is so difficult for the Viper. Now he's trying to get the fight before he's doing crosses and botkin. Look at this. He's going to make +2. Or the Eagle Warrior resources is there. You go. Eagle Warrior +2. Both upgrades. Oh man, he's going to be so close. The upgrade. Now he should go back, I believe.
He has to, but that's still a lot of volleys. Maybe the scout can even try to block a bit. He should never really take the fight, just being annoying.
He lost quite a lot of HP. Do you think Squire should be also an upgrade to take in consideration? Second TC. I thought that he was going to go a little bit more in, but no, and he's going ballistic. What do you think about this one?
I'm really surprised that Dowd is going for a second TC
Me
there.
too.
Obviously, he doesn't have really the eco to keep the production up. That is mainly to protect his villagers. I think a tower could have done the same, maybe a bit worse. Obviously, still production could be nice. No siege workshop by the Lord.
Well, maybe if he's not producing and he's just for defending and he keep doing all eagles, it's okay, but it's still only 2 barracks. I don't like that one. It's already 2 villages doing a great micro the Viper, being on point, and if he's doing ballistic, try to stop the snipers.
Is this only 2 barracks played out?
It's only 2 barracks, I think. I don't see a 3rd barrack. I don't like that one. I think it's a bad decision now. A lot of villages idle, and he should have the initiative. This is really, really good now for the Viper.
Viper knows that those villages are going away, knows about that one. Maybe the scout loops around the whole area, tries to find those, but he still can snipe those. And, oh God, he even finds more kills. That should happen.
He took another, and he doesn't have the ballistic. He's coming with the eagles. How many he got? 13 eagles, 18, 19 archers. Maybe with those eagles he's gonna be able to clean. It's possible. Viper is trying to find a good spot to hide, probably on that one close to the edge of the map, but he's trying to go first down. Look how he's going with the eagles. That's a good one. I think it is. Let's see if those eagles gonna be able to kill all, Nile.
Really nice move there by Dowd, getting in there and getting quite some hits against the crossbow, still finding the good engagement spot here. And now Dowd can't find this one.
Dowd moved from there. Oh my goodness, what's going on? And now with those eagles, what happened in that one? Nile.
They backed out, and I think he needed some at the right-hand side. Nice that the Viper squeezed through there. Really slippery crossbows.
Okay, military numbers is now starting to be scary.
Oh yeah.
Scary in favor to the Viper. Look at the score. Viper on Viper mode activated. 21 army, 20 archers with ballistic and Britons. And
so much on stone.
Yeah, if you add also his great micro, deadly combination.
The Viper with 7 on stone, that's quite a bit in those scenarios where I thought maybe going 30C could have been a better option. Maybe setting themselves up for a longsword transition could be an option. Apparently longbows, or is that just some stone collecting, then building a 30C with
Viper, nearly Viper has the game. Viper has a lot of army. He's not letting him mass. If you don't let the Mayans mass, then you are with a huge advantage. So many archers, hit them back, taking every move, 1 eagle.
Look at the KD mem, 24-7, and he will find more and more kills here. Now even moves towards the eagles, and only 2 barracks were not enough.
GG call, guys! GG call! Wow! What a performance in this game from the Viper, Nelly.
Oh man.
Seriously.
Yeah, just great movement with those archers. Obviously Britain's faster production there. He got to the numbers so much quicker. And the Viper, after being really disappointed about game number 1 apparently, and it looked, I don't want to call it like a bit broken. Now, absolutely focused, and look at that. That's a confident look. He wants to go deeper into this one. Even said, and we're down to a best of 3.
Yeah. Well, Nili, I think he did a mistake now. 3 barracks, 1 TC was the way to go.
I think so as well. I wouldn't even mind 4.
1 tower in the goal.
The tower is tricky, right? Because for a tower you need to buy stone twice, because he already sold all the stone.
He sold, yeah.
So that becomes a bit tricky. And Dowd just wandering around and saying like, what can I do? I had full eagle, he had crossbow. Micro is too good.
Okay, it seems that they are taking a small break.
And the admin is like, yeah, I'm only here to check the amount of villagers, and maybe I can't do much. Maybe we should nerf Viper a bit, because that cross micro looked pretty solid.
That was well, I don't want to say the old Viper, you know, but we can, a lot of times we have seen what happened with the Viper, why the Viper is not winning this tournament, why he's not performing that well. Well, that performance is in a Champions mode.
Champions mode, you go that far, although we're only in the quarterfinals, semifinals and finals obviously happening tomorrow.
You saw how he has killed in that one. I mean, super quick, and he was doing a really good job. Also, he was ahead. I think he killed more villages on the TC, and I don't know. We are not watching the Viper playing that much aggressive in these settings.
It's crazy how important the timing is. If Doubt is up 30 seconds earlier, he wins the first fight and probably the game. But Viper with the earlier market usage, Doubt a bit late there, and I think something that you spotted, the villager queued before reaching Castle Age.
Probably 2 delays.
Probably 2.
He was ahead.
That there?
He clicked it. He didn't have the resources.
Yeah.
He didn't have the resources, and then Viper suddenly was up faster. So he probably got at least 1 for sure.
Okay, well that's crazy. And that could have been the 30-second time window that we really wanted to see for the Mayhem player, something that they normally get.
We have in front of us a best of 3. A best of 3, as you mentioned. Now, let's see if we can see the overlay and we can check the map, because maybe
around us.
Yeah, more people around us. We do. Ah, there you go. It looks cool. It's flying in. Looks really cool. Now we gotta see wind or middle. 2 really aggressive maps, right? Nelly, it's there, right?
Winged or meadow? Yeah.
Yeah. Winged or middle. And
for winged, we could go for. Oh, I'm out. Like Bulgarians here.
He's losing.
It's too dark. It's too dark. Or Magyars
He's
here.
losing it. He's losing it. Your left, Nelly. Your left.
Yeah. No, it was too dark over there. It's going further out of the picture.
He's losing it, guys. He's losing it. Magyar, Bulgarian, Saracens, and Byzantines. I think he might feel bad now, Doubt, because with Mayans, you can definitely execute better. I mean, Mayans is so dangerous. I don't know why he, I mean, even going 3 barracks and siege workshop, you make a couple of Scorpions with the Eagles.
Scorpions, I'm not really sure if they would work so well against Britain crossbows, right? Especially Viper Micro. I think Siege, rarely the best answer. I think Eagles, but the distance is just so short. And I think it is tricky. I think if the map, the distance is a bit longer and Doubt can mess his Eagles a bit better, that would have been better. Yeah. This is really interesting because we are both really bad at listening to introductions from our crew, and it's like I'm in the monologue hoping that Memp is understanding what our production is selling, and then we're both like listening and no one really understanding it. We're both completely overwhelmed and really bad at listening to instructions because obviously we are normally just the single casters at home. I think we will now do something with artwork around this castle or something, and I assume that we're going into a video.
Hopefully it's not mine. Let's go.
Video?
All right, here I am with the Viper to relive Red Bull Wololo 1 finals. Viper, how intense was it with this being a brand new game mode?
Yeah, so obviously this was the first Red Bull Wololo event that we had, and I was in the finals with Mr. Yo. Formidable opponent, as you know. New settings, the game mode was still unexplored. So yeah, it was very exciting. Never know what to expect in those circumstances, and yeah, just special.
Yeah. New settings, different game mode, and a Civ draft. So how are things shaping up before game 1 started?
Yeah, we obviously had quite a big draft. A lot of maps, a lot of civs. I had civs such as Cumans, Berbers, Teutons, and Khmer. Well, he had civs like Huns, he had Mayans, he had Slavs. So some civs tend to be more towards random map and some towards Empire Wars. But like I said, we never know what to expect in this game mode when it's so new. So yeah, it was tricky.
Game 1 starts off. What civilization did you have, and how did things develop?
So I went for Khmer while he went for the Mayans, and the early game is different in Empire Wars. So back then compared to now, we started with a camel that couldn't attack. It was purely for scouting purposes, so the game was a little bit less aggressive. I did go for more of an economic opening with eco upgrades and farming and tried to scout and react. So it ended up with me playing skirmishers and scouts while Yo played eagles and archers.
Okay, gotcha. And then going into Castle Age, Yo was piling on the pressure. Take me through your mindset and what you ended up doing to combat that.
Yeah, so Yo went for what I was expecting, which was quite eagle intense or eagle heavy initially. So I tried to open with some elephants, battle elephants of the Khmer, simply to survive the opening and then transition, because he did transition into pikemen, so I would have to combat that with some scorpions maybe. He also added monks, and he converted some of my battle elephants. And yeah, the pressure was heavy. I just had to try and survive the opening.
Tricky situation when someone like Yo is piling on the pressure and you're reacting. What more did you end up trying to do there, and how did things unfold?
Yeah, so eventually he also added siege himself and started putting pressure with mangonels, and He did get some conversions on my elephants as well, which was a big defeat for me. And we kind of both, I would say it was an equal game for the most part. So we both set up economy while just skirmishing in between, because we were kind of expanding towards each other in the middle of the map. We were very close. And from there we kind of transitioned towards later stages.
I don't care about history. I don't care about any talk show with T90 and the Viper. I want to see villagers die, and I want to see them die now. We are jumping into game number 3 map.
And they are going to die because this map is absolutely amazing. Doubt has got a lot of wins in this one. Game number 3, the Vipers red, Kumans on the left. Nearly Doubt, the yellow Bulgarians on the right. Two very, very aggressive civilizations.
Absolutely, and we will conclude that video later, guys, and we will see how it all unfolded in the Red Bull Wololo 1 finals. Obviously, great recordings, but we obviously didn't want to withhold any live action here. Double archer range and stable, man, as you said, quite aggressive. Bulgarian opening with men-at-arms.
With a very nice quick wall there, but no, there's a hole. The men-at-arms is coming back. He got the arches with fletching. That men-at-arms is going to the hell. And now in front, what is gonna happen? Nothing at all. It's just stabilized for the Viper, because Doubt is already with forging and fletching. But as you said, men-at-arms are already stable and archery range, big investment.
Yeah, quite indeed a big investment, and well, as you can see, the Viper already ahead by 4 military, and that one will get chased down. Those are getting chased down as well. I wouldn't be surprised if the Viper isn't just doubling the military pretty soon, and indeed, 11-6.
Wow, I mean, if this half the price, the blast bit, you need a lot of economy to produce that match. Also with the men-at-arms he did in the start, and how are you gonna make it stable? I mean, scouts, skirmishes, and as you can see, he's more than double the army. It's true that he has 5 skirmishes, which are cheap, but Tato got 4. So he has 1 scout and 4 skirmishers.
And the Viper even going for the armor now for his scouts. Only has 3 of them, but they should be good enough against the skirms. Simply Doubt only had 1 archer for now, and now even goes for the docky at the top. I think Viper has such a big army lead. I wouldn't be surprised if he just gets massive lead here.
Yeah, he will need a tower. Soon Doubt will need a tower, and I don't know if he should do it there, close to the berries. Another stable when you barely has economy to produce military right now. I'm not sure about this, Nelly.
15 farmers, it's indeed looking tricky. Can't really count on his archer numbers too much, because obviously he won't be able to upgrade them. 2 crossbows later on, 3 military upgrades here for Doubt. The Viper's looking at 2, but will take better fights.
Okay, you can see double the army. He got a lot of skirmishes there, skirmishes as well. The good thing for Doubt is that the Viper is not committing too much. He's waiting a little bit, and he's not going for the kill. He's not going for the blood, and with the 2 scouts, well, he's bringing now some more scout, and those are with the +1/+1.
The Viper didn't know where the army was, that's why he held some at home, now jumps onto the skirmishers, will probably try to regroup, still army not really moving. Viper not with the greatest macro, but also 3 things happening at the same time, finally regrouping, and those archers will get into the woodline, and unlikely that Viper, the Doubt will see that instantly.
Ooh, he killed it all now, he got quite a lot of scouts, need to go back, this is bloodlines as well, he's selling everything, he even sell the stone, he has to be careful at the back, all those archers, Doubt, he's fighting with the village, I don't want to look. And if Viper micro properly, it's not microing, but even without microing, 2 villages down, probably 3 villages down. Oof.
And big fight at the front going into Viper's favor as well. Still no bloodlines here for Doubt. Viper is retreating, gets onto quite some solid archer numbers. Remember, still the dog as well, and those skirms are going to die.
It was only 2 villages at the end. He got the dog advantage also. Viper is getting a little bit more IVLTC, but not by far. He has those archers are giving a huge advantage nearly, and he's not able to clean. It's only 3. He needs to send something. Well, 1 scout fully upgraded might work. And here, he's going to be able to clean this one. Not so convinced. No.
Even look at all those low HP scouts, man. They're all walking on 1 leg, if even that.
Oof. He's going back with so many scouts, but those 80 scouts are almost, what HP they have? Where he's going? Under the TC, they are not going to recover the HP there. So, what's going on? Ooh. Not looking good for Doubt, not looking good. Now Viper can come with the archers and the scout. Those are fully upgraded. Oh, only missing the +1 attack. Those 4 villages are so exposed at tower. Why he sell the stone? I don't know. In this map, I don't understand selling the stone.
He wanted more scouts there.
Yeah,
Maybe felt it is tricky to build tower at one single spot. He wanted to defend multiple ones. Archers now microing back. Solid engagement here for the Viper. I believe Archers in the back. Scout numbers are overwhelming. I think this is looking so good for the Viper. Look at the military count, man.
Looking so good. Military count is 19 to nothing. Only 5, 6 scout now, 1 spear. If the Viper keep going aggressive, and he's doing right now, 4 villages lead, more than double the army, and the Viper is closer and closer to take this third game and get the lead in the series.
Oh man, were there mind games going on? Man-at-Arm opening absolutely not paying off. Another attack upgrade here for the Viper. And now scouts splitting themselves. Right-hand side attack, left-hand side attack. Out, I don't think he will react to both.
It's not looking good. He can't counter anymore. There's a lot of army for Viper. Viper nearly just need to keep producing army, and he got the game.
It looks like it, man.
Looks like it.
Goes for more scouts, goes for more archers. Now queuing up double archer range still for him. Double stable here for the Viper, now pushing that gold. This will be a tricky fight for the Lord.
More archers in the south. He's attacking all over. Look at the Viper. He's in the north, he's in the south, he's on the right. He's all over 4 spots at the same time. And the Viper, the snake, you can see his reaction. He's taking the game 10 minutes. Wow.
Bulgarian's not really paying off. Went for the man-at-arm opening there and simply couldn't do enough against double archer range defense. It is just 1 archer range producing to the bottom, 1 archer range producing to the top, and man-at-arms will never be able to do anything. Such a good opening. I think against that idea of the Viper, maybe man-at-arms wasn't really the best idea for Bulgaria.
I think maybe in Habub that is closer. He has more distance and the mobilities and all that. Then he got the military buildings quite fast, but he didn't have resources. He spent it in the man-at-arms. He did the uppers, yes, his help, but still his resources. He got the buildings, but idle.
Yeah, and he then used the market, right? Sold his stone and used all this gold to buy himself some more scouts, but quite outnumbered. Upgrades were a bit later there as well. Viper looked convincing there. Now we're going into Meadow for the very first time.
For the first time, Magyars has to be. Or not?
We also have Land Madness. Oof. I rather see Saracens on Meadow and Magyars on Land Madness, unless we try to play some mind games here.
Yeah, but there is a problem. Then maybe there's not a game number 5.
Well, still, you have to count on winning both of them, right? You can't think,
true.
okay, what are my best chances to only win one map? You have to divide your civilizations with giving yourself the best chances to win both maps.
And for the Viper in middle, Sicilians, Khmer, or Hans. I see the Hans like a great choice, and then Khmer maybe Land Madness. Well, Sicilian Land Madness can be as well. That's the thing. The Viper civilizations can be in both maps.
I actually expected Sicilians on enclosed, so that's really confusing to me. Maybe we'll just play Khmer and Land Madness and Hans on Meadow, but that would mean his pick number 3 would not be played. I don't really know the plan for the Snake here.
And I think Dowd is not really confident right now with what civilization to pick, because mobility in middle is also very important too. You know, if you're Saracens, what are you gonna do here? Gonna go arches? Gonna try to go with the market as fast as possible, cancel it, but the wood is super exposed.
Yeah, but, well, maybe defensive tower there as well. You can easily wall it, use the market. Dowd heavily thinking about his strategy there. Now clicking in. I'm not sure if he's clicking in. Now another advice. And now after all the action ended, let's finally conclude T90 with the Viper and some history about the Red Bull Wololo 1 finals.
All right, here I am with the Viper to relive Red Bull Wololo 1 finals. Viper, how intense was it with this being a brand new game mode?
Yeah, so obviously this was the first Red Bull Wololo event that we had, and I was in the finals with Mr. Yo, formidable opponent as you know. New settings, the game mode was still unexplored, so yeah, it was very exciting. Never know what to expect in those circumstances, and yeah, just special.
Yeah. New settings, different game mode, and a civ draft. So how are things shaping up before game 1 started?
Yeah, we obviously had quite a big draft. A lot of maps, a lot of civs. I had civs such as Cumans, Berbers, Teutons, and Khmer. Well, he had civs like Huns, he had Mayans, he had Slavs. So some civs tend to be more towards random map and some towards Empire Wars, but like I said, we never know what to expect in this game mode when it's so new, so yeah, it was tricky.
Game 1 starts off. What civilization did you have, and how did things develop?
So I went for Khmer while he went for the Mayans, and the early game is different in Empire Wars so back then compared to now. We started with a camel that couldn't attack. It was purely for scouting purposes, so the game was a little bit less aggressive. I did go for more of an economic opening with eco upgrades and farming and tried to scout and react. So it ended up with me playing skirmishers and scouts while Yo played eagles and archers.
Okay, gotcha. And then going into Castle Age, Yo was piling on the pressure. Take me through your mindset and what you ended up doing to combat that.
Yeah, so Yo went for what I was expecting, which was quite eagle intense or eagle heavy initially. So I tried to open with some elephants, battle elephants of the Khmer, simply to survive the opening and then transition, because he did transition into pikemen, so I would have to combat that with some scorpions maybe. He also added monks, and he converted some of my battle elephants. And yeah, the pressure was heavy. I just had to try and survive the opening.
Tricky situation when someone like Yo is piling on the pressure and you're reacting. What more did you end up trying to do there, and how did things unfold?
Yeah, so eventually he also added siege himself and started putting pressure with mangonels, and he did get some conversions on my elephants as well, which was a big defeat for me. And we kind of both, I would say it was an equal game for the most part. So we both set up economy while just skirmishing in between, because we were kind of expanding towards each other in the middle of the map. We were very close. And from there we kind of transitioned towards later stages of the game.
All right, so things are getting hot and heavy. How did you try to respond to the situation?
Yeah, as the castles came up, obviously he got a castle up before me on a very good position. I had to act with my own castle in defense, but I was stuck on my one castle for the most part. He was managing to spread around, one castle to the south, another castle to the top. So eventually it got really tricky for me, as the trebuchet numbers of his were just overwhelming, and yeah, I was defensive the whole game and just pretty much responding all the time. And eventually the trebuchet numbers and the damage output from them just was too much to deal with.
All right, it was an intense conclusion to the first game in the Red Bull Wololo 1 Finals, and we have a survivor in our midst. Can you tell us what happened on that day?
Of course. I spawned at minute 3. I was the 32nd villager, and Viper tasked me straight away to collect gold for his empire before I quickly had to jump into a house to avoid an archer's arrow. I felt good afterwards, working in the fields that were constantly renewed. It is a bit strange when he calls us to the Khmer, and then the food vanishes straight into the supplies from my hands. But something didn't feel right that day. We were under pressure. I could feel it. In the distance, we lost some army. Our elephants turned against us, and I could see the castles. And then it happened. I got called into battle to build our castle, actually, and it was so intense. I was working on it for the last 20 minutes of the game, trying to repair it, but the trebuchet, they did so much damage. I couldn't keep it alive. But I would go into battle for Viper anytime. It was a great game.
Wow, well, thank you both for your insights with the Red Bull Wololo 1 Finals. I wish you both the best of luck in the Red Bull Wololo 5 main stage.
T90 with a mean sunburn there. Well, let's focus on Age of Empires a bit. The Viper with a hunt, and Doubt is indeed playing Saracen and already building his good friend, the Market.
We're still playing? We're still watching the game?
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, game number 4, the Viper with the hands, both with the Market already, and Hassan Saracens. I don't know, but in this map that is crazy, the first time that we see, so
building
important.
With 4 villagers against building with 1 villager. They're trying to sell stone for the better rate. It seems like the Viper will finish a bit earlier. He had the scouting.
And he's using the Market. That was amazing. That was really, really amazing. Mobility is so important, and we see how Doubt is going to scout. I prefer the hands.
I prefer the one with the better mind games here.
That's
Scouts absolutely not expected for the snake. Can he save this villager? Doubt knows what's up and should get that one.
One villager down, you're gonna take a second. It's worth it to take it even if you lose both the scouts or not.
Don't commit, don't commit. And villager even saved.
He saved it. He saved the villager. All right. Well, we don't really know how the players are going to play this map. You know, guys, why? Because we...
Well, I know how.
Now we know how we are doing, right?
Okay, yeah. Someone likes balls.
Nice balls there. It's the first time in the tournament we see this map. The wood is so far from the town center, and you can see how they have to wall the woodland to be safe. If you can think that this is a safe woodland, Dele.
Yeah, it obviously will
there?
be pretty tricky. I don't think it will be open at the top. Scouts trying to intercept this one. You have gold and stone around your TC, some food scattered around the whole map after we see this one being cleared up.
This is great.
In the center, we are fighting for what I believe are 6 relics. Make it 5 with this version, so lots of castle age aggression guaranteed.
This is great. He took all the arches, and not only that, look at the transition for Doubt to Castle Age. He's on the way to Castle Age. Saint is pretty much similar military, and he's gonna be in Castle Age so quick, while the Viper is not clicking up. Might be up soon, but still quite a lot of food to go up. This is a great position for Doubt.
Why does the Viper have 4 villagers on stone? Make it 3 now? Is he trying to tower up his woodline completely?
I mean, probably. He doesn't have the stone, he sell it. He sold the stone and now he's mining the stone. This is so weird. And he's going full knight, Doubt. He's going Skillbard armor, bloodlines. How many stables, Mapo? Second stable.
Interesting approach. And he might actually go camels. Remember, Saracen camels plus 10 HP. And the Viper, he's still going for some archers, but the long-term plan obviously has to be Cav archers.
Well, he doesn't have any stone. He's coming with the village forward. That was the next question. That was the next question that is answered already. He cannot lose that village. Can we put forward war for Doubt to see exactly what he can see? Let's go. Oh my God, the siege workshop is going to be on his face.
Yeah, looks really, really good. Maybe a tower behind there if he wanted to buy it. The Viper is actually looking for it. That spider sense, but he missed the villager.
Looking for the village, he's gonna take a village, he's gonna wall that villager, but oh my, he's saving the village, but this is bad probably, because he's distracted and now, no, he's gonna find it, no, he's gonna kill that villager.
And now let's see the quick wall of Doubt.
He did not,
let's see the quick wall of Doubt.
Go back that villager, quick wall of Doubt, amigo, Doubt. Did you see that reaction for Doubt? Oh my God, that reaction. That was terrible, but why he didn't wall that villager? He could have walled that villager a long time ago, and he didn't, man. It's incredible, seriously. This is terrible. Now he's sending 2 villagers. He got all the advantage. He could have siege already, and he should move.
First Scorpion could have been out here. He sends now some over, killing the scout. And Doubt, if he just spotted a bit earlier, that was a really, really close fight. But still, lots of control, and the Viper still not casted. It's 25 seconds away.
Yeah, but now Viper has 17 armies, a lot of archers. His woodland might be exposed as well. I don't know if he's going to be able to defend. He could be in a much better position now. He will have the mobility. He will have the mobility with those Cav archers, 3 archery ranges.
Yeah, I think that will be a good option. Now the big question is, what upgrades are we going for? He has to buy some food. Not the greatest economy here for the Snake. Defensive towers now at the woodline for the Viper.
Oh, 2 towers. Look at the difference. Taking that village can be the game for the Viper. Can be the game. But listen, don't talk too fast. Don't talk too fast. There is also University. Wow, he's going to go for Ballistic. Kind of greedy, that one, because he doesn't have any wood right now. Of course, the 2 towers he's going to defend. He's doing the monastery as well with the monk already, and he's going to take some villages. No, he can't. And also, kill advantage for the Viper.
Yeah, with the tower there, good stuff for sure. Crossbows can come over. Indeed, Ballistics rushing out that University with 3 villagers, quite surprising to me as well. Has quite some gold, maybe can even sell some stone. Indeed, that's what's happening. And Ballistics should be up next, but behind the scenes, I think Doubt could get up to all 5 relics.
Take all the rally. He's going for the Pike-1 average, ballistic as well. I like how Viper is now doing a lot of farming, not trying to go for a second TC as well, trying to repair the mangle, but so complicated with those heals, Nelly.
That is really surprising to me. That the Viper's going for Pikeman?
What? Be careful with the mangle, and the knights are there. Viper with the mic, out with the micro, let's see. No, doesn't achieve anything. Those knights are +2 and husbandry. Those knights got so many average, Nelly.
Great interception here by the Lord himself for Pikeman. Let's see how they will be able to engage this one with the hill advantage. Those crossbows actually doing quite some reasonable damage, but it was so dangerous against the Mangonel there. Obviously one full shot and all those crossbows could die if it is on even ground.
Why'd you whisper?
Because it's intense.
Okay, it's intense. Mangonel, Scorpion, and Knights. There's so many troubles there, but we need to see the TC. We need to see the TC. Now he's forcing a lot of idle time, but he's still not achieved any damage. 8 billions more. His economy is still on point with only 1 town center, but don't lose the units there, Doubt. Don't lose the units. They are so expensive units, and now what to do? Maybe take all the RG ranges, Nelly?
He's trying to, but I don't think he can protect them too well. One Mangonel already losing some HP, and he just dwindles that one down. Villagers coming over and will repair that one. 4 CA. I don't actually like those 4 CA counter rates. That's what cost him game number 1. That was just always so aware.
He has to be careful. There's so many pikes. I don't know if his Scorpions will be a good addition as well, or maybe a run to take everything. 2 farmers. He has no economy at all. That one is going to go down. The Mangle is going to go down as well. I think he's committing too much. Is this good for Doubt or not?
Not sure. So deep. Got some interceptions there, and the Viper just took such a good fight. Those Knights way too deep under the town center.
Oh, he's losing a lot. He's losing a lot. Now Doubt has almost no army, and if you are playing against the hands with so many cap archers and crossbows, how are you going to be able to deal and defend? I'm not so sure. Maybe more siege? Probably the only chance.
Oh, he's going for some more Scorpions there. Such a nice move of the Viper.
Ram.
What is that Ram?
Sneaky Ram? Well, not a sneaky anymore. He's going with Billy. He's lonely. The Ram is lonely. Alone in the dark. Come on, go back. You need to send the Scorpions. Now he's not going to take it. He's not going to achieve anything, that Ram. I don't know what's going on. He got a good advantage, in my opinion, and now I don't want to say that he threw, but he lost so many units.
The CA now fighting with the army. Crossbows are going for the woodline. Should be really annoying. The Doubt is now adding a TC, something I would not have expected from his strategy approach. Villager kill should be pretty easy here and quite some annoyance.
He's still ahead in Belize, yes, but what happened nearly when you play against the hands and they get this huge amount of cavarches going? How do you stop that?
Pretty much out of control. You have to pray that you will get some big Scorpion shots, that maybe he slips up with his micro and you can get some nice surrounds with your camels, but you kind of have to count on mistakes being made by your opponent. But the Viper, not really the kind of guy who does a lot of mistakes.
Really? Is Viper becoming a clone? Again, 3 farmers like the other day? That he was not producing villas for I don't remember how much. For the whole game, and now with camels? No. What is Viper doing? He has 0 economy.
22 on gold. That is quite a solid economy, I have to say. But obviously, mainly focusing on the CA production, knows that that's his key unit, goes for the conversion here.
Okay, let's see if he's gonna convert. He needs to go back, but then but this is so many chronos behind this one. He's going all in. He's going all in. No economy at all. Well, not producing villas for the last. Look at Viper idle TC. 8 minutes idle TC. He's just going all in with the Cap Archers.
He does not care indeed. It's mainly CA which he is doing, and 7 more CA in the queue, so maybe another archer range could help out. It will be tricky for Doubt to take good engagements, though. Military count completely out of control. Look at that army value. 2.6 against 1.3.
Crazy stuff. I mean, Doubt need another siege workshop at home or won't be able to do anything, even some towers. Now those Cap Archers are going to snowball the game for the Lord. He has to be careful. A lot of this on the TC. He's going to go around with so many Cap Archers, and he's going to find the other TC in the south, probably. He found everything, and on the right side, he's sending so many of these bullets out of. Oh, he's doing a TC. He's rushing a TC. Let's go there, Mapo on the right. Well, he has some army, but it's an old Cap Archers. Ooh,
that was still missing.
Yeah.
On those Cav archers, so engagement would be a bit better for Doubt than you normally would be used to seeing in those numbers. Knights trying to buy themselves some time. The TC will go up, but Doubt's military numbers not really growing fast enough.
What army, man? What army? 12 army, the Viper 41 army. Obviously, Viper more military than Villiers after 18 minutes in this crazy map.
Oh, Knights are being stuck in there as well. At the woodline, he didn't build a gate and some waypoints. Look at that, 2 poor Knights. They want to participate in the battle, but they're not allowed to.
Yeah, he's not doing anything, those 2 Knights. He's looking bad, The Viper now did finally a couple of Villiers. He has zero food, the Viper. And it's still just massive military. Crazy strategy, Nelly.
Yeah, well,
and it's working.
Yeah, that's where the hunts shine, right?
Yeah.
All those CA, it is so tricky for your opponent to really address those. You kind of have to go for mass camels, maybe go for some scorpions, but that Siege Workshop being denied just didn't really allow him to get the timing that he wanted.
Yeah, he has so many. Oh, overchop. The Cabarces are inside. He got a couple of Knights. He didn't notice taking more Villiers. Now the advantage with the economy is going to be gone. Guys, the Viper is getting closer and closer into the semifinals for tomorrow against Jordan, Nelly.
Jordan would be waiting in the semifinals. Dowd just waving it off. Now only sees the woodline. Really unfortunate for him. More CA are coming over, and Dowd loses that one with the head shake. The Viper is in the semifinals of Red Bull Wololo 5.
And he clapped his teammate. He came back, the Viper, very strong, as you can see. 3-1 for the Viper.
And big smiles here for the Viper for sure. That was really intense. What a roller coaster in game number 1, but then pure dominance by the Snake. Incredible performance by him going over there, and Dowd shaking his head, but a big hug. Obviously, great friends there. And tomorrow, we will see the Viper play against Jordan in the GL semi-final. The Viper now going over there for the winner's interview. What a great performance by the Snake.
Great performance. He came back. He didn't feel the pressure. He played really well all the 3 games. He's in the semifinals. He will face Jordan. And now...
You think he didn't feel the pressure after that game 1?
Yeah, well, let's see what Viper has to say to Brittany.
All right, Viper. How are you feeling after that?
I'm very relieved because obviously Dowd is my training partner as well, and we know a lot of each other's strategies and everything, so I didn't really know what to expect. I wasn't too happy with my draft either, and the first game was just a complete disaster twice, so I'm feeling very relieved because I feel like I have a lot more to show.
Yes, absolutely. And then the first game, you had to start over. So how did that affect your thought process?
First of all, I just felt bad for him, honestly, because he had a good start. I still had a good chance in that game. It was a close one, but obviously when you get off to a good start and you have to restart, it affects your mentality a bit. Maybe he was a bit tilted and such. So in some ways, I'm happy he won the restart again. But obviously, I'm still happy that I went through.
Right, absolutely. And you said he was your training mate. Did you know what to expect going into it, or is it kind of like a new process every single time?
It is definitely a new process every single time, because I know he will also plan different strategies every time and think differently. But I think I have a good grasp of how he likes to play and where his strengths lie and my strengths lie. And we're very similar players in terms of playstyle, but I think, yeah, certain parts I might do better and certain parts he will do better. But today it was my turn.
Right, and we haven't seen Meadow being played that much this week. What was your thought process going into that?
I was very worried, actually, because he had Saracens there, which is very scary to play against. But I kind of knew exactly what he wanted to do, so I just tried to go all out to counter it, sacrificing some economy myself to do it, so I wasn't sure how I was doing, but when he took that one big engagement, that's kind of where I felt like, okay, my snowball is happening, so I felt comfortable from there on, but still, it was a super tough game where a single mistake would have lost me the game.
Oh, absolutely. It was a really fun match to watch. And looking forward to tomorrow, I think you're playing Jordan. So that'll be really fun to watch. All right, back to you, Riley.
Thanks so much, Britt, and congratulations, Viper, there, getting a 3-1 victory against Dowd. Commiserations to Dowd, of course, a fan favourite here at Wololo and more broadly with the Age of Empires community. He's done himself proud, but the Lord can finally take his rest. Tristan, Dave, let's have a chat about what we've just seen. The Viper going into this series was the favourite, I think that's fair to say. A couple of early wobbles. Dowd, obviously with the unfortunate restart, did come back to win that game, and I think we're all obviously pleased that he wasn't too badly affected by the restart there. I want to talk about the Mesosiv pick in game number 2 with you, Tristan. Obviously, Dowd tried to go for Eagles, taken off gold very early by Viper. I think he responded magnificently to the threat of a Mesosiv there.
Yeah, I think he learned a lesson from what Jordan didn't do against Dowd in their best of 3 2 days ago, 3 days ago now, I forget. The main difference was, you know Doubt's going to market, you know he's going to sell a stone, you know he's going to buy Go fast up for Eagles. You just have to do the same. And when Jordan had played, he only sold some wooden food, which resulted in him being later to Castle Age. Viper was faster to Castle Age, bought Canaro and Crossbowman, comes in faster than the Eagle upgrades, and Viper is just a beast if he has the archers then.
I mean, he responded marvelously to it, and I think it's a testament to his skill, but really, Dave, we saw a similar thing on Meadow, right, with Saracens. Like, the Saracen opening into market, sell the stone, get the gold, and you're just so far ahead. And we're sitting here being like, how can he come back from this? And he did. How did he do it?
I think a big part of it was going on stone early and putting those 2 towers on the wood line. The wood lines are the most exposed thing on Meadow, and as soon as Doubt saw those towers, he saw 1 tower with the Mangonel and immediately switched to attack Viper's base. You're going uphill, you're going against the buildings, Viper is near his production area. If Viper doesn't put those 2 towers there, he's off wood. He has no options. He's behind in villagers, and Doubt snowballs from there. So really, really heads-up play from Viper. Nilly was asking, why is Viper on stone? I think that was calculated. I think that was planned, and that's what you get when you have a player like the Viper.
Particularly, I mean, you look at that, you go Huns with towers, it's not obviously their best option. But the other thing I want to come down to, Tristan, this is something we were discussing, it's something you pointed out. Those towers only went up because the siege workshop was delayed. That was a key play. We were kind of sitting here laughing as that villager went mano a mano with the scout, but delaying the siege workshop was absolutely critical, getting those towers up, protecting the wood line. If that siege workshop goes up, the siege gets in there, I think.
Yeah, and I think also, like, even if Viper gets the towers up, because I forget the exact timing, Doubt would have extra siege units before Viper has Castle Age units.
Right.
So like, I think it turned into a situation where Doubt realized the timing wasn't there once he finally had to walk across the map, get the siege workshop up, and he could no longer wait to push the towers. So then he tried to push military, and then Viper took a better fight. I mean, this game is so punishing, and Meadow is brutal, and that's why Viper said he was scared. I couldn't help but laugh at Doubt's reaction. Of course, it was such a big moment when he lost that villager, because if it goes the other way around, if Viper loses that scout, it's a completely different game.
Completely different game, I think. You know, the woodline's under threat, the siege can come in a lot earlier, and, you know, it buys, what, 15, 30 seconds, but Dave, that was enough, I think, to maybe not decide the match, but definitely set it on the course that it took.
15, 30 seconds is a huge window.
Yeah.
And I think it was like a minute.
It
like,
was
I would
more
have
than
to
that,
watch.
yeah, because he had to bring another
time.
villager all the way
over
there, right? So if Doubt has 2 Mangonels, he pushes that wood line, Viper has to respond.
Yep.
He has to respond or go out to the other wood line, and he's completely exposed. So that was, I mean, just a fantastic play from Viper, and great game sense to have the scout out there looking for the villager. He creates his own opportunities.
He does.
Really.
He creates his own luck, and it was an incredible performance from him and a well-deserved spot in the semi-final with the Viper's name on it. Of course, yet to claim a Wololo crown, but you can tell he's hungry for it. He's the greatest player the world's ever seen, and he wants to do one better than ever before here at Red Bull Wololo. Let's have a look at our bracket for tomorrow, my friends. We are so very excited to conclude the broadcast, this week-long broadcast we've had here from Heidelberg Castle, with the final playoff action tomorrow. First up, our semi-final, Learie versus MBL. We're going to be finishing off with that one, excuse me. We're going to be kicking things off with the Viper versus Jordan. Jordan didn't have the best day today. I think he himself admitted that. He said that he was rusty. Capoch really challenged him, very, very meaningfully indeed. And he wasn't satisfied with his play. He's gone back to the hotel. He's going to get some rest. And he's got a huge mountain to climb tomorrow, T90, when he faces the Viper.
Oh, I'm so excited for this. There was a period in time where the Viper was #1, and then Jordan was #1, and then the Viper was #1. And they actually played unofficially, before Jordan's retirement, a best of like 111. And I think the score, I'm not even kidding, they played for like 6 days straight. I would wake up, they're playing. I'd go to bed, they're playing. And I believe Jordan won by like 2 games.
Yeah.
Like, it was unbelievable. I recall that was actually like the birth of my casting. I started casting some of that stuff, and it was just so crazy to see how similar they were. And I think like now we're at a point where Jordan might actually be reaching similar heights to the Viper. You think of a Hidden Cup, he made it to the finals, Viper only made it to the semifinals. You think here they're making it to the semifinals. You go through these events and suddenly it's like, whoa, Jordan might actually be back. I think Viper's the favorite. I really think he's the favorite. But Jordan is just, you know, it's just like the Doubt set. They're going to know exactly what's coming. I expect it to be hugely technical, much more technical than Viper vs. Doubt. And it's going to be amazing to watch.
It's going to be an absolute clash of the Titans, and we really can't wait. But of course, For the main course in the semi-finals, we've got MBL facing Learie. This one is going to be an absolute showstopper. Dave, talk us through what to expect, or what maybe we've got no idea what we'll expect with MBL, but at least Learie has got a very interesting obstacle, a hurdle for him to overcome on his road to the final.
We don't know what we're going to expect because MBL showed us something today that I think none of us expected to see when we arrived at the castle. And what MBL showed us today wasn't what we were talking about. It wasn't the crazy strat MBL. It wasn't the crazy forward MBL. We saw that in the one game that he lost. It was peak MBL. That last game, him and Hera were going toe-to-toe. It was extremely technical. They were both noticing raids as soon as it happened. The production was there, the micro was there, and MBL was just better.
He played his guts out.
He was just better, and if that gives him a confidence boost, I honestly think he can beat anyone in the world.
Well, we're going to find out tomorrow. And the winner, of course, of those two semi-finals will meet in a best-of-7 grand final, playing off for the lion's share of $100,000. And, of course, the title of Wololo Red Bull champion here at Heidelberg Castle. It has been an incredible day. There's been ups, there's been downs, we've had smiles and frowns, there's been laughs, there's been tears, a little bit of everything. We've had incredible matches, incredible scenes, and absolutely iconic moments here. But tomorrow is where it all concludes. We do hope we'll have your company as we crown a champion live in Heidelberg Castle tomorrow and give away $100,000 in prizes. It's going to be enormous. We can't wait to bring it to you. Mark your dance cards and we'll see you back here live from Heidelberg tomorrow. Until then, good night.
Wololo.